Chapter 1, Giving Up a Divine Profession for the Sake of Study. 67 hours and 59 minutes remaining until the system's question. Host, please make the most of your time and work hard. Inside the Carlo City Library, the system's voice echoed in Sumo's mind. The latter irritably ruffled their hair into a bird's nest. I really can't get into this book at all. Study? Study my ass. Staring at the book in his hand, Sumo gnashed his teeth, wishing he could just swallow it whole. Whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Sumo temporarily suppressed the frustration in his heart. This book must be read, if not, death awaits. 3 years ago, he transmigrated into this world where everyone could reincarnate with professions. In this world, professions are divided into 3 main categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Combat professions are the strongest and hold the highest status. Of course, this isn't absolute, it also depends on the awakened profession's rank. Professional grades from highest to lowest are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. The effectiveness of an F-grade combat profession may not necessarily surpass that of a D-grade support profession. Just like in most novels, Sumo also underwent a profession awakening with the protagonist's template in hand. He awakened to a divine-level profession beyond SSS rank, the Undead Cataclysm. The news sent shockwaves across the world, capturing global attention. Divine professions are revered as deities among mortals. Every divine profession holder is unique and immensely powerful. One person can suppress an entire nation. Back then, the Bear Country was almost overrun by monsters because a divine-class professional appeared in their land. The situation was instantly reversed. The value of a divine-class professional goes without saying. That was truly an existence capable of altering the course of war and determining the fate of a nation. Just when everyone thought Sumo would choose to switch to a divine profession and become the guardian deity of Great Xia, he actually chose the D-tier main combat profession, Summoner. The gap between a D-tier profession and a divine one goes without saying. The Great Xia could afford to lose tens of thousands of D-class summoners, but not a single god-level professional. The excitement of the crowd instantly turned into deep disappointment, and so, Sumo became the target of public criticism, enduring endless scorn and accusations. Almost everyone believed that Sumo was a coward who deliberately chose to escape because he feared responsibility. In response, Sumo felt so miserable he wanted to cry, because he was tricked by the system. That summoner was provided by the system, and the reason he chose the system's summoner was, the creatures that the system-provided summoner could summon were incredibly powerful. Frost dragons, titan apes, and the like utterly unremarkable. A tier below, self-sufficient saints and such. A bit stronger are planet busters like Kakarot and Vegeta. Beyond that, characters like Grey Wolf, Doraemon, or Bait Leader. These summoned creatures are all conceptual gods. Not choosing it would be foolish. Then, he realized he had been tricked. Unlike other summoners who require mana to summon creatures, he needs slaughter points to summon these beings, and slaughter points can only be obtained by clearing dungeons and killing monsters. Without the ability to summon, he's just an ordinary person with no strength to even tie up a chicken. Ordinary people can't kill monsters to gain slaughter points. Thus, he was trapped in an unsolvable deadlock. Fortunately, the system left him a way out. Study in the library for 3 years, after which the system will ask him a question. Answer correctly, and he will unconditionally receive the Holy Lord and a newbie starter pack. But if the answer is wrong, profession revoked, he would completely become an ordinary person without a profession. And ordinary people can barely survive in this world where everyone has a profession and monsters run rampant. And he would 100% die, because as a main combat profession, 3 years later, he must enter dungeons to kill monsters to maintain social stability. If an ordinary person enters a dungeon, they'd only end up dead, gone. After reading late into the night, Sumo finally lifted his head from the books. He rubbed his sore eyes as the library light seemed rather dim. Apart from him, there wasn't another soul in sight. Even after transmigrating, I still have to study, damn it. 48 hours remaining until the system's question. The system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Sumo cursed inwardly. Damn system, rushing me like this. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, the library doors were suddenly flung open. Sumo, come out. Immediately after, a loud shout pierced Sumo's eardrums. At the sound of this familiar voice, Sumo didn't even lift an eyelid, continuing to pack his things as usual. Quiet down. I can't afford to pay for the library door if it gets broken. As his words fell, he felt a gust of scorching wind brush against his face. Immediately after, Lin Shi in fiery red armor blocked his line of sight. Sumo slightly turned his head to look at the other person. A trace of blood still lingered on the opponent's armor. Clearly, Lin Shi had just gone through a fierce battle. You came back to see me right after finishing the dungeon, must have missed me terribly. Sumo half-jokingly, half-heartedly tidied up the books on the table. Lin Shi, his childhood sweetheart, was also the youngest combat prodigy in Carlo City. 3 years ago, she awakened alongside him with an A-class profession, Dominator. In just 3 short years, she grew from a newly awakened novice to become an executive at the Cardo City Career Changers Association. Her capabilities speak for themselves. Moreover, she saved his life just a few months ago. Lin Shi ignored Sumo's teasing, furrowed her brows, and said, "There's no time left. You must come with me tonight." Sumo understood why Lin Shi wanted to take him along. In just 3 days, he would be forcibly sent to the battlefield or secret realms for actual combat. But now he hasn't even experienced a real battle. Going to the battlefield or entering a secret realm like this would almost certainly mean certain death. And the other party plans to take him into actual combat within these 3 days. "No, I want to keep reading." In response, Sumo still refused. He didn't even have a summon creature. What kind of actual combat was that supposed to be? Do you know what the situation is like outside right now? The monster waves are becoming more frequent. The city's defensive lines can barely hold. Everyone is fighting desperately. What about you? Look at you. 3 years have passed, and all you do is read books all day long. What on earth are you thinking? Sumo's words instantly enraged Lin Shi. A pair of bright eyes widened. Filled with anger, she snatched the backpack from Sumo's hands and threw it fiercely to the ground. "I'll teach you to look again." As she spoke, she stomped on it hard with her foot, as if venting her fury. Sumo didn't stop him. He stood there quietly, head bowed, staring at the floor, instantly froze in shock. After a long pause, Lin Shi stopped moving and snorted coldly. "Which combat-focused profession is like yours? After awakening, instead of fighting, you just bury yourself in books all day. Do you think you can gain strength from reading? Right now, you can't even defeat the weakest slime." Lin Shi's voice was filled with anger and confusion, her eyes carrying a hint of frustration at his wasted potential. Among their batch of awakened class changers, as long as they didn't die, even the weakest ones had already become team leaders by now. And Sumo, ever since he gave up the divine profession 3 years ago, many people began to despise him. If he could fight bloody battles on the front lines after becoming a summoner, no one would despise or mock him anymore. But Sumo didn't have it. In the 3 years since his awakening, he had never once set foot on the battlefield. Coward would follow him for life. Sumo's fingers trembled slightly, a surge of complex emotions welling up in his heart. How he longed to fight, how he longed to prove himself. Yet, the system's constraints left him helpless. He could only obediently stay in the library, being a bookworm. "Sumo, what exactly are you running from?" Lin Shi's voice suddenly lowered, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "We grew up together, and I always thought you'd become a capable warrior, fighting side by side with me. But now, you won't even try. Clearly capable of becoming the most powerful divine class. Why didn't you choose it? Clearly able to charge forward and slaughter enemies to defend the homeland. Why won't you go?" Sumo didn't even have the courage to try, which deeply disappointed her. Sumo didn't respond, just silently picked up the school bag. He knew Lin Shi's anger stemmed from concern, but he couldn't explain the system's existence or his current predicament. "Lin Shi, give me a little more time," Sumo said in a low voice. "In 2 days, I'll give you an answer. When the time comes, whether he soars like a dragon or falls like a phoenix, he will give Lin Shi an answer." "You?" Lin Shi stared into his eyes, as if trying to discern something from them, but she couldn't discern anything. At that moment, her communicator rang. Glancing at the message on it, Lin Shi's expression slightly changed. In the end, she sighed and turned to walk toward the door. "Sumo, time waits for no one. The monsters won't stop just because you're not ready. If you don't act now, you might not even get the chance to regret it." With that, Lin Shi's figure disappeared through the library door, leaving Sumo alone under the dim lighting. He stared at the retreating figure of Lin Shi, finally murmuring just one sentence. "Lin Shi, on this mission, come back alive." 47 hours and 40 minutes remaining until the system's question. The system's voice sounded again, as if reminding him of the urgency of time. Sumo clenched his fists. 2 more days. In 2 days, everything will be decided. 2 seconds later, he unclenched his fist, squatting down to tidy up the books that Lin Shi had messed up. Reading truly can give you strength. Chapter 2. Everything is about to come to an end. After organizing the books, Sumo finally left the library. As he stepped out of the library, the night breeze was cool. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few dim streetlights swaying in the wind. In the distant sky, the faint growls of monsters could be heard, as if reminding every person in this city that danger has never truly left. Walking alone under the moonlight, Sumo did not head towards his residence. Instead, he spent over 2 hours climbing the only hill in Carlo City that could be considered a small mountain, Mount Carlo. Standing on the mountaintop, Sumo gazed in the direction of his former home. 4 months ago, he still lived there, but now, that place has been overrun by monsters. Just as Lin Shi had said, Over the past 3 years, the monsters have grown increasingly rampant and destructive. Nearly 1/3 of Carlo City has also fallen. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Carlo City falls completely. Not just Carlo City. Given the current power balance between humans and monsters, humanity is at an absolute disadvantage. Even if he becomes a god-level class changer, it won't alter the final outcome. Yet to change it, according to the system, there's only one way. I shall ascend to godhood, becoming the one and only eternal deity. I will definitely return to my home, he muttered to himself, his pitch-black pupils flashing with sharp intensity. When the monsters attacked, he hastily evacuated and arrived at the shelter. Many of the belongings his parents left him were left behind at home. If he could successfully pass the system's trial, he was determined to go back and reclaim everything. Suemo took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the dirt slope, gazing at the stars and the bright moon, his thoughts in turmoil. The system's countdown and the increasingly rampant monsters hung over him like a sword of Damocles, adding immense pressure. Forget it, let's review what I studied today first. Suemo closed his eyes, and the knowledge he had learned today began to surface in his mind. Early the next morning, a streak of fish-belly white gradually rose, enveloping half the sky. Suemo descended from Carlo Mountain and walked slowly toward the library in the dim morning light. The streets were already bustling with hurried pedestrians, and occasionally someone would glance at him with a flicker of disgust in their eyes. Who knows what he was thinking back then to refuse a divine profession otherwise? So many people wouldn't have died. If it were just a matter of mistakenly choosing the summoner profession, that would be one thing. I heard he hasn't set foot in a dungeon for 3 years. Just holed up in the library all day, what a complete waste. Ah, if only I had such talent. I would have already made a name for myself on the battlefield. Suemo heard these discussions, but he didn't stop walking, not even changing his expression. He had heard these voices too many times and had long grown numb to them. He pushed open the library door and walked inside. There were already some people inside the library, sitting or standing, holding books in their hands and discussing something in low voices. As Suemo entered, many people looked up. Look, Suemo is here again. What is he doing in the library? Does he really think reading books can make him stronger? Never mind him, let's focus on preparing. I heard the monster tide is coming again. We also want to contribute our share of strength to our hometown. Suemo turned a deaf ear to these discussions and walked straight to his usual seat. He put down his backpack, took out a book, and began to read attentively. His gaze was focused, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. 35 hours remaining until the system's question. 30 hours remaining until the system's question. Time passed minute by minute, and the system's countdown drew closer. Just as Suemo was immersed in his book, the library doors were violently pushed open again with a loud bang. Quick, find the monster encyclopedia. A group of armored job changers rushed in urgently. Their armor was stained with blood, and the leading captain's face was pale. His forehead was still damp with sweat, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation. The other team members also scattered and began searching through the bookshelves, but it was obvious they were unfamiliar with the library's layout, fumbling through several rows of shelves without any success. Damn it! Why can't we find it? Wang Gang cursed anxiously, slamming his fist hard against the bookshelf. Suemo raised his head and glanced at the panicked crowd. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. However, the sound of their frantic searching grew louder. Several books were even accidentally knocked to the ground with a thud. Suemo frowned and finally couldn't help but speak up. The Complete Guide to Monsters is on the top shelf of the 3rd row, the 7th book from the left. His voice wasn't loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet library. The group froze for a moment, then quickly ran to the 3rd row of shelves following Sumo's directions. Found it! It's really the Complete Guide to Monsters, Wang Gang exclaimed excitedly as he pulled the book from the shelf. Thank you. Captain Zhang Ming took the book with a hint of joy on his face. Then he turned his head towards Sumo's direction, ready to express his thanks. However, when he clearly saw Sumo's face, the smile on his face instantly froze. It's you? The other team members also turned their gazes towards Suemo. So it's Suemo. No wonder he's so familiar with the library. Lu Yuan sneered, spending all day in the library, too scared to fight monsters, yet remembers every book's location perfectly. Wang Gang mocked. If it were me, I would have gone to the front lines long ago. Unlike him, hiding here all day reading books like a coward. Just thinking that I'm risking my life to protect someone like this makes me feel worthless. Zhang Ming frowned and glanced at the Complete Guide to Monsters in his hand. Then he looked at Suemo again and finally sighed. Enough, no more nonsense. We have a mission to complete. Let's move. Sumo's fingers paused slightly, the pages trembling gently beneath his touch. As a class changer, his duty was to protect the desperate civilians, to safeguard the spark of hope, and he had shirked this responsibility for 3 years. Suemo took a deep breath, forcing himself to refocus on the book. Everything would come to an end once the system's question was answered. Chapter 3, The Deadly Quiz. The library fell silent again, with only the sound of Sumo flipping through pages. 25 hours remaining until the system's question. The system's voice sounded again, as if reminding him of the urgency of time. Sumo's fingers paused slightly, then continued flipping the pages. He knew he no longer had time to care about others' opinions. No matter how others view him, no matter how the external world changes, he must pass the system's trial. Only then can he change his own destiny. Late at night, Sumo dragged his exhausted body back to the resettlement area. The so-called resettlement housing, upon closer look, was nothing but rows of rust-stained shipping containers. Scattered here and there are hastily built simple houses made of crude bricks and tiles. Under the dim and yellowish glow of streetlights, they appear particularly dilapidated and desolate. Most of the people living here are ordinary folks or those with the lowest-tier life professions among job changers. Sumo's home is a shabby shipping container. Inside, there was only a bed, a table, and a few chairs, as simple as it could get. Sumo walked up to a shipping container, about to open the door. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Roar! The sound exploded like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility of the night. Sumo abruptly raised his head, looking in the direction of the sound. The defensive walls of Carlo City. Beyond the city walls, flames soared into the sky, and the faint silhouettes of enormous monsters could be seen wreaking havoc outside. Oh my god, it's only been a few days? How can the monster tide be back already? In the resettlement area, many people were startled awake by the sound, peering out from their makeshift homes in fear, gazing toward the city walls. I heard the frontline class changers have suffered heavy casualties. If this continues, Carlo City will truly fall. What are we ordinary people supposed to do? Just wait here to die? I hate that I'm not a combat profession and can't go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Damn it, if they can't hold on, I'll fight to the death. In the crowd, some sobbed quietly, some cursed in anger, and others wore expressions of utter despair. Yet there were also those willing to contribute their share of strength with mortal bodies. Someone blared fiercely at Sumo, unable to resist cursing. As a warrior, he didn't charge into battle but instead cowered like a turtle retracting its head. Utterly disgraceful. Sumo stood in front of his shipping container, silently observing it all. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. If I can pass the system's trial, if I can summon those powerful creatures. Thinking, Sumo turned back and returned to the library. 24 hours remaining until the system's question. Ignoring the system's prompt, Sumo continued flipping through the knowledge in the books at his own pace. Meanwhile, at the city walls, a monstrous tide surged forward, with deafening roars and the thunderous sounds of battle continuously echoing. Faintly, the noise seeped into the library, sending chills down one's spine. Sumo's eyes remained calm, his gaze fixed on the bookshelf, as if oblivious to the violent commotion. 5 hours remaining until the system's question. 3 hours remaining until the system's question. 1 hour remaining until the system's question. Sumo closed the book, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, all the knowledge surged like a tide. He worked hard to organize and summarize them, preparing to face the system's question. 30 minutes remaining until the system's question. Sumo opened his eyes and began adjusting his breathing rhythm, striving to optimize his condition as much as possible. 10 minutes left until the system's question. Sumo stood up and walked to the window of the library. In the distance, flames lit up the sky near the city walls, and the battle still raged on. What he was about to face was not just the system's question, but a turning point in his own destiny. 5 minutes remaining until the system's question. 1 minute remaining until the system's question. 3, 2, 1. System question begins. The system's voice echoed in his mind, cold and mechanical. Sumo's heart instantly leaped to his throat. This was the most brutal exam he had ever faced in his life. There was no room for trial and error. One attempt meant life or death. Host, please answer. Which planet did you transmigrate from? Answer time, 60s. Countdown starts now. 59s. The moment this question appeared, Sumo froze, his mind blank. Which planet did you transmigrate from? He muttered to himself, his lips twitching, then couldn't help but curse out loud. System, are you messing with me? What the hell kind of question is this? For 3 years, he studied day and night, memorized countless monster profiles, combat techniques, historical documents. He practically devoured every book in the library. And in the end, they ask this? Does this have anything to do with the book I read? He was so angry he almost threw the book in his hand to the ground. But remembering that library books are public property, he ultimately held back. It's like I studied math desperately for 3 years, only for the exam to ask me how my breakfast tasted. System, are you out of your mind? Still ended up eating. Sumo continued to rant furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. 45 seconds remaining to answer. The system's countdown was cold and merciless, completely ignored Sumo's complaints, not even bothering to give him a response. Directly started the countdown. Sumo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now is not the time for complaints. Must come up with an answer quickly. Is the system asking this question to test my understanding of the original world? 30 seconds remaining to answer. No, since the system can bind to me, it must know my origins. It's probably testing my honesty by asking this question. Sumo gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. System, I transmigrated from Blue Star. Sumo stated his answer. Host, are you certain about your answer? The system asked this way. Sumo instantly lost his confidence. Could there be some other trap here that I don't know about? 109. The countdown continues. Forget it, this is the answer. Sumo gritted his teeth and made a decision. This completely illogical question. He could only rely on luck. Ding, congratulations, host, for answering correctly. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have passed the system's trial and obtained the Holy Summoner Authority along with a newbie gift pack. Finally passed the level. This damn system. The heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Sumo let out a long sigh and slumped into the chair, as if all his strength had been drained. But he couldn't help but complain about the system. Little did he know that because of this answer of his, what earth-shattering changes it would bring to Blue Star in the future. Ding! Host has obtained the summoning authority of the Holy Lord. Initiate summoning now. Chapter 4, The Incomplete Holy Lord. Extreme stats. It's here. It's finally here. Hearing the system's notification, Sumo's heart suddenly pounded, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. All the injustices, humiliations, and pressures endured over the past 3 years will be washed away at this moment. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. System, summon the Holy Lord. As Sumo's command was issued, the air in the library suddenly grew heavy. Buzz buzz. As a dazzling light flashed before Sumo, it gradually coalesced into a towering figure. The figure of the Holy Lord solidified within the radiance. Sumo's pupils slightly contracted as the creature before him made him involuntarily hold his breath. The legendary Holy Lord was finally about to reveal his true form before him. The Holy Lord's head resembled that of a typical Western dragon, with an overall appearance strikingly similar to a lizard. Yet his towering, dozens of meters tall massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Dark green skin covered with fine, indestructible scales. His upper body was bare, with well-defined muscles exuding an explosive sense of power. Fingertips like sharp claws glinted coldly, seemingly capable of tearing through any obstacle with ease. Before Sumo, a faintly glowing virtual panel slowly materialized. Race, Dragon, Archmage. Tier, SS, Upgradable. Status, Incomplete, missing 12 talismans. Level, Tier 2 Level 1. Strength, 5000. Agility, 5000. Intelligence, 5000. Spirit, 5500. Special attribute Dragon Breath, can spew high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability Shadow Army Summon, can summon a loyal shadow army to fight. The number of shadow soldiers is related to level, currently capable of summoning 500. The Saint Lord's rank is only SS tier? I thought with his dragon bloodline and identity as a Grand Mage, he'd at least be SSS tier. That being said, but Sumo's raised corners of his mouth never came down. As far as he knew, so far, the most powerful SSS rank 9th tier summoner could only summon creatures with a maximum rank of SSS. Yet he, a newly promoted D rank summoner, could summon beings that were almost at the pinnacle of others' capabilities. Most importantly, the Saint can advance to higher levels, once he collects all 12 talismans. Advancing the Saint to SSS rank will be a piece of cake. Moreover, he noticed that the slaughter shop also had the demonic energy of other demons. If all of these were fed to the Holy Lord, it would be entirely possible to reach an unprecedented divine level. Moreover, the Holy Lord's four-dimensional attributes are astonishingly high. Generally, the four-dimensional attributes of ordinary summon creatures at the second tier fall within the range of 2000 to 3500. Those with exceptional talents might break through the 3500 limit, reaching around 4000. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's four-dimensional attributes soared directly above 5000, reaching the standard that other summons only achieve at the third tier. Truly terrifying. And these are just the Holy Lord's stats upon first stepping into the second tier. Once he reaches the third tier, these numbers will likely become even more frightening. And, as the demon of fire, even without the power of the 12 talismans, it innately possesses the ability to control the element of fire. This is entirely different from other second-tier summons, which can only use limited skills by instinct. As for the Saint's other special ability, summoning the Shadowkan army, even Sumo didn't anticipate the unexpected bonus of getting 1 and receiving 500 more. To put it bluntly, don't be fooled by the Saint's current second-tier status in actual combat. Even some early third-tier opponents would have to steer clear of his might. Master. The deep and majestic voice of the Holy Lord echoed through the library. Even the air trembled. His towering figure leaned slightly forward, his dragon head bowed, with a gleam of reverence in his crimson eyes. The words master struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the gloom that had weighed on Sumo's heart for 3 years. Sumo froze, then felt his eyes grow slightly warm. For 3 years, he had endured endless doubts, scorn, and injustice. Everyone believed him to be a coward, thinking he had shirked responsibility and squandered his talent. Even he himself had regretted countless times in the dead of night, wondering why he hadn't chosen the divine profession back then. Had he chosen the divine profession, perhaps he would have already stood at the pinnacle of the world, becoming a hero revered by all. But now, when the Holy Lord respectfully addressed him as master, all those grievances, regrets, and resentments seemed to vanish in an instant. Worth it. Sumo took several deep breaths, not to mention summoning conceptual level beings like Grey Wolf or Doryman later. Just cultivating the Holy Lord to a divine level is already no less impressive than the previous divine profession. Worth it. Ding! The system's notification sounded again, and a new line of information appeared in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. After 3 years of studying, you've awakened a special skill illustrated guide to all creatures. Universal bestiary. Through the skill, the host can discern the species, level, function, weaknesses, and other information of any object or creature. As the host's power grows, the manual's analytical capabilities will continuously strengthen. Sumo froze momentarily before a flash of ecstasy flickered through his eyes. Reading books really can grant power. Universal bestiary? This is a divine skill. He immediately realized the power of this skill. In this world, whether it's monsters, equipment, skills, or other mysterious entities, they are often filled with unknowns and dangers. With the illustrated guide to all spirits, Sumo could see through their essence at a glance. This meant that in battle, he could instantly spot the fatal weaknesses of his enemies. It allows for the formulation of targeted tactics, significantly increasing the chances of victory. When exploring ruins, it enables immediate understanding of the uses of mysterious items, avoiding dangerous traps. When collecting rare resources, it allows for instant discernment of their value and authenticity. Such a powerful skill is practically a walking encyclopedia and a combat artifact, truly deserving to be called a divine ability. Not in vain were these 3 years spent like an ascetic monk immersed in a sea of books. Sumo was extremely excited in his heart. He immediately tried to use the Myriad Spirits illustrated guide, fixing his gaze upon the Holy Lord. Instantly, the Holy Lord's detailed information once again surfaced in his mind. Even the saint's status, skills, and weaknesses were clearly known. Truly impressive. Sumo couldn't help but marvel. Then, he turned his gaze toward the bookshelves in the library. The omnipotent illustration instantly deciphered the content, purpose, and even hidden secrets of every book with perfect clarity. With this skill, whether in combat or study, I'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. At that moment, the system's notification chime rang out once more. Ding detected that the host has awakened the omnipotent illustration. Would you like to view your attribute panel? Check it out. Sumo chose to view without hesitation. Instantly, his attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 5, Divine Skill Attribute Sharing. I am the Holy Lord. Host, Sumo. Class, Summoner, D grade. Level, Tier 1. Level 1. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, Universal Illustration, can perceive key information of all things. Summon, Holy Sovereign, Dragon Race, SS Class. Tier 2. My personal attributes are a bit too pathetic. Sumo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. As the class change attributes for a main combat profession, his 4-dimensional stats are almost at the bottom of the barrel, barely stronger than an ordinary person. As a summoner, personal attributes aren't the most crucial, but this is still embarrassingly low. When Lin Shi successfully changed professions back then, his 4-dimensional stats are off the charts compared to him. The sum of his 4 stats doesn't even match the opponent's strength value alone. Looking at it this way, the opponent is also a pure stats monster. However, with the Holy Lord and the Myriad Spirits diagram, these attributes are sufficient for now. Sumo comforted himself. After all, the core of a summoner lies in their summons, and his current summon is the SS-ranked Holy Lord, more than capable of compensating for his own shortcomings. In future battles, he'll just stay far away. Oh right, there's also a newbie starter pack. Sumo slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. He immediately chanted silently in his heart, System, open the newbie starter pack. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Skill Attribute Sharing. Attribute Sharing? What kind of skill is this? Suemo froze for a moment. He immediately checked the skill description. Attribute sharing, divine level skill. The host can share a portion of the summoned creature's attributes. The sharing ratio increases with the host's level. Current shareable ratio, 20%. Note, this sharing ability can stack with the host's own attributes and can be stacked with multiple summoned creatures. This is just too overpowered. Suemo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Attribute sharing means he can directly borrow some attributes from his summoned creatures, such as the sage's four-dimensional power, or even his special abilities, although currently only 20% can be shared. This proportion will continuously increase as Sumo's level rises, finally reaching 100%. This means I can not only fight through summons but also borrow their attributes to enhance my own strength. With attribute sharing, he was no longer that fragile summoner who could only hide in the back. In battle, he could enhance his own combat power by leveraging the powerful attributes of his summons. Perhaps in the future, he could charge into battle and face enemies head-on like those powerful melee-focused professionals. No, he can do it now. He immediately attempted to activate attribute sharing, and in an instant, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. Suemo felt his four-dimensional attributes rapidly increasing. Although it was only by 20%, it brought about a dramatic change in his strength. Host, Suemo. Class, Summoner, D grade. Level, Tier 1. Level 1. Strength, 11100. Agility, 11100. Intelligence, 11100. Spirit, 11200. Skill 1, Universal Diagram, can perceive key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing. Summon, Holy Sovereign, Dragon Race, SS Class. Tier 2. Special Ability, 20% Dragon Breath Power. Summon Shadow Army, current summonable quantity 100. Is this really 20% of the Demon King's attributes? Suemo clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with excitement. Although it's only 20% of the Demon King's four-dimensional attribute power, yet far stronger than the average first-tier combat class changer, comparable to the mid-stage level 5 or 6 of a first-tier A-rank combat class changer, even surpassing some A-rank combat class changers in certain individual attributes. For example, his strength and agility are undoubtedly superior to that of a mage, stronger in spirit and intellect than melee class changers. Looking at it this way, I'm definitely a stats monster too. No, it's a conceptual god now. Suemo didn't forget that the power of the attribute sharing skill lies not only in sharing a single summon's attributes but also in its ability to stack. In other words, every summon creature he calls forth can provide him with attribute bonuses. This means that as he summons more and more creatures, his attributes will skyrocket. Just imagine the enemy exhausting all means to defeat his summoned creatures and finally reaching him, thinking they can easily take down this summoner. Realizing that this summoner was even more terrifying than his summons, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. But right now, the most important thing is to level up. Suemo glanced at his level bar. In this world, apart from job advancement levels, level is also an important standard to measure a class changer's strength. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes, and the more formidable the power. The only way to level up is through battle. It seems I need to go grind monsters as soon as possible, not only to level up myself, but also for the Holy Lord to advance as soon as possible. To restore the Holy Lord to his full power, the 12 talismans are absolutely essential, and these can only be obtained by exchanging points in the system's kill shop. The fixed cost for exchanging one talisman is always 1000 kill points. It may seem low at first glance, but it's actually not simple at all, because gaining kill points might not be easy. You can only earn 1 kill point by slaying a creature of the same level, 2 points for 1 level higher, 4 points for 2 levels higher, 8 points for 3 levels higher, 16 points for 4 levels higher. Crossing one tier directly grants 25 points. This exponential increase may seem substantial, but surpassing levels is inherently extremely difficult, let alone crossing tiers. However, defeating targets below your own level grants 0 points. Nevertheless, slaying elite monsters or bosses will, after system evaluation, appropriately increase the kill count value. Even at a low level, you can accumulate kill points. In other words, to obtain a talisman, he must slay 1,000 creatures of the same level, or hunt elite monsters and bosses. And now, there's a perfect opportunity for him to rapidly earn kill points. The battlefield from now on shall be under his command. At a section of the city wall in Carlo City, the monstrous army surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting the city. Deafening roars and the thunder of battle echoed continuously. Under their fierce assault, many cracks had already appeared on the city walls, as if they could collapse at any moment. On the city wall, Wang Gang tightly gripped his thunder battle axe, his gaze solemnly sweeping across the battlefield below. His body was already covered in wounds, blood dripping from his armor, yet he remained standing unyieldingly. Wang Gang, can you still hold on? The middle-aged man in white robes quickly approached. his hands glowing with healing magic as he swiftly treated Wang Gang's wounds. Wang Gang clenched his teeth and nodded. I can hold on a little longer, but there are too many of these monsters. Uncle Lee, I'm afraid our defense line won't last much longer. Chapter 6, a single dragon's breath annihilates thousands of enemies. Li Mu sighed, his face pale. The healing just now had clearly consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Who says it isn't so? Looking down at the dark, swarming mass of monsters beneath the city walls, like a tide, almost everyone felt a sense of helplessness rising in their hearts. These damn monsters actually broke their promise. I strongly suspect they deliberately lured the city lord and others into the secret realm to divert our high-end combat power. Wang Gang was filled with resentment. If only our Carlo city could produce hundreds more, even the lowest level combat-oriented class changers, things wouldn't be as bad as they are now. They have always been at a disadvantage in their encounters with these monsters, not because the gap in top-tier combat power was too wide. On the contrary, in terms of high-level strength, they might still hold some advantage, but they can't withstand their terrifying reproductive capability. Like the soul-devouring ants currently attacking their city walls, they can join the battle right after birth. Although their strength is not great, most don't even have the power of first tier, first level, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming, almost endless, and they still need to undergo job transitions to gain power, far outnumbered by them. Sigh, why can't we humans have several times more job transitioners? Li Mu sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. If only we had more job changers, perhaps we could hold off these monsters. Wang Gang also nodded, his tone carrying a hint of bitterness. Indeed, the number of job changers among us humans is too few, especially main combat professionals. They're even rarer. At this point, Wang Gang involuntarily recalled Suemo, whom he had encountered in the library some time ago. An inexplicable anger suddenly flared up out of nowhere. That Suemo clearly awakened a god-tier profession, yet stubbornly chose to be a D-class summoner, hiding in the library reading books all day. What a waste of talent. Wang Gang couldn't help but complain. Li Mu shook his head upon hearing this. Everyone has their own choices. Perhaps he has his own difficulties. Difficulties? Wang Gang sneered. Carlo City is almost overrun by monsters, and he's still reading books in the library. What kind of excuse is that? I think he's just a coward. Li Mu sighed and didn't say anything more. However, he also harbored resentment towards Suemo in his heart. It can be said, the entire city of Carlo, and even the entire Great Xia, might hold resentment towards Suemo. After all, Suemo was once the most promising genius in Carlo City to become a top-tier powerhouse, but he chose to give it up. Even if he abandoned his divine profession, with his strength as a D-class summoner, he could still shine brilliantly on the battlefield. I might have thought more highly of him. Now, ugh. As he spoke, Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of saliva tinged with blood. When Carlo City falls, let's see how he dies then. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Li Mu changed the subject. We should focus on how to defend the city walls. Zhang Ming nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield. Roar! At that moment, a violent tremor came from beneath the city walls. Oh no! The city walls are going to collapse. A class changer shouted in terror. Zhang Ming and Li Mu hurried to the edge of the city wall. Below the wall, a massive gap had been gnawed out by soul-devouring ants, leaving the structure on the verge of collapse. Quick! Everyone retreat to the second line of defense. Wang Gang gritted his teeth, turned to Li Mu and said, Uncle Li, you take the support professions and retreat first. I'll cover the rear. Be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Without hesitation, Li Mu immediately stepped back. As a support class, preserving oneself is key to making a greater impact on the battlefield. Wang Gang didn't respond, only tightening his grip on the thunder battle axe in his hand. His gaze was firm and fierce, locked onto the horde of monsters below. This battle is likely to be a losing one, but even so, he had to buy time for the others to retreat. Come on, you! With a furious roar, Wang Gang leaped off the city wall and charged toward the horde of monsters. The thunder battle axe erupted with dazzling light in his hands, each swing claiming the lives of several soul-devouring ants. However, the number of soul-devouring ants was simply overwhelming. They surged forward like an endless black tide, wave after wave, as if there was no end in sight. One by one, the soul-devouring ants were slain, only to be immediately replaced by even more. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and the wounds on his body were increasing. Damn it! These monsters, they just keep coming. Wang Gang clenched his teeth, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Could it be, we're really going to die here? A flash of despair crossed Wang Gang's heart. At that moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Roar! A massive dark shadow descended from the sky. With a loud bang, the tremendous impact instantly cleared the soul-devouring ants around Wang Gang. Even Wang Gang was forced back several steps by the shockwave. This, of course, Was Suemo arriving with the Holy Lord to join the battle? Wang Gang looked up and was instantly stunned. What a huge lizard! A cry of shock escaped Wang Gang's lips. He had never seen a lizard as tall as a dozen-story building. Suemo above the Holy Lord's head. Lizard? You bumpkin! This is a dragon! The lofty dragon! Upon arriving at the battlefield, Suemo quickly activated the illustrated guide to all spirits and began analyzing the horde of monsters before him. Race, soul-devouring ant. Level, Tier 1. Level 1. Strength, 80. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special skill, none. Characteristics, extremely strong reproductive ability, large in numbers, weak individual strength but formidable in group combat. Weakness, fearful of fire and lightning attacks. Race, Shadow Wolf. Level, Tier 1. Level 1. Strength, 110. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special skill, none. Characteristics, fast speed, strong attack power. Weakness, afraid of light. Suemo quickly recalled information about these monsters in his mind and already had a countermeasure. Soul-devouring ants are the most numerous but individually the weakest. They can be cleared in large numbers with the dragon's breath of the Holy Lord. Shadow wolves are fast and have strong attack power. They can be restrained by the Ghost Shadow Army. Suemo quickly formulated a battle plan, while other job changers who had already retreated to the second line of defense. Upon seeing the massive figure of the Holy Lord descending from the sky, their hearts sank instantly. Another powerful monster has arrived. It seems our defense here will surely be breached today. Li Mu's face was pale, his expression extremely grave. Wang Gang also tightened his grip on the thunder battle axe, a sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. Could it be, we're really going to die here? They all thought the saint was a powerful monster. The monster tide is about to launch a full-scale attack on them. Chapter 7, at least A rank. However, just as everyone's mood hit rock bottom, the saint opened his massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Boom! The dragon's breath, like a fiery serpent, instantly tore a massive gap through the army of soul-devouring ants. A single dragon's breath annihilated countless foes. Countless soul-devouring ants turned to ashes in the dragon's breath, while nearby shadow wolves and venomous sting bees were also caught in the blast, instantly clearing a vast area. A bunch of stinking bugs, not even worth a single strike. The holy dragon's tongue flicked, its eyes gleaming with the thrill of slaughter. What is going on here? Wang Gang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. This monster is helping us? Li Mu was also stunned. He quickly came to his senses. No, this isn't a monster. It's a summoned creature. Li Mu's words instantly stunned everyone. Smiles instantly bloomed on some people's faces. Wang Gang, who had already given up hope, his previously tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he quickly retreated while the saint was clearing the monsters. In just a few flashes, he returned to the second line of defense. This summoned creature is too powerful. Wang Gang panted heavily, his gaze fixed firmly on the Holy Lord. All of you, die for this dragon. The Holy Lord opened his massive maw once again. Whoosh! Another surge of scorching dragon's breath erupted forth. The searing heat, like gushing magma, swept across the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds of soul-devouring ants were burned to ashes. Under the scorching sweep of the dragon's breath, the surrounding shadow wolves, venomous sting bees, and other small beasts stood no chance, being utterly incinerated. In that moment, within a defensive radius of several dozen meters centered around the Saint Lord, only scorched earth and blistering air remained. The monsters were forced to retreat step by step. The Holy Lord is truly formidable. Standing on the Holy Lord's shoulder, Suemo gazed at the charred surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Ding, you killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 10 experience points, 1 kill point, and 1 attribute point. Ding, you killed a shadow wolf and gained 12 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding, you killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 10 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding, congratulations, host. Your level has successfully increased to Tier 1. Level 2. The system's prompt tones kept ringing in Sumo's mind. And in just this brief moment, his level had already risen to Tier 1. Level 2. Such a rapid improvement speed. The leveling speed is as fast as a little cow riding an airplane. Suemo was overjoyed in his heart. In just this short moment, not only did his level rise to Tier 1 Level 2, but he also accumulated 379 points of slaughter value. The kill count isn't as hard to accumulate as I imagined. Looks like I'll soon obtain all the talismans and evolve the Saint Lord to its complete form. Just as Suemo was indulging in such sweet dreams, what happened next instantly froze the smile on his face. Ding, you killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 8 EXP and 1 attribute point. Ding, you killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 8 experience points. Damn it! A curse couldn't help but burst from Sumo's mouth. Because his level increased, these thousands of first-tier, level 1 monsters before his eyes, even if he killed them, they no longer provided any slaughter points. and even the experience gained was diminishing. This instantly put him in an extremely foul mood. This power is absolutely terrifying. Li Mu exclaimed in awe as he witnessed the saint's destructive capabilities. This summon creature must be at least a B rank or higher entity. B class? No, I think it might be A class. A class? You must be dreaming. There are only a handful of A-class summoners in our Great Xia, all concentrated in major cities. In a small place like ours, having even one B-class summoner is considered a blessing. Who on earth is the summoner capable of summoning a creature of this tier? No idea. The crowd buzzed with discussions. There are only a handful of summoners in their city. Carlo, they are all very familiar with each other. They basically have a good idea of the creatures they can summon. But this Holy Lord is the only exception. The only summoner in Carlo City who hasn't made a move yet seems to be Suemo, right? At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell into silence. Suemo? That coward who hides in the library reading books? How is this possible? He's just a D-class summoner. How could he summon such a powerful creature? Exactly. With his level as a D-class summoner, there's no way he could summon this. The tier of a summon creature is related to the summoner's own tier. Generally speaking, the summoned creatures by a summoner are of the same tier as the summoner themselves. It is nearly impossible to summon creatures that surpass one's own tier, unless there are extraordinary opportunities or special circumstances. This giant lizard clearly has at least a C-level ability. Even if Suemo, that kid, has turned over a new leaf, with his skills, there's no way he could summon it. Whatever. With the assistance of these powerful summoned creatures, our pressure will be much less. There's still a certain chance we can hold this defensive line. As for these issues, Wang Gang and others stopped probing further. The top priority now is to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly recover some stamina, ensuring enough energy for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, as the holy dragon breathes in and out, thousands of soul-devouring ants instantly turn to charred remains, filling the air with a pungent, scorched odor. Moreover, due to the searing heat of the dragon's flames, all corpses evaporated into nothingness mid-air. Even though the level experience gained from slaying first-tier level 1 soul-devouring ants was diminishing, Sumo's level still broke through to first-tier level 3. But Suemo couldn't feel happy at all. Staring at the stagnant kill count, Suemo stood on the saint's shoulder, utterly frustrated. He took back his previous bold declaration. Kill points are truly hard to earn. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it is to earn. Damn it, for the first time, I feel that leveling up too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. It seems that killing these low-level soul-devouring ants is no longer meaningful. He looked at the dense swarm of soul-devouring ants in the distance, silently calculating in his heart. Although these low-level soul-devouring ants could no longer provide him with kill points, there must be more powerful monsters on the battlefield. Shadow Army, come forth! Following Sumo's command, 100 members of the Ghost Shadow Army instantly appeared on the battlefield. Find me monsters above Tier 1, Level 3. As Suemo issued the command, the members of the Shadow Army immediately scattered, swiftly disappearing across the battlefield. Roar! The Holy Lord unleashed another dragon's breath, clearing the surrounding soul-devouring ants. Faced with the Holy Lord's nearly overwhelming slaughter, even the soul-devouring ants, creatures that knew no fear, instinctively fled backward. They're starting to retreat? Chapter 8, Killing the Insect Queen, Repelling the Army. Seeing the soul-devouring ant army begin to retreat under the Saint Lord's attack, the job changers on the city wall collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that simple. Wang Gang's furrowed brows showed no sign of relaxing. Soul-devouring ants are controlled by the Hive Queen's psychic power. As long as the Queen lives, they will never fear death nor retreat easily. It's highly possible this is a trick set up by the Hive Queen. Hearing Wang Gang's warning, the hearts of the job changers on the city wall suddenly skipped a beat. Could a mere insect possess such high intelligence? Clearly, no one believed it. After all, no matter how clever an insect might be, it's impossible to reach this level. Third-tier monsters have intelligence no different from ours. If bugs can lure us away from the city walls this way, then we're in danger. Wang Gang's expression turned serious. Of course, it's also possible that the opponent genuinely feared the dragon flame power of the Holy Lord and chose to retreat. And Suemo naturally understood this point. Whether you truly chose to retreat or have some other scheme up your sleeve, today I will find and kill you. Suemo narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. Although he had slain thousands of soul-devouring ants today, for the Insect Queen, this number could be replenished in just a day. It's not a big deal at all. But if they, the job changers, die in battle, they truly perish. The loss in strength is a real loss. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, the defensive forces of Carlo City will only grow weaker and eventually be completely crushed. We must find the Insect Queen and eliminate this threat once and for all. Thinking of this, Suemo ordered the Holy Lord to slow the attack and devote most of his energy to locating the insect queen. The mother insect controls the soul-devouring ants through psychic power, and the transmission of psychic power has a limited range. This means the mother insect must be hiding in a location that can cover the entire battlefield. It's absolutely impossible for her to be too far away. She must be nearby. Suemo looked around, but in the eyes of other job changers, it seemed a bit different. That summon creature seems to be running out of strength. Its attack frequency has clearly dropped significantly. Li Mu frowned, his gaze fixed tightly on the Holy Lord. Wang Gang also nodded with a grave expression. It seems this summoned creature is powerful, but the cost is significant as well. We must prepare for the worst. The hope that had just ignited among the job changers on the city walls was now overshadowed once more. What should we do if this summoned creature can't hold on any longer? Do we really have to abandon this defensive line? No, we absolutely cannot give up. Once the defensive line is breached, Carol City is finished. Wang Gang took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone, prepare for battle. The moment the monster horde attacks again, fight to the death. As Wang Gang's voice rang out, the previously restless soldiers immediately fell silent. We have no way back now. If we don't fight, all of us will die. Just as everyone was prepared to defend the city gates to the death, a member of the Shadow Corps quickly returned, knelt before Suemo, and reported in a low voice, "Master, a suspected insect queen has been detected, located in an underground nest 3 miles behind the battlefield." Underground nest? Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire a dragon's breath in that direction. As Suemo issued the command, "No problem," the Holy Lord raised his head and let out a furious roar. A surge of scorching dragon flame shot straight into the sky. Immediately, it shot toward the coordinates provided by the ghostly soldiers. Boom! The explosion of dragon flames raised a cloud of dust, obscuring the view and turning a vast area into a sea of fire. Every soul-devouring ant within that range was burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of bone dust behind. Ding! Congratulations on killing a first order, 3rd grade soul-devouring ant, earning 15 experience points, 1 kill point, and 3 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on killing a first order, level 5 soul-devouring ant, earning 25 experience points, 4 kill points, and 20 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on killing a first order 9th level soul eater ant, gaining 70 experience points, 12 kill points, and 100 attribute points. The system beeps kept ringing in his head, causing Sumo's heart to rise up in ecstasy. The level of soul-devouring ants in that area is obviously quite a bit higher than the other areas. It seems like the bug mother should be hiding in the middle of that area. The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted slightly. Holy Lord, continue the attack and blast the ground there away. Sumer's orders were given. The dragon flames from the Holy Lord's dragon's mouth gushed out once again, turning the earth into a sea of magma. How do you attack toward there? Did you find something? This scene fell in the eyes of the other transmigrators, but it caused all of them to be puzzled. Unknown. There's definitely something wrong over there. Li Mu's pupils shrunk slightly, his eyes burning. Could it be that it was looking for the location of the bug mother just now, and now it's found it? Wang Gang guessed. Boom! Along with another spurt of dragon flame, that area directly exploded. A strong, burnt odor filled the air. A large amount of black mist and debris splattered, obscuring the view. When the smoke clears, when revealing the sights thereof, the crowd on the city walls couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Only a huge crater was slowly spreading, as if it was the bloody mouth of a vicious dog, emitting a creepy aura. At the center of the pit, a huge soul-devouring ant hid in it. It was just that compared to the other soul-devouring ants, it was quite a bit prettier, with a dark body, wings on its back, and 2 sharp chelicerae that were sharp and hard. It's really Mother Bug. That guy is hiding here. The moment they saw the bug mother, the hearts and minds of the crowd trembled violently. A hateful, monstrous flame of hatred burst from his eyes. It's the same thing that created the army of soul-eater ants, killed and wounded many of their countrymen. Just a pity, they couldn't even locate the bug mother. This summoner's spiritual power is a bit scary. Surprisingly, I was able to accurately locate the bug mother's position so quickly. Li Mu spoke, and Wang Gang nodded. They also know that the mother of all bugs is the source, but they didn't have the ability to be able to locate the bug mother. It even cost dozens of casualties to do so. We have to take this thing out. Kill it. Avenge your dead brothers and sisters. Kill, kill, kill. For a while the atmosphere on the city walls instantly became stern and biting. Someone hissed and growled, about to charge down the stairs, weapon in hand. However, he was pulled back by Wang Gang. This bug mother is at least 3rd ranked. Are you going to get yourself killed? Moreover, the bug mother's location is at least 4 or 5 miles away from us. In the face of this vast army of soul-devouring ants, are you going to go and refill them? Wang Gang chided in a deep voice. Hearing this, the man stopped moving at once, his face full of indignation. I'm not willing. Our comrades are all dead and I can't even touch Motherworm. What's the difference between that and killing me? The sound of wailing resounded through the city walls. The other transfigurants who had been foolishly trying to rush down also calmed down. Don't think it's 4 or 5 miles long. However, with their strength, wanting to break through the army of soul-devouring ants to rush to the insect mother was tantamount to a fool's errand. Instead of going to die for nothing, we should stay and continue to guard the walls. A gaze full of expectations converged on the Holy Lord. It's up to you whether you can kill the bug mother or not. Chapter 9, This guy is so ferocious. Race, soul-devouring ant mother. Rank, 3rd order, 1st class. Power, 4,500. Agility, 3,500. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Special skills, mental manipulation. Reproduction. Characteristics, the core of the soul-eater ant colony. Possessing extremely high intelligence and mental power. Capable of manipulating the entire soul-eater ant colony. Weakness, fear of fire and lightning attacks. Sure enough, it's you. A trace of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes. The bug mother had already been found, so all that was needed next was to pass through the army of soul-devouring ants to reach where the bug mother was. However, how to get through the army of soul-devouring ants was a great challenge. Sure, this is not a problem for the Holy Lord, because the Holy Lord can fly. As a dragon, his power of flight was instinctive. The levitation power of the chicken charm was just an extreme reinforcement of his flying ability. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of Wang Gang and the others, the Holy Lord's huge body directly rose up into the sky. Fly? This summon can fly? A cry of alarm came out from the mouths of the transmigrants on the city walls. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the Holy Lord's massive body that shot straight up into the sky rise into the air. Lizards can fly? What kind of race is this? Wang Gang was so dumbfounded that the thunder battle axe in his hand almost fell to the ground. Want to fly? Except when one's hard power reaches the 6th rank, or when one learns a skill similar to flying. Either that or they originally carried the attribute of flying themselves. Although the summon in front of him was strong, it was far from being of the 6th rank. It's not like the self carries the flying attribute either. You guys see if the horns on its head look a little like dragon horns. It can't be a dragon. When the crowd heard this, a huge wave was set off in their hearts. If this summon in front of us is really a dragon, then it's normal to be able to fly. Any creature that sticks with dragons is very powerful. The grades are all at least B grade and up, like the most powerful class of dragons, such as the Frost Dragon, Sun Dragon, Thunder Dragon and the like. They were even more of a heaven-defying existence. All of them are at least S-ranked. It seems our previous prediction was a bit wrong. This lizard dragon in front of me, even though the dragon bloodline is patchy, it's not as good as the pure top dragons like the Frost Dragon, Sun Dragon, and Thunder Dragon. But after all, there is also dragon blood. His grade has definitely reached a rank. Raimu whispered. Dragons? The crowd sniffed and a trance went through their minds. If this lizard dragon's grade reaches a rank, not only could they easily survive today's crisis, but more importantly, they also had an additional powerful transmuter. It looks like our time has come in Karo City, with another A-ranked transmuter. I just don't know which one has transmuted into an A-rank summoner. Meanwhile, Suemo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, his gaze coldly watching the battlefield below. Mother Worm, your end is nigh, Sumer whispered to himself. The bug mother seemed to have sensed the danger and let out a sharp hiss. The surrounding soul-devouring ants immediately surged madly, densely packed as if they were locusts passing through, covering the sky. Converging around the bug mother, it formed a black torrent. However, these low-level soul-devouring ants were simply unbeatable in front of the Holy Lord. None of it required any orders from Sumer. The Holy Lord then opened his mouth and spat out, and blazing fire instantly erupted. Boom! The hot tongues of fire swept across everything, and all the soul-devouring ants that came close were all incinerated, with not even a bit of dregs left. After a brief moment of silence, the bug mother let out another mournful shriek. Roar! It raged. How dare anyone butcher it? Griffin, what are you screaming about? The Holy Lord raised his eyes slightly, his pupils scarlet, revealing a cruel and murderous light. He's a dragon on high. Not just any bug can bark at him. The Holy Lord stomped out, and the ground instantly cracked in spiderweb-like patterns. And then, in the eyes of the insect mother's horrified eyes, the Holy Lord's fist directly blasted through the dirt surrounding the nest and smashed straight down. Bang! A deafening blast rang out. Dusty! The bug mother was directly smashed by the punch. The body armor on his body was also shattered for the most part, and his body almost collapsed. Dark green blood instantly burst out, spilling on top of the swarm below. In an instant, the swarm fell into a berserk state and frantically attacked towards Suemo. Sumo's face was indifferent. He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dragon breath as well. Although it wasn't as powerful as a Saint Lord, it was still more than enough to deal with these low-level ants. The dragon's breath sprayed out, enveloping all the soul-devouring ants that swarmed around. Squeak! Squeak! The screams rang out. Some of the soul-devouring ants were devoured by the dragon's breath and turned into ashes, but there was still a small portion of leaky fish that pounced on Sumo. At this time, the shadow soldiers hidden in the shadows finally appeared. Their speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they came to Sumo's side and helped him with the low-level soul-devouring ants that were pouncing and biting. Sumo looked at the scene calmly. The soul-devouring ant swarm was numerous, but it was not enough to worry about. Boom! The Holy Lord strikes again. Both hands press down on the head of the mother of worms to rip it out of the cavern. Roar! Sensing the breath of death, the bug mother struggled violently to escape. Even though it was of the 3rd rank, 1 rank higher than the Holy Lord, but her main ability is still above cultivating bug eggs, not very strong on its own. In front of the Holy Lord's power, its resistance was useless and it was directly grabbed out by the Holy Lord. Wow! As the bug mother was pulled out, the entire lair collapsed. Countless insect eggs rolled down, emitting a strong stench. Roar! Looking at the bug mother, the Holy Lord roared up to the sky. The force was so strong that it directly tore the insect mother in half. Pus! Fishy blood splattered everywhere. This guy is so fierce and vicious. The hearts of the crowd palpitated as they looked at the Holy Lord who was alive and tearing the insect mother apart. That visual impact pulls straight through. Chapter 10, Selecting the 12 Runes. The boulder-sized bug mother was ripped apart alive by the Holy Lord, blood staining large swaths of soil. It burst into the surrounding soul-eater ants. The soul-devouring ants that were originally agitatedly launching attacks towards the Holy Lord and Sumo. All of a sudden, they lost control of the bug mother and were thrown into chaos. Instead of attacking in an organized manner, they scurried around and even started attacking each other. The death of the bug mother completely disintegrated the command system of the soul-eater ant army, and the entire battlefield instantly became chaotic. Mother Worm is dead. The transmigrators on the city walls gasped out in shock at this scene. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. That summoner actually killed the bug mother. It's so strong. This is unbelievable. We won? Once the bug mother died, the army of soul-eater ants collapsed. There are some other monsters, but they are not enough. Depending on the terrain, they were perfectly capable of holding off the monsters. Wan Gang and Limu looked at each other with a hint of excitement and doubt underneath their relief. They had never imagined that this seemingly certain defeat would be reversed by the appearance of a summon. I wonder whose summons this really is, Wan Gang guessed in his heart. Limu, on the other hand, took a deep breath and slowly said, regardless of whose summons it is, what matters is the result. We have accomplished our mission and guarded the walls. Meanwhile, Sumo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. The death of the bug mother not only caused the soul-devouring ant army to collapse, it also caused his and the Holy Lord's experience value to rise crazily. Summoner, Holy Lord, Race, Dragon, Grade, SS Grade, can be advanced, Status, Mutilated, missing 12 charms, Level, 2nd Order, 4th Level, Power, 7,000, Agility, 7,000, Intelligence, 7,000, Spirit, 8,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent. Currently 500 can be summoned. This value of the Holy Lord's pendulum is considered strong even at the 4th rank. Sumer gave a sigh of relief. In general, regardless of occupational specificity, rank values are generally First Order, 100, 2000. Second Order, 1500 to 4000. Third Order, 3500 to 6000. Fourth Order, 5,000-10, 000. Fifth Order, 8,000-60, 000. As for above the Fifth Order, there will be a qualitative change. With an average of over 7,004 dimensions, the Holy Lord was definitely considered first class among the 4th rank. Ding, you've killed a 3rd Order bug mother and gained 50,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 2nd Order level 1. Ding detected that the host has gained 75 points of kill value for fighting over 2 ranks. Ding detected that the host succeeded in his first overstep battle, and received a systematic blitz reward, increasing his kill value to 300 points. There's a blitz bonus? Sumo froze slightly when he heard the beep. A grin appeared on his face. That's a windfall. A whole 300 kill value. He didn't know how long it would take to accumulate that. It was especially difficult after the rank broke through to the 2nd Order level 1. With the monster upgrade system, it took 10,000 First Order monsters to give birth to a 2nd Order monster. Not only has the number decreased, but the difficulty has doubled. Without the 300 bludgeoning kills, his kill value all added up to just over 600. the entire battlefield of second-order monsters. Even if he killed them all, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save up the 1,000 kill value needed to redeem a talisman. Now it's spiked right up to 978 points. It was perfectly possible to scrape together the kill value needed for the first charm. Ding detected that the host's level has been successfully raised to the second-order level 1. Divine Technique Skill Attribute Sharing upgraded. Ding Attribute Sharing upgrade successful. Sharing value increased from 20% to 30%. The system's voice sounded again, causing Sumo to become even more ecstatic. Hurriedly, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Rank, Second Order. First Class. Power, 2000-4100. Agility, 2000-4100. Intelligence, 2000-4100. Spirit, 2000-4400. Skill 1, Universal Illustration, provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing, Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SS Class, Second Order. Special Ability, 30% Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 100. My 4-dimensional attributes shot up to over 4,000 all of a sudden. This has reached the third order. This attribute boost is outrageous. With his current 4-dimensional attributes, even if it's a second order, A rank, main combat warrior type professional, there is absolutely no comparison to him in any physical contest. He's now the damage dealing, yet needy, phallic tank. A little monster that combines values and mechanics. The next step is to continue clearing the battlefield and harvesting the remaining monsters. Sumo and the Sacred Lord's target was locked on those monsters of the second order level 1 and above. Conduct targeted purges. Ding, you have killed a second order level 1 soul devouring ant, gaining 70 experience points and 1 point of kill value. Ding, you have killed a second order first grade poisonous stinging bee, gaining 90 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding, you have killed a second order second class shadow wolf, gaining 120 experience points and 2 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing out, and Sumo's experience value and kill value rose rapidly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 1003 points of kill value. The kill value store has been successfully opened. The system's beep sounded in Sumo's head, and a hint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. It's finally coming together. Looking at the 12 charms inside the kill value store, Sumo's heart was still a little excited. The option of 12 charms for you to choose from. What do you choose was finally real to him. Let me see what's good to choose. Sumo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, rapidly calculating in his mind. Chapter 11, the system splits in two. Each of the 12 runes possessed unique abilities. Which rune he chooses will directly affect his future fighting style and the Holy Lord's power increase. The rat charm can give life to still life. It won't be used for a while. The bull rune can provide great power, but the Holy Lord's own power is strong enough not to need it for now. The tiger rune spell balances yin and yang and blends power. But at the moment my fighting style doesn't require this ability. The rabbit talisman provides extreme speed and can even travel through space and time, but with the Holy Lord's current rank unable to utilize it to its full extent, it's not needed for the time being. The dragon talisman can release a powerful flame attack. The Holy Lord already has dragon breath, so it's not needed for now. The snake charm can be stealthy and is suitable for sneak attacks and scouting, but at the moment my fighting style favors frontal combat and I don't need it for now. The horse charm heals all wounds and diseases, pending. Sheep charms can be out of body, so I can't use them for now. The monkey charms can be morphed, so I won't be able to use them for a while. The chicken charm allows for levitating flight and enhances the Holy Lord's ability to fly, pending. The dog charm can be immortalized, but at the moment I'm too young to need it for a while. The pig charm can release heat rays, but the Holy Lord already has dragon's breath and won't need it for a while. Sumo's mind quickly flashed through the abilities of each charm. Eventually, his eyes rested on the horse charm and the chicken charm. On this cruel battlefield, whether it's me or the Holy Lord, injuries are inevitable. With the horse charm, it is like having a powerful guarantee that you can recover your status at any time. The ability to heal will be a very important safeguard in future battles. That's the reason it's important to have support on a team. Thinking of this, Sumo already had a decision in his mind. The ability of the horse charm to remove all external forces is very powerful. It's equivalent to incorporating at least one S-rank or higher nursemaid into your body. Provides great range at all times. Very counterintuitive ability. System, redeem the horse charm. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the horse charm. Consuming 1,000 points of kill value. As the system's beep sounded, a talisman emitting a soft glow appeared in Sumo's hand. The rune is inscribed with a galloping horse, symbolizing the power of healing and restoration. Is that a horse charm? Sumo held the talisman tightly and felt the powerful healing power contained within it. The body that was slightly tired because of the battle was instantly relieved. and the warmth flowed through the body, quickly banishing the fatigue from the body. Sumer felt energized all over again. This power, it's mesmerizing. Ding detected the host's first purchase in the kill shop. The lottery wheel is open. As the system beep sounded again, Sumo's panel popped up with a new interface. A huge lottery wheel appeared in front of Sumo's eyes, which was divided into multiple areas. Each area flickers with a different light, representing a different reward. Sweepstakes roulette? Sumer froze for a moment, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I didn't realize that the first time I redeemed a talisman, I could trigger a lottery. He looked closely at the reward area on the roulette wheel and realized that it was labeled with various rare items and skills. F-Class Skill Book, Class E Equipment, Grade B Props, Dragon Soul Battle Armor, A Rank Skill Book, Elemental Fury, SS Grade Props, 12 Charms. The reels are full of rewards ranging from SS to F grades. However, only Class B and above will have specialized prop names. It looks like there's a wide range of rewards in this raffle. I can't believe there's even a rune. Wouldn't I make a fortune if I drew the charm directly in one shot? Sumer muttered. A faint look of excitement spread across his face, but when he saw the kill value required for one draw, a handsome face instantly fell. Black-hearted thing. It takes 10 points of kill value to draw a lottery. Why don't you go and rob it? Sumer cursed at once. 10 kill points to draw once is just damn expensive compared to playing the game. He only had 3 points of kill value right now and couldn't afford to smoke it. Ding detecting that it is the host's first time to conduct a lucky draw. The system will present the host with a lucky draw gift pack. The host only needs to pay 1 point of kill value for a 10 consecutive draw. The system's voice sounded again. Ah, what a familiar routine. Sumer's eyes snapped open. Ding, would the host like to do the lottery now? 1 kill value for 100 kill points. Blood money. Drawl. It's silly not to smoke. System, start the lottery. With Sumo's command, the raffle wheel began to rotate at a rapid pace, and the pointer quickly crossed between the various reward areas. Sumo's gaze was tightly fixed on the roulette wheel as he silently prayed in his heart. Make sure you draw something good. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed down. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-Rank skill book, Frost Fury. Sumer, C-Rank skills are great. Not many people can have C-Rank skills in Karo, but, as a summoner, he was unable to learn the mage class skill Frost Fury. It's a waste. Don't panic. There's 9 more draws. Sumer took a deep breath and tried to comfort himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining E-Rank equipment, Sprint Boots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-Class prop, Primary Recovery Potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-Rank skill book, Basic Swordsmanship. Suemo looked at the prompt in front of him and was speechless. This is too much luck. He had drawn 8 in a row, and the best thing he had drawn was the very first C-Rank skill, Frost Fury. It's also partial to not working. Pissed off even types. What's the difference between this draw rate and a certain tour? No. It's even more disgusting than a certain tour. At the very least the other side has a big guarantee. This one is anything but. Thinking that he had only spent 1 point of kill value as well, Suemo was relieved. However, there was absolutely no way he would spend 10 kill points to draw at once in the future. Go on. The pointer turned again. After the pointer fell, a brilliant light burst out from the raffle wheel. Whoa! Golden Legend. Sumer's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his luck. This moment, his attitude towards the sweepstakes system took a 180-degree turn. Good. This raffle is good. I'll have to smoke it later. What is that, baby? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining SS grade props, 12 runes. As the system's beep sounded, Sumo's heart beat wildly, and a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face. SS ranked charm. I can't believe I drew an SS ranked charm. This wave of blood money, it directly saved him 1,000 kill points. Most importantly, each of the 12 runes obtained could drastically enhance the strength of the Holy Lord. I wonder which of the 12 charms it will be, as long as it's not a tiger charm. All of the Holy Lord's power can be doubled from what it is now. Even I was able to get a lot of light. Sumer thought prettily. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman, Tiger Talisman. Tiger's charm, adjusting yin and yang. Fear of what will happen to me. This luck. Suemo realized that people really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. The power of the tiger charm spell is to balance yin and yang. The Holy Lord has no other forces to balance within him now. So, this talisman could be the least needed talisman for the current Holy Lord. Wait, I feel like I'm getting separated. Suemo, who was holding the tiger rune incantation, suddenly turned pale. He suddenly remembered another function of the yin-yang balance of the tiger rune mantra, dividing living beings into 2 parts, the extremely evil and the extremely good, and he felt now that his soul and his body were rapidly splitting apart. If he didn't get a grip and stop this thing, then it would be completely out of control. Frightened, Suemo hurriedly put the tiger talisman spell back into his system backpack. the schizophrenic-like feeling only faded. Phew! Luckily, I reacted in time, or else it would have been a disaster. Sumer let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest with a palpitating heart. He's really going to split into one extremely evil and the other extremely good. Things that would be really fun. However, he's curious, too. If that's true, who does the system follow? Or does the system split a bit as well? Chapter 12, Retreating 10,000 Enemies with a Dragon's Bellow. Of course, this idea of splitting himself apart Sumer buried deep in his heart and would not try it. And that's when he looked at the tiger charm in his backpack again, he no longer had the dislike he had before, but was instead filled with joy. The real use of the tiger charm spell was found by him, directly cutting the Holy Lord in two with the tiger charm spell. He then gained the power of 2 Holy Lords. Plus, for the sake of the system, both the extremely evil and the extremely good Holy Lords were 100% loyal to him. It's not equivalent to inflicting a diversion on the Holy Lord. It's still a diversion that replicates 100% of its own strength. 1 chi transforms into 2 ching. It's nifty as hell. Suemo took a deep breath as he quickly removed the horse talisman and tiger talisman from his system backpack and held them in his hands. Holy Lord, prepare to receive new power. Without hesitation, Suemo pressed the 2 talismans onto the Holy Lord's body. Buzz. As the talisman was incorporated, the Holy Lord's body shook violently. My power. Return. Immediately following, the Holy Lord's body exuded a terrifyingly extreme pressure as a massive and extreme might erupted out. Howl. There was a long whistle, and the sound shook the sky and the earth. Bang bang bang. Those soul-devouring ants that were still fighting amongst themselves were instantly crushed into mush under this pressure. More monsters began to panic and started to flee. The entire battlefield seemed to have been cleared by an invisible force. The originally dense swarm of monsters instantly became much thinner. What kind of power is this? Wang Gang and the others who were originally prepared to join the battlefield all felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. It caused them to stop their attacks and retreat towards the distance. Eyes converged on the Holy Lord, filled with horror. They had never seen such a terrifying power with just a roar. It would be able to crush thousands of monsters into pieces in an instant. This kind of power had completely exceeded the scope of their cognition. That lizard dragon is getting stronger fast. Did it level up by killing tons of monsters? I've never seen leveling up be able to produce such a powerful pressure. More like progression. The crowd speculated in disbelief. You're crazy. How can it be an advancement? Wang Gang said. Summons must be at least S-ranked in order to advance. Moreover, only after reaching the 7th rank would there be so much as a hint of evolution. There are only a handful of successful cases documented in the book, and all of them were under special circumstances. The lizard dragon in front of him didn't fulfill any of the 3 conditions, so how could it possibly advance? Although I don't understand what's going on, I think it's better if we don't do anything rash, Li Mu said. The crowd nodded in agreement. Just like that, Wang Gang and the others retreated behind the defense line once again. Along with, the talismans continued to integrate into the holy body, and the sound of the dragon's whistle was unceasing. Like rolling thunder, it echoed in the skies above Carlo City, shaking the entire city slightly. What a horrible roar! Are the defenses of Carlo City going to be unable to withstand it? So what do we do? The streets of Carlo City were filled with people ducking into their houses, shutting doors and windows tightly, and listening in fear to the suffocating roar. At the same time, the other battlefields in Carlo City were thrown into brief chaos by the sudden keening. On the battlefield that Lu Yuan was in charge of, the transfigurators who were originally fighting the monsters stopped their hands and looked up in the direction where the voice came from. This sound is a dragon's roar? Lu Yuan frowned. There was only one monster with a dragon bloodline in the entire city of Caro, the Black King. Could it be that the Black King has killed back? Lu Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, Impossible. The Black King has already killed its way into the secret realm with the city lord and the others. It's impossible for it to get out in a short period of time. I'm afraid this voice is something else, so what do we do now? Keep fighting, no matter what happens. Our mission is to hold this line of defense and never let the monsters break through. Yes, the crowd responded in unison and went into battle once more, and in the main battlefield of Caro City, Zhang Ming and the others also heard the earth-shattering dragon roar. A dragon chant? How can that be? Zhang Ming, who was in command, stood up violently, his gaze filled with shock. What's going on here? Team Zhang? Zhang Ming frowned tightly, feeling vaguely uneasy in his heart. Could it be that the Black King has killed back? A few days ago, an S-ranked secret area appeared outside of their city of Caro. Both sides clashed and bled continuously because of this S-ranked secret realm, yet neither side seized the initiative. In the end, both sides used their topmost combat power and killed their way into the secret realm. No news until now. If the Black King kills back, with his top 5th rank battle power, it was enough to destroy the entire city of Caro. Zhang Ming shook his head, his gaze grave. No matter what, This dragon roar is definitely not a good thing. Pass the word down that everyone is on alert and ready to respond to emergencies. Yes. The adjutant immediately turned around to convey the order. Jiang Ming stood in place, his gaze looking in the direction from which the dragon's roar had come, and his mind was filled with thoughts. If that dragon monster really kills back, then the city lord in them. He didn't dare to think any further, but could only clench his fists and pray silently in his heart. On the other side, as the Holy Lord's dragon roar continued to echo, the monsters on the battlefield that had been frantically attacking also began to react in a different way. Those low-level soul-devouring ants, shadow wolves, poison sting bees, and other monsters seemed to feel some sort of fear from the depths of their bloodline. The momentum of the attack suddenly weakened, and even began to slowly retreat. Is Lord Black King back? The shadow demon wolf's eyes showed excitement as he asked excitedly. No way. The poison thorn queen waved her huge poisonous thorn tail and coldly responded. The Lord Black King has already entered the secret realm with those human powerhouses. How could he return so quickly? Moreover, this sense of oppression from the bloodline is even more terrifying than Lord Black King. Is that our reinforcements? I didn't receive any news that there would be other dragon lords coming to support us. Could it be that someone strong has come to support Karo City? It's possible. According to the news, there is a dragon knight among the human race who seems to have left in our direction a month ago. Evacuation? But the mission explained above. Evacuate and see what happens first. After the collective deliberations of several fourth-order monsters, they decided to abandon their attack for the time being, opting for a retreat. The dragon clan's pressure emanating from that dragon's roar was too terrifying, causing all of them, fourth-ranked monsters, to feel palpitations in their hearts, especially the feeling of oppression from the depths of their bloodline, as if reminding them that the dragon creature in front of them was far more powerful than any dragon they had ever seen. As the order was given, the monsters on the battlefield began to retreat quickly. The fighting in Carlo, on the other hand, petered out. Chapter 13, Capturing Sumer. They retreated? What's going on here? Why did those monsters suddenly retreat? Was it the dragon's roar? Some people are amazed, but many more were ecstatic. They originally thought that they would surely die in this beast tide, but who would have thought that the crisis would actually be lifted? Ha 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 ha, I'm alive! I'm alive! A roar of cheers resonated throughout the city of Carlo. The battle lasted 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone is exhausted. At this moment when it finally ended victoriously, they naturally couldn't help but vent their excitement. And yet there were many tears of sadness. The battle was destined to end tragically. Although they had won this battle, they had also paid an extremely painful price. 60% of Carlo City's fortifications were destroyed, and nearly 1/5 of the transmigrants were killed or wounded. Those who survived suffered varying degrees of damage. Finally a win. Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief, but the worry in his heart grew stronger. That dragon's roar. What the hell is going on? It's friend or foe? Captain, the monster army on my side has retreated. Is there anywhere I need support? Wang Gang's voice rang out within Jiang Ming's communicator. The wave of beasts on our side has also retreated. Your side retreated as well? Wang Gang, who had received Jiang Ming's response, revealed a very odd expression. Unconsciously, he looked at the Holy Lord. Their part of the battlefield had this strong external aid, which was why they were able to repel the beast tide. What's going on with the captain? Realize that, as the main battleground, Jiang Ming faced much more pressure than he did. After all, this time the monsters came in droves, with the appearance of taking over the city of Karo in one gulp. But it's just, the beasts there have inexplicably retreated. Could it be that there is divine help elsewhere? Yes, for a dragon's cry retreated. I don't know where that dragon's roar came from, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Hearing Jiang Ming sigh from the other side of the communicator, Wang Gang froze, instantly realizing what was going on. He opened his mouth. Captain, I think I know where that keening came from. You know. Jiang Ming froze and hurriedly asked, tell me. The source of the sound of the dragon's roar has a lot to do with it. Wang Gang took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart before speaking. Captain, a powerful summoner has appeared on our side. His summon is a dragon creature with extremely terrifying strength. That dragon roar just now was emitted by his summon. The bug mother was killed by his summons, and those monsters retreated in droves because they were shocked by his dragon roar. What? When Jiang Ming heard Wang Gang's words, he was startled, and his voice raised an octave. What did you say? Summoner? A dragon summoner? The bug mother was killed? That's right, Captain. You didn't see that scene. That dragon summoner is ridiculously strong. The bug mother didn't even have a chance to resist in front of it, and was directly torn into 2 halves. After hearing this, Jiang Ming's heart immediately set off huge waves, couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, that dragon is on our side. It's our side. Jiang Ming was so excited that he almost wanted to yell to the sky. Then, choking to the point of non-stop cough, His face was red and he still couldn't contain his excitement. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground with a thud. Who was that summoner? Is it still there? Zhang Ming asked hurriedly. He knew that there was definitely not such a powerful summoner within the city of Karo. It's likely that it's a strong person who arrived from somewhere else. If we can keep each other. Zhang Ming was really too aware of the gold content of a summoner who could summon a dragon. This dragon summon was able to shake back all monsters with a single roar, and its strength was at the 4th rank at the very least. And a summoner who could summon a 4th rank dragon had a talent of at least A rank and a rank of 4th rank or higher. An A rank, 4th order summoner. Not to say that it can reverse the present-day decline of the city of Karo, but at the very least, it can enhance the power of the city of Karo by about 10%. If it breaks through, it will be qualitative. Until the top fighters on both sides come out of the secret realm, there will be no more pressure to hold the city of Karo. That dragon summon is still there, but we don't dare to get close enough to know exactly where the summoner is. Wang Gang reported truthfully. Keep him if you can. I'll be right there. Zhang Ming hung up his communicator and immediately gave orders to the team member beside him. Li Hao, everyone hurry up and repair the defense line. Make sure to restore the fortifications in the shortest possible time. Li Hao nodded in response and quickly conveyed the order. Several people then followed Zhang Ming and rushed to the battlefield where Wang Gang was, to meet that mysterious summoner. The battlefield where Wang Gang was located was far from them, going through the settlement where Su Mo lived. Captain, that Su Mo kid has reached his deadline. Should we bring him to the battlefield? Passing by that settlement area, Li Hao suddenly inquired. Yeah, almost forgot about that kid. The 3-year period has come and gone. Take him with you. The team immediately turned around and went to Sumer's place to find someone. Li Hao, who was on the side, coldly grunted. Also both summoners. Su Mo is nothing but a waste compared to that dragon summoner. His tone was rather contemptuous. One roar to retreat 10,000 troops. One coward for 3 years as a punk and didn't even dare to go to the battlefield. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. This time, even if Deacon Lin protects him, he must go to battle. The crowd nodded, clearly agreeing with the statement. However, it wasn't long before the team members who had left hurried back, their faces a little hard to see. Captain, Sumer isn't home. It looks like it ran away. Run away? At those words, the anger of the people present instantly rose. This Sumer, it really deserves death by 1,000 cuts. That coward. Thanks to all of us, who risked our lives to help him fend off the monster's attack. He's good. He just slipped away. I'll be damned. What a pussy. Such people don't deserve to live at all. Li Hao clenched his fists, the disappointment and anger towards Su Mo in his heart reaching its peak. Carlo City was facing a life and death situation, but Su Mo chose to run away, which made him feel immensely humiliated. Carlo City is under siege by monsters. He'll never be able to escape. I'll get him. Li Hao angrily left with 2 or 3 people. This kind of proclivity to run away from the battlefield was something he could never tolerate. It doesn't have to be a runaway, maybe it's in the library. You take someone to check it out. Don't use violence. Hey, let's go. Zhang Ming sighed and led the others, continuing to rush to the battlefield where Wang Gang was. Chapter 14, Summoning the Dual Saint Lords. Why not go straight to the Yellow Dragon? At this moment, Su Mo was able to feel the constant stream of terrifying power coming from within the Sacred Lord, after the 2 great runes, which were completely integrated into the main body of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Lord had once again undergone a superb metamorphosis. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS, can be advanced. Status, mutilated, missing 12 charms. Level, 2nd order. 4th level. Power, 7,000 plus 3,000. Agility, 7,000 plus 3,000. Intelligence, 7,000 plus 3,000. Spirit, 8,000 plus 3,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and currently 1,500 can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Sure enough, the power of the rune is far beyond my imagination. Just 2 of these raised the Holy Lord's grade to SSS. Sumer's eyes sparkled. 2 SSS grade, 12 sets of Holy Lord grade to reach the divine level, was almost a nail in the coffin, not to mention the presence of the other 7 great demons Origin Demonic Chi, and the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes, which also skyrocketed by more than 3,000,000 all of a sudden. The average value dried up to over 10,000 all of a sudden, which is comparable to the 5th order level. Along with that, Sumo's attributes all of a sudden soared to an incomparably terrifying level. If it was 2 Holy Lords, his shared attribute to Holy Lords came directly to 60%. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Rank, 2nd order. First class. Power, 2000 8000. Agility, 2000 8000. Intelligence, 2000 8000. Spirit, 2000 8600. Skill 1, Universal Illustration, provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% Attribute Sharing, Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SSS Class, Second Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Hiss. With my current 4-dimensional attributes it's also enough to reach the threshold of the 5th order. Looking at his attribute panel, Suemo had a very unreal feeling. 2 or 3 hours ago, he's still an ordinary man struggling on the brink of death. 2 or 3 short hours later, the values alone were comparable to some 5th order powerhouses. He's not a little monster now, he's a super monster. Realize that. The most powerful transmogrifier in the entire city of Karo was ranked at the 6th order. Lin Shi, who was an A-ranked transmuter, was only at the 5th rank. However, Sumer also understood. This 5th rank of his had a lot of water in it, and Lin Shi could pick him to death with a single shot. The 5th to 6th order is a huge watershed. It's not just a watershed for talent, but also for chance. Transmutineers without a B rank in talent will almost never cross that level in their lifetime. Even Lin Shi, who was an A-ranked transmigrator, because she hadn't gotten the chance that belonged to her. It has also been stuck at this level for up to 2 years and has yet to make any breakthroughs. However, there is no bottleneck from the 5th to the 6th rank with me. Sumer was confident. Granted, his summoner rank was only D, but rank didn't count as any shackles to him at all. Just by cultivating the Holy Lord out, he would be able to cross this threshold with ease. And Suemo couldn't wait until he could stay at the 5th rank for a longer period of time. This way he could earn more kill value, faster as well. My power is back. Greet your king. The Holy Lord, who had fused the power of the 2 major runes, pounded his chest in excitement. He now felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. Straight away, he reached out his sharp claws and grabbed a retreating shadow wolf to his mouth, tearing it up in a big bite. What delicious food! This dragon hasn't eaten such sweet food in a long time. The Holy Lord chewed with a mesmerized face. This guy is fierce. Wan Gang and the others couldn't help but gulp when they stood on top of the city wall and saw this bloody scene. Ding, you have killed a 2nd order, 3rd level shadow wolf, gaining 75 experience points and 4 kill points. Ding, you have defeated a 2nd order level 1 soul devouring ant, gaining 20 experience points and 1 point of kill value. Suemo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. As far as his eyes could see, there were corpses and scraps of flesh and blood all over the place, and the air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. In today's battle, the tide of beasts receded, and the city of Karo was able to withstand the attack. The crisis in Karo City is over. I just don't know how Lin Shi and the girls are doing, Suemo murmured, a touch of worry showing in the bottom of his eyes. He was aware of where Lin Shi had gone. An S-class secret realm must be exceptionally treacherous inside. Even if a 7th or 8th ranked powerhouse went in, they would still be at risk of falling if they were not careful. Of course, the more wind and waves the more expensive the fish. The chances and treasures in S-class secret realms also far exceeded those in ordinary secret realms. If he could obtain some precious resources from it, Lin Shi's strength would definitely see a qualitative leap. It might be able to break through to the bottleneck of the 6th rank in one go. Let's hope she comes back safely. Sumer sighed. With the current situation, he couldn't help Lin Shi much, because that secret world is said to open up only once a week. There were still 4 or 5 days before the next opening. He couldn't do it even if he had the intention to help. Wait. Looking at the fleeing monster army, a very bold idea emerged from Sumo's mind. Why don't I go straight for the jugular? The top combatants of both sides have entered the secret realm. It means that the monster's base camp is also in a state of emptiness. If the other side could come and invade Karo City, why couldn't he kill his way to the enemy's lair? And, with his and the Holy Lord's current strength, they were fully capable of being able to do so. Once this idea popped up in Sumo's mind, it was uncontrollable and frantic, filling all of his thoughts. It even gave him the urge to do it right away. Holy Lord, kill them all. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo directly commanded. Yes, my lord. The dragon's breath gushed out again, sweeping towards the fleeing monsters. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The tornado transformed by the dragon's breath swept over everything, and any monsters that touched the dragon's breath were crushed and crushed. One by one, the monsters screamed and collapsed, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Ding, you've killed a rank 1, level 5 poisonous stinging wasp and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you've killed a 1st order, 1st grade soul devouring ant and gained 1 experience point. Chapter 15, Deserter Suemo. The system's beeps kept ringing out and, though the ones that were decimated were all small monsters of the 1st order, but on a huge base of thousands of. Sumo's rank had also finally come to the point where he was at the 2nd level of the 2nd rank. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Rank, 2nd class. 2nd order. Power, 2200. Agility, 2200. Intelligence, 2400. Spirit, 2500. Skill 1, Universal Illustration, provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% attribute sharing. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon. SSS class, 2nd order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. This place is cleared of monsters. Sumer looked around to make sure that there weren't any remaining enemies left behind. The next step is to go straight for the jugular. However, before going straight for the hills, Suemo had one more place to go. It was time to take back his usurped homeland. After killing all the monsters in this area, why can this guy exist for so long? Looking at the lizard dragons that were slaughtering with abandon, Wang Gang, Li Mu and the others were dumbfounded. At the very least, several hours have passed since the other side joined the fight. They had never seen any summon that could last so long in battle. This lizard dragon is like a killing machine. Infinite killing intent erupted from his body. It made them all shudder. And what they don't realize is that other summoners need magic to summon their summons. When the magic runs out, the summon returns to within the space it is in. But Sumer was unlocked directly with the kill value. In other words, as long as Sumer is willing, the Holy Lord was able to exist for as long as he wanted, and there was no time limit at all. Even, there was no need for Suemo to command the battle, and it could completely exist as an independent individual. Of course, the Holy Lord was also under Sumo's control. Suemo could recall the Holy Lord to his space at any time, and that, all it takes is a mere thought. Come on, let's go meet that summoner. I hope he stays with us in Carlo. Wang Gang took the lead and followed. However, just as he was about to make his move, the Holy Lord flew up into the sky and disappeared far away in one direction at great speed. And Wang Gang and the others were immediately anxious in their hearts. Wait, Brother Long, don't go. Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out in an attempt to retain the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their view. It's over. The task explained by the captain was not completed. Wang Gang slapped his head in chagrin. Li Mu also sighed and shook his head. It seems like that summoner didn't want to make contact with us, or else he wouldn't have let the summons just leave. What a pity. If we could have kept this summoner, the defense power of Karo City would have been greatly enhanced. Just as the crowd was chagrined, Zhang Ming hurriedly arrived at the battlefield with a group of men. He saw the Holy Lord's figure disappear into the sky from afar, and his heart sank. Still late to the party, Zhang Ming sighed with regret on his creased face. Captain, that dragon summoner just left and we weren't able to stop it. Wang Gang stepped forward and reported in a low voice. It's none of your business. It can only be blamed on the fact that we are not blessed to be able to keep this summoner in Karo City. Zhang Ming's gaze still looked in the direction where the Holy Lord had disappeared and shook his head slightly. Who exactly is that summoner? He originally thought that he would be able to meet that powerful summoner, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so mysterious that he wouldn't even show his face. This caused Zhang Ming to feel incomparably regretful, and at the same time, he was also deeply interested in the identity of that summoner. Captain, what do we do now? Wang Gang asked. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, let's go back to the city first. Although the beast tide has receded this time, our losses are not small. The next step is to hurry up and repair the defense line to prevent the monsters from attacking again. With the frequency with which the beast tides were unleashed during this period of time, in at most a day, they would organize another attack. This time, they had the help of this mysterious summoner to temporarily repel the beast tide. It's not always so lucky. There wasn't much time left for them. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. A few moments later, Li Hao, who was leading the search for Suemo, angrily walked up to Zhang Ming. With a grimace, he said, Captain, that Suemo kid isn't even in the library. I've turned Carlo City upside down with my men and I haven't even found him. Zhang Ming sniffed and frowned, while Wang Gang next to him directly cursed. Nima Sumer, sure is the coward of cowards. People like him deserve to die. It's simply a disgrace to our humanity. If I find him, I'll whip his body even if he's dead. Listening to the tirades of righteous anger from his teammates, Zhang Ming could only shake his head. Well, the most important thing now is to repair the defense line to prevent the monsters from coming again. By the way, Captain, that summoner. Li Hao suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. Zhang Ming shook his head inside. That summoner has already left. We weren't able to keep him. What? Left? Li Hao's eyes widened, regret written all over his face. He had been counting on that summoner to help the city of Karo through its difficulties. What a shame, Li Hao murmured in a low voice. Meanwhile, Suemo was standing on the Holy Lord's shoulder. flying towards his former homeland. Holy Lord! Speed up! The Holy Lord let out a low roar, and his huge body accelerated violently, cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sumer's goal is clear, to reclaim his former home. It was once the place where he lived and where his heart was most deeply attached. However, a beast wave 4 months ago completely destroyed everything there. Now that he finally had enough power, it was time to take back everything that belonged to him. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and it wasn't long before Sumo saw the familiar land. However, the sight before him made his heart sink. What was once a bustling town is now in ruins. There were monsters all over the place among the wreckage. Sure enough, this place has been taken over by monsters. Sumo clenched his fists, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Master, leave these filthy worms to me. The sacred lord gulped red letters and his body steeply transformed into a bloody light. Rumble. Accompanied by violent explosions, a group of monsters instantly fell, their bodies rapidly collapsing. Ding, you have killed a first order, 3rd grade ghost fox and gained 3 experience points. Ding, you've killed a first rank, 5th rank wind wolf and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you've killed a first order, level 7 demonic vine and gained 10 experience points. Chapter 16, this time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. The Holy Lord's strength was too terrifying. Not an inch of grass grows where it passes. Wherever the power of the dragon's breath passed, no matter how tough the monster was, it could not stop the dragon's breath from burning and annihilating it. In just a few seconds, hundreds of monsters were cleared away, and that's when Sumer leapt down as well. Alone, he walked toward the old mansion he remembered, his steps heavy and slow. Occasional traces of familiarity could still be seen in the ruins all around. All that remains of the once bustling little store is the crumbling sign. An alley he used to pass every day is now buried in weeds and debris. Hey! Sumer sighed deeply. Looking at the scene in front of him, the mood was complicated to the extreme. Reminiscing about the past and the helpless reality, he was reincarnated with the protagonist template in his mouth. His parents died early, leaving him with only this old house and a vague memory. Today, the old mansion has long been overrun by monsters, and the coziness and peace that once existed is long gone. Even though he had been reincarnated, he had inherited the original owner's emotions for this place. Not to mention, he has also lived here for 2.5 years with great affection. Dad, Mom, I'm home. There was a choking sound in Sumo's voice. He walked up to the old mansion and looked up at the long broken gate. The door panels were covered in claw marks and cracks. Clearly a monster had once wreaked havoc on the place. Sumer took a deep breath and reached out to push open the rickety door. Squeak! The door shaft made a piercing sound, and in the next second it directly exploded into a pile of debris. Cough cough cough. Sumo took a step into the house, and the sight in front of him made his heart ache. The house was a mess, with furniture overturned and walls covered in cracks and blood. All that was left were broken tables and chairs and scattered clutter. Mom and Dad, I will rebuild our home. Sumer gently caressed the furnishings of the house, his eyes reddening. Sasha. At this point, an eerie rustling sound came from behind him, causing the hairs on Sumo's body to stand up and sweat. Swish! He twisted his body suddenly, his cold, dark eyes gazing at the shadowy green light in the darkness. It was a dark mist, in which a huge serpent head vaguely emerged. Fizzle! The massive green light let out an eerie shriek, and then it violently shot out of the window. Hula hula! A fishy, disgusting odor hit his nose. Sumo narrowed his eyes, his gaze coalescing as he stared at that ray of green light, only to see that on the back of that ray of green light, there was a giant python coiled around it. This python was turquoise in color, its scales and armor were cold, and it was as detailed as a jade carving. It had a thick, stocky body and a hideous head, as if it were a ferocious beast. At the top of its head, there was also a cluster of bright green flowers growing. The All Souls illustration opens. Race, Jasper Python. Grade, 2nd order. 7th level. Status, Berserk. Power, 2200. Agility, 2400. Intelligence, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Special attribute Poisonous Mist. The Jasper Python is capable of spewing out a highly poisonous mist that inflicts sustained toxin damage to enemies within its range and reduces their movement and attack speeds. Special ability Entangle and Strangle. The Jasper Python is capable of quickly entangling an enemy and utilizing its powerful muscular strength to strangle them, inflicting huge amounts of physical damage. Special ability Regeneration. The Jasper Python possesses a strong regenerative ability, capable of recovering some of its injuries in a short period of time. Weakness, Emerald Green Flowers. The Python's ability comes from the cluster of emerald green flowers, and if the flowers are destroyed, the Python will be greatly traumatized. After reading the description of the All Souls illustrated, Sumo immediately did a flip and dodged the poisonous mist. Bang! 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 The highly toxic fumes filled the air, corroding a crater in the ground. It's not going to work. the turquoise scale python's huge body violently twisted and lunged towards Sumo. Opening his bloody mouth and revealing his sharp fangs, he viciously bit at Sumo's neck. Then let me finish you off myself. Sumer let out a low gulp. He could summon the Holy Lord, or even the Ghost Shadow Core to resolve the biscuit python in front of him. But for these culprits who have destroyed his home, he's going to take matters into his own hands. In a flash, his legs slightly bent, his entire body violently tensed up, and his figure flickered, easily avoiding the attack of the blue scale python. Meanwhile, a punch struck the waist of the turquoise scale python, smashing it into the ground. Boom! Hisses! The turquoise scale python ate the pain and frantically swung its body in an attempt to struggle out, yet it was unable to shake Sumo's arm. Lie still for me. Sumo let out a low cry and blasted another punch into its belly. The turquoise scale python ate the pain. Its wail became more and more mournful, and its tail fiercely drew in. But this time, Sumo had already prepared for it and raised his right leg high, kicking it hard on top of the turquoise scale python's tail, sending it flying. Pust! The blue-scaled python bled profusely and fell against the wall. Click! Just as Sumo was about to make another move, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking ring out. Sumer turned around in a hurry and froze, only to see that a crack appeared in the originally broken wall, and there seemed to be something in that crack. Sumo frowned slightly and was about to carefully investigate. Suddenly, that blue-scaled python stood up from the ground, a hoarse growl coming out of its mouth. The emerald green flower on his back suddenly lit up, and a circle of green ripples spread out. A layer of poisonous mist spread out and quickly enveloped the entire house. Buzz! The moisture in the air vaporizes rapidly and quickly becomes dry. Everything seems to be deprived of life and gradually withers away. Moreover, these poisonous mists were getting thicker and thicker, eventually transforming into a black-purple film. No good. Sumo's face changed and he immediately ran towards the outside. But the speed at which the poisonous mist spread was even more astonishing than he had imagined, instantly covering the entire house. He had only just run out of the yard when the black and purple film had wrapped around him. Snicker! A corrosive sound came from inside the film and a puff of smoke rose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sumo's face was ugly. The venom seeped into his skin, eating away at his flesh and bones. He gasped sharply, his whole body stiffening, his body paralyzed. The next second, however, this disappeared abruptly. A wave of warmth welled up from his chest and instantly spread throughout his body. I almost forgot. I have the ability to attribute share. Sumer snapped out of it. 30% attribute sharing. Although his horse charms couldn't do anything to get rid of all external forces, but there is no problem in detoxifying a small toxin. It seems that I still need to fight a battle or two on my own to gain some real-world experience. When the blue scale python saw that Sumo was enveloped by the poisonous mist, a layer of ferocity and smugness covered his narrow eyes. Gulping the snake's letter, he let out a hoarse mocking sound. Hiss hiss, stupid human. After being hit by my poisonous mist, you will definitely die. Be a good boy and become my food. Chapter 17, My Protagonist Template. Mom and Dad are definitely bigots. The turquoise scale python twisted its huge body and surfaced in the poisonous mist, seemingly determining that Sumo could no longer resist. Opening his bloody mouth was about to devour Sumo. However, at that moment, Sumo's figure suddenly moved. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided the attack of the blue scale python. The turquoise scale python froze, a hint of confusion appearing in its eyes. Hiss, how? Are you unaffected by my poisonous mist? Because I'm going to you up in one punch. Sumo let out a low roar. His legs violently stepped on the ground, and his body instantly leaped up more than 3 meters high, waving his iron fist to smash at the head of the turquoise scale python. The blue scale python quickly adjusted its orientation to avoid Sumo's attack. Next, a mouthful of dragon breath was then sprayed out from Sumo's mouth and blasted straight onto the body of the turquoise scale python. Bang! 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 The blue scale python didn't expect Sumo to use this move at all, and was caught off guard and directly hit. An odor of burnt, roasted meat filled the air. Ah-ha-ha! The aqua scale python howled in agony, its body constantly trembling as tears streamed down its face. Regeneration! The turquoise scale python hissed, and the emerald green flower on its body shook gently. A powerful life force surged out of the flower, quickly repairing its body that had been burned by the dragon's breath. Scorched black scales fell off. New scales grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds were rapidly healing. Hiss! Stupid human! Do you think you can kill me like that? The blue-scaled python spat out its snake letters. My regeneration is invincible. You will never be able to defeat me. Regenerate? Ha! I'd like to see how many times you can regenerate. Sumo coldly snorted, and with a single step, he rushed to the turquoise scale python's front, locking onto the cluster of emerald green flowers on its body. As long as he destroyed this cluster of flowers, then the aqua scale python would completely fall into weakness. and he could just pack it up at that time. Whoosh! Sumo's eyes narrowed and he violently shot out explosively, his figure instantly arriving in front of the emerald green flower. Immediately afterward, he raised his right fist without hesitation and hammered down hard. The aqua scale python quickly retreated and dodged his strike. How did he know this was my weak spot? The turquoise scale python was puzzled in his mind. But soon, it shook its head. Since Sumo knew that this was its weakness, it would never let Sumo touch it. It swam quickly, its body weaving in and out, trying to find Sumo's cracks. Swish! A ray of turquoise light swept by. The turquoise scale python opened its fang-filled mouth and bit down. Look out! Sensing the danger, Sumo immediately moved a few inches sideways and managed to dodge this fatal blow from the blue scale python. The turquoise scale python missed with one strike and immediately changed its angle and continued to attack. Phew! The foul-smelling venom spewed out and swept over with a violent, fishy wind. Sumo's figure flickered once again to avoid getting contaminated with the venom, and then he took the opportunity to get closer to the aqua scale python. The pupils of the blue-scaled python's eyes shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. It felt Sumo getting closer and closer to it, as if it was already close to its flesh and blood. Next moment, Sumo violently stormed up, his right fist clenched, and with a powerful wind it struck directly at the cluster of emerald green flowers on the head of the turquoise scale python. The turquoise scale python dodged the blow, but the next second, a mouthful of dragon's breath was directly sprayed out. It's over. It's too late. Although the blue scale python reacted quickly, it still couldn't completely avoid it. Dragon flame blasted on top of the emerald green flower. Click! With a crunching sound, the emerald green flower was instantly incinerated. The blue-scaled python let out a mournful scream, its body twisting as it crawled on the ground in a shadowy manner. The original ability to rapidly regenerate instantly came to a halt, and the wound no longer healed, but instead began to rapidly fester. Hiss! No! My power is fading. The turquoise scale python twisted its body frantically in fear, trying to escape from Sumo's attack range. However, how could Sumo let this opportunity pass? Bang! 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 After a few consecutive punches, the head of the turquoise scale python had been smashed into a bloody mess. After struggling for a few minutes, the blue scale python's body convulsed and went limp, no longer having any semblance of vigor. Is this what it feels like to kill a monster with your own hands? Not bad. Sumer showed his teeth and smiled. Ding, you've killed a second order, 7th ranked turquoise scale python, gaining 100 experience points and 10 kill points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a D-class prop, biscuit scale armor. Biscuit scale armor, armor made from the scales of the biscuit python, with strong defensive power, able to effectively resist physical attacks and some toxin damage. When worn, strength plus 2%, agility plus 2%, no special abilities. I can't believe there's a windfall. Hearing the system's beep, Sumo revealed a joyful expression. Although it was only a D-grade prop, it was a good haul for him right now. With a thought of his mind, the aqua scale armor appeared in his hand. It was a lightweight armor with a turquoise sheen all over. Scales tightly arranged and cold and hard to the touch. Try it on. Sumo put the blue scale armor on his body and immediately felt a cool power surge into his body. He swung his fist and felt a significant increase in his strength and agility. Not bad. Although it's not as good as the attribute bonus of the Holy Lord, it can play a small role in battle. Sumo nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze around. The poisonous fog was still permeating the space, emitting a foul odor that was unpleasant to the extreme. Let's expel the poisonous fog first, Sumer said with a frown. He walked into the center of the poisonous fog and spat out several mouthfuls of dragon flame in succession. Only after incinerating the poisonous mist did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. He then walked towards the wall that had gone wrong during the fight earlier. There was a hint of anticipation on his face. I knew taking the protagonist template with 2 dead parents would have unusual parentage. Maybe there's a big baby in there that mom and dad left me or something. With Sumo's years of experience in reading netizens, what his parents left behind were all strange and bizarre and counterintuitive. So this wall, too, must be hiding some treasure. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but quicken his pace. Not long afterward, Sumer finally arrived at the wall. Bump! With that, a punch directly dried and shattered the dirt wall in front of him. Clunk! An item with a faint yellowish glow fell out and landed on the ground. It was a palm-sized box, and it was hard to see what it was made of. However, there was a beautifully engraved pattern on top of this box. Looking at the lines on the top of the box, Sumo suddenly raised his eyebrows. Look at this advanced pattern. This hidden hiding place. There's definitely something remarkable hidden in here. Sumer rubbed his little hands together in anticipation and, it looks like mom and dad really are worldly men. Maybe it's one of the strongest in this world. Maybe it's not dead either. Sumo's face reddened with excitement. After all, if that's the case, can't the things hidden here be described by more than just the word precious? Ha 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 ha. Great. I'm about to soar. Sumer was so excited that he leaned back and laughed. Then he opened the box and then, he tossed the box. Chapter 18, You're an orphan, right? No, my parents are sick, aren't they, leaving me this? Suemo looked at the two items in his hand and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. The expression on his face went from anticipation to shock, to speechlessness, and finally to a complete freeze. A certificate. A letter. The certificate is an orphan certificate and the letter is, forget it and see for yourself. My good oldest son, when you found this iron box, you thought you had found the treasure, when in fact you had found your birthright. When Suemo saw this opening paragraph, his heart thumped and his fingers trembled slightly. Fight back the fluttering in your heart and keep reading. All the pages after that are filled with melodramatic words that, things like our love for you is real and you're going to grow up to be a man on top after you leave us. Looking at it, Suemo had a bit of goosebumps rising straight up. Okay, that's enough of the melodrama. Next, I'm going to tell you a secret. Open the envelope. When he saw this, Sumo's heart inexplicably jumped with a surge of nervousness. When he had opened the envelope with great anticipation, what comes to mind are three emojis pounding the ground and laughing maniacally. Intersection, 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 and intersection. The first sentence is, ha 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 ha, good big boy. You've been tricked. That orphan certificate is a fake. It's me and your dad teasing you. I made a bet with your father to see how you'd react when you found this metal box. And did you cry? Sumer. He looked at the letterhead with an expressionless face. After all that, the letter was a prank. His parents actually made fun of his birth and bet on whether he would cry. How old? He could already think of the looks on his parents' faces when they were designing this game. Nuts! Suemo couldn't help but curse and crumpled the letter paper into a ball. Wanted to throw it out, but finally held back. He stood still and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Although he had been tricked by his parents, he didn't have much anger in his heart, but instead had an inexplicable sense of relief. Forget it, I didn't expect them to be any super strong anyway. Sumer shrugged. Putting the letter and the orphan certificate away, he turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly he stopped again and looked back at the metal box that had been left on the floor. The All Souls illustration opens. Article, metal box. Material, ordinary iron. Status, intact. Special purpose, none. Cam, what am I imagining? The last shred of thought in his heart was completely shattered, and Suemo shook his head. Out of the old mansion. It was the Holy Lord's scorching dragon's breath that hit his face. The Holy Lord was wantonly slaughtering the monsters around him. Between the sprays of dragon's breath, large swathes of monsters were reduced to ashes. Along with it, the already dilapidated urban area became even more dilapidated. Holy Lord, keep the commotion down. Don't completely destroy this area. Sumer shook his head helplessly. This place he had to rebuild, but he couldn't let the Holy Lord completely destroy this place. The Holy Lord, who was in the middle of killing, received Sumo's order. The power of the dragon's breath was restrained, and it turned to attacking with its sharp claws and tail. It's moving a lot less, but it's still unstoppable. Amount. Forget it, Holy Lord. You go and clear the monsters in the perimeter. Leave the urban areas to the ghostly soldiers. With a thought, Suemo summoned the Ghost Shadow Corps. The ghostly soldiers lined up neatly in front of him, silent and stern. Ghostly Shadow Corps, ghostly shadow soldiers summoned by the Holy Lord, loyal and fearless of death. Rank, 2nd order, 5th level. Power, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2600. Spirit, 2000. Special ability Shadow Stalking. Ghost soldiers can travel freely in the shadows, concealing themselves and making them difficult to detect. Special ability Shadow Blade. The ghost soldier's weapon is composed of shadow energy and is capable of inflicting additional shadow damage to enemies. The ghost shadow soldiers were affected by the Holy Lord's rank and grade, and were about 1 rank lower than the Holy Lord. Right now, the Holy Lord and I can summon thousands of shadow soldiers with our combined efforts. If we continue to upgrade upwards, summoning tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands won't be a problem. What's the difference between that and a mother of worms? No, it's an existence far more heavenly than the worm mother. And after evolving again, it's even comparable to the previous divine priesthood undead heavenly plague. The more Sumer thought about it, the more excited he became. While the bug mother was able to create an army of bugs on a large scale, but it takes a lot of energy, effort and time. And the bugs that were created are still the lowest level of existence. Combat is scummy. The only way to get stronger is to devour each other, and that process takes a lot of time, energy and resources. But the Holy Lord is different. It doesn't cost anything at all. It only takes a thought to summon a large number of ghost shadow soldiers, an army of terror. This kind of productivity is simply unconscionable. Most importantly, the strength of these ghost shadow soldiers did not need to be cultivated, and each of them possessed an extremely heaven-defying battle power. If it weren't for the singularity of the ghostly soldiers, these two abilities alone were nothing compared to the undead scourge of heaven. Of course, the solution to this problem is simple. That is, collect the masks. However, Sumer didn't consider this for the time being, because it's too much of a kill value drain, and he's a poor man. Go, clear all the monsters in this area. Leave no one behind. Sumo gave the order. The ghostly soldiers nodded wordlessly, then transformed into a dark shadow that, it was quickly dispersed to all corners of the city. Their movements were swift and silent, as if they were ghosts moving through the ruins. Granted, they couldn't clean up the monsters as fast as the Holy Lord, but the victory was that the battle was less destructive. Ding, you have killed a rank 1, level 8 lone wolf and gained 10 experience points. Ding, you have killed a second order, first class firefox and gained 40 experience points. Ding, you have killed a second order, second grade giant snake and gained 50 experience points. Sumo stood in the center of the ruins, feeling the power surging within his body. After the battle just now, his level had risen to the 4th level of the 2nd rank, and his attributes had also increased significantly. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Level, 2nd order. 4th level. Power, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2700. Spirit, 2800. Skill 1, Universal Illustration, provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% attribute sharing. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SSS class, 2nd order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power, summoning the Ghost Shadow Core. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Jasper Scale Armor, Grade D. Kill value, 251. Sumo's ascension was already outrageous, but the Holy Lord's ascension could be described as even more terrifying. Chapter 19, Going to Conquer the World. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS, can be advanced. Condition, defective, missing 10 charms. Level, 3rd order. 5th grade. Power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 15,000. Spirit, 15,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent. Currently can summon 3000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. The Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were comparable to those of the 5th order at the 3rd order level, which could only be described as outrageous. This was the SSS grade racial value, which brought about extreme values. With my current strength, together with the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow Core, even facing a group of 4th rank monsters is already more than enough. Even if it's a normal 5th order 1st or 2nd order or so, it's not our move. Sumer rubbed his chin. Things are done. Now you can go for the straight and narrow, and have a good go at raiding some of the other side's wealth. Until then, it's still important to have a detailed battle plan. Karo City is a medium-sized city connected to a large city called Tianfeng City to the east. The two sides are connected, but they are separated by a continuous mountain range called the Barren Mountains. The mountain range is cut off by the Misty Canyon, and only a small portion of the path is passable. And the monsters that invaded Karo City mainly originated from the 3 monster nests on the Barren Mountains. They are Black Wind Cave, Ice Cold Valley, and Poisonous Miasma Swamp. These 3 layers were each coiled with different kinds of monsters, although they did not interfere with each other, but in a zigzag arrangement. When one side was attacked, the other 2 sides would surely be able to rush over immediately to reinforce them. Where to start first? Sumer looked at the map, searching for a target. Soon, he chose the Black Wind Cave. The Black Wind Cave is the closest to the city of Carlo and a quick evacuation from it in the event of an accident. The bottom line is this. It is the only one of the 3 areas where the terrain has no special debuffs. The Icy Cold Valley and the Poisonous Swamp. One that was covered in ice and snow all year round. So chilly that even a transmogrifier would get frostbite or even freeze to death if they stayed there for too long. The other is filled with poisonous fog and the air is filled with deadly toxins that can kill you if you are not careful. Above all, the swampy terrain, which restricts movement too much. In contrast, the Black Wind Cave had a large number of monsters though. However, the environment was relatively normal and suitable for Sumo and the Holy Lord to utilize their full strength. After choosing the first target to hit, Holy Lord, prepare to depart, Sumo shouted loudly. With a low roar, the Holy Lord swooped down from the air and landed steadily beside Sumo. Going to conquer the world, Master? The Holy Lord's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. As dragons and great demon mages, his dream is to conquer the world. Sumo smiled faintly and patted the Holy Lord's dragon scale, saying, "It's still early to conquer the world, but we can start with the Black Wind Cave." The Sacred Lord nodded, and his huge body rose up into the air. speeding in the direction of the Black Wind Cave. Soon, the outline of the Black Wind Cave came into view. It was a huge cave with a black mouth, as if it was a huge mouth that devoured everything. Around the cave entrance, some monster figures could be vaguely seen roaming around. Apparently, there were quite a few monsters here. Holy Lord, hover in the air first and observe the situation. Sumer whispered. Granted. A large number of 4th rank, and all 5th rank monsters in the current Black Wind Cave had entered the secret realm. He plus the Holy Lord had almost equal strength, but caution is still necessary. The Holy Lord understood and slowed down and began to hover in the air. Suemo carefully inspected the environment and monster distribution around the Black Wind Cave. The Black Wind Cave was mainly dominated by 3 types of monsters: the demon wolf, tarantula and blood bat. Among them, the demon wolves were the most numerous, occupying more than 80% of the entire cave. Holy Lord, prepare to strike. Yes, Master. The Holy Lord leapt down from the heights above the powerful impact directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Rumble. Deafening explosions resounded throughout the Black Wind Cave. Tremble. Bedbugs. The Sacred Lord roared, and his huge dragon tail swept over, directly collapsing a piece of the entrance to the Black Wind Cave. A gaping hole several meters wide was revealed. The demon wolves, tarantulas and bloodbats around the cave entrance were dumbfounded by the sudden onslaught. By the time they reacted, a long tail lashed hard. Snap. Pust. It was accompanied by a stinging, tearing sound. The demonic wolf that bore the brunt of the attack was hardened into 2. The scarlet, brightly colored blood flowed out, followed by more monsters being smashed. Roar. Ow dash. There were howls of misery. The entrance to the Black Wind Cave was in chaos, but the Holy Lord did not stop attacking. Its huge dragon body swung violently, just like a dragon rolling over. The huge tail swept across the room. Boom. A thick vine was smashed to smithereens. A bloodbat screamed miserably and was jerked away. Boo. The Holy Lord stomped out with a claw, directly stomped the head of a tarantula. Ow dash. A mournful wail drifted in midair. Each of the Holy Lord's attacks could cause great damage. After just a few seconds passed, the Black Wind Cave suffered heavy losses, with the number of deaths exceeding 500. Suemo on one side wasn't idle either. With a thought, the ghostly soldiers quickly emerged from the shadows. Spread out. Surround the Black Wind Cave. Don't spare any monsters above the 2nd rank. Yes. The ghost shadow soldiers transformed into countless shadows and ran in every direction. In the next moment, they emerged from the monster's shadow, and the shadow blades pierced the monster's vitals with precision. The wails of the demonic wolves, the hissing of the tarantulas and the shrill whistling of the bloodbats were intertwined. The entire entrance of the Black Wind Cave instantly turned into a killing battlefield. Roar! Just as the Holy Lord and the ghost shadow soldiers were killing the 2 deafening roars suddenly came from the depths of the Black Wind Cave. Immediately afterward, 2 huge figures rushed out from the cave and blocked in front of Suemo and the Holy Lord. A shadow demon wolf covered in black scales with scarlet eyes. The other was a 6-eyed tarantula with 6 eyes and a huge body. Their appearance instantly made the air around them depressing. Human! How dare you break into the Black Wind Cave and slaughter my people? The shadow demon wolf let out a low growl. Chapter 20, tearing apart a 4th rank monster with his bare hands. Seek death. The 6 eyes of the 6-eyed tarantula flashed with a cold light at the same time, and its voice was sharp and piercing. Suemo frowned and immediately opened the 10,000 Spirits illustration, carefully analyzing the information of these 2 4th rank monsters. Race, Shadow Demon Wolf Bloodline Advancement. Level, 4th Order. 5th Grade. Power, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Ability, Shadow Claw, attacks with shadow energy, capable of tearing through an enemy's defenses and dealing sustained damage. Weaknesses, Fear of Light attribute attacks, not immune to bright light exposure while in shadow sneak state. Suemo quickly swept through the Shadow Demon Wolf's information, secretly calculating in his heart. Light attribute attack. Unfortunately, I don't have any light skills, but the Holy Lord's dragon breath should be able to suppress it somewhat. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze to the 6-eyed tarantula and continued his analysis. Race, 6-eyed tarantula, tarantula bloodline progression. Level, 4th Order. 6th Grade. Power, 6,800. Agility, 7,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Poisonous Spiderweb, ejects a poisonous spiderweb that can bind enemies and cause a continuous poisoning effect. Weakness, 6 eyes are its vitals. Once destroyed, its ability to see will be drastically reduced. After Suemo finished reading the information about the 2 monsters, he already had a countermeasure in his mind. He whispered to the Sacred Lord, Sacred Lord, leave the Shadow Demon Wolf to you. I'll deal with the 6-eyed wolf spider. Remember, its weakness is light attribute attacks. Try to suppress it with dragon breath. Master, I can handle both of them. I don't need your honorable hand. The dragon breath in the Holy Lord's mouth gulped and sputtered, not putting these two monsters in front of him in any way. I understand. Although the Holy Lord's rank was one rank behind the other party, its four-dimensional attributes had long since reached the 5th rank. Saying that these two 4th-ranked monsters were opponents of the Holy Lord was elevating these two monsters. The Holy Lord was able to level the playing field. But Sumer has to move his hands himself. He's been suppressed so hard this whole time, ruthless to the point where he was on the verge of having a seizure himself. Today, he's like a beggar who suddenly has $1 billion fortune. One has to splurge hard to vent the bitterness of so many years. A mere 2nd-rank summoner is worthy of making a move against me, really looking for death. The 6-eyed wolf spider saw that such a mole cricket actually presumed to provoke himself. He burst into a rage and let out an earth-shaking roar. In the past, it was you monsters who invaded our human race's territory, but today I'm going to tell you, the tide of offense and defense is easily turned. Suemo opened his mouth indifferently. His voice was cold and filled with a rich aura of solemnity. For the past 10 years or so, the human race was retreating under the monster's encroachment and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Countless human races died and even fell into the monster's food. Then from this day forward, the human race shall rise. Ha ha ha, human? Hearing Sumo's words, the 6-eyed tarantula threw back its head and laughed as if it had heard some joke. Then, it looked at Suemo with a face full of mockery and said playfully, "Aren't you overestimating yourself? You're a tiny 2nd-rank summoner. What are you going to fight me with? Then I'll kill you first before invading your city. Eat you people one bite at a time." Its 6 eyes flashed with a cold light as it stared at Suemo dead in the face, as if it was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Instead, Suemo just laughed coldly and turned on, attribute sharing, power, 2,600 7,100, agility, 2,600 7,100, intelligence, 2,700 7,200, spirit, 2,800 7,450. Sumo's attributes jumped to the middle to upper level of the 4th rank, and compared to the 6-eyed tarantula, it was no less impressive. Dragon spit. Suemo opened his mouth and a flame gushed out, sweeping towards the 6-eyed wolf spider. Huffing and puffing, the scorching dragon flames left long trails of airwaves in the air. The blazing temperature burned the air around them as if it was going to melt. The 6-eyed tarantula was dumbfounded at this. Summoners can still spit fire? This simply turned its perception upside down. No good. The 6-eyed tarantula cried out in horror. In the next moment, it immediately spat out a greenish spider silk. The spider silk expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a tough barrier in front of the flames. Zira! The flames crashed into the spider silk, erupting in a series of charred odors. The spider silk was then seen to slowly begin to dissipate under the burning flames, eventually being burned through a hole. However, the flames were also cancelled out by 90% of their power, and some of the remaining power still caused the 6-eyed wolf spider pain. Damn humans! The 6-eyed tarantula violently opened its huge mouth and ejected a highly poisonous spider web that enveloped towards Suemo. Sumo's figure flickered and easily avoided the attack of the highly poisonous spider web. Shoo shoo shoo! But more highly poisonous spider webs enveloped them from all directions. As fast as Sumo's stance was, he couldn't dodge it. Dragon's breath. Unable to dodge, Suemo spat out several scorching dragon breaths one after another to meet those highly poisonous spider webs. Rumble. Violent explosions rang through the sky. Sparks splattered all over the place, and the 6-eyed tarantula seized this opportunity. Countless spider silks as fine as cow hairs shot out from its 6 compound eyes. Snort! It was as dense as rain, blocking almost all of Sumo's evasion routes. Immediately, it moved quickly, closing in to within 3 meters of Suemo, and then its 6 sharp feet violently stabbed towards Suemo. With the fragile shell of a summoner, how could he possibly resist his own sharpness? With just one blow, he was able to viciously pin this human in place and be at his mercy. A wonderful scene floated in the 6-eyed tarantula's mind. Pust! But soon the wonderful image came to an abrupt end, because Suemo backhanded it and grabbed its sharp foot, holding it firmly in his hand. How did you do that? The 6-eyed tarantula rounded its 6 eyes and said in shock. The force coming from Sumo's arm terrified it. It's actually more powerful than it is. But wasn't the other party a mere 2nd-ranked summoner? Why? The 6-eyed tarantula struggled desperately. Nay, his own sharp feet were firmly held, and he could not break free at all. Suemo fiercely exerted his strength, and the huge body of the 6-eyed tarantula was stiffly lifted up and held high in the mid-air. Then it fell heavily to the ground, smashing a large swath of trees and grass. Ow! The sharp pain caused the 6-eyed tarantula to cry out miserably. Sumer took advantage of its illness. Swish! He instantly bullied his way forward, and his palm fiercely pressed on the 6-eyed tarantula's backbone. Boom! The surging source power converged in his right fist, and a violent force coalesced on top of his fist and hammered it fiercely. Bang! A dull ringing sound spread out. the six-eyed tarantula's body immediately bowed, and the bones in its body crackled as if they were about to snap. But it is still not down, only to see Sumo's finger slightly flexed and violently flicked out. Click! The clear and pleasant ringing sound spread throughout the entire valley. As Sumo's forceful finger flicked on top of the six compound eyes of the six-eyed tarantula, the six-eyed tarantula's eyeballs were instantly flicked apart, revealing bright red blood and the whites of its eyes. Ah! A mournful and unmistakable wail rang out. The six eyes of the six-eyed tarantula oozed blood at the same time. Its breath quickly shriveled down, its body convulsed, and it had no will to resist. Sumer added a shot of dragon breath, burning the six-eyed tarantula into a dry corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a fourth order. Level 6 tarantula. You will receive the following quest rewards. Chapter 21. There's something wrong with the way it opens. Dogs, die. Suemo looked at the six-eyed tarantula that had turned into ashes in front of him, and his heart felt a surge of pleasure. This was the first time he had faced a fourth-rank monster alone, and although the process was a bit thrilling, in the end he was able to kill it with his own strength. This feeling of accomplishment can only be described in one word. Cool. Cool to Grandma's house. It seems that I'm strong enough to deal with fourth-rank monsters. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord on the other side had long since resolved the battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a fourth order, sixth order tarantula and a fourth order, fifth order shadow demon wolf, and will receive the following quest rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,500 experience points and 160 kill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop items, 2 C-rank skill scrolls and 2 C-rank equipments. Cool. This battle had not only allowed him to gain a large amount of experience value and kill value, but he had also harvested quite a lot of loot. See grade skill scroll, concealment, effects. The user can travel freely in the shadows, concealing his or her form and making it difficult to be detected. Duration, 30 seconds. See grade skill scroll, toxic touch, effects. The user's attacks have a poisonous effect attached to them, inflicting sustained damage to the enemy, inflicting 100 points of toxin damage per second for 10 seconds. Grade C equipment, shadow wrist guard, effect, boosts the user's strength attribute by 10%. Grade C equipment, poison spider boots, effect, increases the user's agility attribute by 10%. Suemo looked at the loot in his hands and felt a surge of joy in his heart. These skills and equipment are only C rank, but they're already a very good boost for me. Without hesitation, he used up the concealment and poisonous touch skill scrolls, instantly mastering these two new skills. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, and then equipped the shadow wrist guard and poison spider's boots. Host, Sumo, profession, summoner, D rank, level, 2nd order, 7th grade, strength, 3800 plus 570, agility, 3800 plus 570, intelligence, 4000, spirit, 4300, skill 1, all souls illustration, divine, skill 2, 30% attribute sharing, divine, skill 3, concealment, grade C, skill 4, poisonous touch, C rank, summon, holy lord, dragon, SSS class, 3rd order, special ability, dragon's breath power, summoning of ghostly shadow core, currently 900 summonable, special ability, horse charm, tiger charm power, equipment, jasper scale armor, grade D, shadow wrist wraps, grade C, poison spider's boots, grade C, kill value, 562. Next, it's time to clean up the remaining monsters in the Black Wind Cave. Suemo looked deeper into the Black Wind Cave. Holy Lord, keep moving, leave no one behind. Yes, Master. The Holy Lord's dragon's breath opened the way and pushed it all the way across. Suemo followed closely behind, while the ghost shadow soldiers scattered around to make sure that no monsters could escape. Inside the Black Wind Cave, the remaining monsters had long been scared out of their wits by the battle just now. They fled in all directions, trying to evade the Holy Lord and Suemo. However, under the Holy Lord's dragon breath and ghost shadow soldiers' attacks, these monsters had nowhere to run. Ding! You have killed a 2nd stage 3rd degree demonic wolf and gained 30 experience points. Ding! You have killed a 2nd order, 1st grade tarantula and gained 50 experience points. Ding! You have killed a 2nd order, level 7 blood bat, gaining 70 experience points and 1 kill value. The system's beeps continued to ring in Sumo's ears, and his experience value and kill value grew by leaps and bounds. Soon, the monsters within the Black Wind Cave were cleared out, and the entire cave became silent. There were only corpses everywhere and the smell of blood that filled the air, constantly irritating the nasal passages. So quick to kill. The Holy Lord licked his sharp claws, showing an expression of intent. Next, it's time to explore the treasures of the Black Wind Cave. Sumer was a little excited. As the Black Wind Cave was one of the 3 major monster nests in the desolate mountain range, there must be quite a few good things hidden inside. Perhaps, there were tons of good treasures that could boost his battle power. Soon, they found a huge treasure chest in a spacious cave. This is A surprise indeed. Sumer smiled and walked over to the treasure chest. Item, Black Wind Cave Treasure. Status, intact. Special purpose, contains a large number of precious items. There is a sealing magic array engraved inside, which needs to be unlocked in a special way. Note, this seal is very dangerous. If you fail to break it, the horrible energy contained in the seal will destroy the entire treasure trove. Please choose carefully. How to open, arrange them in order from left to right, and press the 5 runes on the treasure chest to unlock them. This treasure chest even has anti-theft means. Sumer was startled. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he possessed the 10,000 souls illustration. Otherwise that would be just being able to look and eat. It can torture people to death. Suemo followed the order of the tips and pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in turn. Buzz. As the last rune was pressed, the sealing magic array on the treasure chest slowly dissipated, emitting a slight buzzing sound. It worked. Suemo revealed a hint of joy. Let me see what treasures the Black Wind Cave has to offer. When Suemo opened the treasure chest with great anticipation, the expression on his face froze. No, a treasure chest the size of a house, and that's all the crap that's in it? Item, broken iron sword. Material, common iron. Condition, rusty. Special purpose, none. A broken iron sword? Sumer frowned and picked up another item. Item, broken leather armor. Material, ordinary leather. Condition, multiple breaks. Special purpose, none. Sumo's face became increasingly ugly as he continued to rummage through the items within the treasure chest. As one item was turned over, the anticipation in Sumo's heart gradually turned into disappointment. The best thing he'd turned over so far was a C-ranked piece of equipment. And that equipment doesn't match his profession and can't be used yet. What the hell is this? This is the treasure of the Black Wind Cave? Suemo couldn't help but burst out, his heart bursting with speechlessness. He originally thought that the Black Wind Cave, as one of the 3 major monster lairs in the desolate mountain range, must be hiding a lot of good things inside. But it turned out that there were only these broken things. It shouldn't. Did I open it the wrong way? Suemo frowned. Chapter 22, Weird Icy Cold Valley. The Black Wind Cave was a lair that used several 5th ranks to sit in. How can it be that there is only so much broken brass? Suemo opened the All Souls illustration, over and over again, not even sparing some of the fragments, attempting to find the great hidden treasure. However, no matter how much he rummaged around, there was nothing else inside the treasure chest except for these broken playthings. Suemo looked at the rags inside the treasure chest, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Do these broken things need to be kept in such a large treasure chest and guarded by a self-destructing magic array? Nima, this kind of crap is thrown to the street. I guess even a beggar is too lazy to pick it up, right? Forget it, since we can't find anything good. Let's just leave. Sumer sighed. Take everything inside that's about to be E-rated or higher in one fell swoop. Granted, a large portion of the stuff in there he couldn't use, but selling it to other trannies is a small fortune. Master, where do we go to destroy next? The Holy Lord inquired. The icy cold valley and the poisonous miasma swamp are similar, but before I do, I need to eat and rest. After a day of fighting, even Suemo, as a transmogrifier, was a bit overwhelmed. He found a relatively safe place to rest. The treasures of the Black Wind Cave were a huge disappointment to him, but the harvest from today's battle was quite good. At least he had leveled up quite a bit and accumulated a lot of kill value. It's also closer to getting the next piece of the charm. While Sumer was resting, the defense line of Karo City had finally been repaired by 70 to 80% thanks to the efforts of Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, and the others. It's fortunate that those monsters didn't take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack during this time period. Otherwise, there's a good chance that Karo City wouldn't be able to hold on. The restoration work progressed smoothly, causing a slight hint of joy to appear on the faces of Wang Gang, Li Mu's and the others. However, Zhang Ming's face remained grave. He clearly understood that the monster wouldn't give them much time and could launch the next wave of attack at any time. Don't take this lightly, people. Those monsters aren't vegetarians. Zhang Ming stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that was busy, his tone serious. They're probably holding back a bigger move. Maybe the next attack will be even more violent. Wang Gang nodded and agreed. That's right, we can't let our guard down. The monsters are so cunning that they may already be planning their next attack. Zhang Ming frowned and suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask, by the way, has Sumer been found yet? The coward? Probably already eaten by the monster. Wang Gang shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. At those words, Su Ming revealed a hint of melancholy. If he really dies, it won't be easy to explain to Deacon Lin. Before Deacon Lin left, he had asked him to take care of him as much as possible. Now I can't see anyone alive or dead. It's not easy to explain. Captain, he got himself killed and escaped. Even if he dies, Deacon Lin won't be able to say anything. Wang Gang said full of concern. If he does get eaten by a monster, it'll kind of save us a lot of trouble. Su Ming shrugged and didn't say anything more, continuing to command the crowd to fortify their defenses and prepare for the next wave of monster attacks that might come. However, they don't know that Suemo had already annihilated the Black Wind Cave, one of the 3 major monster nests, and was preparing for his next move. Holy Lord, it's time for us to depart. After eating and drinking, Sumer got up. The Holy Lord appeared from the shadows, his huge dragon eyes glittering with excitement. Master, where do we go next? Next target, Ice Cold Valley. Although the icy cold valley had a harsh environment, to the Holy Lord of the Demons of Fire, that little bit of cold was nothing at all, and Suemo also had more confidence in his own strength, especially in the battle just now. He had killed a 4th-ranked monster alone. It gave him a new appreciation for his fighting prowess. Let's go. We can do one more job before it gets dark. Suemo leaped onto the Sacred Lord's back and sped in the direction of the ice-cold valley. The Holy Lord was extremely fast, and the closer he got to the icy cold valley, the lower the temperature became, and the air was filled with a piercing cold current. A few moments later, Suemo arrived at the ice-cold valley, and the scene in front of him surprised him a bit. There were only sporadic low-level monsters roaming the icy cold valley. The most powerful ones were only around the 1st level of the 2nd order. This is very different from the situation in the Black Wind Cave. As one of the 3 major monster nests in the desolate mountain range, the ice-cold valley should logically have quite a few powerful monsters entrenched in it. Strange, where did all the monsters from the ice-cold valley go? Suemo frowned, a trace of doubt and vigilance rising in his heart. Could it be that they are hiding and preparing to shade me? He looked around warily, suspecting that the monsters might be ambushed in the shadows, ready to spring a surprise attack on him. In order to ensure safety, Suemo decided to let the Ghost Shadow Soldiers go scout around first. Ghost Shadow Soldiers, spread out and carefully search every corner of the ice-cold valley for any ambushes, Sumer ordered in a low voice. The Ghost Shadow Soldiers nodded wordlessly and quickly transformed into a dark shadow, disappearing in all directions of the ice-cold valley. Holy Lord, give me indiscriminate bombardment with dragon breath. The Holy Lord has commanded. The dragon's breath gulped, bombarding the ice-cold valley like a bomber. The Holy Lord's dragon's breath spewed down, and the ice-cold valley was suddenly ablaze with fire. The ice was melted by the heat, exposing the rock and dirt below. However, after some bombardment, there still wasn't any powerful monsters appearing in the icy cold valley. Not even a sign of an ambush. Sumer's frown tightened. Could it be that all the monsters in the ice-cold valley have really disappeared? Just then, the Ghost Shadow Soldiers returned one after another and reported the results of their exploration to him. Master, no powerful monsters have been found within the ice-cold valley, and there are no signs of an ambush. The voices of the Ghost Shadow Soldiers were cold and mechanical. What's this for? Where did they all go? Suemo nodded, and although he was puzzled in his heart, he was also relieved. Since there was no ambush, the next step was to explore the treasures of the ice-cold valley. He brought the Sacred Lord and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers to the depths of the ice-cold valley. The place was chilly and a huge treasure chest was soon found. The shape of this treasure chest was almost identical to that of the Black Wind Cave's treasure chest, except that the entire body was cast with cold ice. One look at it gives you an icy cold feeling. The same sealing magic formation was engraved on it. Let's hope it's something good this time. Suemo secretly prayed in his heart. He followed the prompts of the illustration of all spirits, and pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in turn, unlocking the seal. The treasure chest slowly opened, and Sumer probed at it with anticipation. However, the sight that met his eyes continued to disappoint him. Treasure chests were piled high with worn-out weapons and defenses, and even some food and herbs that had rotted. The good stuff is not at all. He had originally thought that the treasures of the ice-cold valley would be better than the Black Wind Cave, but it turned out to be these broken things. Decades of accumulation and this? Suemo couldn't help but spit it out, a breathlessness in his heart. Why are all these monsters so poor? It doesn't make sense. Granted, they're probably nowhere near as good as humans at forging and pharmaceuticals, but in the midst of all these decades of plundering, there should have been that much accumulation, more or less. In hindsight, hey, Sumer sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, a Ghost Shadow Soldier hurried over. Master, we found a hidden cave at the back of the ice-cold valley with powerful energy fluctuations inside. The Ghost Shadow Soldier reported in a low voice. Chapter 23, The Reason for the Formation of the Ice-Cold Valley. When Suemo heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hidden caves? Powerful energy fluctuations? Sumo's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of something. Could it be that all the treasures of the ice-cold valley are there? He immediately ordered, "Lead the way. Let's go check it out." The Ghost Shadow Soldier led the way quickly ahead, through the valley of ice and cold. A deep, narrow tunnel covered in shattered frost appeared in Sumo's field of vision. There is an ice-covered rock wall with a hidden cave entrance that is sealed by a thick layer of ice. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. It's so tightly hidden maybe there really is a treasure. He had the sacred lord melt the ice at the mouth of the cave with his dragon's breath, revealing a pitch-black cavern. Go on, get in there, Suemo whispered, leading the holy lord and the ghost shadow soldiers into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, an incomparably cold and chilly air came over him. Ice-cold temperatures plummeted, freezing people to the bone. It's cold. This place is literally scarier than the North Pole. It's worthy of being a gathering place for monsters with the cold ice attribute. Sumer couldn't help but rub his hands together. Luckily, he had 30% of the Holy Lord's fire attribute power. If a brittle second-rank summoner were to come here, they wouldn't be able to stand the bitter cold here. They followed the narrow, dark cavern inward, and the further in they went, the more spacious it became. Finally, Suemo stopped at the entrance of a huge ice chamber. The entrance to this ice chamber was small, but the inside was unusually wide. Inside, countless precious and rare crystals were piled up, glittering with a dazzling and brilliant blue light. Wisps of dense energy emanated from above these crystals. Items, ice crystals, grade, C, status, intact, special purpose, containing a large amount of ice energy. It can be used to forge ice-attributed equipment or to enhance the power of ice-based skills. Ice crystals. A hint of surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. These ice crystals are a good thing. Not only can it be used to forge equipment with cold attributes, but it can also enhance the power of cold skills. Although Suemo couldn't use it himself, these things were very sought after in the market. A cold ice crystal is worth 100,000 gold coins. There are at least a couple dozen of them here. All of a sudden, one becomes a millionaire. It seems that all of Ice Cold Valley's treasures are hidden here. Sumo's heart burst with excitement and immediately ordered the ghost shadow soldiers to move all of these cold ice crystal stones. Soon, all the cold ice crystals were all scavenged. Keep looking and see if there are some other treasures, Sumer commanded. The crowd of ghost shadow soldiers immediately dispersed once again, searching for other treasures. Shortly afterward, a message came from the ghost shadow soldiers. They found another hidden underground cave. This cavern was deeper than the ice chamber, and the cold ice energy emanating from it was also more dense and pure. Suemo followed the ghostly soldier's guidance to the depths of the cave. The sight before him made him hold his breath. In the center of the cave, a huge ice pillar plunged straight to the top of the cave, emitting a dense cold energy. Around the icicle, countless tiny ice crystals floated in the air, twinkling like stars. The whole cave seemed like a world frozen in ice, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. This is the ice vein. A hint of shock flashed in Sumo's eyes. The ice vein was one of the extremely rare earth veins that contained extremely terrifying energy. It can condense all sorts of strange crystal cores. Some cores can be used to forge equipment and enhance combat power. Some cores are used for refining medicines and leveling up bloodlines. All in all, the effects of the ice vein were varied and amazing. No wonder the ice-cold valley was formed. So it's because there's an ice vein here. His eyes lit up with excitement. The presence of ice veins means that there's probably an ice vein heart here, an extremely precious treasure that contained the core energy of the ice vein. It was a heavenly treasure that ice elemental transmutators could only dream of. The ice vein heart, that's priceless. Sumo's gaze scanned around the icicle and soon discovered where the heart of the ice vein was located. At the bottom of the icicle, a fist-sized ice blue crystal was suspended in midair, emitting a soft glow. The crystal was transparent, and it seemed as if there was liquid flowing inside, emitting a palpitating cold energy. Sure enough, it's the heart of the ice vein. Suemo was happy in his heart and was about to go forward to take the ice vein heart when he suddenly stopped. Wait, something's wrong. He was keenly aware that there seemed to be an invisible energy barrier around the ice vein heart, protecting it. Is this magic formation? Suemo opened the universal spirit diagram and carefully analyzed the energy fluctuations around the ice vein heart. Item, heart of ice vein. Grade, S. Status, intact. Special use, containing the core energy of the ice vein. It can be used to forge top-grade ice attribute equipment or to enhance the power of ice-based skills. Birth condition, the heart of the ice vein is condensed by the energy of the ice vein after hundreds or even thousands of years, and can only be born in an extremely cold place and in an environment where the energy of the ice vein is extremely dense. Warning, there is a powerful guarding magic array around the heart of the ice vein. Forcing it to be broken will trigger a violent outburst of ice vein energy, which could lead to the collapse of the entire ice-cold valley. This ice vein heart has actually reached the S grade. Sumer's mouth split at the corners as he laughed. The value of the heart of the ice vein far exceeded his expectations, and it was actually an S-class treasure. A treasure of this level would drive even a high-ranked transmogrifier crazy, if it is put to proper use. 5th order progression to 6th order will increase the probability by at least 70%. An A-ranked ice transmuter was even able to advance to the 6th rank with a high probability of 95%. Such a temptation would be fatal to any power. Suemo was excited in his heart, but he was also clear that the guardian magic array around the ice vein heart was not that easy to crack. Forcibly breaking the magic formation would not only trigger the ice vein energy to storm out, it could also lead to the collapse of the entire ice-cold valley and even spread to the city of Karo. We can't act rashly. We must find a way to break the magic formation. Type of magic formation, Ice Guardian formation. Grade, A. Effect, guard the heart of the ice vein, preventing outsiders from forcibly seizing it. Once the magic array is destroyed, the ice vein energy will go out of control, triggering a massive cold explosion. Cracking method, there are periodic fluctuations in the energy flow of the magic array, and there will be a short period of weakness of 0.01 seconds. During the period of weakness, the defense of the magic array will drop dramatically, at which time the heart of ice vein can be safely taken. A brief fluctuation of 0.01 seconds? This is simply difficult to do. The solution is given in the All Souls illustration, though, but with a brief fluctuation of 0.01 seconds, this is an almost uncatchable window of time. With his current reaction speed and strength, he simply couldn't do it. Chapter 24, Heavy Task in Tight Time. I need to be faster. Holy Lord, can you accurately pass through the magic formation within 0.01 seconds and successfully take the ice vein heart? Easily doable if I can get my extreme speed ability back. The Holy Lord's implication is clear. It's a bit difficult when even a 5th order caliber Saint Master can't fetch the ice vein heart. Sumer was depressed. Grandma, it's so hard to come across an S-rank chance, but you can only stare at it? The feeling was like a beggar who had been hungry for 3 days seeing a table full of food, only to find themselves locked out and left to stare. Ding detected the first time the host found an S-class prop, now issuing a mission. Getting S-class props within 48 hours will reward you with a large amount of kill value. The system's beep sounded at this time. Sumer was instantly energized. Whether it was for this S-ranked material or the reward of a large amount of kill value, this ice vein heart, he had to have it all. Holy Lord, let's go to the poisonous miasma swamp, Sumer decisively ordered. Only by relying on the extreme speed ability of the rabbit charm could they break through the magic formation and take the ice vein heart within the short fluctuation period of 0.01 seconds. However, obtaining the rabbit talisman required a large amount of kill value, and the kill value he had in his hand right now was far from enough. The poisonous miasma swamp was located in the southwestern direction of the desolate mountain range, not too far from the ice-cold valley. The Holy Lord is extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Suemo had already seen the outline of the poisonous miasma swamp. From afar, the poisonous miasma swamp was shrouded by a thick layer of green poisonous mist, and a pungent, fishy odor filled the air. The swamp was filled with rotting vegetation and mud puddles, and occasionally you could see the figures of some monsters looming in the poisonous mist. The poisonous fog here is deadly to a normal transmuter, but it's not much of a problem for me. He had 30% of the attributes shared by the Holy Lord, and the horse charm dispelled the effects of all external forces, enough to allow him to withstand the poisonous fog. I hope this poisonous miasma swamp won't be the same as the ice-cold valley. Without monsters, Sumo's biggest worry right now wasn't that the number of monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp was too many and too strong and that he wasn't a match. He's worried that there are no monsters here. Then he'd really be cursing. Holy Lord, land! We'll start clearing from the periphery. The Holy Lord slowly landed on the edge of the poisonous miasma swamp, and Suemo jumped down from the dragon's back and summoned the Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Ghost Shadow Soldiers, spread out and hunt all the monsters you come across. Leave no one behind. With Sumo's order, the Ghost Shadow Soldiers quickly dissipated into the surrounding darkness, diving deeper into the poisonous miasma swamp. The monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp were mainly of the poison family, and monsters such as poisonous snakes, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous spiders could be found everywhere. Most of these monsters were between 1st and 2nd rank, and occasionally they would encounter 3rd rank monsters. Ding, you have killed a 1st order, 5th ranked viper and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you have killed a 1st order, 1st grade poisonous scorpion and gained 1 experience point. Ding, you have killed a 2nd order, level 7 poison spider, elite, gaining 50 experience points and 7 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing in Sumo's ears, and his experience value and kill value were growing by leaps and bounds. As Suemo and the Holy Lord advanced, the monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp began to frantically flee. However, with the Holy Lord's dragon breath and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers chasing them down, these monsters had nowhere to run. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the poisonous miasma swamp. Suemo frowned and immediately opened the Universal Spirit illustration and looked towards the direction the voice came from. Race, Poisonous Swamp Python, Elite. Level, 3rd Order, 9th Grade. Power, 6,200. Agility, 6,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 6,000. Ability, Poison Spray, sprays a liquid with poison, causing a continuous poisoning effect on the enemy. Weaknesses, the head is its vital point, and once it is hit hard, its fighting ability will be drastically reduced. A third order, 9th level elite monster? A trace of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes. With a monster of this level, the kill value reward must be very generous. The poisonous swamp python slowly emerged from the swamp, its huge body twisting and turning up a foul-smelling muddy water. The scarlet eyes stared at Sumo and the Holy Lord in death. Human, how dare you trespass on my territory? The poisonous swamp python opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar. Your territory? Sumo sneered. From today onwards, this is my hunting ground. Arrogant. The poisonous swamp python roared, and its huge tail was violently thrown out, fiercely jerking towards Sumo. However, the Holy Lord merely reached out lightly and firmly grasped the poisonous swamp python's tail. The immense strength prevented the poisonous swamp python from breaking free. A hint of contempt flashed in the Holy Lord's dragon eyes. How dare you take a shot at me with this much skill? The Holy Lord let out a low roar and lashed out, directly flinging the poisoned swamp python's tail out. Boom! The poisonous swamp python's huge body slammed heavily on the swampy ground, splashing a patch of muddy water. The fishy odor intensified, and something seemed to be hiding inside the swamp, gurgling up many dark bubbles. The poisonous swamp python was horrified and twisted its huge body to crawl away. However, its neck was pinched to death by the Holy Lord, and it was completely unable to move. With a single effort, the Holy Lord actually hardened the neck of the poisonous swamp python and tore off a section of its neck. Catching dash. Blood spurted and spilled all over the field. The dragon's claws slammed down, directly pressing down on its head. Roar! The poisonous swamp python let out a painful hiss and struggled frantically, but the Holy Lord's strength far exceeded its imagination, and it was simply unable to break free. It's over. A cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes, and his figure flashed, instantly appearing at the head of the poisonous swamp python. Poisonous touch. Sumo's palm violently pressed on the head of the poisonous swamp python, and the highly toxic energy was instantly injected into its body. The body of the poisonous swamp python stiffened violently, and then it began to convulse violently as its huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a third order, 9th ranked poisonous swamp python, elite, gaining 2000 experience points and 50 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop, 1 piece of B-grade equipment. Asterisk 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 elite level monsters. Is the burst rate this high? Looking at the dropped items, a flash of delight appeared on Sumo's face. Not only did he get the equivalent of a kill value equivalent to crossing 2 orders, but he even popped out B-grade equipment that even 4th order monsters couldn't pop out. He quickly checked up on the information on the drop. Grade B equipment, poison python armor. Effect, boosts the user's strength by 20% and immunizes them from most toxin damage. Not bad, just right for use in a poisonous swamp. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. He switched out the aqua scale armor and then equipped the poison python armor. Chapter 25, I kill mine, you run yours. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Level, 2nd order. 9th grade. Strength, 4000 plus 1200. Agility, 4000 plus 800. Intelligence, 4300. Spirit, 4500. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration, Divine. Skill 2, 30% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Skill 3, Concealment, Grade C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch, C rank. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon. SSS class, 3rd order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Poison Spider Boots, Grade C. Kill value, 632. There are still 368 points of kill value left to exchange for the Rabbit Charm. A smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth. The harvest this time was great, and he had become much stronger again. Keep going. Ding! You have killed a 2nd order, 5th ranked Viper and gained 50 experience points. Ding! You have killed a 3rd order, 2nd grade Poisonous Scorpion, earning 300 experience points and 25 kill points. In the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp, the thick poisonous fog almost condensed into substance. The air was filled with a suffocating, fishy odor. This was the most dangerous part of the poisonous miasma swamp, and it was also the habitat of monsters of the 4th rank and above. At this moment, the Poison Bee Queen was hovering in mid-air, her wings gently flapping. An icy glint flashed in the scarlet compound eyes. The other 2 4th rank monsters, the corrosive giant crocodile and the poison ivy demon, stood on either side of her and were discussing something. Your Majesty, we just received word that someone has invaded our nest. Just then, a venomous bee came running in to report. Invasion? The people? Are you sure? A flicker of contempt flashed in the queen of the poisonous bee's compound eyes. Haven't they already been beaten by us and cowering in the city, unable to even keep their own homes? How dare they still come to our territory? Yes, Lord Queen, The corrosive poison giant crocodile on the side sneered. This is how they know that we will definitely break the city next time. This is getting ready to break. Ha! The poisonous vine demon several vines swayed in the swamp and also picked up the conversation. That group of losers is really useless. You're no match for us in your own territory. And you still dare to come to our place to act recklessly. It's just the right time to seize this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, and fulfill the task given by the adults. How many people? The poison bee queen's voice was cold and piercing, and a hint of impatience flashed in her scarlet compound eyes. Back to the Empress. There is only one person. The venomous wasp shuddered and replied. One. The queen of venomous bees' wings snapped to a halt, and with a piercing buzzing sound. Are you sure you're right? A single person dared to break into the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp? The way I see it, he was ostracized by his own pack and deliberately came here to die. The poison ivy demon shook its branches. A man you come to disturb us? Is it trying to get killed? The carrion poison giant crocodile stared at the poisonous wasp, its eyes filled with a ferocious bloodthirsty light. It lifted its foot and took a step forward, its sharp nails emitting a ghostly cold aura, as if it wanted to tear the poisonous bee apart. Great Lord! I'm not mistaken. That is indeed a person. The venomous bee was shivering with fear. That human seems to be followed by a dragon clan. The brethren are no match for him at all, and were massacred to death. We can't resist. That's what? Dragons? The poison bee queen's compound eyes opened to their maximum in shock. Even the vibration frequency of the wings suddenly accelerated, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Are you sure it's a dragon? The corrupted poison giant crocodile hurriedly pursued the question. Sharp claws clenched involuntarily, and the swampy ground shook slightly with its power. Yes, my lord, the varmint replied with a shudder. And that dragon was huge, and when the dragon's breath sprayed, our brethren were burned to ashes. How did the dragon race join forces with the human race? There was a hint of unease in the poison ivy demon's voice, and the vines twisted uneasily in the swamp as this can't be right. The dragon race has always been high and proud. How could they possibly stoop to the level of the human race? And it was only right that in their area, other than Lord Black King, there were no other dragon creatures. Could it be that dragon rider? The voice of the carrion giant crocodile was low, with a hint of trembling. Having heard what was said, whether it was the poison bee queen or the poison ivy demon, their pupils instantly contracted. They recalled the dragon roar on the battlefield. It's because of that dragon's roar. It was only then that they had to retreat from the rhythm of attacking Carlo City for a while to come back and see what was going on. That dragon knight really came here? And killed our territory? Both the poison bee queen and the poison ivy demon were a bit flustered. After all, that dragon knight was an existence that even their Lord Black King was afraid of. Asterisk. What do we do? What do we do? If that dragon rider suddenly attacks? The carrion giant crocodile and the poison ivy demon were in a deep panic. In particular, the huge body of the carrion giant crocodile couldn't stop shivering. Retreat at once. The queen of poisonous bees reacted and made a decision without hesitation. If that dragon knight came to his door, he would surely be wiped out completely and die without a burial place. As for revenge? Just kidding. That was a legend-ranked powerhouse. They were probably no match even if they put their best foot forward. Lords, that person doesn't seem to be a dragon knight, but a summoner. At this time, the poisonous bee finally summoned up enough courage to whisper a reminder. What? Not a dragon rider but a summoner? A flash of dismay flashed through the venomous bee queen's compound eyes, but she immediately regained her composure. Are you sure it's a summoner? Not a dragon rider? There was a hint of skepticism in the carrion giant crocodile's voice. The original tense body also slowly relaxed, and the vibration of the swampy ground diminished. Yes, my lord. The venomous wasp shuddered and replied. That human is indeed a summoner no less. His rank is no more than 4th rank at most. It should be around 7th or 8th rank of the 3rd rank. A 3rd ranked 7th or 8th level summoner? The poisonous vine demon's vine slowly twisted in the swamp with a hint of doubt in its voice. Since when is there a dragon summoner in Karo City? How come we've never heard of it? A flicker of thought flashed through the venomous bee queen's compound eyes, and her wings flapped gently. Could it be someone from the next door? Tianfeng City? The frequency of their activities in the desolate mountains has indeed become greater recently. Skywind City? Those guys are a little better than Karo City, but they don't have a dragon summoner, do they? The dragon race was an extremely proud existence. How could they easily sign a summoning contract with a human? Besides, there's no way we didn't get any news about them going through the Misty Canyon. Whoever he is, since it's not that dragon rider, we don't have to worry too much. There was a hint of coldness in the poison bee queen's voice that a 3rd ranked 7th or 8th level summoner can't make any big waves even if he has a dragon companion. But that dragon doesn't seem weak, Venomous Bee said, cautiously. Our brethren were no match for it at all, and were massacred to death. Humph, the dragons are better. Since he dares to come, let him have no return. By killing it and swallowing its bloodline, we will definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying benefits. The Poison Bee Queen's face showed a strong look of greed. What do you mean? Said the carrion giant crocodile with a hint of excitement in his voice. Gather all the sons and daughters and prepare to meet the battle. The queen of the poisonous bee's voice was cold and piercing. I'd like to see what this so-called dragon summoner is capable of. Dare to come to our territory and make trouble. Good. The corrosive poison giant crocodile and the poison vine demon responded in unison, and then quickly moved into action. The poison bee queen was suspended in mid-air, an icy light flickering in her scarlet compound eyes. Her wings flapped gently, emitting a low humming sound as if conveying some sort of command. Sixth Order Dragon Knights, they were coy. Summoner of the Third Order strikes hard. Chapter 26, Swallow this dragon. Soon, the entire core area of the poisonous miasma swamp began to stir. Countless poisonous bees converged from all directions, and poisonous snakes, scorpions, poisonous spiders, and other monsters crawled out from the depths of the swamp, densely gathered around the queen of poisonous bees. Human, since you dared to come, don't think you'll leave alive. There was a hint of cruelty in the queen of the poisonous bees' voice. I'll let you know the price of trespassing into the poisonous miasma swamp. Meanwhile, Suemo had already led the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow soldiers to approach the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Up ahead is the core area. A hint of caution flashed in Sumo's eyes. He could feel that the poisonous fog ahead was even denser, and the air was filled with a palpitating sense of oppression. Holy Lord, be careful. There might be a big guy here, Suemo reminded. Don't worry, Master. No matter what kind of monster it is, I will tear them to pieces. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes flashed with battle intent. Sumer nodded and continued to push forward. Buzz. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound came from the poisonous fog ahead. Immediately afterward, countless poisonous bees flew out of the poisonous mist and pounced crazily towards Suemo and the Holy Lord. Coming! A cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Ghost soldiers, prepare for battle. The Ghost Shadow soldiers nodded wordlessly and quickly transformed into a dark shadow to meet those poisonous bees. Dragon's breath. The Holy Claimer's mouth spewed out a fiery dragon's breath, instantly burning a large swath of poisonous bees to ashes. Ding, you have killed a First Order. First grade poisonous wasp and gained 1 point of experience value. Ding, you have killed a First Order. Third grade poisonous wasp and gained 3 experience points. Ding, you have killed a Second Order. First grade poisonous wasp and gained 10 experience points. However, the number of venomous bees is just too much. As if it were endless, it came from all directions. A black tide of insects formed in front of Suemo. Kill! Suemo roared, and a monstrous flame ignited on his body. The fire element lingered around his body, burning those poisonous bees that approached into ashes. A bunch of bedbugs, daring to run wild in my presence. The Holy Lord frowned in great disgust, and a huge mite was violently released from his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as if the end had come, and a terrifying dragon's might enveloped the entire swamp. Under the majestic aura of the Holy Lord, all the poisonous bees trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. What kind of dragon power is this? My God, I can't believe I'm scared out of my wits. Run! Countless poisonous bees in the swamp shrieked and turned their heads to flee. Humph! A hint of sneer appeared at the corner of the Holy Lord's mouth, his eyes filled with contempt. A mere group of mole crickets. How dare they provoke their majesty? It's really out of your league. These poisonous wasps are just cannon fodder. The real big guys haven't shown up yet, who are secretly observing all this. A flash of gravity flashed across the eyes of the poison bee queen, the corrosive poison giant crocodile, and the poison ivy demon. This dragon power is so terrifying. A mere third-ranked dragon clan could possess a battle power comparable to that of a fourth-ranked. It's really extraordinary, but the more so, the more they wanted to devour the Holy Lord's flesh and blood. The sacred body contained a strong and unrivaled bloodline power within it. Once you've devoured the Holy Lord, they were definitely capable of shedding their bones and advancing to a higher level of living beings. The 3 of us will be able to take it down together, but I'm afraid we'll pay a small price. A trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of the carrion poison giant crocodile. Against this dragon, we can't fight hard. We have to find a way to outsmart it. That dragon may be powerful, but it was summoned by that summoner after all. As long as we take care of that summoner, we'll have a much better chance of winning. The poison bee queen's body glowed with a light green aura, and her eyes were filled with ferocity. As long as we kill that summoner, the dragons are nothing to fear. The carrion giant nodded, his voice low. I'll stall that dragon head on. Poison bee queen, you flank it, and poison ivy demon, you're in charge of sneaking up on that summoner. Let's divide and conquer quickly. Yes, the poison bee queen and poison ivy demon responded in unison. The moment the battle plan was formulated, The poison bee queen and the corrosive poison giant crocodile then stopped hiding their tracks and rushed out of the swamp. Wow! The mud splattered in all directions smelled heavily fishy. Here comes the big guy. Sumer immediately stopped advancing and watched cautiously and warily. Race, Queen of the Poison Bee race. Rank, 4th order, 9th level. Power, 7,500. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,500. Ability, Poison Spike Piercing. Tailed poison spikes can instantly pierce an enemy's defenses and infuse them with a deadly toxin, causing sustained damage. Weakness, her wings are her vitals. Once damaged, her ability to fly will be drastically reduced. Another message, also revealed under the All Souls illustration. Race, Carrion Crocodile. Rank, 4th order, 9th level. Power, 8,500. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Corrosive Bite. A giant crocodile's bite is incredibly powerful and its teeth are tainted with a corrosive toxin that rips through enemy defenses and inflicts sustained damage. Weaknesses, the abdomen is its vital point, and its defense is low. 2 4th order, 9th rank monsters. It seems like they are the two most powerful monsters in this poisonous miasma swamp at the moment. Although he was facing two monsters of the 4th order and 9th grade, Suemo was also just wary, not fearful in any way. With the Holy Lord's attributes that had now reached the 5th rank, it wasn't to say that he was crushing the other party, but he still held a relatively large advantage. Holy Lord, be careful. These two monsters are not simple. Suemo reminded the Holy Lord to be careful and informed him of the opponent's weaknesses and abilities. Don't worry, Master. A mere 2 mole crickets are not enough to threaten me. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes flashed with battle intent. The dragon's might erupted once again, and the air around them seemed to freeze. When the Poison Bee Queen and the corrupted poison giant crocodile sensed the Holy Lord's dragon might, a hint of scorn flashed in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. Kill! The Poison Bee Queen roared, her wings vibrating violently, instantly transforming into a black shadow as she sped towards the Holy Lord. Her tail's poisonous sting flashed with a cold light, aiming straight for the Holy Lord's head. Off. Bed bug. The sacred claimer spat out a dragon's breath that swept towards the queen of poisonous bees. The poison bee queen flapped her wings and her figure drew a bizarre arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the Holy Lord's dragon breath. The fiery dragon's breath grazed her wing, leaving a scorched mark. The smell of burning was in the air. Whoosh! Then, a thick poisonous stinger shot out from the poison bee queen's arm. The poisonous needle emitted an icy cold light and headed straight for the Holy Lord's face. The Saint Lord swung his dragon claw to grab out, and it immediately collided with the poisonous needles. Bump! The Holy Lord directly crushed the poison needle into smithereens with a claw. Chapter 27, This Summoner Has Fallen Alone. Wow! Just as the Holy Lord and the Poison Bee Queen engaged in battle, the corrosive poison giant crocodile disappeared from the depths of the swamp to kill. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and its huge claws carried corrosive venom as it slammed into the Holy Lord's abdomen. Off. The Saint Lord's figure quickly rose into the air, avoiding the attack of the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Why would a third-ranked dragon fly? The pupils of the corrupted poison giant crocodile's eyes shrunk slightly. Instant giggle. Their Lord Black King, too, had gained the ability to fly only after breaking through to the 5th rank, obtaining a dragon origin fruit and evolving his bloodline to a rank. This dragon clan in front of me can fly at the 3rd rank. Wouldn't it indicate that its bloodline starts out as A rank? A dragon race with such a high bloodline grade was extremely rare even amongst the dragon race. If I can swallow its bloodline essence, I might have a chance to evolve my dragon bloodline. A burst of brilliant light bloomed in the eyes of the corrupted poison giant crocodile. This was the first time it had ever met a dragon. Thus sprang up in the heart an infinite longing to, as long as he swallowed this dragon race, he would have a chance to evolve into an A-class bloodline, without waiting for it to think too much. However, the mouth of the holy advocate in midair spewed out a fiery dragon's breath, aiming straight for its neck. Hiss! The carrion poison giant crocodile sucked in a breath of cool air and hastily dodged. Thumbs up! Its scales were scorched with a charred black mark. He then hurriedly disappeared into the swamp, temporarily avoiding the Holy Lord's attack. Huffing and puffing, a violent gasping sound was transmitted, and the corrosive poison giant crocodile's eyes carried panic. It had just been almost roasted by the Holy Lord's dragon breath. Good chance! The poison bee queen saw that the Holy Lord had been attracted by the corrupted poison giant crocodile and felt that the opportunity had arrived. Buzz off! The 7 wings behind her flapped madly, turning into a wisp of ghostly blue streaming light that swept sharply towards the Holy Lord. Go to hell! The poisonous stinger on the queen bee's tail violently stabbed out. However, the Holy Lord's reaction speed far exceeded her imagination. Just at the moment when the poisonous stinger was about to strike, the Holy Lord's dragon claw swung violently, directly slapping the poison bee queen out of the way. Bang! The venomous bee queen's body slammed heavily into the ground, splattering a cloud of mud and water. Her wings were torn apart by the Holy Lord's dragon claws, dripping with blood, and the intense pain caused her to let out a mournful scream. A mere mole cricket, how dare you sneak up on me? The sacred lord coldly looked at the poison bee queen who had fallen to the ground, his dragon eyes filled with contempt. Stretching out his huge dragon claw, he directly stepped on the head of the queen of poisonous bees and looked at her condescendingly. The poison bee queen's body was firmly imprisoned by the Holy Lord, unable to move in the slightest. A mouthful of sizzling dragon flame was rapidly brewing in the Holy Lord's mouth. In just a blink of an eye, Long Yen was able to fall and incinerate the entire body of the poison bee queen. Don't kill me! The poison bee queen's eyes were wide and her face was covered in fear. She struggled, knowing there was no escape. Solely exerting all his strength, he fiercely stabbed the poisonous sting of his tail at the Holy Lord's abdomen. Put! The poisonous thorns pierced into the Holy Lord's scales, and the venom was instantly injected into the Holy Lord's body. Chang! Succeeded! The poison bee queen froze, then became ecstatic. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned by me. Even if you're a dragon, you're bound to die. However, the Holy Lord only looked at her coldly, without the slightest bit of panic in his dragon eyes. You think that a mere venom can hurt me? The Holy Lord's voice was cold and piercing. The poison bee queen's laughter came to a screeching halt, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She realized that the Holy Lord's body didn't even show the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead, the dragon's breath grew hotter and hotter. This is impossible, the poison bee queen cried out in disbelief. Meh, a lowly monster is a lowly monster. The sacred lord sneered as he violently opened his mouth and a fiery dragon's breath gushed out. No! Before the queen of poisonous bees' screams could fall, she was completely engulfed by the dragon's breath. Her body instantly turned into ashes in the heat, not even a shred of residue left behind. Dead! Dead? The queen of the poisonous bees just died? The corrosive poison giant crocodile and the poisonous mine demon that had been hiding in the shadows were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How is this possible? There was a hint of trembling in the voice of the corrupted poison giant crocodile. The venomous bee queen's venom is actually ineffective against it? The poisonous wasp queen's toxin, even for a fifth-order existence, was hit. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Thus your strength will be greatly reduced. Why wasn't there the slightest problem with the dragons in front of us? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 9th ranked poisonous bee queen, gaining 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Took care of one pretty well. Suemo looked at the venomous bee queen in front of him, who had already turned into ashes. Next, it's time to tackle the remaining 2 monsters. Sumo's gaze turned to the corrosive poison giant crocodile. This glance directly caused the corrosive poison giant crocodile to shudder. This dragon is too strong. We're no match for it at all. Escape! Run! The carrion poison giant crocodile wasn't stupid, and naturally knew clearly that the Holy Lord's strength was far above his. He, who was originally thinking of devouring the Saint Lord's bloodline, directly gave up on continuing to tangle with the Saint Lord and turned around to burrow into the swamp. However, how could the Holy Lord give it a chance to escape? A flame emerged from its body and its body shot up into the sky, chasing after the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Rumble! The swamp churns and the poisonous mist steams. The Holy Lord followed closely behind the corrosive poison giant crocodile, constantly closing in on the other party. The carrion poison giant crocodile was scared out of its wits and fled frantically, not daring to stop. However, the Holy Lord's speed was even faster, crossing a distance of 100 feet in almost an instant and appearing behind it. See the situation. The carrion giant swam deeper into the swamp in a frenzy. Dying struggle. The Holy Lord keened and accelerated again. Ow! A terrifying dragon might envelop the swamp, shaking the swamp and causing it to set off 10,000-meter waves. Boom boom boom. The Holy Lord's dragon body traversed the sky like an angry dragon, roaring as it pounced on the corrosive poison giant crocodile. One more? Just as the Holy Lord was chasing down the corrosive poison giant crocodile, Suemo discovered the poison ivy demon hiding in the shadows through the All Souls illustration. Race, poison ivy demon, plant race. Rank, 4th order, 9th level. Power, 8,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 8,000. Ability, Poison Ivy Twist. Ability to manipulate poison ivy to bind enemies and infuse them with toxins for sustained damage. Weaknesses, Fear of Fire. Heat can weaken its poison ivy. Great! It's a 4th order monster. Suemo couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. Only killing 2 4th order 9th rank monsters. The kill value is definitely not enough for 1,000. If he were to kill another 4th rank 9th rank monster, it should almost be enough. This guy wants to run? Sacred Lord, kill this corrosive poison giant crocodile slowly. Sumer gave an account of a leap from the top of the Holy Lord's body. This human summoner fell off the wagon? Good chance. The poisonous vine demon, who was originally prepared to quietly withdraw, saw Sumo leap down from the Holy Lord. The thought of a sneak attack was born in his mind. Chapter 28, The Beauty of Running in Both Directions. A mere summoner, how dare you act alone? Really looking for death? Kill him, and that dragon will not be enough to fear. The poisonous vine demon laughed coldly in his heart as his vines quietly squirmed in the swamp, preparing to launch a fatal strike against Sumo. After Sumo landed on the ground, his gaze coldly scanned the surroundings, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He had long since detected the presence of the poison ivy demon through the 10,000 spirits illustration. This moment was merely a deliberate attempt to reveal a breach and lure it into a trap. Both sides are quietly moving towards each other. It came to a two-way run of goodness. It is now. Poison ivy twist. When the poisonous vine demon saw that Sumo seemed to be defenseless, he was overjoyed. Surging out of the swamp, countless poisonous vines swept towards Sumo like a giant python. Oh, finally couldn't hold back? Sumo sneered. The C-rank skill concealment was activated. Just at the moment when the poisonous vines were about to touch Sumo's figure suddenly disappeared in place. What? The poisonous vine demon was startled, and its rattan canes waved randomly in the air, but it grabbed an empty hand. Are you looking for me? Sumo's voice came from behind the poisonous vine demon with a hint of teasing in his tone. The poison ivy demon turned around violently, only to see Sumo standing right behind it. When did you kid dodge my attack? Poison ivy demon was incredulous. Did summoners have the ability to instantly move? However, he was surprised but not worried. A tiny summoner was just a tiny summoner. In front of him, he was still an ant with his hand in the air. Sumo's body moved and rushed towards the poison ivy demon. Summoner playing melee with me. Who do you think you are? The poisonous vine demon laughed coldly as its vines danced crazily. Who doesn't know that a summoner without a summoner is a piece of trash with no hands? However, Sumo's silhouette was like a ghost weaving between the vines, and the poison ivy demon's attacks couldn't even touch him in the slightest. How can that be? There was a hint of panic in the poisonous vine demon's voice. How can you be so fast for a summoner? Summoner? The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly. And, who told you that there can't be melee combat? His current 4-dimensional attributes, along with the 30% attribute sharing of the Holy Lord, had also reached the threshold of the 5th rank. It wasn't much less than a normal melee professional. Before the words fell, Sumo's figure accelerated violently and instantly appeared at the core of the poison ivy demon. The poisonous vine demon was shocked and hurriedly used its vines to weave a hard shield in front of itself, trying to block Sumo. Phew! Sumo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame, scorching it on top of the shield. Bang! The poisonous vine demon's vines were instantly melted and destroyed. The poison ivy demon stifled a grunt and fell back a few steps. The eyes became more and more appalled. No! Summoner breathes fire? Is that right? What kind of monster are you? You? The poisonous vine demon's voice had a hint of trembling in it, and the vines waved haphazardly in the air, trying to pull away from Sumo. It had never seen a summoner capable of spewing dragon flame, let alone possessing such terrifying speed and melee abilities. Monster? Sumo sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes and, I feel more like a human than you monsters who invade the human race. Before the words fell, Sumo's figure accelerated once again, instantly closing in on the poison ivy demon. Enhanced by the dragon's breath, the poisonous vine demon was restrained to death and could not resist at all. Bang! 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 A violent crash resounded. The poison ivy demon was losing ground and was completely caught in a beaten situation. Bastard! You're a bully! The poisonous vine demon roared, its vine whip flinging wildly like a snake. However, its main body fled towards the depths of the swamp, obviously preparing to escape. Ghost soldiers, stop it for me, Sumer said in a deep voice. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of figures appeared out of nowhere, blocking the poison ivy demon's path. What is this thing? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the poison ivy demon was shocked. It sensed the danger and the vines contracted sharply, stabbing towards one of the figures. However, the moment its vine whip had just touched the figure, it strangely collapsed away. What the hell? The poison ivy demon froze. Die! Sumo took the opportunity to get close to the poison ivy demon and slapped his palm hard on the poison ivy demon's body. Put! The poisonous touch was instantly activated, and the toxin was quickly injected into the poison ivy demon's body. The poisonous vine demon let out a miserable scream, and its vines twisted crazily in an attempt to break free from Sumo's attack. However, the toxin had spread rapidly, its body gradually stiffened, and the vines drooped helplessly. You even have a poisonous skill? The poisonous vine demon was infinitely remorseful as he was terrified. This summoner was definitely the weirdest, most terrifying summoner he had ever seen. He regretted why he didn't run away in the first place and chose to attack instead. Unfortunately, regret is no longer useful. While the poison ivy demon was paralyzed by the toxin, one after another, the dragon's breath slammed towards the core of the poison ivy demon. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a deafening roar, the poison ivy demon's blood slot plummeted crazily. It fought with its last ounce of strength and let out a wail of agony. In the end, it was reduced to flying dust under the bombardment of the dragon's breath. And just at the moment of the poison ivy demon's death, the Holy Lord, who had already beaten the corrosive poison giant crocodile half to death, saw the opportunity to. A direct claw smashed the head of the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely losing its life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 9th grade poison ivy demon, gaining 5,000 experience points and 75 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th stage, 9th ranked corrosive poison giant crocodile, gaining 5,000 experience points and 75 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 3rd rank of the 3rd order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop 1 B rank skill scroll. Suemo looked at the system prompts and a smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. Grade B magic scroll, Battle Spirit Boiling. Effects, user can activate Battle Spirit Boiling in battle, greatly enhancing his/her will to fight and reflexes. Lasts for 10 minutes, during which the user's 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 50%. Side effects, after using it, she will fall into a 1-day period of weakness. Summoned objects can also be used. This skill, it's strong. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Sumo's eyes. This skill had certain side effects though. However, it is able to dramatically increase one's output ability at critical moments, and is considered a life-saving skill. The bottom line is this. It would be very counterintuitive for the summons to be able to enjoy the attribute boost of this skill as well. Summoner, Holy Lord, Race, Dragon, Grade, SSS, can be advanced, Status, Mutilated, missing 12 charms, Level, 3rd order, 9th grade, Power, 17,000, Agility, 17,000, Intelligence, 17,000, Spirit, 18,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, currently can summon 3,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power, with the Holy Lord's current 17,000 dimensional attributes. With the addition of 50% Battle Spirit Boiling, it can directly soar to around 25,000. What a concept! Sumo's eyes blossomed with a refined aura. Study. Chapter 29, Beyond the Holy Lord. Suemo did not hesitate to use up the skill scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the B-rank skill, Battle Spirit Boiling. As the system's beep sounded, another powerful ability was added to Sumo's skill bar. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Rank, 3rd order, 3rd level. Power, 5,000 plus 1,500. Agility, 5,000 plus 1,000. Intelligence, 5,500. Spirit, 5,700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration, Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Skill 3, Concealment, Level C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch, C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling, Grade B. Summoner, Holy Lord, Dragon. SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 1200. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Poison Spider Boots, Grade C. Kill Value, 942. My 4-dimensional attributes seem to be more powerful than the Holy Lord's now. Suemo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel a little excited. As you level up, attribute sharing comes to 40%. 2 Holy Lords, that's 80% attribute sharing. Strength, 6,500 plus 13600. Agility, 6,000 plus 13600. Intelligence, 5,500 plus 13600. Spirit, 5,700 plus 14400. My 4-dimensional attributes went straight to 20,000. The 4-dimensional attributes directly broke through 20,000, which was already at the level of around 5th rank 5. Placed amongst the entire human race of transmigrators, they could be considered strong. Even in some small cities, the city lord might not even have this kind of strength. Among the city of Cairo, there were no more than a handful of people whose 4-dimensional attributes were higher than his, and he had come this far from an ordinary man in only about 2 days. It is a miracle. Getting the word out could certainly cause an uproar. Ding, 32 hours left until the end of the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Got it. In the face of the system's urging, Suemo was also somewhat helpless. A slight frown appeared on his face, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Granted, he had decimated 3 4th-ranked, 9th-ranked monsters and gained more than 200 kill points, but it's still 58 points away from 1,000 kills. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually very difficult to get. He's at the 3rd rank of the 3rd order now. Only kills of this level and above will gain kill value, and the monsters in this poisonous miasma swamp had already been killed by him by nearly 70 to 80%. Definitely couldn't scrape together that many 3rd order monsters. Leveling up so fast isn't a good thing. Damn it. Where the hell did those monsters from the ice-cold valley go? Otherwise it's definitely enough. Sumer sighed depressingly. It seems like we can only put our eyes into the Misty Canyon now, the closest to the poisonous swamp and with a large number of monsters at a distance. The only place where you could quickly gain kill value was the Misty Canyon. However, Misty Canyon is highly dangerous. There were quite a few 5th order monsters and even 6th order monsters among them. Of course, if that was all it was, that would be all. It was said that Misty Canyon was a magical territory that suddenly descended from the heavens. Rumor has it, it's the doomed earth that was abandoned by the gods. Legends are legends, however, and have never been proven by anyone to this day. Let's go to the Misty Canyon. Suemo leaped onto the Holy Lord Dragon's back. With that, the Holy Lord's body shot up into the sky and sped off with Suemo in the direction of the Misty Canyon. Misty Canyon, about 100 miles from the poisonous miasma swamp. The area is shrouded in thick fog all year round and visibility is extremely low. Even at midday, when the sun is at its strongest, the canyon remains dim as night. Holy Lord, be careful. The monsters here aren't like the poisonous miasma swamp. Sumer remonstrated. Then he stepped into the Misty Canyon with the Holy Lord. As soon as you come in, Suemo then felt a chilly aura come over him. It was as if there was a root of cold air that desperately wanted to drill into him. Visibility in Misty Canyon is extremely low. Even the Holy Lord's dragon eyes could only see tens of meters ahead. There was silence all around. Only the occasional sound of the wind and the low roar of the monster in the distance sent shivers down one's spine. There's something odd about the fog here. Suemo frowned slightly. He could sense that these mists were more than just ordinary mists. It also seemed to contain some kind of special power that could interfere with perception and mental power. Staying in it for a long time is likely to cause irreversible mental damage. No wonder, no one can survive in the Misty Canyon for long. Not to mention those powerful monsters in the Misty Canyon. Just this mist that permeated the canyon. All of them can dimly extinguish people in an invisible way. However, this mist was ineffective against Sumer and the Holy Lord who possessed the horse talisman. In the future, if you're chased by a strong enemy, this is a good place to hide. Sumer laughed jokingly. Roar! At this point, a low growl came from the mists. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow violently rushed out of the mist, heading straight for Suemo and the Holy Lord. It's a 3rd order, 2nd order monster, Stone Tiger. Sumo's pupils shrank and immediately recognized the incoming monster through the All Souls illustration. Race, Stone Tiger. Rank, 3rd order, 2nd class. Power, 3,800. Agility, 3,700. Intelligence, 3,500. Spirit, 3,500. Ability, Petrifying Claw. Stone Tiger's claws are capable of releasing the power of petrification, with a certain chance of causing the enemy to fall into a petrified state after hitting them for 3 seconds. Weakness, the crystal core on its forehead is its Achilles heel. Once the core is shattered, the Stone Tiger will instantly lose its combat power, encountering a 3rd-ranked monster as soon as we entered. The Misty Canyon really lives up to its name. Seeing Sure Who, Sumo's eyes narrowed, mixed with a hint of excitement. Following this trend, it doesn't seem to be that hard to gather 1,000 kill values in the allotted time. Suemo was excited in his heart, yet he kept his cool as he quickly conveyed the information about Sure Who's weakness to the Holy Lord. Bang bang bang. The Stone Tiger arrived at his heels in the blink of an eye and raised his claws to slap with a petrifying blow. A hint of disdain flashed through the Holy Lord's sharp dragon eyes. However, he did not take the petrifying power of the Stone Tiger hard. The sweep of the dragon's tail brought up a strong wind, and this strong wind directly blew Sure Who's body to a crooked position. The claw that had originally slapped down with the momentum of certain death deviated from its intended track, grazing the scales of the Holy Lord. Die. Worm. Chapter 30, Killing You is Killing You. Where is all this nonsense coming from? Sure Who had just stabilized himself at this moment, and had yet to recover from the effects of that powerful strike from the Holy Lord Dragon Tail. I saw that the Holy Lord was close at hand. Its eyes widened in horror as it tried to swing its claws to fend it off, but it was half a beat slower due to the off-balance movement it had just made. The Sacred Lord raised his front paw high. His sharp dragon claw flashed with a cold aura. directly grabbing towards the crystal core on whose forehead. With a poof, the dragon's claw was deeply embedded in the stone tiger's forehead. Bump! The crystal core instantly shattered and dissipated into bits of light. Whose body trembled violently, and his original ferocious aura instantly dissipated. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Strike 1. The Holy Lord then seconded the third-ranked stone tiger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a third-order second-grade stone tiger, gaining 500 experience points. Great! Getting 1000 kills in the allotted time is a no-brainer. Come on, Holy Lord, let's continue deeper. Suemo patted the Sacred Lord's dragon neck and said in a spirited manner. However, what happened next was a huge disappointment to him. As they continued to go deeper into the Misty Canyon, the monsters they encountered became weaker and weaker. Roar dash! A second-ranked viper scurried out of the grass and was burned to ashes by the dragon's breath before it could even get close to the Holy Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a second-order, third-order viper, gaining 200 experience points. Another second-order. Sumer frowned. Since decapitating that third-order, second-level stone tiger, they had gone deeper all the way. Most of the monsters encountered were first- and second-order mongrels. There were occasionally a few third-order beginner monsters, but they were nowhere near enough for the kill value he needed. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the Misty Canyon was filled with high-level monsters? Suemo stood on the Sacred Lord's back with a frown on his face. A bad mood was spreading. Something's not right. Why are there so few monsters in the Misty Canyon? And at such a low level? He had thought that after entering the Misty Canyon, he would be able to easily find a large number of monsters of the third rank and above, and quickly gather the rest of his kill value. Ding! 28 hours left until the end of the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. The system's beep sounded, and Sumo's mood became even more irritated. Holy Lord, go deeper. I don't believe that such a large Misty Canyon doesn't even have a few monsters above the third rank. The Holy Lord led Suemo to continue flying deeper into the canyon. However, as they went deeper and deeper, the concentration of the mists increased. The level of danger was increasing, but the monsters encountered were becoming rarer and rarer. Time passed by, and the system's beeps kept ringing out. Ding! There are 24 hours left until the end of the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Ding! There are 20 hours left until the end of the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Are the rumors of the Misty Canyon wrong? Or is it that they're so unlucky that they only encountered these weaklings? One person and one dragon sped through the Misty Canyon, and the mist around them became thicker and thicker. Even the air became sticky. Sumo's mood was also getting heavier. Time passed by, and they never encountered a strong enough monster. At this rate, the mission was bound to end in failure. There's a problem up ahead. The Holy Lord suddenly stopped in his tracks, a hint of vigilance flashing in his dragon eyes. Suemo followed the Holy Lord's line of sight and saw that a huge black shadow had vaguely appeared in the mist in front of him. The black shadow appeared to be a monster of enormous size, and was curled up on the ground, motionless. That's what? Suemo squinted his eyes and tried to see the true face of the black shadow. However, the mists were too thick and he could only see a vague outline. Holy Lord, be careful. Let's go over and take a look. Suemo patted the Sacred Lord's dragon's back, signaling it to continue. The Holy Lord nodded, and with heavy steps, slowly approached the dark figure. As the distance drew closer, Suemo finally saw the true face of the black shadow, a monster with a huge body size, covered in thick scales and with sharp bone spikes growing on its back. It looked like a giant lizard. However, at this moment, this monster was curled up on the ground. His body was covered with hideous wounds, and blood continued to gush out from them, staining the ground around him. Race, Earth Dragon. Level, 5th Order. 9th Grade. Power, 48,000. Agility, 46,000. Intelligence, 45,000. Spirit, 47,000. Status, seriously injured and dying. Ability, Earth Dragon's Rage. When the Earth Dragon is in a state of rage, its strength, agility, and spirit attributes are increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Ability, Earth Tremor. The Earth Dragon is capable of triggering an intense earthquake by stomping on the ground, inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within its range. Ability, Scale Defense. The scales of the Earth Dragon are extremely defensive, able to withstand most physical attacks. Weakness, almost torn abdomen, almost certain to die if hit hard. 5th Order 9? Sumo's pupils shrunk and his heart sank. He didn't expect that he would encounter a 5th rank, 9th rank Earth Dragon here. The Earth Dragon was an extremely powerful monster that could reach at least the 5th rank when it reached adulthood, and there were even some Earth Dragons that were able to break through to the 6th rank. Their defense was extremely terrifying, almost immune to most physical attacks. However, this Earth Dragon in front of him was severely injured and lay dying on the ground. How could this happen? A 5th ranked, 9th ranked Earth Dragon would be so heavily injured? Sumo's heart was filled with doubts, but he quickly realized that this was a perfect opportunity. A 5th order, 9th rank monster, decapitated. His kill value would be enough. However, Sumo did not act rashly. Holy Lord, be careful, we'll approach slowly. The Holy Lord nodded and slowly approached the Earth Dragon. As the distance drew closer, Sumo was able to clearly see the wounds on the Earth Dragon's body. Those wounds were deep to the bone, obviously injured by some kind of powerful force. The wound in his abdomen even nearly stopped the geoduck in its tracks. Holy Lord, prepare to attack its abdomen. The dragon's breath was brewing in the Holy Lord's mouth, ready to erupt. However, the moment the Holy Lord was about to launch his attack, the Earth Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with pain and anger, staring dead at Sumo and the Holy Lord. A mere 3rd rank summoner, also wants to kill me. The Earth Dragon's voice was low and hoarse, carrying endless anger and pain. Although its body was seriously injured and dying, the pressure that belonged to a 5th order, 9th rank monster was still palpitating. Want to? Could it be that the one who injured the Earth Dragon to such an extent was a human? Having heard what was said, Sumer was slightly surprised. To be able to injure a 5th rank 9th level Earth Dragon to such an extent, the opponent was at the very least starting at 5th rank 9th level. Just kill you. What's with all the nonsense? Chapter 31, S rank skill? No, I'll upgrade it to God. If it's too late, it's too late. Sumer didn't want to dwell on it too much. Holy Lord, do it! Howl! The Holy Lord let out a low roar, and the dragon's breath instantly erupted, the blazing flames heading straight for the almost torn wound in the Earth Dragon's abdomen. The Earth Dragon sensed the deadly threat and its huge body twisted violently. The dragon's breath, originally aimed at its belly, grazed its side, scorching the scale armor on one side to a charred blackness. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Humph, it's just a dream for you guys to want to kill me. Although he was seriously injured, he was still a 5th order 9th ranked powerhouse. The 3rd rank of the district dared to act recklessly in front of him. The earth trembles. The Earth Dragon's front claws stepped heavily into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook in a 100-meter radius. A huge crack centered on it, spreading crazily in a spiderweb-like pattern in all directions. The Earth Dragon controlled the power of the earth, and even though it was now severely injured, it was still able to set off such a terrifying vibration. The ground beneath the feet of the sacred clan undulated like a wave. If you stand on top of it, you will suffer horrible damage. After swallowing the origin of this dragon in front of me, the injuries on my body might be able to recover. At that time, those people will definitely not be able to kill me. An excited glow erupted from the pupils of the Earth Dragon. God forbid. Flying. Unfortunately, Earth Dragon miscalculated a bit. The Holy Lord has the power to fly. The moment this earth power was about to penetrate the Holy Lord's divine body directly carried Sumo up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he climbed to a height of tens of meters, easily avoiding the earth tremors triggered by the Earth Dragon. No, how is this possible? The Earth Dragon tilted its head and looked up, the excitement in its eyes instantly turning into shock. As a 5th-ranked dragon he didn't even have the ability to fly. Why could this 3rd-ranked dragonkin in front of me fly? Could it be that this dragon race in front of me is a pure dragon race bloodline? The Earth Dragon's massive body trembled violently on the ground from its anger, and its already heavily injured body seemed to be shaken apart by the emotion. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Luckily, the Holy Lord can fly. Sumo was on the Holy Lord's back, overlooking the angry Earth Dragon below, and was secretly grateful. Although the Earth Dragon was seriously injured, its strength of 5th rank 9 was still not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the Holy Lord's ability to fly, I'm afraid that this battle would not have gone very smoothly. Sacred Lord, let's attack while it's panicking now. The Holy Lord circled in the air, adjusting his angle and locking onto the nearly torn wound in the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Phew, the Holy Lord swooped down. The moment he approached the Earth Dragon, he opened his bloody mouth, and fiery dragon's breath shot out like a raging torrent of flames towards the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Earth Dragon sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but its badly injured body slowed it down and it was too late to react effectively. Even Earth Dragon's fury and scale armor defense could not be cast. One could only take the blow hard. Pust. The dragon's breath instantly struck its abdomen, and the already miserable wound was instantly ignited under the heat. The flesh niggled and gave off a sickening burnt odor. Ah! Miserable screams continued to erupt from the mouth of the Earth Dragon, and its huge body trembled violently. Sumer seized this opportunity to apply an even more violent attack. Brightly colored blood flowers continued to bloom on the Earth Dragon. The breath that was already extremely shriveled became weaker and weaker under this burst of terrifying attacks, almost imperceptible. The Earth Dragon's body trembled violently, bringing out large swaths of broken flesh and blood with each tremor. Its struggles also gradually turned from madness to feeble convulsions. This fellow deserves to be a 5th order, 9th level existence. His vitality is really tenacious. Suemo secretly marveled in his heart. With an attack as powerful as his and the Holy Lord's, any other monster wouldn't know how many times to die. The heavily wounded Earth Dragon, however, used its tenacious vitality to eat a dozen strikes of dragon breath. However, that's where it all ends. When the last dragon's breath fell, there would be no more possibility for the Earth Dragon to survive. Even if I die, I'll drag you guys with me. The Earth Dragon's eyes, which had almost closed, reflected Suemo and the Holy Lord's figures with resentment. It exerted its last ounce of energy and let out a deafening dragon roar up to the sky. Although this dragon's whistle shook the heavens and moved the earth, it did not have any killing power. Ha! It's a bad song to play for yourself before you die. The Holy Lord's expression was very disdainful. He'd thought the other man's counterattack before he died was something. What is the killing power of a mere dragon whistle? Instead, Sumo's face changed violently in an instant. No good. This guy, he's driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Those who had beaten the Earth Dragon to this state would never let the heavily injured Earth Dragon escape and must have tracked it all the way. With this roar, the Earth Dragon was undoubtedly transmitting his coordinates to the other party. When the other guy gets there, seeing the corpse of the Earth Dragon, his and the Holy Lord's situation would definitely become very difficult. This guy, he's smart. Suemo also had to admit that the Earth Dragon had sharp reflexes. Knowing that he can't turn the tables, he uses the coming of others to get at him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th order, 9th level Earth Dragon, gaining 12,000 experience points and a super reward of 100 kill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 7th level of the 3rd order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-rank skill scroll and an A-ranked prop, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Grade A props, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Effects, heart containing the essence of the Earth Dragon. After taking it, it can greatly increase the 4-dimensional attributes and have a certain chance to obtain some of the abilities of the Earth Dragon. Note, if the target contains dragon bloodline, she will gain part of the Earth Dragon's ability by 100%. S-rank skill scrolls and A-rank props. This time it's really profitable. Suemo couldn't contain the glow of excitement in his eyes. Open the S-rank skill scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the S-rank skill scroll. And congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner's exclusive skill, Damage Shift. Damage Transfer, a summoner exclusive skill that allows the summoner to transfer some or all of the damage he or she receives to the summoner. Note, when summoner's damage transfer reaches 50% or more, the damage taken by the summoner will be increased by a percentage. If summoner transfers 100% of the damage, the summoner will take 250% of the damage, so please use it at summoner's discretion. Damage Transfer? With this skill, my survivability pulls straight through. The upturned corners of Sumer's mouth could no longer be restrained. The biggest problem with being a summoner is that one's own body is too brittle. Granted, he had the attribute sharing of the Holy Lord, which had made up for it perfectly, but he will still be injured and at risk. But now, with the divine skill of damage transfer, everything was different. He can swipe monsters without injury, or even meet a powerful opponent. He could also fight off the opposite side with injuries. This skill is not an S-rank skill for me, it's a divine skill. Sumer was excited. As for that, the damage taken by the summon will be increased by a percentage. This could be limiting for other summoners. For him, it doesn't exist. The Holy Lord is a summon, but the Ghost Shadow Soldiers aren't? Chapter 32, 1 instant 1000 meters. Extreme Rabbit Speed. Ghost Shadow Soldiers have a huge number and can be replenished at any time. Even taking 250% damage is well within my range. What's more, the deaths of the ghostly soldiers don't affect me in any way. As long as the Holy Lord doesn't die, he can be summoned indefinitely, and as you level up, the number of Ghost Shadow Soldiers that can be summoned at once becomes greater. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The damage he takes is just straight up for the Ghost Soldiers to eat. To kill him, you'd have to kill all of his ghostly soldiers. He has tens of thousands of lives. 100,000 pick lives. Hundreds of thousands of lives. The next step is to deal with this Earth Dragon's heart. Suemo turned his gaze to the Grade A prop, Earth Dragon's heart, in his hand. Since the Sacred Lord possesses a dragon bloodline, then this Earth Dragon's heart should be more effective when given to it. Without hesitation, Suemo directly handed the Earth Dragon's heart to the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, eat it. The Holy Lord lowered his head and sniffed the Earth Dragon's heart, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Earth Dragon's heart in one gulp. Boom! The moment the Earth Dragon's heart entered its body, the Holy Lord's body shook violently as a powerful energy erupted from within it. Summoner, Holy Lord, Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS, can be advanced. Status, mutilated, missing 12 charms. Rank, 4th order, 2nd class. Power, 20,000 plus 2,500, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Agility, 20,000 plus 2,500, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Intelligence, 20,000 plus 2,000, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Spirit, 21,000 plus 2,000. Heart of the Earth Dragon. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and the current number of Ghost Shadow Core can be summoned is 6,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. The power of the earth. The Holy Lord has truly inherited part of the Earth Dragon's abilities. I wonder if the Holy Lord will be able to control the power of the earth and the entire world and become the Lord of the Earth if he obtains the demonic chi of the Earth Kuei. Sumer smiled. In anticipation, he smiled even more happily as he watched the Holy Lord summon the number of Ghost Shadow Core soldiers to reach 6,000. Holy Lords, plus his own. The number of Ghost Shadow soldiers that could be summoned casually amounted to tens of thousands. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Level, 3rd order. 7th grade. Power, 7,000 plus 2,100. Agility, 7,000 plus 1,400. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration, Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Skill 3, Concealment, Level C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch, C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling, Grade B. Skill 6, Damage Transfer, S. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghostly Shadow Core, current summonable number 2,400. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Poison Spider Boots, Grade C. Kill Value, 1042. Sumo looked at his attribute panel. Ding, there are still 19 hours left for the host to complete the quest. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Got it. Sumer tapped on the kill shop and selected his target over the rabbit charm. May I ask the host whether to exchange a rabbit charm? Yes. Sumer pressed the OK button without hesitation. A thickly textured rabbit talisman then appeared in Sumo's palm. Rabbit charm, extreme speed. The Holy Lord stared at the rabbit charm in Sumo's hand, his heart trembling with excitement in his hand. I can't wait to pounce on it and incorporate it into myself immediately. But he restrained his body's instincts, because Sumo was his master. If the master doesn't give it, he can't have it. Sumo looked at the Holy Lord's eager eyes and smiled slightly, handing over the rabbit talisman in his hand. Holy Lord, fuse. The Holy Lord let out a low roar, a trace of gratitude and excitement flashing in his eyes. Thank you, master. Boom. The moment the rabbit talisman entered its body, the Holy Lord's body shook violently as a powerful energy erupted from within it. Dragon might stirred away, causing palpitations. I feel a very terrifying dragon's might. In the misty canyon, the several figures that had tracked down based on the sound of the Earth Dragon's roar, Dongfang Yao, who was walking at the very front of the group, violently stopped in his tracks. The face shifted. How come this Earth Dragon's dragon might is even more powerful than before it was injured? Could it be that he has not only recovered from his injuries but his cultivation has also increased? This can't be right. Maybe it's another dragon? Shield Warrior Zhang Sandao. That's even more unlikely. Dongfang Yao shook his head. Monsters with a dragon bloodline were extremely rare. It had taken them so long and so much to find this Geoduck. Now tell them they casually encountered another one. And stronger. It's really going to make them question their lives. Could it be that the Earth Dragon has found some heavenly material or encountered some chance? In any case, this dragon's might is even more powerful than before. We must be careful. The lady is still waiting for us. Meanwhile, Sumo and the Sacred Lord were feeling the powerful force from the rabbit talisman. Summoner, Holy Lord, Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS, can be advanced. Condition, defective, missing 9 charms. Rank, 4th order, 2nd class. Power, 22. 500 plus 4,000, rabbit rune power. Agility, 22. 500 plus 10,000, rabbit rune power. Intelligence, 22. 000 plus 4,000, rabbit rune power. Spirit, 23. 000 plus 4,000, power of rabbit runes. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and the current number of Ghost Shadow Core can be summoned is 7,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. How does it feel, Holy Lord? Suemo patted the Holy Lord's dragon back and asked with a smile. Master, my speed returns. There was an undisguised excitement in the Holy Lord's voice. The current me can even span a distance of 1,000 meters in a split second. Chapter 33, Someone is tracking. A hint of surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. That fast? Yes, Master. The Sacred Lord nodded. Then his body moved violently, instantly transforming into a residual shadow that disappeared in place. Boom! In the next second, the Holy Lord's figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The rabbit talisman is truly powerful. To grant the Holy Lord such terrifying speed, Suemo looked at the Sacred Lord who had disappeared almost instantaneously and was inwardly alarmed. In the setting, the rabbit charm is played to the extreme and is able to break through time. Thinking of this, Sumo's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. The power of time. That's a realm that's hard for even the gods to touch. Suemo took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. However, with the Holy Lord's current rank he was still far from that realm. Ding, there are 17 hours left until the mission is completed. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Holy Lord, come back. Suemo waved his hand, and the Holy Lord immediately transformed into a residual shadow and instantly returned to his side. Come on, let's go back to Ice Cold Valley. Suemo and the Holy Lord had just left with their feet in front of them. Dongfang Yao and the rest of the group then searched for the location of the Earth Dragon's corpse. The scene in front of them immediately caused their originally hanging hearts to completely die. The Earth Dragon's huge body fell to the ground, blood staining the ground around it, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and scorching. The Earth Dragon's abdomen was almost torn apart, and the afterglow of the fiery dragon's breath still lingered in the wound. The Earth Dragon is dead? Dongfang Yao stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the tragic situation in front of him. The Earth Dragon had actually died, and the target they had worked so hard to find had just died before they arrived. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Li Hong gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his forehead veins rippling. Dongfang Yao temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, walked forward, fiddled with the Earth Dragon's wound, and then frowned. This wound is fresh, and death can't be more than 2 hours old. Who the hell did this? Who is so capable? Li Hong sniffed and clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms. Miss waited for this Earth Dragon to save her life. Now that the Earth Dragon is dead, what are we going to deliver? Who did this? Whoever it was, I'm going to kill him. Anger, rising in the hearts of the crowd. In addition to this boundless anger, there was panic and grief. They have expended their energies, spared no danger. Deep in the misty canyon, tracking for a month, it was hard to find and seriously injure the Earth Dragon, seeing the prospect of rescuing MS. But now, hope is shattering right before their eyes. It would be hard for anyone else to accept this ending. Captain, I'll check it out. A woman in the group wearing a purple robe slowly stepped forward. She was the auxiliary Mo Qingxue of the team, specializing in detecting traces through residual power. Mo Qingxue made a seal with both hands and a strand of purple soul power floated out from her fingertips, gently covering the corpse of the Earth Dragon. This is, the color of Mo Qingxue's face suddenly changed. It's Dragonitis. The Earth Dragon died from another powerful dragon flame attack. At those words, Dongfang Yao's originally somewhat low mood instantly surged with an excitement. Long Yen, what do you mean? Yes, the one that killed the Earth Dragon was another dragon. And, probably stronger. Mo Qingxue nodded her head, and a hint of a smile spread across her pretty face. Ha 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 ha, the sky is the limit. Li Hong was ecstatic. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go arrest that dragon immediately. Find it and the lady will be saved. A little peace and quiet. Mo Qingxue raised her hand to signal the crowd to calm down. I need to probe further. She closed her eyes and her unique auxiliary skill was activated. Purple soul power danced in the air like silk threads, gradually spreading out. The power of his soul covered every inch of the ground around the Earth Dragon's corpse, searching for any lingering scent or trace. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue's brows tightened. Strange. What's wrong? Dongfang Yao asked as he moved closer. Other than the dragon race's aura, there is also a human aura. Mo Qingxue opened her eyes, a puzzled light flickering in her eyes. Humans? Li Hong froze. So what is the relationship between humans and dragons? Hostile or companions? Everyone's hearts instantly clenched. If it is a hostile relationship, that dragon wouldn't have been killed by that human. Mo Qingxue shook her head and continued to sense the lingering aura. It's not like it's hostile. If it's hostile, there should be traces of a fierce battle here. But there were only traces of a battle between a geoduck and another dragon race at the scene, and no signs of human involvement in the battle. What you mean is, said Dongfang Yao thoughtfully, it's likely to be a partnership. Mo Qingxue affirmed. They left together. No signs of attacking each other. At those words, the crowd dropped their hearts. Fortunately, it's not a hostile relationship. As long as that dragon race was still alive, there was still hope for them. As for why a dragon race came together with a human, it was not a question they should consider for the time being. Whatever the case may be, if we catch that dragon, Miss will be saved. Can you track them? Dongfang Yao asked. Mo Qingxue nodded her head and carefully took out a purple crystal stone from her bosom. The crystals were in the shape of a water droplet. The whole body was crystal clear, and there were hidden streams of light flickering in them, so they were not ordinary products at a glance. This is the tracer stone. As long as there's enough scent left behind, you can track your target, Mo Qingxue explained. Then without further ado, she slowly injected her body's power into the crystal. The tracer stone was nourished by the spiritual energy and immediately emitted a buzzing sound. The originally soft purple light became dazzling, as if it was a small purple sun. Li Hong's eyes went straight as he watched, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Boy, this treasure, it's worth a lot of money at a glance. Maisie Mo, you're so handy, you really deserve to be the rich woman in our team. Mo Qingxue gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, don't be poor. This tracer stone is my treasure in the bottom of my suitcase, and I don't show it to anyone easily. If it weren't for the lady, I wouldn't be able to take it out. Tracer's stone, grade A props, she lightly shouted. Go! Tossing the tracer stone lightly, as if it had a spirit, the tracer stone hovered dripping in the air, absorbing the lingering scent around it. A moment later, it trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow. Eventually, the light converged into a thin beam that pointed straight to the east. There's a reaction. Over there. Mo Qingxue pointed in the direction the beam was pointing, a hint of excitement in her tone. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Li Hong rubbed his fists together and looked eager to try and, this time, make sure you catch that dragon. Meanwhile, Master, someone is tracking us. Some of them have mastered some kind of secret tracking technique and are following our scent trail. It should be someone who came for the Earth Dragon. In this regard, Suemo did not feel that there were any surprises. Going to turn around and kill them back? The Holy Lord asked. Suemo shook his head, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. There's no need. Finish the mission first. Chapter 34, Mission Completion. This wave of blood earnings. Suemo was now only 2 hours away from completing the mission. At the moment, it was uneconomical to have a head-on collision with those people. And the other party was able to injure a 5th order, 9th ranked Earth Dragon like that. And in a head-on collision, they really wouldn't be able to benefit from the other party's hands. If a fight really had to happen, it definitely couldn't collide in a dangerous place like the Misty Canyon. Holy Lord, speed up and get rid of them. The Holy Lord immediately activated the power of the Rabbit Talisman, instantly increasing his speed to the extreme, only to see the Saint Lord's dragon body turn into a residual shadow, spanning a distance of thousands of meters almost in the blink of an eye. The surrounding scenery flew backward as if time was stretched in this moment. The rabbit charm is really powerful. Suemo was secretly glad that he had redeemed the Rabbit Talisman. If they didn't have this talisman, they were afraid that they would have already been pestered by those trackers. At the same time, Dongfang Yao and his group were following the guidance of the Tracer Stone, quickly chasing towards the direction of Suemo and the Holy Lord. Strange, how did they suddenly become so fast? Mo Qingxue frowned tightly. The light of the tracking stone in her hand flickered erratically. Obviously the target she was tracking was moving away from them at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that they have discovered our tracking? Li Hong frowned. Impossible. The tracking of the Tracer Stone is silent. Unless the other party has a special anti-tracking means, it's impossible to detect it. Mo Qingxue shook her head. Then how did their speed suddenly increase so much? Dongfang Yao asked in a deep voice. Unless they possess some sort of ability or prop that can drastically increase their speed. Mo Qingxue speculated. No matter what, we can't give up. Mrs. Life is in our hands. No matter what, we have to catch that dragon. But with their current speed, we can't catch up at all. Li Hong said somewhat helplessly. They've stopped. Mo Qingxue said in surprise. Looks like that prop of theirs is expendable. Probably run out of energy by now. A glimmer of hope flashed in Dongfang Yao's eyes. This is our chance. Full speed ahead. At his command, the 6 immediately accelerated their pace and sped towards the direction guided by the Tracer Stone. Meanwhile, Suemo and the Holy Lord had stopped their advance. They had returned to the ice-cold valley. Ding, there is only 1 hour left until the end of the quest. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Suemo stood at the entrance of the ice-cold valley and scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. The cold wind howled, and a piercing chill filled the ice-covered valley. He took a deep breath, knowing in his heart that time was running out. Holy Lord, prepare for action. Sumer whispered. With that, he raised his hand and instantly summoned thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. These dark shadowy warriors appeared around him without a sound, quickly spreading out and laying down a tight line of defense. Go! Be on guard in all directions and notify me immediately if you find anyone. The ghostly soldiers hid into the shadows around them, as if they were one with the darkness. Suemo turned to the Holy Lord. Now, let's go fetch the Ice Vein Heart. Soon, the two of them, Suemo and the Holy Lord, returned to the location of the Ice Vein Heart. Ice cold and bone-chilling. Under the All Souls illustration, the trajectory of the Ice Seal magic array that guarded the heart of the Ice Vein was clearly presented within the pupils of Sumo's eyes. Weakness, energy fluctuation will occur every 0.01 seconds in the magic array. At this time the defense of the magic array will briefly decline. If you can seize this moment, you can break through the blockade of the magic array. 0.1 second gap. Suemo frowned slightly, secretly calculating the time in his heart. The 0.01 seconds are extremely short and the slightest mistake will result in failure. However, he had no choice, time was running out. Holy Lord, prepare for action. Sumer was fully focused on the magic formation in front of him. It's now. Just at the moment the magic array's energy fluctuated, the Holy Lord instantly moved. Whoosh! The Holy Lord's speed reached the extreme as a bolt of lightning with the rabbit charm. Or maybe even lightning isn't as swift as this. Penetrated the momentary gap in the magical array's energy fluctuations. The Holy Lord's dragon claw precisely grabbed the heart of the ice vein suspended in the center of the magic formation, and then ingested it into the palm of his hand. The heart of ice vein showed a crystal clear blue color, emitting an eerie cold light, as if it was a gem that had condensed the essence of 10,000 years of cold ice. It trembled slightly in the Holy Lord's claws, releasing gusts of cold air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heart of ice vein. Quest progress, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and will receive the following mission rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 500 kill value reward, as well as the 5 consecutive draws of the kill roulette will reward. Yes! Suemo almost couldn't hold back his voice as he threw himself up to the sky, intense joy hitting his nerves. 500 kill value. This wave is blood money. The next charm was close at hand, within reach. Not to mention the free 5 consecutive draws worth 50 kill points and 50 monsters of the same class and level for nothing. A mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. Sumer rubbed his hands together. Yet that's not all. Ding! The redemption system has been opened. Detected that the host has obtained the heart of ice vein. A grade B material, valued at an assessed 1,000 kill value. Does the host open the redemption? Suemo was stunned, then ecstatic. This ice vein heart is actually worth 1,000 kill points? One should know that 1,000 kill values could be directly exchanged for an SS ranked talisman. This is like pie in the sky. No, this is gold bricks in the sky. Trading S rank materials for SS rank props. Where can we find such a good thing? Change. It must be changed. It's silly not to change. Suemo chose to redeem without hesitation, fearing that the system would backtrack. It was as if he saw a brand new SS ranked charm beckoning to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful redemption. The host's current kill value is 1542. 542 kill points. I've never been richer. Sumer grinned. System, I still have some ice crystal stones here, can I exchange them? For this system, only props of grade S and above will be exchanged. Yo, you're kinda picky. 542 kill points. I can now exchange another charm. What a good charm to change. Now, the Holy Lord possesses the runes, the horse rune, the tiger rune and the rabbit rune. All 3 of these sigils favored sigils of a supportive nature and lack sigils that were truly lethal and powerful. In that case, redeem the dragon charm. Sumer quickly made a decision. Does the host use 1000 points to exchange for the dragon charm? Yes. Chapter 35, Grade Upgrade SSS Plus. Without hesitation, Suemo pressed the confirmation button with an excited gleam in his eyes. The dragon rune spell, as one of the strongest attacking spells among the 12 rune spells, possessed unparalleled destructive power, symbolizes fire and destruction. Not only can it drastically increase the power of the dragon's breath, but it can also unleash blasting energy that destroys everything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful redemption and obtaining the dragon talisman. As the system's beep sounded, a crimson-colored talisman appeared in Sumo's palm. The surface of the talisman was engraved with a lifelike fire dragon, as if it would take off from the talisman at any moment and unleash a heaven-destroying power. Holy Lord, fuse it. Suemo handed the dragon talisman to the Holy Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Lord took the dragon talisman and pressed it directly onto his chest. Boom! The moment the dragon talisman entered his body, the Holy Lord's massive body shook violently, as if a volcano had erupted. A fiery energy exploded from within him. Crimson flames, like magma, flowed wildly between his scales, and like a tiny fire dragon, they scrambled to be the first to roam and coil around his body. Within the Holy Lord's dragon eyes, crimson light flickered madly, as if there were 2 flames burning. his entire body was wrapped in flames, and his terrifying pressure spread around like substance. Click 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 click. The bones within the sacred body emitted bursts of sound, and his body unexpectedly swelled up a few more points, becoming even more majestic and mighty. The dragon's head, which was already hideous, was even more ferocious at this moment, as if it was a demon crawling out of hell. Suemo couldn't help but nod his head as he watched the Holy Lord change. The power of this dragon rune spell was even stronger than he had imagined. Phew! The Holy Lord violently opened his mouth and spewed out a fiery dragon's breath. This dragon's breath was more than 10 times more powerful than before. Wherever it passed, the air was burned with a nuisance sound, and the ground was instantly burned into a piece of scorched earth. Cool! This power. Feeling the surging power within his body, the Holy Lord couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. There was excitement and ecstasy in his voice. Summoner, Holy Lord, race, dragon, grade, SSS+, can be advanced, status, disabled, missing 8 charms, rank, 4th order, 2nd class, power, 26, 500 plus 10, 000, dragon charm power, agility, 32, 500 plus 4, 000, dragon rune power, intelligence, 26, 000 plus 4, 000, dragon rune power, spirit, 27, 000 plus 4, 000, power of dragon rune. Special attribute Dragon's Breath. It can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core. Summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and currently 8,000 can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. The Holy Lord's rank has risen again. Watching the Holy Lord grade reach the SSS plus level, the smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth could no longer be suppressed. It's only 4 charms. The Holy Lord rank was just one step away from the God rank. Gathering all 12 runes, it was already a fact that the Holy Lord's grade had reached the divine level. Click click click. Suddenly, an ear-piercing clicking sound kept ringing out. What's going on? Sumo's face changed. Before the words fell, the ice beneath their feet began to melt rapidly. The 1,000-year cold ice that was originally as hard as steel had turned into water at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The heart of the ice vein was taken, causing the cold ice valley to lose its balance. We gotta get out of here. Suemo leaped up and the Holy Lord quickly caught him. The two of them flew in the direction of the cave entrance. However, changes came one after another. Ka-ching! The ice layer overhead began to crack, and countless pieces of ice fell from the sky. The Holy Lord made a dive, narrowly avoiding a huge ice pick. The entire ice-cold valley shook violently, as if the sky was collapsing. The original white jade-like cold ice subsided, revealing the dark rock layer below. This isn't right. Suemo stared down tightly, his brows furrowed. As the cold ice melted, a crack unexpectedly appeared in the depths of the ground, and some dark shadows could be vaguely seen writhing in it. Those black shadows were strangely shaped, numerous, and densely packed, like a sea of black. Holy Lord, what's down there? The Sacred Lord's gaze was sharp as he stared at those black shadows. Not sure. Never seen such a creature before. Sumo's heart was ringing with alarm bells. Those black shadows gave him an extremely uneasy feeling, as if it was a fear from the distant past. He maneuvered the Holy Lord to lower his altitude, trying to get a better view. Just at the moment when he was about to recognize the forms of those black shadows, a strange blue light fiercely lit up in the depths of the earth, and those black shadows instantly disappeared without a trace. Hell, what was that just now? Suemo rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misread it. The Holy Lord said in a deep voice, Master, I saw it too, but they did disappear. The cave continued to collapse and there was no more time to delve into the mystery. Retreat first. The Holy Lord carried Suemo, nimbly weaving through the collapsed ice cave. With the agility boost from the rabbit charm, they dodged danger after danger. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the entire cave collapsed. The Holy Lord led Suemo through the narrow gap and managed to escape the icy cold valley. Looking back, the once lofty and spectacular ice-cold valley had turned into a ruin. Countless pieces of ice and rocks piled up, forming a huge crater. The heart of the ice vein is the core of the ice-cold valley, and the entire terrain changed after it was taken. Sumer muttered, Master, those black shadows. I know, it's probably some sort of sealed being. Sumer nods, but we can't confirm that now, so we'll just have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao and his group had already chased them to the entrance of the ice-cold valley. They're in there. Mo Qingxue pointed ahead. The tracking all the way here was not in vain. Finally found them. Li Hong rubbed his fists and jumped at the chance. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned as he looked around, always feeling that something was wrong. Wait, this is Ice Cold Valley? Isn't the Ice Cold Valley within the boundaries of the city of Karo? Could it be that dragon race is related to Karo City? Captain, you're overthinking it. Li Hong interrupted Dong Fangyao's thoughts in an unimpressed manner. For a small city like Karo City, how could a profession with ties to the dragon race be born? The other party is just panicked by our pursuit and came here. Li Hong analyzed confidently. In his opinion, that dragon race was a lost dog that had been chased by them. Whoever he is, our priority now is to catch it. Li Hong couldn't wait to get his hands dirty. He didn't want to waste any more time. With that, Li Hong prepared to go deeper into the ice-cold valley. At that moment, a strange change occurred. Chapter 36, Just Kill all the way in. Ka-ching ka-ching. Just then, a subtle but dense sound came from the depths of the ice-cold valley, like the sound of breaking ice, or some creature gnawing at something. What's that sound? Li Hong stopped and listened with his ears. Dong Fangyao also detected something strange. The sound was subtle but it was extraordinarily clear in the silent ice-cold valley. This sound seems to be coming from inside the ice-cold valley. Mo Qingxue also heard it, and she pointed at the entrance to the ice-cold valley, her face a bit gloomy. Just go inside and see for yourself. Li Hong was so bold that he took the lead and stepped into the ice-cold valley. Dong Fangyao and Mo Qingxue glanced at each other and followed suit. The rest of the squad followed closely. They wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this icy cold valley. As soon as they entered the icy cold valley, a cold air came over them, and several people could not help but shiver. This damn place is cold. Li Hong rubbed his hands together and let out a mouthful of white air. Be careful, there could be danger here, Dong Fangyao reminded. He always felt that this ice-cold valley was permeated with a bizarre aura. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Li Hong patted his chest with a look of heavenly fear. Suddenly, the clicking sounded again, and it was clearer and louder than before. Over there, Mo Qingxue pointed in a direction that was deep within the ice-cold valley. Several people followed the sound, and the further in they went, the heavier the chill and the more intense the clicking became. This sound seems like the ice is cracking? Dong Fangyao finally heard the source of the sound. Ice cracking? Li Hong froze. Isn't the ice in this icy cold valley immutable for 10,000 years? How could it crack? I don't know, but something is definitely going on. Rumble. A loud noise exploded in the depths of the icy cold valley, stirring up countless ice shards. Dong Fangyao's few people had to stop and look around vigilantly. This is not a natural phenomenon. Dong Fangyao narrowed his eyes, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. Who? Come out! Li Hong shouted, his voice echoing in the ice cave. He was answered by an even denser sound of breaking ice. Mo Qingxue suddenly pointed ahead. There's movement there. Several dark shadows flashed by, so fast that it was hard to catch them. Dong Fangyao immediately judged with his years of experience that this was not the way ordinary creatures moved. Watch out! There's an ambush! Before the words fell, a dozen soldiers in black battle armor emerged from all directions. They were suspended in the air, their forms like smoke and mist, their eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. What kind of monster is this? How come I've never seen one before? Mo Qingxue's pretty face changed slightly. There didn't seem to be any memories of such monsters in her knowledge base. Li Hong sneered disdainfully. These black shadows in front of him were nothing more than minor characters in his opinion. Whatever these monsters are, how dare a bunch of third-order trash block my way? Li Hong moved his wrist. The bloodiness of a B-class berserker boiled within him, and his battle spirit surged out like a tidal wave. The dark-shadowed soldier slowly raised the weapon in his hand, the ghostly blue glow looking eerie in the cold air. Watch the move! Li Hong let out a bellowing cry. The battle blade in his hand instantly lit up with a crimson glow, and a berserk aura erupted from within him. Dong Fangyao wanted to stop it, but it was too late as Li Hong rushed towards the group of black shadow warriors like a cannonball. The 6 styles of berserk battle-breaking chop. The battle blades sliced through the air with a piercing hiss. Li Hong's figure traveled through the battlefield like lightning, each strike carrying a furious power. The 3 black shadow warriors instantly turned into blue smoke under his attack, but there was no blood splatter, only a wisp of black gas dissipating into the air. Kind of interesting. This is no ordinary creature. Li Hong waved his battle blade with an excited smile on his face. Mo Qingxue stood to the side, her staff in her hand lit up with blue light, ready to support at any time. Be careful, these dark shadows might be trickier than you think. Dong Fangyao warned as he vaguely sensed an ancient and powerful aura from these black shadow warriors. Li Hong, however, was unimpressed and continued to charge the remaining black shadow warriors with his battle blade. 6 styles of berserk battle earth-shattering break. Li Hong stepped on the ground, and the entire ice-cold valley shook. Several cracks spread out from under his feet as the ice was torn apart by a tremendous force. The black shadow warriors, however, were undaunted and floated in the air like ghosts, dodging the blow. Li Hong frowned slightly. These black shadows could completely ignore gravity. Right at this moment, a black shadow warrior attacked from behind. His ghostly blue spear stabbing Li Hong straight in the back of his heart. Watch out! Mo Qingxue shouted and quickly cast his shield. The shield instantly shattered under the spear's attack, but it bought Li Hong time to turn around. Seek death! Li Hong roared, and his battle blade swept across the room, cutting the black shadow warrior off at the waist. The black shadow warrior dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated into the air. There was no blood, no screams, only the ghostly blue light that flickered for a moment before it disappeared. Li Hong withdrew his sword and stood, a smug smile on his face. That's it? I thought it was much more impressive. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned. Although these black shadow warriors were easily defeated, they always gave him a feeling that something was not right. Don't take it lightly, these things are too weird. Dongfang Yao looked around. The cold air within the ice-cold valley seemed to have gotten heavier. Mo Qingxue put away her staff and said softly, these black shadow warriors look like some kind of ancient golem, devoid of life characteristics but capable of autonomous action. No matter what kind of puppet he is, in front of me, Li Hong, it's all a matter of a knife. Li Hong patted his chest with a disdainful face. Those trackers are coming. Suemo stood on the back of the Holy Lord's dragon with a slight frown. He could clearly sense that the ghostly soldiers sent out were rapidly dying off. That's fast, and a bit unusual. The Holy Lord's huge body twisted slightly, and his low voice echoed across the valley. Master, want to go back and slaughter those guys? Suemo waved his hand. What's the rush? They were able to injure a 5th rank earth dragon like that. Their strength is not low. He paused and continued. Let those ghost shadow soldiers explore the area first and feel them out. Let's get together and see how we can prepare a big gift for them. 2. The Holy Lord's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of scorching air, as if he was somewhat unimpressed by Sumo's caution. Master, with them? Just a bunch of mole crickets. Do you need to be so careful? I'll go down with a mouthful of dragon's breath and guarantee that they won't even be left with any scraps. Suemo gently patted the Holy Lord's scales. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. A hint of essence flashed in Sumo's eyes. He didn't want to fall on his face just when he had a bit of strength. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can fight 100 battles. What's more, this was a group of guys capable of heavily hitting a 5th-ranked Earth Dragon. Chapter 37, Let me 6 5th ranks alone? What's going on? Right at this moment, a strange vibration came from the depths of the icy cold valley, and the ice began to tremble violently. Li Hong stood up and stabilized his stance, looking vigilantly in the direction from which the vibration came. Dongfang Yao's face suddenly changed. Not good. There's a large number of enemies approaching. As soon as the words fell, densely packed black shadows suddenly emerged from all sides of the ice-cold valley. It was hundreds of ghostly soldiers identical to the ones before, their ghostly blue eyes glinting icily in the darkness. How is this possible? Li Hong's smile froze on his face, the smugness he had just felt gone. Mo Qingxue sucked in a breath of cool air. Oh my god, how can there be so many? Dongfang Yao quickly drew his weapon. The situation is not good. Hundreds of ghost shadow soldiers hovered in the air like a black cloud enveloping several people. Instead of attacking immediately, they formed a huge encirclement that slowly tightened. Carlo City is just a B-class warzone. How could there be so many? Such weird 3rd-rank monsters? The mage chapter in the group was puzzled. So much 3rd-order trash, and just a little more in number. Li Hong quickly regained his composure as the battle blade gently rotated in his hand, the crimson light pulsing like a flame. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned, his intuition telling him that things were not that simple. Be careful, these monsters are acting strangely. I'm afraid there's something else going on. A chill spread down his spine, not from the low temperature of the icy cold valley, but from the gaze of the hundreds of pairs of ghostly blue eyes. Maintain formation, Dongfang Yao commanded in a low voice. Mo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly, blue magic power condensing at the tip. What are they waiting for? Why aren't they attacking? Probably testing our strength. Dongfang Yao looked around warily, or waiting for some kind of signal. Zhang Zetian had been standing at the back of the line, her eyes closed. The codex slowly unfolded in his hand, and golden runes surrounded him like stars. Looks like it's time to show some real skill. Zhang Zetian opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with golden light. His voice was calm, yet it contained great power. Law reconstruction, starfall. The golden runes suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, like countless shooting stars cutting through the night sky. The entire ice-cold valley was illuminated by the golden light as if it was daytime. Those black shadow warriors let out silent screams as their bodies began to crumble and disintegrate under the golden light. One by one, like a mist hit by sunlight, they quickly dissipated into the air. Old Zhang. There's no need to use an A-rank skill against some 3rd-rank monsters. Li Hong couldn't help but be staggered as he watched Zhang Zetian perform an A-rank skill. Although Zhang Zetian's skill did remove a large number of ghost shadow soldiers, in his opinion, it was completely killing the chicken with a bullseye. Zhang Zetian put away his codex and gave Li Hong a faint glance. Although these monsters are only of the 3rd rank, they are large in number and move strangely. If we don't settle this soon, we may be in for a bitter fight. We're aiming for that dragon. We can't waste too much time here. Dongfang Yao nodded, agreeing with Zhang Zetian. Old chapter is right. We don't have much time to waste. Settle them as soon as possible and then continue tracking that dragon. Mo Qingxue chimed in. That's right. The appearance of these monsters is no coincidence. We must act carefully and not be careless. Dongfang Yao looked around. The cold air within the ice-cold valley was still thick. The surrounding ice had already developed a large number of cracks from the battle just now, as if it would collapse at any time. He said in a deep voice, "We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The terrain of the ice-cold valley has begun to become unstable. If we continue to stay here, we may be buried under this ice." Surprisingly, he exterminated hundreds of ghost shadow soldiers in one breath. These guys are a bit strong. Suemo was also a bit speechless for a moment as he received the news that the ghost shadow soldier had passed back. Hundreds of 3rd-order ghost shadow soldiers were able to easily occupy a small city. Even an existence of the 5th rank would have to avoid it. But in the hands of those tracking, they were actually instantly massacred. Looks like the other side is a bit strong. Ghost soldiers re-explore. Soon, the ghost shadow soldiers came in with the latest news. Suemo frowned as he pondered over the information he had just received. The other party had a group of 6 people, 4 of which were above the 9th rank of the 5th order, and the rest of them were all 5th-ranked powerhouses as well. Such a lineup was enough to sweep through an average medium-sized city, if it wasn't for the fact that their city lord's cultivation had recently broken through to the 6th rank. The entire city of Kara was afraid that the entire city combined would not be a match for this small team. What a terrifying squad. I just don't know which power they come from. Is it from Skywind City? Sumer shook his head. Instead, more thoughts came to mind. 6 5th-ranked powerhouses, yet they only heavily wounded that earth dragon. Interesting, he murmured in a low voice. It seems there is a hidden agenda here that I am unaware of. Perhaps it has something to do with the dragons. Sumer quickly weighed the pros and cons. The Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were now equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the 5th order. Together with the power of the 4 runes, it wasn't much of a problem to deal with the 9th rank of the 5th order. But the other party had more than one 5th order 9. There were at least 4 of them. And there were 2 other existences that were at least of the 5th rank as well. Even with the addition of him, the chances of winning head-to-head against this team aren't great. Retreat is the smart thing to do. He made a decisive decision. Find a safe place to lewdly develop a bit first. It's just that the other side is having some trouble tracking. There. I can pester them with ghost soldiers and then use the extreme speed of the rabbit charm to shake them off. Suemo was about to implement the retreat plan when a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, new mission released. Quest content. Resist the opponent's attack for 1 hour. Rewarded with 100 kill value. The longer you resist, the higher the kill value. Capped at 1000 kill value. If you can hold off the other side for a day, you will get an extra chance to draw 10 times in a row. Do you accept the mission? Interesting. A glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. The system doesn't want me to evacuate? He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Since the system has issued a mission, there is bound to be a possibility of accomplishing it. Sumer rubbed his chin. Maybe it doesn't need to be head-on hard, just enough to slow them down. The temptation of 1,000 kill points and a chance to draw 10 in a row was too great. Although the opponent was powerful, he himself now possessed the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers, together with the Dragon Rune spell that he had just obtained. He might not be without a fighting chance. Moreover, he didn't need to defeat his opponent. He only needed to maneuver around him. Accept the mission. Sumer chose to accept without hesitation. Ding, the mission has been accepted. The clock is ticking. As soon as the system's tone fell, Suemo immediately adjusted his plan. Ghost Shadow Soldiers. All out. Thousands of black shadows surged out of the ground, spreading like a tidal wave into the distance. This time, Suemo didn't let them attack directly, but spread out to form a huge intelligence network. Holy Lord, are you ready? Suemo turned to the Holy Lord beside him. The Holy Lord nodded his head, a calm gleam in his eyes. Any time. Very well, we will not fight them hard, but will wear out their patience and strength. The corner of Sumo's mouth hooked up in a smile. Let's have a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 38, at least an S-Class 5th Order 9th level summoner. Inside the ice-cold valley, Dongfang Yao's group was advancing carefully. Strange, those black shadow soldiers suddenly disappeared. Li Hong looked around vigilantly. Zhang Zetian closed the codex with a frown. They're not leaving. They're watching us. An ambush? Mo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly, blue magic power flickering at the tip. Dongfang Yao shook his head. Not like an ambush. More like. Before the words fell, the ice wall in the distance suddenly collapsed, and huge chunks of ice rolled down like an avalanche. Watch out! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly dispersed. The moment they dodged the ice avalanche, dozens of black shadows attacked from all directions, but instead of attacking directly, they wandered around them, attacking and retreating from time to time. These guys are stalling. Li Hong shouted angrily and swung his sword at the nearest black shadow. Li Hong's sword blade slashed through the black shadow, which instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. However, he saw more black shadows coming from all directions, as if they were endless. The sheer number of them made Dongfang Yao and his party's jaws drop. "This can't be right," Zhang Zetian exclaimed, flipping the codex in his hand faster and faster. Blue magic rays drew graceful arcs in the air, freezing a dozen or so ghost shadow soldiers, but his face was growing grave. "How come? And they move and attack in exactly the same way, as if they are being manipulated by the same consciousness." Dongfang Yao swung his sword to fend off the attacks of the ghost shadow soldiers while calmly analyzing. There's no way a normal monster colony could ever do that. Thousands of third-order monsters were definitely an incomparably terrifying beast tide. Moreover, the behavioral movements, combat abilities and techniques were all exactly the same. No monster race was able to do this. Even the bug mother of the bug race couldn't create 1,000 bug races of the third rank with the exact same fighting ability. Unless it was summoned. Summoner? Li Hong froze, then realized with a start that it's no wonder they move so coordinated and their fighting skills are almost identical. Zhang Zetian nodded, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. And it's an extremely rare large-scale summoning. Ordinary summoners control at most a dozen summons at the same time. This is already over 1,000. Dongfang Yao frowned. It seems the one we were tracking has found us and is far stronger than we expected. Judging by the number of summons currently summoned and their strength, the opponent is at least an S-rank summoner. The grade is at least at the peak level of the 5th rank 9. And it's even just a foot away from the 6th rank. The faces of the people were ugly. Granted, they were all 5th order, 9th order existences. However, other than Dongfang Yao, the rest of them were all some distance away from the peak of the 5th rank 9. If what was really in the shadows was really a 5th rank, 9th rank and S-rank summoner, their situation would become incredibly passive. We may have kicked the bucket this time. Dongfang Yao's face also became ugly. Humph, regardless of whether he's a summoner or what. In front of me, Li Hong, he's all scum. Although Li Hong's mouth was unconvincing, the movements in his hands became more cautious. Don't be careless, Dongfang Yao said in a deep voice. Although these black shadow soldiers are only of the 3rd rank, they are huge in number and move strangely. We have to find a way to break through them as soon as possible, or we'll be consumed alive here. Old chapter, do you have any ideas? Dongfang Yao looked at Zhang Zetian. As a full team mage, the chapter has the most powerful offense on the team. I can also cast a wide-ranging starfall to temporarily clear out these black shadow soldiers. However, after this strike, there will be a great deal of exertion, and you may not be able to continue performing this skill for a day afterward. Well, it's up to you then, Dongfang Yao said without hesitation. Chapter nodded, then closed his eyes. The codex in his hand slowly unfolded, and golden runes once again surrounded him. Law Reconstruction, Starfall. The golden runes erupted with dazzling light, and countless meteoric energies fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, all the black shadow soldiers perished. Looking at the black shadow soldiers that kept falling to the ground behind him, Zhang Zetian took a deep breath and raised the magic power in his body to the limit. Golden runes rotated in his palm, eventually converging into an endless ball of star energy that was dazzling. Go on. Zhang Zetian gently pushed out his right palm, and the star energy ball immediately flew out, spreading in all directions. In a flash, the sky was dark. Dazzling white light filled the entire ice cave. Dongfang Yao and the others' eyes widened as they stared in shock at the feat before them. The originally dense legion of black shadows became sparse in the blink of an eye, and even the ground shook slightly. One blow, it wiped out thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. Good job, old chapter. Li Hong gave a thumbs up. Hoo. Break out while you can. Zhang Zetian panted heavily. That move just now had consumed too much of his mental and physical strength. Go! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly rushed towards the gap that Zhang Zetian had blasted out. And this scene was caught in Sumo's eyes. What a horrible skill. Wizards deserve to be the most powerful profession in terms of killing. Sumer couldn't help but sigh. This powerful attack, if it fell directly on him, would really be, can't imagine. However, such a powerful skill is bound to be impossible to cast continuously. Then the danger to wizards will plummet. Sumer rubbed his chin. He can also summon roughly 6,000 or so ghost soldiers right now. These soldiers, of necessity, could not all go out to fight. Some to be his scapegoat. 2,000 of them will guard my side, while the rest of the ghost shadow soldiers will be divided into batches to drain their physical and mental strength. Suemo gently waved his hand. Black mist filled the air, and countless ghostly shadow soldiers split into several squares and surged towards the direction of Dongfang Yao and the others' breakout. Dongfang Yao led the squad quickly through the ice cave. Zhang Zetian's face was a little pale. His magic power consumption was close to the limit after executing that move Starfall. Old Zhang, are you still holding up? Li Hong asked, with a few moments of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, it won't die. Zhang Zetian forced a smile, but the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his weakened state. Just then, a black crack suddenly surfaced on the ice wall in front of him. Countless ghostly soldiers drilled out from it, once again forming an encirclement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are so many of these guys. Li Hong's face changed dramatically. Spread out the formation, Dongfang Yao shouted, and the 6 of them quickly pulled away, protecting Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and archer Lu Tongyuan in the middle, forming a defensive circle. With a wave of Mo Qingxue's staff, a wall of ice rose up from the ground, temporarily blocking some of the ghost shadow soldiers from attacking. However, more ghost shadow soldiers emerged from the underground. They no longer just wandered around harassing, but began to attack in an organized manner. A portion of the ghostly soldiers rushed directly towards the crowd, while the other portion roamed in the distance, ready to provide support. Chapter 39, next, the real battle opens up. This is simply a beast wave. No, it's more terrifying than a tidal wave of beasts. We need to find that summoner. Just defeat him and these summons will disappear. Mo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly. The magic power in her body began to rapidly condense, and the blue gem at the top of the staff gave off a dazzling light. I'll find out where that summoner is, Mo Qingxue said in a low voice, then closed her eyes and started casting detection magic. Protect her. Dongfang Yao bellowed and quickly stood beside Mo Qingxue. The long sword in his hand swung out a sword light, repelling the approaching ghost shadow soldiers. Li Hong also did not hesitate to block Mo Qingxue's other side. Master, they seem to want to find out where you are. Want me to them? Sumer smiled faintly. Let them find it. It's not the time for you to make an appearance yet. Just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully resisting for an hour and receiving a 100 kill value reward. A hint of joy flashed in Sumo's eyes. It seems that the mission is progressing well. He looked at the system panel. The progress of the quest had reached 10%. As long as he persisted for another 11 hours, he would be able to obtain 1,000 kill values and a chance for 10 consecutive draws. Space magic, tracer magic. Mo Qingxue's hands traced a strange rune in front of her chest, and a faint blue light glowed on her slender fingers. She closed her eyes and sensed the subtle fluctuations in the space around her. Found it. About 300 meters to the northeast. There's a strong fluctuation of the dragon race's aura there. Her eyes snapped open and her staff clanked. Okay, Li Hong and I will go and take care of that summoner. Old Zhang, you are responsible for guarding Qingxue, Old Lu, Old Zhang and their safety. Qingxue and Old Lu are in charge of giving us long-range support. Dongfang Yao ordered immediately. Understood. Li Hong showed his teeth and smiled. Finally I can meet this guy who hides his head. With that, he took out his own berserker battle axe. An axe went down, and the raging power instantly emptied the ghostly shadow soldiers in front of him. Go! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly rushed in the direction where Sumo was. Master, they've found us. Aha! Sumer nodded. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Within his expectations, after all, the other side was able to track down. Being able to locate them is just not normal. Master, what's the battle to be fought? I have a feeling those people's strength isn't quite the same as the bedbugs we encountered before. Seems a little strong. The Holy Lord spoke. So, we have to make a good plan before we can confront those people head-on. Skill All Souls illustration is activated. Detailed information about Dongfang Yao and Li Hong surfaced on the illustration, including their strengths, skills, fighting styles, and weaknesses. Name, Oriental Yao. Level, 5th order. 9th grade. Profession, lightsaber. Grade, A. Power, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Intelligence, 58,000. Spirit, 58,000. Skill 1, Sword Mind, A rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao enters a highly focused combat state, able to anticipate the enemy's attack trajectory, increasing evasion rate and counterattack speed. Skill 2, Judgment of Light, S rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao condenses light attribute sword chi, inflicting huge damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of him, with a short blinding effect. Skill 3, Chopping, B rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao quickly swings his longsword, dealing moderate physical damage to enemies within a straight line in front of him with a slight knockback effect. Skill 4, Shelter of Light, B rank skill. Effect, Oriental Yao summons a barrier of light that provides a brief defense bonus to himself or his teammates, reducing damage taken by 20% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 25 seconds. Weakness, Oriental Yao's high sensitivity and high frequency of attacks require a lot of stamina. Prolonged fighting will cause his status to decline rapidly, while fighting at night will reduce his combat power by 5%. This guy has almost full four-dimensional attributes. It looks like it's about to enter the 6th rank. Could it be that he's chasing the Earth Dragon like this because he wants to advance to the 6th order with the help of the Earth Dragon's dragon bloodline? Sumer frowned. Think that's a strong possibility. Soon enough, it was time to turn his attention to another. Name, Li Hong. Level, 5th order. 9th grade. Profession, Berserker. Grade, A. Power, 55,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 50,000. Spirit, 52,000. Skill 1, Berserk Rage, A rank skill. Effect, Li Hong enters a berserk state with increased attack power and attack speed. At the end of the berserk, Li Hong will enter a weakened state, with all attributes dropping. Skill 2, Earth Splitting, A rank skill. Effect, Li Hong swings his battle axe, dealing high physical damage to enemies in a straight line area in front of him. Skill 3, 6 Styles of Berserk Battle, B rank skill. Effect, Li Hong stimulates his own power and explodes into 6 attacks. Skill 4, Brute Force Punch, B rank skill. Effect, Li Hong rushes towards the target with great speed, dealing moderate physical damage to enemies in his path with a short stun effect. Weakness 1, Weakness after Berserk. Weakness 2, Limited attack range. Description, Li Hong's skills are mostly melee attacks, lack of long-range attacks, easy to be kite by long-range professions or flexible enemies. This guy isn't weak either. Suemo narrowed his eyes slightly after reading the details and weaknesses of the two. Both sides were at the top level of the 5th rank, plus the remaining 4. If he fought head-on, Suemo would definitely not be able to take advantage. If it hadn't, at first, taken care of that mage, the situation will be even more difficult. It can even be tyrannized. Next, will be the beginning of the real battle. Suemo took a deep breath and his face was grave. On the other side, the two of them, Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, joined forces and quickly approached Suemo. The ghostly shadow soldiers rushing up around them were also easily cleared by the two's attacks, closing in on Sumo's position step by step. Bump! Li Hong splits a ghost shadow soldier with an axe, gazing straight at Suemo and the Holy Lord above the icy peak. The corners of his mouth cracked into a hideous arc. Ha ha ha! Captain, I see the Draconian, Li Hong said with a big smile, his face full of excitement. Dongfang Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand gripping the weapon tightened. Be careful, that dragon race is not simple at first glance. Don't gut her out. Li Hong grinned. Don't worry, Captain. This time, I won't let another dragon slip out from under my nose. As the words fell, he pointed his toes, and his entire body shot into midair like a cannonball, the great axe in his hand raised high. Get out of my way, all you scum! Chapter 40, Demons do not speak of martial virtues. Li Hong's huge axe carried a thunderous momentum, cleaving the ghostly soldiers in front of him into black mist and dissipating. A passageway that led straight in front of Suemo was split open hard, and the ice crystals along the way were shattered to pieces. Li Hong and Dongfang Yao killed close to the front. Their gazes fell on the Holy Lord, and the first thing they perceived was the Holy Lord's rank. This dragon is only 4th ranked? Li Hong's voice was a little surprised, as if he had seen something incredible. Dongfang Yao frowned slightly but didn't say anything as his gaze turned to Suemo. When they sensed Sumo's rank, the expressions on their faces became even more odd. 3rd ranked summoner? How is this? The Holy Lord and Sumer ranks were nothing like what they had envisioned. It was a bit terribly weak. It's just that it's not the half-step 6th step they expected. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a 5th rank, and even the summoner was still only a 3rd rank? It's not right. Very much 12% off. How could a 3rd-ranked summoner summon a 4th-ranked dragon that exceeded his own rank? That's just as well. Summoning thousands of 3rd-order monsters was even more impossible. A 3rd-order summoner definitely didn't have that huge amount of magic power that could support him in summoning so many summons. But what they don't realize is that Sumer summoned ghost shadow soldiers without consuming any magic power at all. Could it be that the other party possesses a prop that can change their level? Dongfang Yao whispered, his eyes deep. In this instant, Sumo's existence became confusing. It must be. The other party's true cultivation must be hidden. Otherwise there's no way to explain why they summoned so many 3rd-rank monsters. Just as Dongfang Yao was analyzing Suemo and the Sacred Lord, Li Hong had already approached towards the Holy Lord with his giant axe raised, a large grin spreading from the corner of his mouth. I originally thought you guys were 5th order and would have to go through a lot of trouble, but I didn't realize it was so drawn out. Li Hong swaggers closer. Now it seems that I can easily take care of you all by myself. He even whistled provocatively at the Holy Lord. Wait. Seeing Li Hong preparing to make a move, Dongfang Yao spoke out to stop him. Li Hong stopped with a puzzled expression and looked back at Dongfang Yao. Captain, what are you doing? Under Li Hong's puzzled gaze, Dongfang Yao made a slight bow in the direction of Suemo and the Holy Lord, his tone surprisingly polite. I wonder if your excellency would be willing to cut us some slack and give us this dragon. We are willing to pay a large price for it. Li Hong? He suspected he had heard wrong. What kind of operation was this for the captain? Shouldn't we just grab it? Suemo and the Holy Lord, who were preparing to fight, were also filled with questions. What's going on here? Bump! What responded to Dongfang Yao was the Holy Lord's dragon breath. Damn the guy for negotiating his dang demon as a commodity? The Holy Lord was furious. Dragon flame whistled past. Dongfang Yao hastily dodged. Dragon flame landed on top of the ice and snow behind him, exploding into a brilliant ice blue flame. And you dare to take the initiative? Li Hong cursed and raised his axe to close in. This time, Dongfang Yao did not block it again. The other side has already done it, so there's no point in wasting words. Anyway, no matter what the cost, they had to catch this dragon today. Captain, I'll take care of this dragon. Li Hong smiled confidently. With a giant axe in hand, he killed the Holy Lord head-on. The Holy Lord's golden dragon pupils lit up with flames of anger, and the dragon's claws slapped the ground so violently that the entire icy peak trembled. Lowly human, how dare you insult this seat like that? Dragon blast! Blinding blue light burst from within the holy body, like a small sun exploding above the icy peak. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions with the Holy Lord at the center, and the ice and snow instantly vaporized under the force. What? The smile on Li Hong's face froze as he felt an energy fluctuation that far exceeded that of a fourth-order creature come crashing down on him. At this moment, it was no longer realistic for him to try to hide. Cracking chop! Li Hong desperately mobilized all the elemental power in his body and poured it into the large axe in his hand, then slashed down. Rumble dash! The two collided, producing a violent ringing sound. The surrounding glaciers shook, and countless snow pieces flew and sprinkled down like rain. A cloud of dust obscured the view of the crowd in the only a muffled grunt could be heard from Li Hong. Li Hong fell back 3 meters, his chest dented. A deep bloody scar was torn where the original battle armor had been, and bright red liquid dripped down the wound. Li Hong raised his head and gazed at the Holy Lord in horror. Your rank. Li Hong was horrified. He clearly sensed that the Holy Lord was only at the 4th rank. How come the power that suddenly erupted was many times stronger than him? It's fake. Dongfang Yao's eyes stared and quickly flashed to Li Hong's side. Are you alright, Captain? This guy is not simple. We were all fooled by him. Li Hong wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The contempt in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by gravity and vigilance. Aha! Dongfang Yao nodded. He had expected this. Sure enough, he's hiding his strength. This is at least a peak 5th order dragon. Suemo looked at Li Hong's slightly broken armor and shook his head slightly. It's a pity that this guy is even wearing armor, or else this strike would be enough to completely incapacitate him. However, this has also caused Li Hong to suffer a considerable amount of trauma, and his strength has definitely been discounted. The Holy Lord will definitely be able to stall enough if he fights with it alone. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Li Hong in front of him. The mind calculates the next response. Even though the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were now only over 30,000, there is a difference of about 20,000 with Li Hong, but the opponent had expended a lot of physical strength before, plus he had been hit hard again. With his 4 SS rank runes, the Holy Lord was able to make up for the difference in rank between the two sides. What was trickier now was the Dongfang Yao in front of him. The opponent's 4-dimensional attributes were even higher than Li Hao's, almost close to full level. If he joined the battlefield, the Holy Lord would definitely not be able to withstand it, even though he summoned 2 Saint Lords were no match for Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Not to mention, there were 4 other people on the other side watching. It would be almost impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The system's task wasn't for him to defeat the other party either. Just a day of head-on confrontation was enough. That gives him a lot of room to maneuver. After some thought, Suemo already had an incomparably detailed plan in his mind. Now, just wait and see what happens. Eyes cast to the battlefield between Li Hong and the Holy Lord. Dragon flames roared and frost raged. Li Hong swung his giant axe to slash at the Holy Lord, while the Holy Lord, who knew his opponent's weaknesses, utilized his agile figure to constantly roam around. It did not give a chance for melee combat, and constantly utilizing Dragon Flame for suppression. Damn it, you stinker. Is that all you know how to do? Hide? Are you still a dragon? Seeing that his attacks were slow to inflict fatal damage on this dragon race in front of him, Li Hong stormed out, screaming, he's at least a 5th order powerhouse. At the moment it's being teased like a monkey. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, a look of contempt in his eyes. He's a demon, and it's well known that demons are not martial. As long as I can win, everything is okay. Chapter 41, Don't care about me? You guys are going to have bad luck. Ding detected that the host has resisted the opponent's attack for 2 hours. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kill value. Sumo's eyes brightened slightly, his mood extremely pleasant. According to the Holy Lord's style of fighting, delaying for a day was not a problem at all. Of course, that's impossible. Sumo's gaze swept towards Dongfang Yao. Sure enough, I noticed that a hint of agitation had crept into the other man's face. Dongfang Yao stood in the distance, his brows furrowed. He didn't expect Li Hong to even have the slightest idea what he could do to this dragon race in front of him. At this rate, I don't know how much more time will be consumed. It can't wait, Dongfang Yao whispered, and a long sword with a snow-white body appeared in his hand. When Sumo saw this scene, he was immediately alerted. He had long predicted that Dongfang Yao would make a move. He just didn't expect it to be this fast. This guy, he seems to be in a real hurry. Chop! Dongfang Yao raised his arm and turned his wrist. A stern sword chi broke through the air at an astonishingly fast speed. Damned bedbugs. Rabbit charm. Activated at breakneck speed. The Holy Lord's figure instantly blurred, moving 3 meters sideways at an incredible speed. Dongfang Yao's surefire sword unexpectedly fell short. What? Dongfang Yao's pupils suddenly shrunk. His sword contained the sword mind ability of anticipation, and it was reasonably impossible to be dodged. What shocked him even more was that the Holy Lord dragged out 7 residual shadows behind him as he moved. This guy, what terrifying speed! Dongfang Yao's expression was grave. He had never seen such a bizarre speed. Even he didn't have this terrifying speed. This dragon race has definitely mastered an S-rank speed skill. If you want to capture it alive, you have to block his speed. Dongfang Yao immediately shouted at Zhang Zetian and Mo Qingxue, "Cast a spell on me to restrict this dragon's mobility." Captain. The two of them, Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, sniffed and immediately took action. One holds a staff, the other a codex. The spell was cast, and all of a sudden, the wind rose. Magical imprisonment. Frost fall. Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian both snapped in unison, only to see that the space around the Holy Lord suddenly distorted, as if it was bound by invisible shackles. At the same time, the temperature plummeted. The cold was so intense that a thick layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground, spreading towards the Holy Lord. It looked like it wanted to freeze the Holy Lord into an ice sculpture. Good chance. The light in Li Hong's eyes exploded as he seized this opportunity. Brute force punch. His whole body is gnarled and sinewy. Li Hong roared angrily and rushed towards the Holy Lord. This move was the attack he was most proud of, but any enemy that comes near him is simply swept away. And Dongfang Yao seized this opportunity to cast a chopping attack once again. The two attacks came towards the Holy Lord at the same time with an appalling might. He definitely can't hide this time. Li Hong grinned sardonically. Dongfang Yao also nodded. This dragon race, even if it was strong enough to block the attack of one of them, it would definitely not be able to resist the attack of the other. The Holy Lord's golden dragon pupils suddenly contracted. Sumo's face also changed slightly. 1 against 2 huh? Sumo's mind moved, directly allowing the Sacred Lord to unleash the power of the Tiger Rune spell. Tiger Rune spell Yin-Yang split. In the shocked gazes of Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, the Holy Lord's body actually split into 2. What the hell is this? Li Hong rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Dongfang Yao was also in disbelief. He had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen such a bizarre ability. Split? No, these two guys, their auras are just as powerful as before. Dongfang Yao quickly calmed down as he realized that the aura of these two Saint Lords hadn't weakened because they were split in 2. Instead, they were all very strong. It can't be a new dragon race summoned by that summoner, can it? But can one person summon 2 identical dragons? Li Hong's face twitched. Dongfang Yao unconsciously swept towards the ghostly soldiers. Who says you can't summon the exact same creature? Aren't these Ghostbusters the perfect example? A bad feeling rose in his heart. If the other party was able to summon not 1 or 2 dragons, but tens or hundreds, they were not to mention capturing a living dragon tribe back alive today. Even if they could go back alive was a big question. The 2 great saint masters of good and evil blocked Li Hong and Dongfang Yao's attacks respectively. Dare to strike at me, today I will eat you alive. The evil Sacred Lord was furious, and a raging, ferocious aura spread out. Opening his mouth, he swept towards Li Hong and Dongfang Yao with a dragon blast. The 2 big men were shocked at the sight, hurriedly dodging. The dragon blast rumbled and exploded, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. I'll see where you're going to run. The evil Saint Lord roared and once again pursued. Seeing this, the good Saint Lord on the side also cast an attack without mercy. Though the Holy One is divided into good and evil, it's still impossible to be a match for Li Hong and Dongfang Yao, not to mention the fact that the other side is aided by 2 mages. Sumo secretly calculated in his heart. Although, the current good and evil 2 great Saint Lords had temporarily suppressed Li Hong and Dongfang Yao, however, it was still impossible to be the opponent's opponent. By the time the other side reacted, the ending still couldn't be changed. The key to breaking the game is still in the other 4. Suemo looked over to the 4 Mo Qingxue who were still under siege by the Ghost Shadow Corps. It looks like this support and mage will have to be taken care of if we want to stall long enough. Auxiliary this profession although not as powerful as the other main combat profession of the fighting force, but many times, It's the heart and soul of the team, play a decisive role in the battle. Suemo knew in his heart that as long as he controlled Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, he would be able to drastically weaken Dongfang Yao and their battle power. They were protected by a shield warrior, and it was definitely not an easy task to take them out. My career is a great cover. A handless summoner, who could have thought, was a terrifying melee combatant? After making up his mind, Suemo walked towards the battlefield of Mo Qingxue and the others. Captain, is that guy trying to escape? Li Hong shouted as he dealt with the Holy Lord. It's just a summoner. He can't make any waves. Just let him go. Dongfang Yao snorted coldly, his gaze always locked on the Holy Lord. Our goal is the dragons. Leave him alone. Of course, there was another reason why he didn't want to mess with this summoner too much. Hey, don't care about me? Then you guys are in big trouble. Suemo laughed in his heart, but the pace of his feet became faster and faster. Chapter 42, Summoner? Dragon Knight? What the hell are you? Sumo's figure moved quickly across the battlefield, closing in on Mo Qingxue and the others in a matter of 10 seconds. This was still Suemo purposely controlling his speed. Otherwise, with his current speed attribute of up to 37,600, as well as the power of the rabbit rune, in a few blinks, he was able to rush to the fore. At this moment, in the battlefield of Zhang Zetian and the four others, the shield warrior Zhang San was in front, like an iron tower, blocking the onslaught of the ghost shadow soldiers to death. The two mages, Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, were constantly releasing spells from the back. Of course, because Zhang Zetian was overconsumed, the main output was played by the shooter Ryu Tanyuan. The ghost shadow core was still struggling to surround them, but Mo Qingxue's four worked well together, and for a while they were able to stabilize their position. Ha! What does that kid want? Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Zetian caught a glimpse of Sumo's movements and frowned. Isn't he trying to escape? Mo Qingxue was also a bit puzzled. No, he's coming in our direction. Ryu Tanyuan killed a ghost shadow soldier with an arrow. A summoner, charging towards us? Zhang San froze for a moment, then grinned and, this kid isn't out of his mind. I'm afraid, in their opinion, Sumo's behavior was simply suicidal. A brittle summoner who doesn't honestly hide behind it. Instead, they wanted to play melee with their two mages, a shooter and shield warrior. Sick in the head. Whatever, since he's looking for death, let's fulfill him. Zhang San let out a sardonic laugh, and the shield in his hand slammed forward and, shield strike. With a whistling wind sound, the huge shield ruthlessly crashed into Suemo. If this strike were to hit, a warrior of the same level would, I'm afraid, have to suffer heavy damage, not to mention a brittle summoner. If not dead, then crippled. Zhang San's shield was wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds and slammed towards Suemo. With this strike, it was as if even the air had been crushed and exploded, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. It's over. No one thought a brittle summoner would be able to dodge the blow. However, Rabbit Charm extreme speed. Whoosh! Sumo's figure instantly disappeared in place. That speed, it was almost like an instantaneous shift. So fast that the naked eye can't even catch it. Zhang San's shield strike hit the ground with a solid thud. A small crater was smashed out directly. Where are the people? The smile on his face instantly froze, his eyes as wide as brass bells. How did it disappear? Did I blink? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting he was hallucinating. Not only him, even the three people at the back, Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingxue and Lu Tanyuan, were all dumbfounded. How do people suddenly disappear? Not disappear. It's the speed that paralyzes our eyes. Lu Tanyuan's pupils shrunk violently. As an archer, his dynamic vision was far beyond normal, not to mention the eagle eye technique added to it. Even so, he had only captured the remnants of Sumo's movement. This speed was definitely not something a third-rank summoner could have. Or rather, just not the speed that a summoner's profession should have. Before the words fell, Suemo had already bypassed shield warrior Zhang San like a ghost and appeared in front of Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian and Lu Tanyuan. *******. Watch out. Only then did Zhang San react and hurriedly yelled, but it was already too late. He never dreamed that a summoner would be able to burst out with such terrifying speed. This completely turned his perception upside down. But what can a summoner do when he gets close? Being a sandbag? Dragon Blast. Suemo wouldn't give them any chance and directly opened his mouth with a Dragon Blast. Hot balls of fire with destructive energy coalesced rapidly in his mouth. The blazing light baked the air around them with some distortion. Quick defense. Zhang Zetian desperately squeezed the remaining magic power in his body and cast a defensive magic the second before his strength ran out. Magic Shield. Mo Qingxue also reacted as the top of her staff lit up. Healing Light. The white light fell on Zhang Zetian's body, and his magic power, which was about to bottom out, recovered a little bit visible to the naked eye. Boom! Dragon Blast slammed hard into the magic shield that Zhang Zetian had hastily supported. The hot flames instantly exploded like a blooming fire lotus. wrapping the entire shield. The surrounding frigid rocks actually began to melt under the scorching heat. The drops were evaporated into white mist again before they hit the ground. Click, click, click. The magic shield trembled violently, making an unbearable sound, and a crack spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Zetian's face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. The sliver of magic power that had just been restored was quickly injected into the shield, desperately trying to maintain its stability. Damn! How is this guy's attack so strong? Zhang Zetian was horrified in his heart. He had thought that a summoner, even if he got close, could be much of a threat, but now, Sumo's shot of Dragon Blast was simply comparable in power to the full force of a 5th rank 9th level mage. This was completely beyond his knowledge. How could a summoner with a weak physical body have such a powerful single combat ability? All the summoners they've met before were fake? This guy in front of me isn't a summoner at all. He's a dragon rider, right? But why would a dragon rider know the means of a summoner? A series of questions swirled in the chapter's mind. He felt like his worldview was collapsing. It wasn't just him. Mo Qingxue and Lu Tongyuan were equally incredulous. They had never seen such a powerful summoner before, and this completely overturned their perception of summoners. Ka-ching! The magic shield finally couldn't withstand the impact of the dragon blast and shattered like glass. The residual flame energy swept through, burning several charred holes in Zhang Zetian's vestments. Lu Tongyuan's legs went limp and he fell to his knees, his face as white as paper. No more magic. Zhang Zetian's lips trembled as he spat out the words with difficulty. A tearing pain came from his overdrawn magic circuits, causing a blackout before his eyes. The moment the shield shattered, a silver light broke through the air, bursting arrows. Lu Tongyuan's bowstring trembled, and the specially made demon-breaking arrow carried an ear-piercing shrill whistle straight to Sumo's throat. The arrowheads were entwined with spiraling streams of air, which were surefire arrows that could penetrate the defenses of the 5th rank. It didn't matter if you were a dragon knight or a summoner. You were going to fall under this arrow. Die! A vicious color flashed in Lu Tongyuan's eyes. As the team's chief shooter, he had shot countless strong enemies with this move. Even if the opponent was really a dragon knight hiding his strength, as long as he was hit, he would at least be seriously injured and lose his ability to fight. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Can you hit it? I'm sure you'll win. At such a close distance, even if the other party's speed was faster, it would definitely not be faster than an arrow. Chapter 43, Tied Up. Good for business. Ha! Facing this arrow, Sumo had no intention of dodging at all. He utilized the lure of his status as a summoner to kill the three by surprise. Time is running out, and the opportunity to strike is only these few seconds away. If it's evasive, by the time that Shield Warrior arrived, there would be trouble. Sumo let the arrow wrapped in the power of breaking magic hit him with precision, and the moment that arrow's power exploded, Sumo cast the skill damage transfer. Put! The sound of the arrow entering the flesh was clearly audible, and even the sight of the arrow penetrating through the body from behind fell into everyone's eyes. It worked! He's dead! Not bad for Willow. Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian cheered out almost simultaneously, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Zhang San is also relieved, although the process is thrilling. But finally, it's still me. Ru Tongyuan was smug. Even if a 5th rank is hit by this arrow of mine, it will be hard to escape serious injury. Ryu Tongyuan shook his head. The meaning is obvious, but soon, the expression on his face froze, because he saw that Sumer is not dead. Not even a trace of blood was shed. Damage transfer. The wound in Sumo's chest that had been penetrated suddenly glowed with a bizarre red light. The burst of energy attached to the arrow actually followed some kind of invisible connection and instantly transferred to the surrounding ghost shadow soldiers. Boom boom boom. With 3 explosions in a row, the bodies of the nearest few ghost shadow soldiers suddenly swelled and exploded, turning into a roiling black mist and dissipating. On the other hand, the penetrating wound on Sumo's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to his old self, and even the ragged holes in his clothes were strangely restored. What kind of skill is this? Mo Qingshue's eyes widened in horror and her voice changed tone. Zhang Zetian was also dumbfounded as he rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was hallucinating. I must have overdrawn my magic too much and my eyes are blurry. Lu Tongyuan was even as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body froze. The demon breaker arrow he was so proud of, the surefire strike, had actually failed? This was something that could even seriously injure a 5th-ranked powerhouse. He muttered, his voice filled with disbelief and self-doubt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that what my arrow just hit was only the opponent's doppelganger? He jerked his head up and stared dead at the wound on Sumo's chest that had completely healed. Even his clothes were intact, as if everything just now was an illusion. Dragon's breath. Sumo wouldn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Take advantage of your illness. A mouthful of scorching hot breath spewed out from Sumo's mouth, carrying an extremely violent and destructive energy towards the 3 Lu Tongyuan people. So what if it's a 5th order 9? Their profession is destined to make melee combat a nightmare. Suemo was confident that as long as there were no accidents, the three were powerless under his attack. Boom! Long Yen was like a flood that broke the dike, instantly engulfing the three. The scorching heat wave of air roasted the surrounding ground to a charred and cracked state. The three were simply defenseless. The flames dispersed, and the three were in a sorry state. Mo Qingshue's skirt was burned to the point that only a few strands of rags remained, and Zhang Zetian became a beggar's outfit. Lu Tonyuan was even worse. His body was scorched black. What had been long, flowing hair went straight to an exploding head with wisps of smoke. In the end, Lu Tonyuan raised his head with difficulty. He couldn't figure out how a third-rank summoner could have such terrifying speed, be able to proceed to take down explosive arrows without injury, and now spit dragon breath? It's not a surprise anymore. It's a shock. This completely subverted his 20-plus years of knowledge of the professional system, and was even more outrageous than a sow up a tree. Suemo squatted down and patted Lu Tongyuan's charred cheeks. Surprise? It's only just begun. Ghost Shadow Corps, take them. Suemo gave an order. Dozens of ghost shadow soldiers scurried out of the shadows like ghosts, moving swiftly and strangely. A black rope wrapped precisely around the limbs and necks of the three men. Bind them securely. Unable to move like dumplings. Let go of me, you filthy undead creatures. Mo Qingxue screamed and struggled, but she was simply unable to break free from the ghost shadow soldiers. Zhang Zetian is no better. He tried to chant a spell as he struggled, but each time, just a few syllables were uttered before the ghostly soldier was smothered with a punch to the stomach. Stiffly, he held back the spell, holding it until his face was purple. Only Lu Tongyuan was still calm as he stared at Suemo with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He really couldn't figure out how he had lost to a third-rank summoner. Damn thing, let them go or I'll make you look good. It was only at this time that Zhang San rushed over from the tangle of ghostly shadow soldiers. Seeing that the three of them, Mo Qingxue, were bound into dumplings by the ghost shadow soldiers, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were glazed over, his forehead veins bulging. Or I'll smash you to a pulp. Suemo smiled faintly, completely unafraid. Guess whether you'll smash me into meat paste first, or I'll kill them first? Suemo waved his hand, and the ghost shadow soldier immediately understood, and the black rope in his hand tightened violently. Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan immediately let out muffled grunts of pain, their faces rising to the color of pig's liver, especially Mo Qingxue, who originally had only a few strands of rags left to cover her. Now it was even more strangled and gasping for air, and her chest was rippling as if it would burst at any moment. Zhang San's footsteps came to a hard stop. Throwing his weight around, he didn't dare to gamble. You vile. Zhang San was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Not bothering with Zhang San, Sumer stroked his chin and circled around the trio. Without these three guys, the next battle will be much better. I wonder if I can make the other side throw in the towel if I use these three lives as blackmail. In that case, dragging them hard for a day to complete the system will be easy. Thinking about this, Suemo looked towards the battlefield between Dongfang Yao and the others and the Holy Lord. Worthy of being two 5th order 9th level existences, they have suppressed the Holy Lord so easily. Battlefield. The two great Holy Lords of good and evil were suppressed to death by Dongfang Yao and Li Hong. But even so, the Holy Lord was proud enough of himself. After all, the Holy Lord was only at the 2nd level of the 4th order now, and there was a gulf that could not be crossed from the 9th level of the 5th order. 1-on-2 and still undefeated for so long. In any other 4th order existence? No, even the 5th order. It was also long ago that Dongfang Yao and Li Hong teamed up to blast it into slag, and even the ashes could not be found. Captain, it looks like we'll soon be able to take down these two dragons in front of us. Li Hong grinned, joy spreading from the corners of his eyes. Originally, their goal was just to capture a dragon alive to go back to the young lady. I didn't realize it was buy one get one free. It's a great deal of money. Dongfang Yao nodded, a flash of excitement appearing on his face. And just as the two were getting ambitious, Sumo's somewhat untimely voice rang out at this moment. You too, why don't you turn around and take a look? Chapter 44, Mission Reward. Grey Wolf. From Suemo making his move, to capturing Zhang Zetian and the others, it all happened in a flash of lightning. But for a few seconds, Dongfang Yao and Li Hong didn't have time to react at all. It was accompanied by the sound of Sumo's voice. Li Hong glanced back. The glimpse was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. The smile on Li Hong's face instantly froze. His eyes glazed over and his mouth unconsciously opened. What's wrong? Dongfang Yao sensed Li Hong's difference. His heart thumped, and he also turned his head violently. The sight of it made his pupils contract suddenly. Sumer stood there harmlessly, and at his feet, Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan were like three fat sheep to be slaughtered. Bound solidly by thick black ropes, they lay sprawled on the ground. Next to him, Zhang San held a huge shield, but froze in place. The veins on his forehead jutted out. His eyes were red, staring at Sumo, but he didn't dare to take a step forward. Old Lu, old Zhang, Qingxue, how are they being? The two were completely dumbfounded. Just when they were fully suppressing the Holy Lord, thinking that they were winning, and even began to calculate how to take credit after capturing the dragons. The backyard caught fire? No, it's not a fire. It's a straight-up home invasion. How is this possible? Li Hong shouted out of breath, his voice changing tone. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misread the situation. That's 4 5th-order 9th-ranked powerhouses. Even if he and the captain teamed up, they weren't sure of taking it down. How could it be bundled into a dumpling by a 3rd-order summoner? Moreover, looking at Zhang San's throwaway look, it was obvious that these three were being taken as hostages. When did this happen? They were clearly still in a fierce battle with the Holy Lord just now, and it was only a matter of 10 seconds or so before and after. Putting down and tying up 3 5th-order 9th-ranked powerhouses in 10 seconds or so? Or was it done with the protection of a 5th-order 9th-rank shield warrior? What a joke! Dongfang Yao's face also became extremely ugly. He thought deeper than Li Hong. The means shown by the man in front of me. Is this really a 3rd-order summoner? Just as he suspected. The opponent's profession isn't even that of a 3rd-order summoner. He's playing pig in a poke from start to finish. 6th order. This guy was definitely in existence of the 6th order or even above. Dongfang Yao's inner excitement actually contained a hint of excitement. He had thought that, even if the summoner in front of him had used props to change his level, at most, he would only be half a step into the 6th rank. Now it seemed that he had still severely underestimated his opponent's rank. Please be merciful and spare the lives of my teammates. Dongfang Yao instantly withdrew his hand and saluted towards Sumo. ********. Li Hong cursed in a low voice, so low that only he could hear himself. After glancing at the sacred lord, although he was unwilling, he could only stop and call it quits for the sake of Mo Qingxue's and the other people's lives. See the situation. The smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth grew wider. It's good. Everything's under control. Watching Dongfang Yao and Li Hong really stop attacking the Holy Lord, a stone fell to the ground in Sumo's heart. Sure enough, just as I expected, these people still care about their teammates' lives. He glanced at Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tonyuan, who were bundled up like 3 large silkworm babies at his feet. These 3 were now his most powerful talismans. As long as I have these 3 people under my control, not to mention delaying them for a day, even if I delay them for 3 or 5 days, they won't dare to act rashly. When the time comes, the system quests come hand in hand. Just as Sumo was having unlimited thoughts in his mind, planning how to use the hostages to maximize the delay, the next move of Dongfang Yao directly caused Sumo's calculations to instantly fall through. Dongfang Yao took a deep breath, suppressed the shocking waves in his heart, and made a distant arch towards Sumo. His posture lowered. Your Excellency's strength is unfathomable. We admit defeat. We are willing to stop immediately and never make another move against you and these 2 dragon friends. And please, Your Excellency, can you be magnanimous and let my teammates go? If Your Excellency has any grievances, I, Dongfang Yao, will bear them all. When these words came out, the face of Li Hong next to him instantly changed. Captain, Li Hong subconsciously shouted out of breath. How does this work? That dragon. He braked his words violently and looked anxiously at Dongfang Yao. Letting the dragons go? If they let these 2 dragons leave this time, they simply wouldn't be able to find a new one again in a short period of time. Time is running out, with less than half a month left. Then Miss she is not bound to die? Failure of the mission, he can accept the punishment, but the life of Miss. Dongfang Yao did not look at Li Hong. His gaze was still locked on Sumo, but his lips moved slightly and said sharply in a voice that only the 2 could hear. Don't you see? Li Hong was stunned. Dongfang Yao's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. The other party is at least of the 6th rank. 7 short words, like 9 days of thunder, ruthlessly split in Li Hong's mind. 6th order? Li Hong's pupils contracted violently, and his brain instantly went blank and buzzed. He subconsciously turned his head and stared dead at the young, harmless-looking summoner not far away. This guy who easily and casually tied 3 5th-order 9th-level powerhouses into dumplings, forcing Zhang San not to dare to move a bit, is a 6th order? No wonder it could be done under their noses and without a word. They were even thinking of taking each other alive before? It's almost as if the birthday boy hanged himself, too long to live. Chapter and the others were also desperately wiggling their bodies in protest. They can die, but the lady must be saved. Admit defeat? When Sumo heard this, he barely managed to strain the smile on his face. Admit defeat? You're kidding. He had worked so hard to set up this situation, and he had shown the enemy that he was weak, and he had made a move to capture the hostages at the critical moment. What was the plan? Isn't that just stalling? If Dongfang Yao and the others were patting themselves on the back right now, wouldn't he fail this mission on the spot? No no no, definitely can't let them just walk away. Hearing Dongfang Yao admit defeat, Suemo instantly became anxious as well. He's just trying to stall. He's not trying to win. Think of something. Just as Suemo was about to try and salvage the situation, the system voice rang out. Ding, the host has detected that he has successfully shocked his opponent into admitting defeat, and the mission stall time for 1 day has been completed in excess of the quota. Congratulations to the host for showing extraordinary wisdom and strength, and it is now judged that the degree of completion of the mission is perfect. Rewards being settled. Congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious prize. Sumer. No, wait a minute. Overshooting? His eyes instantly lit up. Tell me about it. Told you it would still be overbooked. Ding, congratulations to the host for directly obtaining 1,200 points of kill value rewards, and the number of draws has increased from 10 to 15. Obtained Divine Summon Grey Wolf Fragment *1. Chapter 45, 20 consecutive draws. What the hell is this? Sumo's eyes widened slightly. Cool. Just this by a times better. The kill value has increased by 200 points and the number of draws has increased by 5. That's the reward for going above and beyond the call of duty. It's really bountiful. However, the surprises don't end there. Get Divine Summoner Grey Wolf Fragment *1. What the hell? Sumer froze for a moment. Then, Shards of Grey Wolf. This is it? The value of this one fragment was comparable to SSS ranked materials, and the kill value was up to tens of thousands. He didn't know how long he would have to be a cowhorse and how many monsters he would have to kill before he could save up. Now, hey, there. System. Labor loves you. Detected that the host has 20 chances to draw. Do you want to use them now? First a sloppy 5 in a row. Ding. Consume 5 chances to draw. Start drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a B rank material. Moonstone *1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the D rank skill book Icecone technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the D grade equipment Leather Leg Guard. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the E ranked equipment Rusty Dagger. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the E rank skill book Basic Archery. This luck is barely okay. 5 consecutive draws produced a B rank material guarantee, which Suemo felt was already good. Granted, he couldn't use this B grade material, but it can be put into the system for redemption, and there will be a few tens of kill values to say the least. No loss. He rubbed his hands together. System, another 10 in a row. Ding, consuming 10 chances to draw. Start drawing. With a dazzling flash of light, the results of the lucky draw emerged one by one. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a D-ranked potion. Primary Antidote X3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-ranked material Cold Iron Ore. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-ranked material Tough Vine. There are B-grade materials again, but unfortunately there are still no A-grade and above props. I don't know if there's a guarantee for this lottery. Sumer thought, and used up all of his remaining 5 draws in one go as well. Ding, consuming 5 chances to draw. Start drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining E-ranked material Inferior Beast Skin X2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a D-rank potion. Miniature Healing Potion. Sure enough, another worthless piece of crap. Suemo had just flashed this thought in his heart when the last beep lifted his spirits. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special prop Ruins Coordinate Map. Sumer froze for a moment. Special props? A map of the coordinates of the ruins? His eyes snapped open and his heart skipped a beat. This last one, that's the big one? A map of the coordinates of the ruins. Suemo muttered, his eyes instantly becoming fiery. Could it be the treasure map? Hurriedly, he checked up on the information of this map of relic coordinates. Mystery item, Ruins Coordinates Map. Type, consumable/special. Effect, records the precise coordinates of a lost relic. The relic may contain unknown treasures, great power, or deadly dangers. Remarks, the information on this map seems to be incomplete, with some key areas obscured by unknown forces, requiring the holder to explore on their own or fulfill specific conditions before unlocking. Currently marked coordinates point to the outer regions of the Forgotten Land of Trials. The Forgotten Land of Trials. Suemo chewed on the name and the light in his eyes grew even brighter. Remains. This is real good stuff. It represents opportunity and unknown possibilities. Lost secret techniques, powerful weapons, and rare materials may be hidden inside. It may even be directly related to some of the core secrets of this world. Although the notes mention the danger and say the map is incomplete. But this, on the contrary, aroused Sumo's interest even more. The higher the risk, the greater the reward tended to be. However, at least wait until I've raised my Holy Lord's rank to the 6th rank and advanced my grade to the God rank. Sumer was excited but understood that, with his current strength, if he wanted to explore the relics, 9 times out of 10, he would die a horrible death. Everything needed to wait until he was strong enough. System, redeemed those B-grade materials I got. Ding, the host has successfully exchanged away the excess B-rank materials. Host's current available kill value, 1805. 1805 kill points. I can redeem another charm. Which one is better this time? Just as Suemo was considering which of the remaining talismans to exchange, a slightly raspy voice with obvious agitation interrupted his thoughts. Your Excellency. Dongfang Yao's voice came out, and he seemed to take a step forward, but then stopped in concern for something. If Your Excellency is still unwilling to release my teammates, I am willing to trade an S-class prop for them. Please have mercy, Your Excellency. When Dongfang Yao saw Sumo's delayed response, he thought that the other party was very dissatisfied with this matter. Thought so. He's got a teammate on the other side. What qualifications did he have to negotiate on equal terms with the other side? Concessions can only be made at great cost. S-class props? Suemo finally raised her eyelids and her gaze fell on Dongfang Yao. Unexpected joy. Unexpected joy. He wasn't trying to blackmail him. No, it's not exactly blackmail. This is the other person's spiritual compensation for himself. If you can get S-class props in exchange for their lives, I will naturally be happy to do so. Sumer opened his mouth. As for what S-class props it was, Suemo didn't care. It was going to end up being traded for his kill value anyway. Seeing Sumer loose his tongue, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and seemed to have made a great determination. With a flip of his palm, a jade pendant emitting a soft white light appeared in his palm as light flowed. The jade pendant was warm and oval in shape, with lines inscribed on its surface, vaguely forming the shape of a sword, revealing an aura of sharpness. Captain, you this. Seeing this S-class prop being taken out by Dongfang Yao, Li Hong instantly became anxious and wanted to open his mouth, but in the end, he closed his mouth. This is the S-class offensive prop, Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Dongfang Yao's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, obviously extremely reluctant to part with this prop. It can unleash a strike equivalent to the full force of a peak 6th ranked powerhouse, and can be used 3 times. This Sword Heart Jade Pendant is one of Dongfang Yao's cards to save his life. It was so valuable that it could never be taken out unless it was absolutely necessary. S-class attack props? Sumer's eyes brightened slightly. This stuff is good stuff. Although it's a consumable prop, it's a life when it counts. Besides, it was worth more than enough to replace the lives of those already half-crippled guys. Dongfang Yao was out for blood. Originally, Suemo was prepared to exchange it for killing value. There's no rush now. You can keep it for now. Could be. Sumer's voice was inaudible as he held out his hand. Chapter 46, Senior. Please don't toy with us. Seeing this, Dongfang Yao handed over the Sword Heart Jade Pendant with a great deal of pain. Suemo took the Jade Pendant. It was slightly cool in his hand, and he could clearly feel the huge energy contained in it. Good stuff. You guys can go. Suemo casually waved his hand, and the ropes binding Zhang Zetian and the others instantly dissipated. Dongfang Yao rushed forward, his hands busy checking the condition of his team members. Luckily, they're all wounded and depressed, but their lives are safe. Captain, we're useless. Let you. Before Lu Tongyuan finished his sentence, he coughed from pulling on his wound and his face was filled with shame. In order to save them, the captain had actually paid for that S-rank life-preserving base card. Zhang San even pounded the ground so heavily that the hard ice layer was cracked by him. It's all my fault, if I hadn't been careless. Stop it. Dongfang Yao interrupted him, his voice a little frayed, patting his shoulder and, being alive is better than anything. Suemo swept a glance at them and leapt to the top of the Holy Lord Dragon's back, ready to leave. Now that the mission had been completed and so many benefits had been gained, it was not a wise choice to remain here. But just as he was about to leave, Dongfang Yao immediately dodged and stopped in front of Suemo. What? Sumo's voice was flat and waveless. No joy or anger could be heard. Things are given and people are released. Now, is that a reversal? Although his tone was light, his gaze sharpened a few points, and he unconsciously rubbed the Sword Heart Jade Pendant in his hand. The Sacred Lord also sensed his master's emotions, and dragon flame coalesced in his mouth, ready to fight. There was a muffled pfft sound. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Dongfang Yao bent both knees and heavily knelt on the cold ground. He bowed his head, his forehead almost touching the ice. Team, Captain? What are you doing, Captain? Mo Qingxue? Zhang Zetian and the others cried out in shock, not caring about the injuries on their bodies. They struggled and tried to go forward to help Dongfang Yao up. They had never seen their captain look like this before. In their hearts, Dongfang Yao had always been a symbol of pride, strength, and never bowing down, always straightening his spine even in the face of desperate circumstances. But now, he was actually performing this great salute to an enemy who had just been facing each other in life and death. They don't understand why that is. And Li Hong, who was just about to rush over as well, suddenly thought of something. The footsteps slowed to a stop. The captain did it for the lady. Sumer froze as well. He envisioned the various moves Dongfang Yao would make after handing over the S-class props. The only thing I didn't think about was this. Kneel toward him. This guy, what the hell is going on? I realize that this request may be very abrupt and even a little uninformed, but I implore you, Your Excellency, to come to my aid. Save my lady. Dongfang Yao raised his head violently, his eyes red. Sure enough, Li Hong knew that it was bound to be so after the captain had probed the other party's cultivation to the 6th rank. The captain will do anything for the lady. Looking at the Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingxue, and the others beside him who were still dumbfounded and even a bit righteously angry, Li Hong's lips moved, and in the end, he only spat out a few words. That guy, it's the 6th rank. What? This time, the shrieks were neatly harmonized. Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingxue, Lu Tongyuan, and Zhang San, all froze in place. The anger and disbelief on his face was instantly replaced by great shock and horror. 6th order? They just were fighting a 6th order powerhouse? No, but isn't he, like, only 3rd rank? I guess he used props to hide his real occupation and cultivation. Chapter reacted. Who would believe that a 3rd rank summoner could beat 6 of their 5th rank knights like this? And this moment, they also understood the pain of their own captain. Instead of stopping them, they knelt down in unison towards Su Mo. Put. One muffled sound after another rang out across the ice. On the ice field, the cold wind whistled. Only Su Mo was left with one person and one dragon, condescendingly looking at the kneeling eastern squad. Sumer. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times as he watched the dramatic scene before him. No, what's going on here? If you have anything to say, you may stand up and say it. Soon after, Dongfang Yao informed Su Mo of what happened. Dongfang Yao and the others were the most powerful squad in Tianfeng City. Their squad followed Miss Phoenix's dance of Tianfeng City into the secret realm for training, and suddenly encountered a change of heart. Feng dance in order to cover their evacuation, but he himself was seriously injured and his origin was damaged as a result. Today is running out of gas and time. In order to rescue the other party, it would require at least 2 6th-ranked strong healers related to the dragon profession, or sacrifice 3 monsters with dragon bloodline to do so. So it is. It dawned on Sumer, understanding why that 5th-ranked Earth Dragon was able to escape from the other party, and why the other party had been in hot pursuit of the Holy Lord. But I'm going to disappoint you. The Holy Lord is my summon. I will never sacrifice him. Sumo's tone was decisive, without the slightest room for discussion. The Holy Lord was his greatest dependence right now, not to mention that it was just a phoenix dance who was unknown to him. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would never think of hitting the Holy Lord's idea. No, Your Excellency has misunderstood me. You don't need to sacrifice a partner with your 6th order cultivation, Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. We have already sought out a 6th-ranked Dragon Knight Senior, and now, only this last power of Your Excellency is missing. As long as Your Excellency is willing to step in and help with whatever you need, feats, secret treasures, and resources, I, all of Tianfeng City, will pour out everything I have. Absolutely no second thoughts. 6th order? The corner of Sumer's eye jumped imperceptibly, hoping that after half a day of fighting, these guys took themselves as a 6th order big brother who hid his cultivation? Himself is so powerful now. Sumer wanted to laugh a little in his heart, and was a little helpless. If he really was of the 6th rank, he might consider helping. After all, that Earth Dragon was someone else's lifesaver as well. I'd like to lend a helping hand, but unfortunately, as you can see, I'm really only a 3rd order. Your Excellency will not joke. Dongfang Yao let out a bitter smile, the earnestness on his face not diminished in the slightest. A 3rd-ranked summoner, beating 6 of their 5th-ranked, 9th-ranked ones to a standstill, and nearly exterminating 3 of their teammates? Who would believe this? You look at us people like we're little cuties. Next to her, Zhang Zetian couldn't help herself. He was still kneeling, but his neck was straight. If this was the 3rd rank, then what were they, who had been practicing hard for years at the 5th rank and 9th rank? Tutor? Dongfang Yao took over. Earlier it was we who had no eyes and offended the seniors. But now, it is a matter of the young lady's life. Please seniors. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. You should stop pretending and show your cards. We all understand. Sumer. He looked at Dongfang Yao's face that was filled with I understand. Senior, you don't need to say much. Keeping a low profile is the habit of a big brother. He glanced at a couple of other team members with the same expression. Yeah, we get it in their eyes, and felt as if the veins in the corners of his forehead jumped a little. Do you think I have to lie to you guys? I do. Senior, Dongfang Yao violently interrupted. If you are unwilling to make a move, just say so. I, Tianfeng City, will never force myself. But please, don't tease me and others with reasons, like the 3rd order anymore. Chapter 47. My name is Suemo, the Suemo of Karo City. Isn't this group of people's brainstorming ability a little too strong? Since he couldn't explain it, Suemo had no intention of continuing to explain. Although I am not of the 6th rank, if you still haven't found a cure for your young lady after half a month, you may come and find me. Of course, let's get one thing out of the way. I'll make a move and the pay can't be less. Tianfeng City has a large family, so I'm sure it won't be stingy. Although he was so embarrassed in his heart about stealing the Earth Dragon, the benefits couldn't be less. Senior is really as you say. You're only at the 3rd rank. At that time, even if we find you, what can we do? Chapter couldn't help but speak up. The rest of the group fell silent. There was absolutely no way Suemo would hand over his summons. The other way was for the other party to reach rank 6 within half a month. Is that possible? Absolutely nothing. No one can reach the 6th rank from the 3rd rank in half a month. Not even if the other party was a god-level talent. Suemo smiled and didn't make a comment. It was not impossible to raise from the 3rd to the 6th rank in half a month. After all, who would dare to imagine that 3 days ago, he was an ordinary man with no hands? There are some things that they won't believe even if they say them, so it's better to speak with facts when the time comes. Dongfang Yao fixed his mind. No matter what, this was already the only, albeit vain, hope at the moment. In any case, I still ask Senior to leave his name and method of contact. After half a month, if we are still at our wits' end, we can also come to the door to ask for help. Even if there was only one chance in a million, he couldn't give up. Sumer glanced at him and pondered for a moment. Sumer, he gave his name. In half a month, if you still need help, you can find me in Karo City. Sumer? City of Carlo. Dongfang Yao raised his head violently. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth kept chanting. Not just him, Zhang Zetian and a few other team members, one or the other, were all dumbfounded. City of Carlo, Sumer, together. These two phrases are all too familiar to transients. Familiarize yourself with. Near shame. Ca. The Sumer of Carlo City? 3 years ago that. The what? The one who awakened a godly profession under the spotlight of all the people. But when it came to the final career choice, it gave up the powerful priesthood that countless people had dreamed of, and instead chose a lowly D-rank, summoner, of stupidity? The one that was thus reduced to the laughingstock of all the trannies. It is said that after choosing the profession because of cowardice, completely cowering in the city of Karo, 3 whole years do not dare to step out of the city, let alone go to the crisis-ridden wilderness and battlefield of the cowards? The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's mind couldn't help but conjure up the farce that had rocked the world 3 years ago. Countless people stifled their wrath. Countless people jeered and raged. The name Sumer has become synonymous with self-destructive and a waste of talent. But they took a look at the young man in front of them who was cloudy and had superb battle prowess, and then consider the legendary self-loathing, nameless D-rank summoner. Is this the same ING guy? Worldview shattered. Logic. Feed the dog. Elder, you didn't lie? Are you really that Sumer? Several people locked their eyes on Sumo's face, trying to find even the slightest hint of a joke in that calm, unruffled expression. Suemo laughed with some exasperation and said, "Am I that much of a liar? Do you not believe everything I say? Elder, we don't mean that. It's just that this is really." Seeing Suemo showing signs of anger, Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. He didn't say the latter words. It's just so unbelievable. Suemo didn't really get angry. He knew in his heart, this matter put on anyone. A moment cannot turn the corner. Think differently. If someone had told him, the one who was at the bottom of his class academically every time was actually a Nobel Prize winner, he won't believe it either. Dongfang Yao and the others looked at Sumo's young but deep face, and an even more ethereal feeling suddenly surged in their hearts. If this person is really that Suemo who should have soared to heaven 3 years ago but fell to mortal dust, and what has he been through these past 3 years? Why would you make the move to voluntarily give up the priesthood? A move that even a little cutie couldn't even make the move? Sumer is the cutie, is she? Definitely not. He must have his reasons for making such a shocking choice. An absurd thought bubbled up uncontrollably. Is he really pretending to be a pig in a poke and holding back for 3 years? But what's the point? Dongfang Yao couldn't figure it out, nor could he imagine it. How great is the scheming of one who can even give up the priesthood? However, it has nothing to do with him. He may think about it, but he won't ask about it. Meanwhile, he who had originally had some despair in his heart, questioned and disdained Sumo's previous words, suddenly had a trace of more inexplicable trust. Sumer was able to make that amazing choice 3 years ago, so he might actually be able to pull off a miracle in half a month? Granted, he still didn't believe that the other party would be able to reach the 6th rank from the 3rd rank in half a month, but judging by his record of being able to overpower their squad at the 3rd rank, the other party might actually have some special means. Senior, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and solemnly arched his hand. Regardless of whether you are willing to help out or not, We will never dare to forget what happened today. Sumer nodded and said no more. He patted the Sacred Lord's dragon scale, and the latter lifted its wings. Its huge dragon wings kicking up a gale that swept up the snow and ice in the sky. Go! The Sacred Lord let out a low roar and carried Suemo up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the vastness of the wind and snow. On the ice plain, only Dongfang Yao's group remained. Captain. Li Hong stepped forward, his voice low and, is that senior? Really? Carlo Cities, Sumer? The same was true for Mo Qingxue and the others. Up until now, they hadn't even regained their senses from Sumo's words. It feels like a dream. Dongfang Yao looked at the direction Suemo disappeared in, his eyes complex. He stood up slowly, patted the slush on his knees, and spoke in a deep voice. Whether he's that Sumer or not, the man he is now deserves our awe. Zhang Zitian struggled to get up, covering his arm that was burned by the dragon's breath, and laughed bitterly. Captain, if he's really that Sumer, what has he been through these 3 years? Shut up! Dongfang Yao suddenly snapped. It's not for us to speculate on his affairs. Remember, Sumo's strength should be hidden and not leaked out. Dongfang Yao reminded. Granted, he didn't understand why Suemo had hidden his cultivation over these 3 years, but he understood that the other party must not want to divulge it. They have to keep the secret for each other. Otherwise, Captain, we know. Meanwhile, high above, Suemo stood on the Holy Lord's back and felt the howling cold wind. Master, where to next? The Holy Lord asked in an unning voice. Go back to Karo City first, without any surprises. The secret realm should be opened once again, Sumer said. With his current strength comparable to the 5th rank, it was also enough to explore the secret realm and see how Lin Shi was doing. It's time to boost the strength. Suemo opened the system panel and looked at the 805 points of kill value. His eyes swept over the few remaining charms. In the end, I chose to redeem Snake Charm. Ding, consuming 1,000 points of kill value. Successfully exchanged for SS grade talisman, Snake Talisman. Snake Charm, SS grade grants the user the ability of invisibility, allowing them to conceal their form, breath, and even briefly penetrate physical barriers. Chapter 48, The Secret Realm opens again. As the system beep sounded, a ghostly green light coalesced in Sumo's palm. He turned his head towards the Holy Lord, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Holy Lord, come try out the new ability. Suemo slowly pressed the snake charm on the Holy Lord's forehead, and the charm seeped into the dragon's scales like mercury. Summoner, Holy Lord, Race, Dragon, Grade, SSS+, can be advanced, Condition, Defective, missing 7 charms, Rank, 4th Order, 2nd Class, Power, 36, 500 plus 6, 000, Serpent Rune Power, Agility, 36, 500 plus 8, 000, Serpent Rune Power, Intelligence, 30, 000 plus 6, 000, Serpent Rune Power, Spirit, 31, 000 plus 6, 000, Serpent Charm Power. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level. Currently can summon 10,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. It hasn't been upgraded to God level yet, so it looks like there's more charms to come. Sumer was in no hurry. He's got 805 points of kill value left. It's only 195 points away from getting the next rune. With a little luck, you can get it quickly in the secret world. Now that I have the power of the snake charm, that concealment can be dispensed with. Save a skill grid. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Level, 3rd Order. 7th grade. Power, 7,000 plus 2,100. Agility, 7,000 plus 1,400. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration, Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Skill 3, Damage Transfer, S rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch, C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling, Grade B. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SSS Class, 4th Order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently summonable number 4000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Poison Spider Boots, Grade C. Kill value, 805. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, City of Karo, City Walls, The marks left by that thrilling defensive battle 3 days ago are still visible, under the city walls. 3 days. Those son of a monsters, they actually really didn't move? Li Hao looked into the distance from time to time. What? Are you expecting them? I'm falling apart at the seams, so I'm just in time to rest. Wang Gang leaned against the root of the city wall, chewing food in his mouth. Of course I don't want them to come. Li Hao leaned in as well. It just doesn't feel solid. Shouldn't they make a comeback every other day after such a big loss? According to their old mad dog vigor? It's been 3 days and I haven't even seen a scouting shadow. Evil. It is indeed a bit perverse. Zhang Ming, who had been silent, spoke up. According to the intelligence analysis, this beast tide is unprecedented in scale and the command system is tighter than ever. They're not likely to give up completely because of one setback unless what? Zhang Ming shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps something is wrong with their commanders? Or maybe, has a bigger plot brewing? Screw the conspiracy. Wang Gang bites down hard on a piece of fat meat, the corners of his mouth dripping with oil. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. If they don't come, let's take the time to rest, repair our fortifications, and replenish our ammunition. When they come back, I'll be the first to chop up their vanguard. Li Hao sighed and fished out a crumpled, poor quality cigarette from his pocket, holding it in his mouth but not lighting it. That's true, but there's always a stone hanging over this heart. It's a pity that summoner is gone. Otherwise, we can also divide a bit of our calendars to go out and explore. At the mention of that figure, several people's expressions became a bit complicated. Awe, curiosity. A single dragon's roar shook back the tide of beasts. It's really fierce. I do really want to know who that summoner is. Wang Gang opened his mouth. Maybe it's a passing high roller. Don't guess. Anyway, it's a good thing the monster didn't come. If we can buy one more day, the defense will be 1 point more solid, and the hope of surviving will be 1 point greater. The captain is right. But Sumer, still no luck? At the mention of Sumer, the atmosphere stagnated again. That punk, who wants to go to him? It's a waste of time. Zhang Ming frowned imperceptibly. Captain, coming. What's coming? Monsters are attacking the city? Wang Gang stood up with a totter and copied the battle sword next to him. Li Hao and Zhang Ming also instantly tensed their bodies and looked into the distance. No, not a monster. The soldier waved his hands back and forth, and managed to catch his breath it's the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is revealed. When the three of them heard the words, they immediately showed joyful expressions. There, the city lord and the others have been in there for so long, and there's finally news. I don't know how the harvest of this secret realm exploration will be. Maybe we can bring back some treasures, and the strength of our Kalo city can be raised by a large margin again. Go on, check it out. The three of them quickly ran in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Captain, seeing Zhang Ming and the others arrive, the crowd saluted and made way. Zhang Ming nodded his head and came to the vortex entrance of the secret realm. I wonder how long it will be before the city lord and the others come out. Buzz. After waiting for a few moments, suddenly, the vortex glowed brightly and a figure stumbled and fell out. Someone's coming out. A cheer erupted from the crowd. However, the cheers quickly turned into gasps of surprise. The silhouette fell heavily to the ground, covered in blood and with a weak breath. It's Elder Wang. Zhang Ming had sharp eyes and was the first to recognize the identity of that person. The three rushed forward, only to see a hideous wound on Elder Wang Tianfeng's chest. What was even weirder was that around that wound, there was a dark black substance that was constantly writhing, devour the blood around the wound. What happened to Uncle? Wang Gang asked eagerly, while carefully helping Wang Tianfeng up. Wang Tianfeng opened his eyes with difficulty, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. However, he only spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Chapter 49, Want to save someone? Just use fire to burn them. Quickly, call Li Mu. Zhang Ming shouted towards the surroundings while quickly checking Wang Tianfeng's injuries. The injuries are too severe and must be treated immediately. Soon, Li Mu arrived. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Mr. Li Mu, take a look at Elder Wang. Zhang Ming stepped aside. Li Mu squatted down and only took a look, and his face became extremely grave. He did not cast the spell immediately, but carefully observed the writhing mass of dark black matter. It was as if the thing was alive, clinging to the edges of the wound and eating away at the flesh and blood in wisps. What's this thing? Li Mu had lived half a lifetime and had treated countless injuries, but he had never seen such a bizarre contraption. Forget what it is for now. Can it be saved? Wang Gang couldn't help but urge from the side. Looking at Wang Tianfeng's increasingly faint breath, his heart was burning with anxiety. Li Mu no longer hesitated and stretched out his hands, a soft milky white light emerging from his palms. Wherever the light passed, the hideous wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the torn flesh and skin grew and connected again. A hint of joy just appeared in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, but it instantly solidified. Only the dark black mass was seen in the light of the healing divine art of. Instead of dissipating, it squirmed more violently as if stimulated. It even has a hidden tendency to spread outward. What's even more frightening is that the freshly healed flesh and blood were in contact with the edge of this dark substance. It actually quickly became black and necrotic, emitting a faint putrid odor. No! Li Mu shook his head, his voice hard and, my healing spells can only restore injuries, but they can't dispel this bizarre dark substance. It's constantly destroying and eroding Elder Wang's vitality. Even if I can keep repairing his flesh, it's just drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. His life force is still draining away at a rapid pace. With these words, the atmosphere around them instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone's heart sank. Even Li Mu, the strongest therapist in Carlo City, is helpless. So is not Elder Wang. Wang Gang slammed his fist hard on the stone wall next to him, causing the rubble to rustle and fall. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on in the secret realm? Zhang Ming quickly pulled out a thick copy of Monster Complete Explanation from his arms and flipped through the pages quickly. His fingers weaved in and out of the dense text and illustrations, and thin beads of sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. No, how could there be no? Zhang Ming's voice was getting lower and lower. All the darkness monsters recorded in the books don't have attacks with this trait. The air around them seemed to freeze. The crowd looked at each other, an ominous feeling spreading in their hearts. What does it mean to have a monster that even the complete monster solution can't recognize? Could it be a new mutant species? Li Hao guessed in a small voice. But, right at this moment, Wang Tianfang suddenly convulsed violently, and black blood continued to gush out of his mouth. Those dark substances spread across his wounds like living creatures and had spread to his chest. Not good. Li Mu hurriedly increased his healing efforts, but the green light was swallowed up as soon as it touched the black substance. It's spreading faster. Something must be done to stop it. Zhang Ming violently closed the book. First, find a way to stabilize Elder Wang's injuries. Elder Li, is there any way to temporarily inhibit the spread of these black substances? Li Mu gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion that shimmered with silver light from the medicine chest. It's sea-grade water of life, capable of drastically boosting vitality. One can only try. He carefully dripped the potion onto the edge of the wound. The moment the silver liquid came into contact with the black substance, there was a snorting corrosive sound, and the spread of the black substance seemed to have slowed down a bit. Effective! Shouted Wang Gang in surprise. However, Li Mu's face did not improve. It's only temporary. The potency of this potion lasts for 2 hours at most. If a solution is not found within 2 hours, he didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Just as the crowd was at their wits' end and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, a slightly flat voice suddenly rang out. It's easy to get rid of this dark substance. Just burn it away with fire. It wasn't a big sound, but it was like a stone thrown into a dead pond, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone jerked their heads around and followed the sound, only to see the periphery of the crowd. Suemo walked towards the crowd with a steady pace. It's Sumer. After a brief moment of dismay, an unspeakable rage instantly ignited in some people's chests. Sumer? I can't believe you're not dead, you coward. Wang Gang directly cursed out angrily with a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhang Ming also revealed a puzzled look. They didn't find Sumo's figure in these 3 days and thought that the other party had been eaten by the monster. Where the have you been? Greedy thing. Hiding when there are monsters and running out to talk about them when there aren't? With fire? Why don't you burn yourself? Wang Gang became more and more agitated as he spoke. His spittle was about to spray onto Sumo's face. Scram! You're not welcome here. Although the surrounding people were not as excited as Wang Gang, most of the eyes that looked at Suemo also carried disbelief, contempt, and even hostility. In the face of Wang Gang's rant and the unkind gazes around him, Sumo's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't even raise his eyelids more than once. He just sidestepped, avoiding the spittle that Wang Gang sprayed over, his gaze still falling on Wang Tianfang's wound. Through the All Souls illustration he easily discerned this particular substance, and also analyzed Wang Tianfang's current physical condition. That life recovery potion is useless, but in a quarter of an hour, Elder Wang will definitely die. You're nothing. Who are you to tell me what to do here? Do you know how much C-rated potions are? Put. Wang Tianfang spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood, interrupting Wang Gang's words. His already pale face instantly grayed out, and the convulsions of his body became even more violent, as if he was going to die in the next second. Elder Wang, Li Mu exclaimed in shock. His fingers hit Wang Tianfang's pulse, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. The breath is failing at a rapid rate. The water of life is useless. What? The crowd was shocked and the crowd stirred. Uncle! Phew! Sumo's quick eyes and hands released a dragon flame that landed on the constantly writhing black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest. Snort! An ear-piercing burning sound rang out, accompanied by a strong burning odor that filled the air. Sumer, what are you doing? Do you want to burn my uncle? Wang Gang was the first to react. His eyes were wide with rage, and almost instantly he was about to rush up to stop Sumo. The surrounding crowd also exploded, with shouts of shock and angry curses. Stop! Crazy! Stop it! In their opinion, this behavior of Sumo was tantamount to murder. Wang Tianfan was already dying from serious injuries, so if he was burned by this flame, wouldn't he die even faster? Chapter 50, The Bloodstained Secret Realm. Wang Gang. Jiang Ming stopped Wang Gang, who was ready to make a move on Sumo. He was also extremely skeptical of Sumo's words, but as things stand now, there's nothing to do but beat a dead horse. It was only as if the golden flame possessed life. It only covered the black substance and did not hurt Wang Tianfang's flesh in the slightest. And those originally hideous spreading black substances that even the sea-grade life water couldn't completely suppress. Under the burning of the golden flame, it was as if it had met its nemesis. It quickly curled up and dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke, revealing a blur of eroded flesh and blood underneath. Effective! It really works! Li Hao beside Wang Gang couldn't help but whimper in surprise. The light of hope was also rekindled in the eyes of the onlookers. It really works? I was wrong about him. At this moment, Wang Gang, seeing his uncle's injuries improve, a smile appeared on his face. Just when everyone thought that the dark matter was about to be completely removed, a sudden change occurred. The black mass, which had already shrunk, suddenly churned violently. It actually swelled more than twice as much in an instant, writhing madly like a living thing. Wang Tianfang violently arched his body and sprayed a large mouthful of scarlet blood with a wow sound. The entire person's aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle! Wang Gang's eyes were enraged, and he violently turned his head to angrily look at Sumo. You piece of! You killed my uncle! How? I thought it worked? This fire is not useful at all. Instead, it aggravates the injury. The crowd completely exploded. Jiang Ming also frowned. Sumer is rambling? Sumer, what the hell did you do? No, you just did it on purpose. I knew you cowards didn't have a good heart. You want to get Elder Wang killed. All sorts of foul language and vicious speculations came towards Sumo like a tidal wave. Previously, Wang Gang's angry scolding was still just an individual's emotional outburst. But now, almost everyone was pointing the finger at him. Wang Gang's eyes were red at the moment. I'll kill you, asshole. With a roar, Wang Gang's berserk aura of a fourth-order warrior instantly erupted, and his right fist wrapped in a powerful wind and went straight for Sumo's face. If this punch was solid, an ordinary third-order professional would be afraid of being killed on the spot. The surrounding crowd subconsciously took a step back. There is both fear of Wang Gang's violent anger and anticipation of the conflict that may follow. Many people's eyes glittered with pleasure, as if they couldn't wait to see Sumo being taught a hard lesson. However, in the face of this powerful punch, Sumo's reaction was so calm that it caused one's heart to palpitate. He didn't even bother to look at Wang Gang. His eyes were still locked on the strange black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest, as if all the clamor in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Death-defying backlash, is it? Sumer smiled disdainfully. If ordinary flames were still possible, this was dragon flame for him. By this time Wang Gang's fist had already arrived. The scene that the crowd was expecting, where Sumer was knocked to the ground by a punch, did not occur. The moment Wang Gang's fist was about to reach his body, Sumo's body only swayed slightly, narrowly avoiding the furious strike at an incredible angle. Wang Gang's punch fell short, and the anger on his face increased. Mixed with a hint of dismay, he didn't expect Sumo to actually be able to dodge it. Stop! Jiang Ming suddenly shouted to stop Wang Gang, who was about to strike again in anger. Quick look! The crowd followed the sound and saw that the black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest was melting at an astonishing speed. Eventually, it couldn't support itself and completely turned into ashes. What was even more shocking was that Wang Tianfang's breathing gradually stabilized, and a trace of blood color was restored to his pale, paper-like face. How is this possible? Limu checked Wang Tianfang's condition with a trembling hand. Black matter completely removed. Vital signs are returning. There was dead silence. Everyone looked at Sumo with unbelievable gazes. This punk they were talking about had actually done something that even Limu was unable to do anything about? Wang Gang's fist was still frozen in midair, and the anger on his face solidified into an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but not a word came out. Sumo patted the non-existent dust on his sleeve and faintly said, "The mass is a curse, and it's normal for it to recoil once before it dies out completely. Not dead, by the looks of it." In the silence, Sumo's voice was not high, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. These words were like an invisible slap in the face of the crowd that had just been furious and clamoring for Sumo to pay for his life. It was hot and painful. How did you kid know that? This kind of bizarre substance, which is not even recorded in the complete monster explanation, you can actually see through it at a glance? Facing Jiang Ming's inquiry, Suemo smiled and pointed to the monster complete explanation in his arms and said, "Read as many of the useless books in your mouths as you can." Reading is useless? Useful. Just too useful. It seems that we were indeed short-sighted in the past. Jiang Ming smiled to himself. The rest of them, for the first time, also had a slightly changed impression of Suemo. This guy, when it counts, is still so much more than that. 2. Wang Gang stood in place, his face a shade of green and white. He looked at his uncle whose breath was gradually stabilizing, and then he looked at the sumer who was almost killed by his own punch. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he were blocking a boulder. He took a few deep breaths and moved to Sumer with heavy feet. "Thank you for saving my uncle, and I apologize for putting my hands on you before. Still, I despise what you did before. Grudges are clear." He thanked Suemo for saving his uncle, but that didn't mean he agreed with Suemo as a person. The coward who hid in the background while they fought in blood, he still despised. Whatever. Sumer shrugged indifferently. Cough cough cough. A sharp cough broke the awkward silence. The unconscious Wang Tianfan's eyelids fluttered a few times, and actually slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle!" Wang Gang was shocked and delighted, and not caring about the awkwardness with Suemo, he hurriedly came over. "Elder Wang, old Wang, you're awake." Jiang Ming and Li Mu and the others also gathered around. Sumer also cast a curious glance. He also desperately wanted to know what was happening in the secret realm. "Elder Wang, what happened in the secret realm? Where are they?" "City Lord?" Wang Tianfang struggled to sit up, but it pulled the wound, and he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Li Mu hurriedly pressed him. "Take it easy, speak slowly." "Shadow Demon Dragon. A 7th-ranked Shadow Demon Dragon." Wang Tianfang's voice trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Something even more terrifying is awakening. The City Lord and the others are trapped in the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 51, Lin Shi is still inside. What? When the crowd heard this, their faces instantly turned white. 7th Order Shadow Demon Dragon? That was a terrifying existence that was enough to destroy the entire city of Karo. What's even more frightening is the thing that is awakening in Wang Tianfang's mouth. How terrifying should an existence that could make even a 7th-ranked demonic dragon be reduced to a companion? Where's Lin Shi? How is she? Sumer was in a hurry. "I don't know." Wang Tianfang closed his eyes in pain. We were ambushed. Just after entering the core area of the secret realm, I was surrounded by a swarm of monsters led by the Shadow Demon Dragon. The City Lord and a few elders fought to the death to break the back before I had the chance to escape and ask for help. Speaking of this, the iron-blooded warrior's eyes actually glistened with tears. They won't last much longer. There was dead silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sudden and terrible news. A 7th-ranked demon dragon, the City Lord trapped, and the most elite force in Karo City at stake. Any news would be enough to send the city into a panic. Rescue must be organized immediately. Jiang Ming stood up violently, his voice hoarse. But Li Hao looked puzzled. "We can't even deal with an enemy that the City Lord and the others can't deal with." He didn't go on with the words that followed. The meaning is clear enough. They'd be giving away their heads if they went. "Sumer, what are you doing? Come back." At this point, Jiang Ming's face changed drastically when he noticed that Suemo had rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm at some point. While scolding sternly, he rushed over with a few arrow steps, trying to pull Suemo. Any one of them could enter the secret realm on impulse. Only Sumer can't. He's an ordinary person. He's really looking for death if he goes in. Are you boy crazy? Wang Gang also stared wide-eyed, almost thinking that he had misread the situation. This life-hungry coward wants to be the first to rush into a dragon's den that even his uncle almost folded in? However, Suemo would not listen to him at all. Lin Shi is still in there. His voice remained flat, not excited, not impassioned, but with a sense of determination. "I have to go save her." It was a reason so simple that everyone froze. "You?" Jiang Ming was so angry that he almost lost his breath. "What are you saving with? With all your Thai books? Maybe." Crowd, is this the time for jokes? Wang Gang felt even more ridiculous. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Suemo and said in a rough voice, "Kid, I admit I underestimated you before. You saved my uncle. Count yourself as capable. But this place isn't something you can break into by reading a few books. Stay where you are and don't go making trouble." Suemo looked at the arm he had stopped in front of him and then at the entrance to the secret realm. "Get out of the way. I won't allow it. If we're going to go, it's going to be us." Before Wang Gang finished his words, he only felt a dexterous force coming from his arm, and his arm was numb, so he was involuntarily pivoted to the side. He was shocked. Where did this kid get so much strength? And the technique? In just such a moment of concentration, Suemo had already crossed over him and took a step into the distorted light. "Hey, Sumer!" Jiang Ming and Li Hao exclaimed in shock at the same time, wanting to stop but it was too late. Without the slightest pause, Sumo's figure was instantly engulfed by the entrance to the secret realm and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The light of the entrance flickered for a moment and resumed as if nothing had happened. The scene was once again dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the empty entrance, their minds spinning for a moment. That punk, that coward in their eyes, just went in to challenge a 7th order demon dragon, to face the horrors of the unknown? Wang Gang froze and looked at his hand, then at the entrance to the secret realm. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Hao stammered, half unable to say a complete sentence. Zhang Ming's face turned blue and his fists clenched. He wasn't angry at Sumo for not listening to advice, but he was angry at himself for actually failing to stop him. This kid, it's just nonsense. Captain, what do we do now? Going in? Li Hao swallowed hard. Zhang Ming was incomparably entangled. Not going in? What about that bastard Sumer? He promised Lin Shi that he would look after him, and now the man just rushed in. What's more, the city lord and the elders were still alive or dead inside. Get in? Inside was a Jedi that even the city's lord had fallen into, with 7th-ranked demonic dragons and unknown horrors. And they're the strongest maneuvering force in Carlo right now. If they get caught up in it as well, who will guard the city once the beast tide outside rises again? Millions of lives. The choice was too much. You guys stay and guard the city. I'll go and pull out that Sumo kid. He paused for a moment and added that. Let's also see if we can find the city lord and the others. Captain, I'll go too. Before the words fell, a burly figure had already stood beside Zhang Ming. It's Wang Gang. Zhang Ming frowned. You stay behind to assist in the defense. My uncle was saved by that kid. Wang Gang directly interrupted. Though I don't see that kid as a good idea, so consider it a life for a life. Zhang Ming no longer hesitated and exchanged glances with Wang Gang. In the next second, one after the other, they also rushed into the secret realm. The moment Sumo stepped into the secret realm, the scene in front of him suddenly distorted. Is this the space within the secret realm? Sumer gazed at his surroundings. This was the first time he had entered the secret realm. Surrounded by dense forests, mountains loomed in the distance, towering trees shading the sun. Damn it, with such a wide range, I can't even determine Lin Shi's location. Sumer was in a hurry. With Wang Tianfang's description, Lin Shi and the others should have been attacked in the core area of the secret realm. The situation was definitely not optimistic for the terrifying 7th order demonic dragons that were facing them. With every second of delay, Lin Shi's danger increased. But now when you look around, you are surrounded by boundless primitive forests, and you can't tell the direction at all. Ghost Shadow Core, come out. The moment the words fell, the shadows at his feet and those cast by the surrounding trees seemed to come to life. Thousands of ghostly soldiers appeared, kneeling on one knee, moving in a neat and tidy manner. Take me as the center. Spread out in a circular shape and search forward. Sumo quickly ordered. Carefully probe for any signs of battle, abnormal energy fluctuations, and especially any traces left behind by Lin Shi or the city lord and the others. Report back to me as soon as you find anything. Yes. The thousands of ghost shadow soldiers who received the order quickly dispersed. I hope is not too late. Chapter 52, One Step Away. Thousands of black shadows, silently blending into the dense jungle shadows, spread out in all directions. Sumo stood in place, his brows locked and his mental energy highly concentrated, sensing the subtle information that came back from each ghostly shadow. The forest was eerily quiet, with no movement other than the rustle of the wind blowing through the leaves. Time passes by. Lin Shi, you mustn't be okay. Just as Sumo's mind was racing, an extremely subtle killing intent suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind the side. Almost as an instinctive reaction, Sumer jerked sideways. Snort! A shadowy claw almost grazed his shoulder. The fishy stench was overwhelming. Sumo's eyes stared, and only then did he see the appearance of the sneak attacker. It was a monster that was close to the size of an adult cheetah, covered in dark scale armor with scarlet eyes. Race, Shadow Leopard, Elite, Rank, 4th Order, 8th Grade, Power, 8,000, Agility, 8,500, Intelligence, 7,500, Spirit, 7,700. Abilities, Shadow Blade Claw Strike, Shadow Corrosion Effect on both claws. Swift Attack, 50% increase in speed for a short period of time. Shadow Doppelganger, can create 3 doppelgangers with 30% strength. Weaknesses, Fear of Light-based abilities. Own weakness in the left shoulder area. Achilles heel in the neck and abdomen. Remarks, this is an elite monster. Very difficult to deal with. Please deal with it carefully. Sumo's pupils shrunk. 4th Order, Level 8, Elite Monster. No wonder the speed was so fast and the aura so subtle. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental power was far beyond normal and his perception was sharp, that sneak attack just now would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. A cold aura flashed in Sumo's eyes. I didn't expect you summoners to react quite swiftly. Unfortunately, without your summon, you will surely die. When the Shadow Panther saw that the strike missed, his scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. followed by even more furious killing intent, and a hint of cunning. Its body shifted, bringing up a trail of residual shadows as it pounced on Sumo once again. Swift raid, shadow split. The speed was a few points faster than just a moment ago. At the same time, 3 shadowy doppelgangers identical to it appeared out of thin air, attacking Sumo from different angles. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. This guy is using those ghostly soldiers as my summons. Now they've left to try and sneak up on me. Sumer let out a cold snort. This shadow paw counted well. Too bad it didn't work. Sumer didn't even have a holy lord. Dragon blast. Sumer cast the power of the dragon rune. A violent blast of energy came out of Sumo's mouth and swept precisely across the 3 pouncing shadowy doppelgangers. Boom! The terrifying power directly blasted on top of Shadow Leopard's 3 detachments. Put! The moment it touched the torrent of energy, those 3 Shadow Panther detachments, without even being able to let out a miserable howl, turned into 3 wisps of minuscule black smoke and completely dissipated into the air. The whole thing, so fast it was even less than a second. The torrent of energy goes on, continuing to blast forward for tens of meters. The bushes and trees along the way were directly blown apart and set on fire, leaving a fan-shaped trail of scorched black destruction. How is this? The scarlet eyes of the sneaky shadow leopard's main body revealed astonishment for the first time. Its forward momentum lurched, obviously not expecting that its winning skill would be instantly cracked in such a simple and rough manner. And it was still broken by a summoner. This terrifying destructive power. Where did it look like a fragile summoner who had lost his summons? This is simply more frightening than the best mages. Surprised? Sumer's tone was flat and, who told you that summoners have to hide behind their summons? Sumo didn't even give Shadow Leopard too much time to react. Directly using the Snake Charm's ability, the figure instantly disappeared. Where are the people? People? When the Shadow Leopard came back to his senses and once again looked at the direction where Sumo was before, only to be shocked to find that the person was gone. Just at the moment it was distracted searching for Sumo's trail, an icy coldness came steeply from the left rear, accompanied by a piercing pain. Ah! A mournful scream erupted uncontrollably from the Shadow Leopard's mouth. It snapped its head down, only to see that in the area of its left shoulder, at some point, there was already an additional bone-deep bloody hole. How could you? How could you? Shadow Leopard forced himself to endure the severe pain, his scarlet eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Stealth skills? Summoner still has this skill? Dragon blast. This time, Sumer aimed at the neck and abdomen of the Shadow Leopard. Terrifying blasts of energy his mouth converged. No good. The Shadow Panther sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation that was enough to completely destroy it. It's trying to escape. However, the sharp pain coming from its left shoulder caused its movements to stall for more than a minute. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Shadow Panther's body was completely engulfed by the torrent of energy from the dragon blast. Its scale armor flaked off in pieces in the blazing energy, and its flesh and blood instantly carbonized under the heat. When the smoke cleared, the only thing left in place was a deep charred black pit 3 meters in diameter and a few pieces of still burning debris. Sumo slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the invisibility effect of the snake charm was lifted. Ding successfully killed the 4th order, level 8 elite Shadow Leopard, gaining a kill value of 40 kills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Boots of Shadow Attack. Shadow Attack Boots. Quality, Grade A. Attribute, Shadow Step. Active, consume a small amount of mental energy to increase movement speed by 50% in a short period of time and create a blurred shadow while moving for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Remarks, made from the core material of the elite Shadow Leopard, containing some of the shadow power. Sumer's eyes lit up. Class A equipment. It was also boots that increased agility and speed, and the attached, Shadow Step, skill was very useful. It can play a key role in both pursuit and escape. The items that this elite Shadow Leopard popped out were really good. He didn't hesitate to equip the Boots of Shadow Attack. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Level, 3rd order. 9th grade. Power, 8200 plus 2460. Agility, 8000 plus 1600. Intelligence, 8500. Spirit, 9000. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration, Divine. 40% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Damage Transfer, S rank. Poisonous Touch, C rank. Battle Spirit Boiling, B rank. Summoner, Holy Lord, Dragon. SSS Class, 4th Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently summonable number 4000. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Boots of Shadow Attack, Grade A. Kill Value, 845. Special Items, Ruins Coordinates Map. Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Grey Wolf Fragment *1. 1 level short of the 4th rank. Sumo felt the lightness brought by the new equipment and swept his gaze across the attribute panel. It was only a foot away from the fourth order. Once he broke through the fourth rank, his strength would take a qualitative leap. At that time, both the summoner Holy Lord and himself would be even more powerful. However, the most important thing right now was to find that demonic dragon. He closed his eyes and established a connection with the ghost shadow soldiers scattered all over the secret realm. Countless fine images and sensory information flooded into his mind. Deep in the forest, Broken Valley, abandoned altar. Chapter 53, Dying in One Piece. The ghost shadow soldiers were like the most loyal scouts, tirelessly exploring every inch of the land. However, nothing was ever heard about the traces of the demon dragon. This secret realm is too big. It's almost impossible for the ghost shadow soldiers alone to search the entire area. There has to be a way to locate Lin Shi and the others. Otherwise, there's no way to find it. Just as Sumo was about to expand his search, a sharp and confusing message slammed into his consciousness through the ghostly soldier's connection. Captain, monsters, much better, can't hold out, fast. Intermittent distress signals came from the direction of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. Sumo's face suddenly changed. They're in trouble. It's not far from me. Go save them first. Unable to continue searching for the demonic dragon, Sumo immediately locked onto the direction from which the signal came. Rabbit charms, extreme speed. The figure disappeared into place once again, leaving behind only a wisp of undetectable spatial fluctuation. Meanwhile, on the road Sumer came from, roar, kill. Sky-shattering roars of the beasts and the angry shouts of the humans were intertwined. Zhang Ming was drenched in blood. The alloy battle knife in his hand had already rolled up its edge. The tiger's mouth was chipped, and blood was dripping down the hilt. He gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath carrying a searing pain. Beside him, Wang Gang's situation was equally bleak. His lanky frame was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, and his heavy shield was pitted and even had a visible crack in it. The two were back to back, surrounded by dozens of monsters with hideous forms. These monsters resembled hyenas but were much larger, their dark green skin covered in pus and emitting a sickening, fishy odor. Best of all, they are highly ranked as well. A dozen or so of them were of the third rank, and 5 of them had even reached the fourth rank. Damn, how come these ghosts can't be killed? Wang Gang spat a mouthful of bloodied spittle and roared in a hoarse voice. He had just resisted a monster's lunge with his shield, and the tremendous impact made his arms numb and his internal organs feel shaken. It's the carrion hyena. Zhang Ming's eyes were heavy with, beware of their venom, it's intensely corrosive. As soon as the words fell, several carrion hyenas violently opened their bloody mouths and sprayed out dark green viscous liquid. Snort! The liquid landed on the ground and immediately corroded a small pit of white smoke, emitting a pungent acidic odor. Wang Gang hastily raised his shield to block, and the surface of the shield was instantly corroded to the point of nuisance, and a gust of blue smoke rose. This can't go on, we're getting too physical, Zhang Ming said anxiously as he slashed away a pouncing carrion hyena. They were facing such a number of monsters besieging them, and their energy and stamina were draining at a rapid rate. Worse, these carrion hyenas were intrepid, and even if they were cut, as long as they didn't hit the vitals, they would still pounce on them frantically. Damn it, why is this secret realm so treacherous? I'm not going to die just coming in, Wang Gang cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to a secret realm before, but he hadn't descended into one this terrifying. I've only just come in and I'm in a life and death crisis. Zhang Fan didn't say anything, and the worry between his brows continued. Wang Gang, on my command, break out at 3 o'clock. Buster top. Wang Gang roared angrily, slamming his shield forward. He knocked away a lunging hyena, creating a gap for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, and the little energy left in his body instantly exploded. The alloy battle knife cut out an arc of light, hardening and tearing a hole in the dense encirclement. Go! The two of them didn't dare to stop for a moment, just like two maddened brute bulls, charging violently towards that gap. The carrion hyenas behind them were in hot pursuit, their fishy venom constantly spraying. The two dodged in a sorry state, the wounds on their bodies crumbling again under the violent movement, blood staining the ground behind them. I don't know how long the charge lasted, but the hissing behind him thinned out. The two were finally free of the hyena pack for the time being. They leaned against the back of a huge rock, panting violently, almost deflated. Damn, almost accounted for it. Wang Gang heartily wiped the bloodstain on his face, and his shield was casually thrown to the ground with a dull thud. Zhang Ming slid down against the rock, his face as pale as paper, his hand holding the knife trembling uncontrollably. After a brief moment of rest, Captain, are we, keep looking for that kid? Zhang Ming wiped the blood from his face, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. This secret realm was exceptionally dangerous. Even they almost folded here. Forget it. Zhang Ming finally sighed. Let's go back before the entrance to the secret realm is closed. Sumer I'm afraid he's already. Wang Gang nodded, his face complex. It's also true that even we are almost accounted for here. That kid an ordinary person. The two of them, both fourth-ranked and well-coordinated, almost died at the hands of the group of monsters just now. As an ordinary person, Sumo's chances of surviving in this crisis-ridden secret realm were slim to none. What's more, they hadn't found any trace of Sumo all the way over. In his mind, he had already sentenced Sumo to death. Before the words were finished, the ground suddenly shook violently. Both of their faces changed dramatically at the same time, and they looked up sharply, only to see that in the dense forest in front of them, a putrid poisonous hyena with a body size of a rhinoceros was slowly pacing out. Its body was a dark purple color, and the venom dripping from its fangs directly corroded the ground into a deep pit. The pustules on its body were larger and denser, and the fishy odor emanating from it was almost suffocating. Fifth Order, Zhang Ming's voice tightened, and his hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Children, gather, savor fresh, delicious human flesh. The fifth-ranked rotting poisonous hyena raised its pus-covered head and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the depths of the woodland in all directions, there rang out a response of rising and falling, violent hisses, only to see densely packed carrion hyenas pouring in from all directions, more than several times more in number than before. Captain, Wang Gang's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. It looks like we're going to be accounted for here today, not to mention that fifth-ranked carrion hyena. Just these several hundred carrion hyenas alone were enough for them to eat a pot. Zhang Ming pursed his lips, and his dark, icy eyes stared dead on the leader of the corrosive hyena. The fifth order corrosive hyena. You two won't get away with this. The scarlet tongue of the carrion hyena's leader licked his sharp canine teeth, his eyes glittering with cruelty. It didn't want to waste time, and immediately let out a low roar, commanding the many carrion hyenas to launch a charge. Even if I die, I'm going to pull a few cushions. Wang Gang's eyes instantly turned crimson as he roared and grabbed his shield to meet him. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, lifted his alloy battle sword, and followed. There were too many carrion hyenas for the two to fend off. Roar! The screams of the carrion hyenas were getting closer. The two men looked at each other wearily and bitterly. We're going to die together. Chapter 54, What's up? Slow down later. Fresh human flesh. Boom! Just as the two were about to be torn to pieces by a pack of carrion hyenas, a hot and terrifying blast of energy accurately blasted into the center of the corrosive hyena group. The dozens of carrion hyenas that bore the brunt of the attack didn't even have time to scream. It was then directly torn apart and vaporized by the raging energy, turning into a sky full of blood mist and charcoal. The area in the center of the explosion. The ground was hard plowed through a huge scorched black gully, with earth and rocks tumbling and broken wood flying across the ground. The powerful impact even lifted the slightly distant carrion hyena out and smashed an unknown number of trees. The original ferocious swarm of hyenas that had been pouncing were instantly cleared of a large area, and their attack was stalled. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were lifted to the ground by the shockwave, staring dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events. Such a powerful attack. Who is it? Could it be that there are other human powerhouses here? They're saved. A smile bloomed on his face. The two subconsciously looked in the direction of the energy outburst. At the edge of the smoke-filled woodland, a slightly thin figure slowly walked out. The moment they saw the person coming, Zhang Ming and Wang Gang froze at the same time, disbelief written all over their faces. Sumar? Wang Gang shouted out of breath, his eyes glazed over. This ordinary person, whom they had concluded had died in the secret realm, had actually appeared alive in front of them? And that heaven-destroying attack just now, could it be from him? How is this possible? Kid, you're not dead? Wang Gang reacted and hurriedly roared. Run! Get out of here while those S attention is on our side now. However, Sumo did not listen to Wang Gang's words to escape. He just took a step and walked straight towards the center of the cleared piece of the battlefield, with a steady pace and a calm expression. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Looking for death? Wang Gang exclaimed anxiously. Captain, Wang Gang wanted to say something, but Zhang Ming pressed his shoulder. Zhang Ming's eyes were dead set on that huge scorched pit, his voice trembling. Wang Gang, look carefully, that pit. Only then did Wang Gang notice the edge of the huge pit that had been blasted out. The rocks are all melted at high temperatures into glassy crystals. This kind of destructive power was simply not something an ordinary professional could do. At least he doesn't have that. Wang Gang froze and looked at Zhang Ming. Captain, this, in Wang Gang's opinion, it was already a miracle that Sumo could survive. As for that attack just now, with his brain, he didn't even turn a corner in that short period of time. At this moment, after Zhang Ming's reminder, he vaguely understood something. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, only staring at Sumo's back. There was a look of wonder and inquiry in his eyes. Some detail in his brain that he had overlooked suddenly surfaced. The flames that treated Elder Wang's sudden appearance. The stance that easily dodged Wang Gang's strike. It all seems to portend something. This Sumo was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Let's just watch. Sumo ignored the threat of the fifth-ranked ferocious beast, as well as the hundreds of hyenas gawking around him. He walked to a stop not far in front of Wang Gang and Jiang Ming. "Sumer, you," said Wang just as he tried to open his mouth. Sumer raised his hand and stopped him. Only Sumo's palm was clasped in vain, and a dark and deep energy converged in his palm. The shadows on the ground seemed to come to life, twisting, writhing, rising. Buzz. Dozens of dark shadows rose from the shadows of the ground, transforming into heavily armed ghostly soldiers. As soon as they appeared, they automatically dispersed, protecting Wang Gang and Jiang Ming in the center. His icy killing intent locked onto the surrounding carrion hyenas. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Summoner? More than that, it made them go into cardiac arrest. They could clearly feel the skeletal soldiers that exuded an aura of death. Each of them exuded energy fluctuations no less than those of a third-ranked professional. Third order. Whole dozens of third-order summoners. It's no less than the current configuration of the middle of Karo. The two instantly felt like their brains were completely inadequate. This Sumer, who had always been considered by him to be an ordinary person and a coward. Not only are you not dead, but you have such terrifying strength? Summoning a dozen third-order undead creatures at the drop of a hat? Is this a ING dream? You, the hell you. Wang Gang's voice trembled with disbelief and great confusion. Jiang Ming was equally shocked beyond belief, but he was a bit calmer than Wang Gang. He understood something. This Sumo, he was hiding his strength from the start. Or rather, this guy has been hiding something since 3 years ago. If you have anything to say, wait until the battle is over. Sumer interrupted him, his gaze turning to the regrouping pack of hyenas. This is not the time to explain. Jiang Ming pressed Wang Gang, who still wanted to pursue the matter. He's right. Solve the immediate crisis first. Wang Gang opened his mouth, but eventually swallowed back his stomach full of questions. Yeah, this is not the time to pursue this. Living is what matters. Are you sure you can handle this fifth-ranked carrion hyena in front of you? Jiang Ming inquired, slightly worried. With the protection of these dozens of ghost shadow soldiers summoned by Sumo, the threat of those surrounding packs of carrion hyenas was minimized. But the biggest threat was still that fifth-ranked carrion hyena leader. Even if there were no other carrion hyenas, this one alpha would be enough to kill them. Skill, All Souls Illustrated opens. Race, carrion hyena. Rank, 5th order. First level. Power, 8,000. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 8,700. Spirit, 8,500. Skills, Venom Attack from Tumor, Berserking, and Summoning Hordes. B rank. Weakness, Tumor connects to the heart. Tumor blows up. Heart dies. The corner of Sumo's mouth rose slightly as he quickly scanned through the data. Even though this corrupted poison hyena leader was of the 5th rank, the stats were similar to even the 4th-ranked shadow leopard just now. Don't worry, it's just a 5th-order puppy. Little puppy? Wang Gang almost bit his tongue. That's the 5th rank. Are you kid crazy? Sumer's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was talking about a real pet dog. Jiang Ming's pupils shrunk. He keenly captured the confidence in Sumo's words. It wasn't cocky, it was a real underlying calm. Right at this moment, that 5th-order corrupted poison hyena leader seemed to be completely enraged by Sumo's contempt. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Sumo in death, and its huge body arched violently. Its muscles gnarled under the skin covered with disgusting tumors. Howl! A deafening roar resounded through the wilderness. The carrion hyena leader transformed into a dark green residual shadow, and a fishy gust of wind hit his face. The huge sharp claw brought a sharp whistle that tore through the air, pouncing straight at Sumo's face. It's incredibly fast. Watch out! Wang Gang lost his voice and exclaimed. Jiang Ming's heart tightened as well, and almost subconsciously, he wanted to step forward. However, Sumo's figure left a faint shadow in place. Swish! Quick! Extremely fast, as if an instantaneous bolt of lightning. Chapter 55, What is the Truth? The carrion hyena leader's sharp claws tore through the remnants, only to pounce. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming's eyes were round, and their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg. What kind of speed is this? How could a summoner have a speed that was several times faster than those of them who were melee professionals? Once again, their perceptions were shaken. This is the speed of a ING summoner? Wang Gang couldn't help but burst out. Jiang Ming was equally shocked. The way he moves doesn't look like an ordinary stance. It's at least an A-rank skill. Hiss! Wang Gang sucked in a breath of cool air. A-level skills. Just as the two were stunned, Sumo's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Stealth? Jiang Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. And this counterintuitive skill? Where are the people? The carrion hyena leader lost his target and grumpily spun in place, his sharp claws digging deep grooves into the ground. Concealment effect of the snake charm, combined with the extreme speed of the rabbit rune. It's a perfect stab. At this moment, Sumo appeared behind the hyena leader like a ghost. It's now! Sumo's eyes stared and his right hand clenched his fist. A violent, destructive force converged in the center of his fist. Dragon Charms. The power of the blast. This not only explodes in the form of energy beams, but can also be blasted out cohesively. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Sumo's fist, which contained a terrifying blasting power, fiercely bombarded the bulging poisonous tumor on its body. Dragon Blast. The blazing golden energy instantly poured into the interior of the tumor. With a muffled sound, the poisonous tumor burst open from the inside, splattering foul-smelling pus in all directions. Ow dash! A miserable howl to the extreme resounded through the clouds. The huge body convulsed violently. The tumor, which was connected to the heart, was completely destroyed, and its life was rapidly draining away. Suemo lightly retreated a few steps back and waved his left hand. Dragon Flame. A golden pillar of fire erupted from his palm, completely engulfing the dying hyena leader. In the roaring flames, the 5th rank monster was quickly reduced to a pile of charcoal. Ding successfully killed the 5th order corrupted poison hyena leader, gained 75 points of kill value. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special equipment, the Ring of Corrupted Poison Heart. In the coke pile, a dark green ring lay silently. Sumer walked forward and picked it up. Heart of Rotting Poison Ring, Grade B. Attributes, plus 15% Spirit, plus 10% Intelligence. Special effect, attacks come with a corrosive effect, which can be used to trigger a decay effect, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 10% and defense by 20%. Remarks, refined from the heart crystals of a 5th order carrion hyena leader. It contains a powerful toxicity. Grade B ring, good attributes and practical special effects. Sumer rubbed the ring. Spirit and intelligence were exactly the attributes he needed most at the moment, and the accompanying corrosive and weakening effects were the icing on the cake. Worthy of being a secret realm, this burst rate is just high. Seeing another B rank burst out, or special equipment, the corners of Sumo's mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. It had only been less than half an hour since he had entered the secret realm, and he had killed 2 monsters. Just 1 A grade and 1 B grade equipment burst out one after another. That's a really high pop rate. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner, D rank. Rank, 4th order, 1st class. Power, 9,000 plus 2,700. Agility, 9,500 plus 1,900. Intelligence, 10,000 plus 1,000. Spirit, 11,000 plus 1,650. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration, Divine. 50% Attribute Sharing, Divine. Damage Transfer, S rank. Poisonous Touch, C rank. Battle Spirit Boiling, B rank. Summoner, Holy Lord, Dragon. SSS Class, 4th Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 5,000. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B. Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C. Boots of Shadow Attack, Grade A. Ring of Corrupted Poison Heart, Grade B. Kill Value, 920. Special Items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Grey Wolf Fragment *1. Finally the 4th Order. Sumo's mind swept through the attribute panel. My current basic attributes, except for strength and agility, which are slightly lower. Intelligence and spirit have firmly stepped into the 5th rank. Counting equipment bonuses, Sumer calculates the total attributes. Taken together, with the basic 4-dimensional attributes, I'm now completely deficient to an ordinary 5th order junior. The threshold for the 5th order was 8,000, and he was already 10,000. What's more, my attribute sharing has reached 50%. If I summon 2 holy lords, I'll be able to fully share 100% of his abilities, fully inheriting the attributes of the holy lord? That picture was so beautiful that Suemo was a little afraid to think about it. I'm now only 80 kill points away from continuing to redeem the next talisman. At that time, the holy lord's attributes will also skyrocket, likewise mine. By that time, a 5th ranked 9th level won't necessarily be my opponent. Gee, the future is bright. He was now at the beginning of the 4th rank, comparable to the peak of the 5th rank. When Suemo came back to his senses, he realized that Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were frozen on the spot, like 2 petrified statues. Seconds again. The 2 men's brains went blank. Am I blind? Summoner melee kills a 5th rank monster in seconds? Snap. Wang Gang suddenly slapped himself hard. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Gang grimaced. The fiery pain on his face made him certain that what was happening in front of him was not an illusion. He's not dreaming. That harmless looking, even a little thin summoner really killed a 5th order carrion hyena leader in seconds. The entire fight was a smooth flow, no more than 10 seconds from start to finish. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. What kind of speed is that? What kind of stealth ability is that? And that last horrible blast and flame. Is this really a tactic that a summoner can have? Zhang Ming similarly came back to his senses from the extreme shock, but the horror under his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. The way he looked at Suemo had completely changed. This young man, he's hiding too much. Every ability he displayed was enough to send chills down the spine of any professional of the same rank, or even higher. Especially with that godlike speed and stealth ability. It was simply a nightmare for all brittle skin professions. A breeze blew through, swirling dust and ashes from the ground. Suemo clapped his hands as if he had only done a trivial thing. He even had the leisure to comment on one. This reeking tumor filled with the stench of burning sure smells bad. The corners of Wang Gang's mouth twitched and he almost lost his breath. Big brother, that's a fifth-order monster. Seconds, is that all you care about? Does it smell bad when it's burnt? Isn't that focus a bit too far? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shocking waves in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "Now, can you tell us the truth?" It was a question he had to ask. Chapter 56, You Are a Hero. Suemo calmly looked at the two men. As you can see, I am no ordinary man. Crap! Wang Gang jumped up and, the power that Suemo displayed completely overturned his stereotypical impression of Suemo as a waste and a coward. Even the other party's fighting style and ability even refreshed his knowledge of the summoner profession. How can such a person be ordinary? It's more than uncommon. Wang Gang pointed at the coke on the ground and then pointed at himself, somewhat incoherent with excitement. What summoner fights like you? Instantaneous, stealth, and the damn fists and flames. If this was a regular ING summoner, I'd rip my head off and kick it for you. Zhang Ming's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Suemo. He said in a deep voice, what you just used, at least 3 of them are A-ranked, or maybe even higher ranked skills. Speed, stealth, explosive attacks, and elemental mastery. These shouldn't even appear on a summoner at the same time. This is completely outside of the professional system. Suemo met the two men's probing gazes, although he was calm on the surface. But inside, he was already happy. Cool, that's cool. 3 years of suppressed aggression. Finally got this by loaded out. Cool, so you kid has been pretending for the last 3 ING years? Wang Gang's voice drew up. Why? He took a few steps forward, spitting in Sumo's face. 3 years ago, what Suemo had awakened was a god-level occupation. Then he could shine brightly, be sought after by millions of people, and become the pride of the human race. The townsman of the Dragon Kingdom of China. Wang Gang was really puzzled. Why hide? Why pick a D-rank career? Why be mocked? Is it solely for the purpose of pretending to be a pig in a poke? Or is there a hobby in that area? Zhang Ming wasn't as excited outwardly as Wang Gang, but he had a frown on his face. The eyes scrutinized Suemo sharply, as if they wanted to see him through from the inside out. Facing the roaring Wang Gang, Suemo frowned slightly. I don't seem to be obligated to answer that question of yours. If not, the two men in front of him fought to guard the city of Cairo, giving him 3 years of stability. He wouldn't even come to the rescue, and when it comes to his deepest secrets, it is natural not to inform. The two of them froze at the words, and their expressions became a bit odd. Yeah, these are other people's secrets, so who is he to answer? Asterisk. Ro, you're the man, Wang Gang muttered, and instead of the previous questioning in his voice, there were a few more points of hopelessness and incredible admiration. If you don't say it, don't say it. Lousy is just curious to the point of scratching my heart. Zhang Ming's brows, which had been tightly locked, instead loosened slightly after Sumo's words. He looked at the charred marks on the ground and then at the uncharacteristically calm young man in front of him. Sumer was right. It was his own secret. Everyone has a past that they don't want to be probed into, while that desire to explore remains strong. But he understood better that it was pointless to pursue the matter, and might even cause the other party to resent him. However, both were relieved beyond belief. At least Zhang Fan wasn't a waste. He was still an incomparably powerful transmuter. This was a blessing for them, for the city of Cairo, and even for the entire human race. I still have a question for you. In the face of a hint of impatience cast by Suemo, Zhang Ming still opened his mouth to inquire. So, outside the city walls 3 days ago, the summoner who shook back the beast tide with a dragon's roar. It's me, Sumer admitted frankly. There's no point in not recognizing this one. This answer, in fact, had long been guessed in Zhang Ming's heart, especially after seeing Sumo's inhuman fighting strength just now. But when speculation is so easily confirmed, the shock is still huge. He looked at Suemo. His eyes were complex, and the previous shock, doubt, and inquiry were all turned into an unspeakable realization and awe at this moment. Originally, no wonder he is so calm. No wonder he has a power that far exceeds the summoner system. A dragon's roar to retreat the beast tide. This handiwork, compared to killing a 5th rank monster in seconds just now, didn't seem impossible. What? I can't believe it's you. I can't believe it's you, kid. Wang Gang was dumbfounded. This news shocked him even more than Suemo killing the monster in seconds just now. It's a bit unbelievable, but it makes sense. They had previously wondered how a powerful dragon summoner could have suddenly descended on Karo City. Now that it was associated with Sumer's occupation, everything made sense. For a moment, Wang Gang immediately felt ashamed. 3 days ago, there were cheers up and down the walls. The excitement of the warriors after the robbery. Everyone is speculating about what kind of god that mysterious and powerful dragon summoner is. And he himself, what did he say at that time? Come on. Wang Gang's face turned red, all the way to the base of his neck. Compare that one with Suemo, and the words are full of admiration for the former and contempt for the latter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Gang couldn't help but let out a low curse, wishing to find a crack in the ground to drill into. He had previously mocked Suemo for being a coward who could only hide behind, and instead of being a coward, he's the superhero who saved countless lives in the city of Karo all by himself. He looked at Sumo's calm face and suddenly felt incomparably harsh. This kid is hiding too deep. He remembered all his previous attitudes and comments towards Suemo and only felt ashamed. Wang Gang opened his mouth to say something, like apologizing, or explaining, but the words came to his lips and then swallowed back, and finally just reddened his face, uttered half a dozen words, and stifled a sentence of, awesome, awesome. He couldn't really find any other words to describe what he was feeling at the moment other than that one. The previous disbelief, anger, and curiosity had all now turned into pent-up admiration and groundless embarrassment. Jiang Ming fixed his mind and suppressed the shocking waves in his heart. He straightened the collar of his uniform and looked solemn. Mr. Sumer, he used honorifics. 3 days ago, if you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid the city of Carlo would have. He paused, his tone heavy with, the consequences are unimaginable. That night, without your dragon chance of shock, the city wall defenses would have likely been overrun, and the casualties would have been incalculable. On behalf of the city of Carlo, and on behalf of all the surviving citizens and soldiers, I offer you my sincerest thanks. You're a hero. As the words fell, Jiang Ming was about to bow deeply to Suemo. It's not just a thank you for saving his life, it's a thank you for the hope he brings to this stormy city. A transmogrifier of such power sitting in the middle of the city would mean too much to the city of Karo. So did Wang Gang. Chapter 57, All Heroes. Suemo was bending over the moment Jiang Ming. His figure moved slightly, and a soft but irresistible force held up the two. It doesn't have to be. Guarding the home and resisting the monsters. This is what every capable transmuter should do. It's not much of a favor. You and I, and all the thousands of people who fight to keep their homes, are heroes. The two men sniffed and burst into tears. All those who fight for their homeland, no matter how strong or low, no matter whether they are specialized or ordinary, are all heroes. Slightly calming down, Jiang Ming asked again, so you're exposing your strength now for Lin Shi? Suemo looked grave. She's trapped in the depths of the secret realm. I have to go save her. Jiang Ming froze and said, good, Lin Shi wasn't wrong about you. Emotional. In that case, go ahead. Wang Gang and I will go back to Carlo City to set up our defense. Jiang Ming opened his mouth. There were two main purposes for entering the secret realm this time. Bring Suemo back, and in the meantime, see what exactly happened within the secret realm. Now it was discovered that Suemo had at least a 5th order combat power that didn't require them, and Sumer can complete the second task. Then there was far less point in them staying in this secret realm than returning to Carlo City to set up their defenses. After all, in the midst of this secret realm, one slip up and GA drop. In response, Suemo just said one sentence, instantly causing the two to freeze in their expression. The entrance to the secret realm is closed. What? Don't worry, I'm here to keep you as safe as possible. Seeing the sadness on the faces of the two, Suemo thought that the other party was worried about encountering danger in the secret realm and opened his mouth to put them at ease. It's the city of Carlo we're worried about. After the two of us leave, the defense force of Karo City, once again weakened. If the monster army comes to attack again, look at the worry and anxiety on the faces of the two men as it were. The sense of responsibility that puts one's own safety and security at risk, and is only concerned with the survival of the city, makes Sumo's heart can't help but rise a trace of respect. He was silent for a few moments. Then, in a flat tone that bordered on stating a fact, another bombshell was dropped. Oh, you needn't worry about that. He met the puzzled gazes of the two men and said slowly, those remaining clusters of monsters around the city of Karo were cleared out in passing before I entered the secret realm. What? Jiang Ming was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Wang Gang even stared violently with his eyes wide open and his mouth half open, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Cleared? Cleared off? Smooth? He remembered the overwhelming wave of beasts 3 days ago, remembering those dense, varying levels but huge numbers of monsters. Shuani? Tens of thousands of monsters killed in 3 days. What the kind of is that? Even a 6th order powerhouse wouldn't be able to kill them all in 3 days, right? How did this kid do it? Sumer looked at their dumbfounded expressions and nodded affirmatively. Well, kill them all. For a short time, Carlo City should be safe. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang completely lost their words. However, when they thought about the fact that they really hadn't seen a single monster attack in the past 3 days, they slowly recognized Sumo's words. Then he couldn't help but give Sumo a thumbs up. You boys, it's this. Then I'll trouble you to protect us next. Zhang Ming accepted everything openly. Sumo looked at the two and nodded. Good, but the next battle will be more dangerous. Fear a ball. Wang Gang swung his fist boldly. With you as a great god, what am I afraid of? Sumo stopped talking and summoned the Holy Lord. Let's go. Time is running out. Before the words fell, he made a slight movement of his mind. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. And, then, an unspeakably huge aura suddenly descended. The ground seemed to tremble gently, and the light converged and dispersed somewhere. The Holy Lord appeared before the three with the majesty and indifference of overlooking all beings. Holy! Wang Gang was so frightened by this sudden huge presence that he took a step backward and almost sat on his butt. His eyes rounded, staring at the dragon in front of him with a death glare. The knots in his throat rolling up and down. It's him. The guy that was seen the other night was this guy. Yet, far more powerful than then. Although Zhang Ming was not as out of it as Wang Gang, his body also visibly stiffened for a moment. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the Holy Lord, feeling the almost suffocating dragon's might. Master, these two mole crickets are treats for me? The Holy Lord's dragon eyes swept over Zhang Ming and Wang Gang with disdain. The words that were uttered immediately caused the two to tremble with fear and cold sweat. Sumo's toes pointed and his figure lightly leaped onto the broad dragon's back. Standing firmly, he turned back to the two men still frozen on the ground. Come up here too. The pressure was suddenly reduced, and Wang Gang's shock was slightly stabilized. But when he looked at the dragon's scales that glowed with a cold metallic light, he was still a little weak in the legs. He gulped, the residual fear on his face quickly replaced by an incredulous exuberance. His eyes glazed over. Holy, riding a dragon? In my life, I can actually have a day to ride a dragon, he said as he crawled on his hands and knees towards the dragon's body. The Holy Lord seemed extremely reluctant, and the dragon's neck was slightly deflected. The golden vertical pupils glanced coldly at Wang Gang, who was climbing, and a low, threatening gurgle came from his throat. Wang Gang was so scared that his movements froze and he almost rolled down. Go up, Sumo spoke again, his voice still flat. Only then did the sacred lord stop moving, allowing Wang Gang to climb onto the dragon's back with his hands and feet, finding a place to carefully sit down, nervously gripping the bone spurs next to him, not daring to take a breath, but unable to resist looking around. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and fixed his mind. His movements were much more composed than Wang Gang's, and he also rolled over and leaped onto the dragon's back. Sit tight, Sumer reminded, not looking back. The sacred lord sensed his master's intention and let out a low and long dragon's roar. The gusts of wind rose, the sand flew, and the huge body rose up from the ground. Only Wang Gang's strange screams of excitement and a bit of fear were left echoing in place. Oh, fly up, it's too fast. Old Zhang, hold on tight. When the three of them rode on the dragon's back, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask, by the way, what level are you kids at anyway? Sumo looked into the distance and said softly, 3rd rank, fart. Wang Gang directly burst into foul language. A 3rd rank can second a 5th rank with a single move? Do you think I'm stupid? Sumer smiled without saying anything. Zhang Ming looked at his back thoughtfully. This young man was perhaps much more terrifying than they had imagined. Old Zhang, look, we're flying so high. Much faster than an airplane. Zhang Ming was relatively calm, but his clenched fists still revealed his inner unrest. For the first time in his life, he was flying on the wind, fulfilled his childhood wish. Holy Lord, with your dragon bloodline, can you sense the location of the demonic dragon? The Holy Lord's low response rang out on the wind with an innate arrogance. Master, that lowly half-breed bastard deserves to be called a dragon? But if it's around, it can't hide its tainted scent from me. Sumer's voice had little rise or fall. Then look for it. Ghost soldiers are too inefficient with their limited search range. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming on the dragon's back were also startled. Is Sumo preparing to directly find a 7th-ranked demonic dragon to fight? Could it be that his true strength had reached the 7th rank? Awesome! Chapter 58, Carlo City, a very trashy city. The Holy Lord's huge body traveled through the clouds at a surprisingly fast speed. Right at this moment, Sumo's eyes, which had been calm, moved slightly. Is there anyone out front? Holy Lord, turn to the southeast. Sumo spoke faintly. I wonder if it's the city lord and the others. I suppose so. There's no one else from the city coming in from this secret realm either. The Holy Lord instantly changed direction and sped towards the southeast. The wind whistled in his ears, more violently than before. Hey, what's with the sudden turn? Someone? Zhang Ming guessed something. Sumer nodded. How do you perceive this? How come I don't perceive anything? Wang Gang asked suspiciously. Why do you ask everything? Zhang Ming gave Wang Gang a blow to the head. Wang Gang, okay, I'll shut up. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in just a few moments, the scene below gradually became clearer. Amidst the ruins of a mess, there was indeed fighting going on. Only 4 silhouettes were back to back, fending off the siege of dozens of monsters of different forms that emitted a ferocious aura. Energy light flickered continuously, and hissing and clashing sounds of weapons were faintly heard. Holy, someone's really fighting! Wang Gang's eyes widened, and he stretched his neck to look down at the— What kind of monsters are those? It looks like they're not to be messed with. Not the city lord and the others. Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp and he quickly recognized it. It's strange faces. There really are other entrances to this secret realm. There are teams from other cities coming in? Can't be. Wang Gang was also dumbfounded. Zhang Ming looked at Suemo and asked, Are we going to help? Suemo looked at the battlefield in front of him. Go help. The 3 of them leapt off the Holy Lord's back and then charged towards the middle of the battlefield. Someone's coming to help us? The 4 people who were fighting also noticed Suemo and the others who were rushing towards them. What the? Who needs their help? It's just a bunch of mongrels. We can handle it ourselves. Sun Xiaoxiao threw a fireball and directly blasted away a pouncing monster. Glancing at the 3 Suemo who were rushing over, his tone carried obvious displeasure and a hint of arrogance. Her comment was not entirely bravado. Their 4-member squad was not bad. She herself was a 4th order 7th order, and the remaining 3 were even 5th order powerhouses. They were under siege, though. However, the strength of these monsters were all of some 2nd or 3rd rank, and the most powerful was only 4th rank. If it weren't for the injuries sustained in the previous encounter, it was solved a long time ago. Dawn! Sun Yaoyao interrupted her with a low gulp and, Don't get distracted. Watch out for that corrosive worm on the left flank. Sun Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth, but her hand movements were not slow. A blazing wall of fire rose up from the ground, instantly engulfing the corrosive worm that had lunged at the left flank. As the flames blazed, the worm let out a mournful hiss and was soon reduced to charcoal. See, Yaoyao sister, just this kind of goods. Simply. Sun Xiaoxiao's words carried a few hints of braggadocio smugness. However, right in the midst of the charred and blackened worm corpses, an inconspicuous black shadow violently sprang out. It was a monster that was only the size of a palm, black in color, like a scaled-down version of a worm, and incredibly fast. The black shadow's target was pointed directly at the face of Sun Xiaoxiao, who had just finished casting the spell and was slightly relieved. Look out! Sun Yaoyao cried out in shock, wanting to rescue, but it was too late. As a mage, she suffered at least heavy damage if she was hit. Shoo! Just at the moment when the pitch-black worm was about to touch the tip of Sun Xiaoxiao's nose, a faster black shadow flashed out of thin air, a flash of cold light and precision. The palm-sized worm was severed from it. On Sun Xiaoxiao's side the ghostly soldier appeared, the dagger in his hand still dripping with poisonous blood. The smug smile on Sun Xiaoxiao's face froze completely. A hint of hindsight quickly crept into his mind. Phew! Sun Yaoyao took a long breath. Her chest rose and fell violently, obviously also terrified. She quickly stepped forward and pulled the still somewhat dazed Sun Xiaoxiao behind herself to protect her. Eyes turned to the ghostly soldiers. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming to the rescue. However, the words of gratitude came to an abrupt end when her gaze fell clearly on the ghostly soldier. Sun Yaoyao's eyes snapped open. A humanoid summoner? Yo, what's wrong with you? Zhao Hu was chopping over a pouncing sharp-clawed monster with an axe, and when he heard Sun Yaoyao's alarmed cry, he also took the time to glance at it. The glance slowed the movement of his hands by half a beat, and he was almost swept by the other monster's claws. Off. What the hell? I didn't blink, did I? Sure, Xian was relatively calm, but he couldn't help but take a couple more glances, his brows furrowing tightly as he, This breath is indeed not a living person. It's a summon? It's the first time I've seen a humanoid summon. At this time, Su Mo, Zhang Ming and Wang Gang also joined the battlefield. Originally there was still a bit of a stalemate in the battle. Because of the addition of Su Mo's trio, it quickly took on a one-sided situation. But after a few minutes of work, the last monster wailed and fell, and the battlefield was completely quiet. My name is Sun Yaoyao. Thanks to the 3 of you for your timely assistance, especially this Excellency summon that saved Xiaoxiao just now. Sun Yaoyao looked at Su Mo with a gentle tone. Sun Xiaoxiao walked over, her face still a little white as she stared at Su Mo. Hey, that dark shadow just now, did you make it to save me? Without waiting for Su Mo to reply, Wang Gang had already grinned and yelled in a loud voice. That's not true. Awesome. If it hadn't moved so fast, you'd have a gaping hole in that pretty face of yours. Actually, I don't need him to make a move. I can take care of it myself. Ha! Suemo lightly glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao and didn't pick up her words, only nodding to Sun Yaoyao. Sumer, A show of hands. Under Shi Xian. Shi Xian paused, and his eyes glanced without trace at Sumo, who was still standing on his side. The ghost shadow soldier, who was like a statue with a cold breath, had a trace of imperceptible astonishment flashing through his eyes. The brothers look unfamiliar and don't seem to have encountered them in the secret realm before. I wonder from which area. When Shi Xian said this, Wang Gang and Zhang Ming subconsciously looked at Sumo. Sure enough, this secret realm had more than one entrance, connecting to other areas. Sumo's heart was also enlightened. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. Carlo City. Sumo opened his mouth without hiding anything. Carlo City? Shi Xian. Zhao Hu and Sun Yaoyao glanced at each other, and all saw a trace of bewilderment in each other's eyes. I've never heard of this city. I checked. Carlo, a very trashy little city. Chapter 59, Your eyes are long in your pants. As Sun Xiaoxiao's voice came out, the air was momentarily quiet for a few seconds, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. What did you say? Wang Gang was the first to blow up, his voice immediately rising. Garbage? Small town? You got eyes in your pants? You'd be dead without us just now. So how? You. Sumo stopped Wang Gang, who was ready to make a move, with little expression on his face. Sun Yaoyao's face was a bit untenable, and she hurriedly rounded up the situation. Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su and the others are strong. We've all seen it. What happens in Carlo has nothing to do with their own abilities. She glared at her sister and looked at Sumer with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, my sister, she's young and doesn't know any better. It's okay. Sumo responded indifferently. I would like to ask, do you know where the location of the demon dragon is? Or have you ever met a girl whose profession is Juggernaut? Which 7th-ranked shadow demon dragon is the one you're talking about? Sun Yaoyao's face became grave. Sumer nodded gently. Aha. Ha. Zhao Hu snorted and swept Sumo's several people up and down with undisguised contempt. I would advise you to give up that idea. Just with you 3 4th-ranked ones. Don't say you're going to mess with a 7th-ranked demonic dragon. I'm afraid that any random 5th-ranked dragonborn captain under its command could crush you to death with the flick of a finger, leaving no dregs left. Sumo directly ignored the contempt in the other party's words. The message in the other's words was keenly perceived. There are captains of the 5th order under the magic dragon. That showed that the other party must know the message of this demonic dragon. Tell me more. Zhao Hu has some tough words, but the latter words, Sun Yaoyao didn't continue to say for fear of hitting Sumo and the others. A 7th-ranked demonic dragon. That was an existence that even a team from a large region like them wouldn't dare to easily mess with. Not to mention the likes of Carlo City. Tell me more. Sumo spoke again with a resolute attitude. Dangerous or not, he knows himself. Even if it was a dragon's den, he had to go to Linshi. Sun Yaoyao gave Sumo a deep look. He could feel Sumo's determination. She sighed softly, no longer hesitating. The shadow demon dragon is entrenched in the Dragon Bone Mountain range. That is one of the most dangerous areas in the entire secret realm, shrouded in shadow energy all year round. As for the dragon descendants, under it, there are indeed 5th order existences, and even 6th order ones. The demon dragon rarely leaves the Dragon Bone Mountain range, but its dragon descendants will regularly come out to patrol the territory. Strong and brutal in nature. We encountered a dragonborn patrol once before from afar, and the leading captain's aura was extremely terrifying, so we didn't dare to approach. It's estimated to be at least 5th order 9th level. To reach the Dragon Bone Mountains, you need to go through. Thanks for informing me. Sumo thanked again, his expression still calm. For him, as long as there was a direction, he had to go, even if it was dangerous. What about the Juggernaut? Sumo pursued. Never seen it. We haven't entered the secret realm for a short period of time, and we've encountered quite a few teams, but we've never seen this person you're talking about. Sun Yaoyao spoke with incomparable certainty. Sumo's heart sank slightly. Couldn't find a clue about Lin Shi. Don't worry, Deacon Lin will be fine. Zhang Ming sensed Sumo's change in mood and comforted him slightly. Sumo nodded slightly and did not say much. His gaze turned to Sun Yaoyao. Thanks for informing us. These messages are useful to us. In that case, we'll leave it at that. After he finished speaking, he signaled Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, and then he was ready to turn around and leave. The Dragon Bone Mountains. Must go. Hey, wait. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yaoyao called out to the Sumo trio who were ready to leave. We're going in roughly the same direction as the Dragon Bone Mountains later, so you guys can join us. That way we have something to look out for. When these words came out, not only were Sumo's trio a bit surprised, even Sun Yaoyao's own team members froze. Yo. Zhao Hu was the first to express his dissatisfaction, his eyebrows knitting into a pimple. What are you doing? Taking them with you? This isn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Xian, who had been silent next to him, reached out and gently pressed his arm. Zhao Hu looked at Shi Xian in puzzlement. However, He saw Shi Xian shake his head at him imperceptibly, his eyes signaling him to be at ease. We weren't willing to take you dragons with us, but my sister gave the word, so you're coming with us. Sun Xiaoxiao's condescending attitude instantly caused Wang Gang's anger to rise, glaring at Sun Xiaoxiao. Who are you calling a drag? Watch your mouth, little girl. Who cares about being with you guys? Make it look like we're taking advantage of something. Am I wrong? Sun Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and toed the line. Just by the fact that you guys are from a small place, but with a cultivation level of the 4th rank, you don't even have any decent equipment. What are you if not dragons? It would be a blessing for you to come with us, without us to protect you, let alone the demonic dragons. If you meet some random monsters, you'll be able to kill you all without leaving a single piece of armor. The two of them, Zhao Hu and Shi Xian, were watching the show with their arms around their chests, obviously very much in agreement with Sun Xiaoxiao's words. Dawn. Sun Yaoyao's face sank, and she hurriedly pulled her sister, her tone carrying a few points of severity. Enough. No more talking. She turned her head, with an obvious apology and helplessness on her face, to look at Sumo. I'm really sorry, my sister Shi. Let's go. Sumo gave Wang Gang and Zhang Ming a wink and took the lead in turning around. Target, the Dragon Bone Mountains. Lin Shi is still waiting for him. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Hey, Sun Yaoyao did not feel good in her heart. Subconsciously, he wanted to go up and stay. Yo-yo, Shi Xian had come to her side at an unknown time, stretching out his arm and stopping her in an ungentlemanly manner. His movements were natural and his tone was flat. There's no need to chase. Sun Yaoyao stopped and looked at Shi Xian in puzzlement. Shi Xian's gaze fell on Sumo's trio's gradually distant backs. His voice had little rise and fall. We've been kind enough to invite them. Since they chose to go on their own, whether they live or die on the road ahead is none of our business. His words sounded as if he was stating a fact, but Sun Yaoyao heard a hint of indifference in them. Zhao Hu chimed in from the side. That's right. Doesn't know how to carry yourself. Do you really think you're so capable? The Dragon Bone Mountain Range is a place they can go? Die without even knowing how. Sister, you see that brother Zhao Hu and brother Shi Xian think so too. You can't scold me anymore. Sun Yaoyao looked at the direction where the trio disappeared and frowned lightly. She always felt that the youth called Sumo was not simple. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yaoyao still broke away from Shi Xian's arm and quickly chased after him. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm is good. Hey, wait. Sumo's three stopped at the sound and turned around, looking at Sun Yaoyao who was catching up. Sun Yaoyao ran to the trio and took out a bracelet from her storage equipment and handed it to Sumo. This shadow avoidance compass you take, it will help guide you. She looked at Sumer, her eyes sincere and, the Dragon Bone Mountain Range is shrouded in shadow energy all year round, with limited vision and many shadow creatures that specialize in concealment. This compass can give advance warning, not a big range, but it may save lives at critical moments. Not waiting for Sumo to refuse, she directly stuffed the compass into Sumo's hand. Consider it, as my way of repaying you for saving my sister's life earlier. You are more careful. After saying that, she gave Sumo a deep look and turned around to quickly return to her group. Shi Xian looked at the returning Sun Yaoyao and then glanced at the compass in Sumo's hand. Eyes twitched slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Sumo held the still warm compass in his hand and looked at Sun Yaoyao's back. This person is still weirdly good. Wang Gang opened his mouth. Well, let's go. The three of them turned around once again, and their figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Sis, you just gave them the shadow avoidance compass? It's not just blocking the attack for me. What's the big deal? Used to give away something that good. Sun Yaoyao had just returned to the team, and Sun Xiaoxiao was a bit disgruntled. That was a special A-grade prop, worth as much as several normal A-grade props. Zhao Hu followed suit and helped. Ning, that's right Yaoyao. With their strength it would be a waste to give it away. They wouldn't be able to turn around and lose it. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Sun Yaoyao interrupted with a voice that compass isn't a necessity for me, but it might actually come in handy for them in a pinch. They did save Xiaoxiao before, a favor that always needs to be returned. Shi Xian spoke indifferently. The things have already been sent out. There's no need to argue about anything. The priority now is still to meet up with the captain and the others first. As previously agreed, we're almost at the place. With this compass guiding Sumo and the other three, the path ahead was suddenly much clearer. And relying on the early warning ability of the shadow avoidance compass, they avoided many dangerous places in advance, and so it traveled for another short distance. The view ahead opens up, but not in a good way. A huge valley thoroughly enveloped in thick, ink-like shadow energy stretched across the landscape. The entrance to the valley was jagged with strange rocks and withered vegetation, and even the light seemed to be swallowed up by the viscous darkness, making it difficult to see deeper. The coldness came over me. This should be the dangerous land that Sun Yaoyao mentioned. The dark forest. Wang Gang's face was grave. Zhang Ming also frowned. The energy fluctuations. here are very unstable, and it feels like there are big guys inside. Suemo stopped his footsteps, his eyes sharply scanning the dark valley in front of him. The compass needle was trembling violently at the moment, almost losing its sense of direction. Apparently the energy disturbances within the valley were extremely severe and fraught with danger. There were two paths before them. Choose to take a detour to avoid this obviously extremely dangerous valley. But looking at the extent of the valley, I'm afraid it would take at least 10 more days, if not more. The situation on Lin Shi's side was unknown, and Suemo couldn't wait. The other option was to go through the edge of this horrible valley. Doing so would certainly raise the stakes to the extreme. Fifth-order monsters were almost certain, and it wasn't impossible to even encounter a sixth-order one. In that case, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's lives. For a while, Suemo was in a state of hesitation. We're going straight through. Zhang Ming naturally understood the worries in Sumo's heart. Take the lead. Then you. What are you afraid of? Let's go together, Wang Gang said with a big grin. Good. Then let's go through the edge. Suemo made a decision. Time. That's what he's missing right now. In order to find Lin Shi as soon as possible. This is a risk that must be taken. If you go through the edge, it will take a little more time than going straight across, but it's so much better than a detour. The level of danger will also be scaled down quite a bit. Even if they did encounter danger, they would be able to withdraw in time. Now that Sumer has determined the route of travel, the three of them carefully stepped into the fringes of the dark forest. This forest is depressing. Stepping into the middle of the forest, the light is extremely distorted here and visibility is extremely low. The ground underfoot was soft and damp, wet as if you were walking in a mud puddle, and extremely uncomfortable. But there's more. Because of the shadow-avoiding compass, it could isolate the vast majority of the shadow energy here, causing them to be minimally affected. Thumbs up. Tiny noises came from the shadows. Sumo's eyes flinched. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass wiggled slightly, pointing to the left. Look out! Several pitch-black, spider-like creatures swooped out of the darkness with great speed. The creatures were about half a man tall, with 8-jointed limbs sharp as spears and dark green saliva dripping from their mouthparts. Shadow lurkers, third-order monsters, watch out for their venom. The weakness is the head. The All Souls illustration quickly analyzed the attacking monster message. Wang Gang roared. The huge axe in his hand swept across the room, and the violet wind split the two shadow lurkers that were the first to pounce directly away. Suemo sprayed a mouthful of dragon flame on top of the shadow lurker's head. Bump! A couple of explosions went off. These shadow lurkers were killed outright. The battle ended quickly. This fringe area, the monsters are all of the third rank. This place is really dangerous. It's a good thing we went to the edge. Wang Gang put away his axe and grinned. Suemo nodded and looked at the compass. Keep going. Stay alert. They followed the edge of the valley, step by step, deeper and deeper. Along the way, similar encounters continued to occur. All sorts of strange, shadow energy-infested creatures were popping up all over the place. Most of them were between second and third rank, and occasionally they would encounter a few fourth-rank elite monsters. Relying on the advance warning of the shadow avoidance compass and the probing of the ghost shadow soldiers, the three of them, Sumer, were able to circumvent it as long as they could. It could not be circumvented, and relying on the tacit cooperation of the three, these monsters did not cause them too much trouble. Fight, kill, move forward. Without realizing it, they had already traveled for a day in this dangerous fringe, and in the midst of this day's battle, the trio's leveling up is also very noticeable. Wang Gang was raised from the initial 4th rank 6 to 4th rank 8. Zhang Ming had even reached the 9th level of the 4th rank, just one step away from reaching the 5th rank. Sumer leveling up was naturally the most terrifying. In one leap, he reached the point where he was at the 4th level of the 4th order. The Holy Lord rank had also been raised to the point of 4th order. 9th order. All aspects of the attributes have been greatly improved. Chapter 61, This Mother **********. It's still the secret realm that boosts fast. I gain more in this 1 or 2 days than I did in half a year in Karo. In the past, when we guarded the city and killed those things, it was just like that when we killed our hands softly. How can it be so energetic now? Wang Gang moved his muscles and bones, feeling the growing strength in his body, soothing his body. Yeah, I feel like I'm about to saturate my body with energy. 2. Zhang Ming also showed a rare hint of a smile. Feeling the fluctuations of magic power surging within his body, there was anticipation in his eyes. I feel like, is close to breaking through to the 5th rank, but it's hard to say exactly how long it will take. In the past, in the city of Karo, though, there had always been battles with monsters, but most of them are keep-away battles, against monsters of the 1st and 2nd orders. Even if you killed 1,000 of them, it wouldn't be as good as killing a 4th-ranked monster, and in 1 or 2 days in the middle of this secret realm, they had killed dozens of 3rd-order monsters and several 4th-order monsters. Even a 5th-ranked monster was killed and a large amount of experience was shared. This was unthinkable in the past, and it was all due to Sumer. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have died for an unknown amount of time in this secret realm. It's all thanks to Sumo. Yes, 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 thank you, thank you, thank you. Sumo waved his hand. We're all on our own. It's just too raw to talk about this. Suddenly his eyes glazed over. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass suddenly spun wildly. Meanwhile, news of the ghostly soldiers came back. He swept his gaze over the two, pausing especially on Zhang Ming. Feeling the magic power that was about to overflow within Zhang Ming's body, Sumo laughed. Soon, he spat out two words softly. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were both stunned, not quite understanding what Sumo meant. What's coming up? Zhang Ming looked at Sumo even more suspiciously. Sumo, however, didn't explain too much and just cast his gaze deeper into the dark forest. Buzz. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass was currently trembling violently with an unprecedented frequency, pointing straight ahead. A palpitatingly terrifying aura filled the air from the front like a tidal wave. Roar! A deafening roar rang out steeply, accompanied by heavy footsteps, and the ground seemed to be trembling slightly. The shadow squirmed, and an immense figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a terrifying monster that was 5 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scale armor, shaped like a giant bear, but with a pair of scarlet compound eyes. It was surrounded by dense shadow energy, and the pressure it emitted far exceeded any of the monsters it had encountered before. The All Souls illustration gives the message instantly. Race, Shadow Tyrant Bear. Level, 5. Level 6. Abilities, Shadow Roar. Raging Rip. Earth Trample. Weaknesses, Heart, Eyes. What kind of monster is this? What a powerful sense of oppression. Wang Gang's throat was a little dry, and his grip on the axe handle tightened unconsciously. Quickly adjusting his breathing, his strong body sank slightly into a defensive-come-attacking stance. This is a 5th rank, 6th rank Shadow Tyrant Bear. Sumer opened his mouth. 5 orders of 6. The relaxed look on Zhang Ming's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an incomparable gravity. This was a 5th order. 6th order monster, more than a notch more powerful than the 5th order. 1st order carrion hyena that the combined forces had killed earlier. Sumo, however, seemed unusually calm. He looked at Zhang Ming beside him and said indifferently, "Kill it and the experience should be enough for you to break through." Aha! Zhang Ming nodded heavily. This 5th order, 6th ranked Shadow Tyrant Bear, if killed, let alone leveling up to the 5th rank, even a level or 2 on top of that would be enough. In that case, him. Wang Gang roared angrily and took the lead in breaking the stalemate. He slammed his legs together. Wang Gang's charge was as powerful as thunder, and the earth-colored energy blade carried by the giant axe cut through the darkness, slashing straight into the face of the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Earth-splitting chop. In the face of this ferocious strike, a hint of disdain flashed through the Shadow Tyrant Bear's scarlet compound eyes. It didn't even dodge. It just casually raised its huge claws covered in pitch-black scale armor. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clanked together. The earth-colored energy blade slashed at the giant claw, as if it had struck impenetrable steel. It instantly crumbled and dissipated into bits of light. Wang Gang only felt a huge force coming from the axe handle. The shock made his tiger's mouth numb, and his entire body involuntarily took 2 steps back. This guy, his skin is so damn thick. Wang Gang quickly calmed his chi and blood that was churning and spat. Is that all the strength you have? The Shadow Tyrant Bear spat out human words, his voice low and full of mockery, even tickling me dash. Before it could finish its words, a harsh silver light suddenly lit up. Zhang Ming's figure appeared like a ghost on the flank of the Shadow Tyrant Bear. The battle knife in his hand had been sheathed at some point, and the blade was covered with a layer of sharp wind elemental magic. Wind blade slash. Snort! The blade light was as swift as electricity, precisely chopping at the claw area where the Shadow Tyrant Bear had been attacked by Wang Gang before. However, the imagined scene of the scale armor shattering did not appear. The battle sword chopped at the pitch-black scale armor, merely leaving a shallow white mark that didn't even manage to break through the defense. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear was in pain, and was even more angered by the interruption. It turned its head violently, its scarlet compound eyes locking onto Zhang Ming as it opened its bloody mouth. Dense shadow energy converged crazily in its mouth, forming a pitch-black energy ball that rotated at high speed. Shadow Roar. Terrifying energy fluctuations instantly erupted, and the pitch-black ball of energy was like a cannonball, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted towards Zhang Ming, who was close at hand, and Wang Gang, who was slightly farther away. The air hissed with an overwhelming sound wherever the energy ball passed. Watch out! Wang Gang's pupils shrunk. He couldn't think about it in time and violently crossed his giant axe in front of him. The earth-colored light lit up again, this time, but instead of coalescing into an energy blade, it rapidly extended and morphed. Buzz! The giant axe actually transformed into an incomparably thick and heavy earth-yellow energy shield. protecting both him and Zhang Ming at the back of the side. Boom! The pitch-black energy ball heavily bombarded on top of the earth-colored energy giant shield, erupting with a deafening roar. Berserk energy impacts swept out like angry waves, lifting up a layer of the surrounding ground. The giant shield of energy trembled violently. The surface rippled, and the earth-colored light shone brightly and uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any time. Ah! Wang Gang let out a muffled grunt, and his face instantly turned red. The arm holding the axe and shield was bruised, and a powerful recoil went through the axe handle. It hit his internal organs and a fishy sweetness in the back of his throat, but he clenched his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground like nails, and did not retreat a step. Chapter 62, Why do you eat everything? Earth yellow energy continuously surged out from his body, madly injecting into the energy giant shield, maintaining the defense. Zhang Ming was protected behind the shield, and although he didn't take the impact directly, the terrifying energy fluctuations still made his heart skip a beat. This guy is so powerful. Zhang Ming gripped his battle sword tightly, his eyes sharply observing the Shadow Tyrant Bear as he searched for his next opportunity to attack. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's scarlet compound eyes swept over Wang Gang, who was struggling to support himself, as well as Zhang Ming, who was waiting for an opportunity behind his shield. Once again, a low growl escaped, filled with disdain and cruelty. The light on the energy giant shield had dimmed a lot, and it was obvious that Wang Gang had been greatly depleted. Blocked? Wang Gang gasped for air and grinned, though a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Kind of. The Shadow Tyrant Bear grinned his huge mouth, revealing his white fangs, but that's as far as it goes. Before the words fell, its huge body lunged forward. The speed was so fast that it was completely at odds with its massive size, and it carried a gust of wind with it. The giant claws covered in pitch-black scale armor raised once again. This time, the claws were draped with even denser shadow energy, emitting a palpitatingly sharp aura. Berserk rip. Thumbs up. The giant claws cut through the air, carrying an aura that tore through everything, and viciously grabbed at the energy giant shield. This blow, if it hits, Wang Gang definitely couldn't resist. Even Zhang Ming behind him might be seriously injured in fall. A close call. Come out. Holy Lord. Buzz. The air twisted steeply. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's movements lurched, and a flicker of disbelief flashed through its scarlet compound eyes. In the next moment, a huge appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, blocking between the energy giant shield and the Shadow Tyrant Bear. It was the Holy Lord who had been summoned by Sumo. As soon as the Holy Lord appeared, he didn't even need to make any unnecessary movements, just the dragon's might emanating from his body. Just let the Shadow Tyrant Bear feel the throbbing and a hint of imperceptible fear originating from the depths of the bloodline. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out a puzzled low growl, and its attacking movements came to a complete halt. The Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils that burned with flames glanced indifferently at the Shadow Tyrant Bear. It opened its dragon's mouth covered with sharp teeth. There was no earth-shattering roar, just searing air converging in his throat. Who dash? In the next second, the dragon flames spewed out violently. Long Yan's target was none other than the Shadow Tyrant Bear that was close at hand. The blazing heat instantly swept through the entire space, and even the air was set ablaze with crackling explosions. The Shadow Tyrant Bear felt a deadly threat. It didn't even have time to think about it, and its huge body violently rolled backward to dodge in an extremely wretched posture. Snort! The dragon flames grazed its body, splashing onto the ground, instantly melting the hard rocky ground into a deep pit, billowing black smoke. A few strands of dark red flame stained the Shadow Tyrant Bear's pitch-black scale armor, immediately emitting a pungent charred smell. The hard scale armor actually began to melt and curl at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The intense pain caused the Shadow Tyrant Bear to let out an agonizing growl of pain. Its originally majestic body had been left with several scorched and gruesome scars, and its scale armor was broken, revealing the charred flesh underneath. The Shadow Tyrant Bear rose up in a sorry state, his scarlet compound eyes staring dead on at the Holy Lord who was suspended in midair with a majestic posture. The previous contempt and cruelty disappeared, replaced by a mixture of fear, anger, and an unspeakable greed and excitement. It felt it, from this huge dragon in front of it. It sensed an incomparably pure and powerful dragon bloodline aura. It was a power that was even more ancient and noble than its own bloodline. If it can be devoured. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's breathing became ragged, and a frantic light flashed in its scarlet compound eyes. Dragons, true dragon bloodline. It hissed lowly, with an unquenchable longing in its voice. What a great prey. Once I swallow you, I'll definitely be able to evolve again. Want to eat me? The Holy Lord let out a contemptuous keening that. How can a mere bastard deserve that? I naturally wouldn't dare to have the slightest idea if you were of the 5th rank. But what about the current you, who is only at the 4th rank? Even if you are a pure-blooded dragon race, the gap between realms is not something that a bloodline can completely make up for. As long as I kill you and devour your bloodline essence, I will break through the shackles and advance to the 6th rank. Its torso was slightly undercut, its muscles taut. Dark energy once again began to flow over the surface of his body, repairing the wounds and building up his strength. Sumo, is the Holy Lord it really okay? Wang Gang had some drums in his heart. After all, that was a 5th order monster, a whole rank higher than the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord seemed to have heard Wang Gang's muttering. Those golden vertical pupils burning with fire shifted slightly sideways and glanced at him. An unspeakable pressure instantly enveloped Wang Gang. He only felt his body stiffen and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Subconsciously, he swallowed back the second half of his sentence, his head shaking like a rattle. Can. Absolutely can. Forget I asked. I'll shut up. Don't worry. This tyrant bear definitely won't be a match for the Holy Lord. Sumer was confident, even though this tyrant bear was one rank higher than the Holy Lord. But in reality, the other party's 4-dimensional attributes were simply no match for the Holy Lord's. Together with the bloodline and the power of the 12 runes, this shadow tyrant bear takes a headshot at the Holy Lord. Shadow roar. The shadow tyrant bear roared, and the shadow energy around him surged wildly. Be careful. This strike is very powerful. Wang Gang opened his mouth to remind. He was the one who was almost seriously injured by this strike before. In the face of this strike, the Holy Lord was very disdainful. Rabbit charms, extreme speed. The Holy Lord's figure suddenly became a blur the moment before the shadow tyrant bear's roar sounded. An almost uncatchable residual shadow stayed in place. Next moment, the Holy Lord had appeared dozens of meters away, easily avoiding the onslaught of raging shadow energy. Boom! The shadow energy pillar fiercely bombarded the Holy Lord's original location, blowing out a huge deep crater in the ground and splattering debris in all directions. The shadow tyrant bear's scarlet compound eyes contracted violently, and it didn't see how its opponent moved at all. This is too fast, too slow. A hint of disdain flashed through the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils. The figure disappeared again. Left, the shadow tyrant bear turned violently and swept its giant claws across the room, but only caught a piece of air. Wrong guess. The icy voice came from behind, and before the shadow tyrant bear had time to react, he felt a sharp pain from his back. The Holy Lord's dragon tail lashed at its spine like a steel whip. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Chapter 63, Summoner, the only kingly profession in the future. Roar! The shadow tyrant bear let out a howl of agony as his massive body stumbled forward. Impossible! How can you possibly keep up with my speed? Within the shadow tyrant bear's pupils, horrified light erupted. Even if he wasn't known for his speed, but with the 5th rank against the 4th rank, the speed attribute was also suppressing the other party by a large margin before it was right. Why? Is this the Holy Lord? So strong. Stronger than the first time I saw him. Or rather, the first time I saw him, the other party didn't even use all their strength. Maybe not even now. Wang Gang was wide-eyed and full of excitement. With this speed alone, the Holy Lord was already invincible against the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Without waiting for Shadow Tyrant Bear to react from his shock, the Holy Lord's figure flashed once again. For once, it wasn't just moving fast. Snake charm, invisibility. With the extreme speed boost, the Holy Lord's body was like blending into the air, completely disappearing from the Shadow Tyrant Bear's line of sight. Where are the people? Where did it go? The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out a low growl of even more confusion and unease. Its massive body swiveled alertly, trying to catch the vanishing foe, but neither vision nor its proud perception could lock onto the Holy Lord's location. It felt as if the other party had vaporized out of thin air. Thumbs up! The sound of a sharp claw tearing through the air suddenly rang out. The Shadow Tyrant Bear only felt a sharp pain in his back, and his hard scale armor was once again torn apart, leaving several claw marks that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Roar! It turned angrily, its sharp claws flailing haphazardly behind it, but only grasping at nothingness. The Holy Lord's figure disappeared once again. Good! Well played! Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out in excitement. His previous worries swept away. This is not an even match. This is clearly a one-sided tease. The 5th-ranked Shadow Tyrant Bear was like a clumsy target in front of the Holy Lord. Zhang Ming, who was standing beside Sumo, didn't have much excitement on his face, but instead showed a deep look of contemplation. His gaze moved back and forth between the divine Holy Lord and the calm-faced Sumo in the battlefield. Extreme stealth. Zhang Ming clearly remembered that not long ago, Sumo had displayed a similar ability when facing those monsters alone, that ghostly speed and stealth skills. But now, Sumo, who was a summoner, was clearly standing still and not moving, and yet his summons were using abilities that should have belonged to Sumo. Generally speaking, the abilities are independent between the summoner and the summoned object. Summoners can command summons to fight, but never share abilities. It's common sense. It's an iron law. Unless, a bold thought surfaced in Zhang Ming's mind, and his breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. This ability, which originally belonged to the Holy Lord, was only borrowed by Sumo. Hiss. Zhang Ming, who figured this out, it was like opening Pandora's box, instantly explains all the implausibilities. Why was Sumo, a summoner, ridiculously strong in melee combat? Why does he have all those abilities that go far beyond the limits of his profession? Turns out the root cause is here. Borrowing the powers of a summon? What the hell kind of godly skill is this? Zhang Ming only felt his scalp go a little numb. This skill, if developed, would revolutionize the summoner profession, complementing its flaws. It wasn't a matter of being strong or not anymore. This completely subverted the definition of the summoner profession. What is the summoner's greatest weakness? The body is fragile and extremely dangerous once it gets close. But if a summoner can borrow the powers of a summoned object, imagine a summoner with gargoyle strength, demonic defense, and elven magic, plus ghostly speed and stealth. Is that still called a summoner? That's simply a humanoid monster. My goodness, Zhang Ming muttered, his eyes completely changing as he looked at Sumo. This guy, how many more secrets is he hiding? Next to him, Wang Gang was still shouting excitedly. Right, that's it. Bust it. Holy Lord is awesome. Zhang Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened to Wang Gang's shout. It's not just the Holy Lord that's powerful. What's really scary is Sumo, who can borrow the Holy Lord's ability. He now kind of understood why Sumo was always so calm. With such an undercard, there was indeed nothing to be nervous about when facing a 5th-ranked Shadow Tyrant Bear. This is no longer a godly skill. This is a game-balancing bug. Zhang Ming's heart set off shocking waves. He forced himself to calm down, but his heart continued to beat wildly and uncontrollably. If this borrowed capability can be replicated, is there any life left for other professions? No, even if Sumo was the only one who could use it, the profession of summoner would, in his hands, completely change its definition. The undoubted first profession, the only throne, on the battlefield. The Holy Lord had completely suppressed the Shadow Tyrant Bear. The extreme speed from the Rabbit Charm made the Holy Lord as a ghost, and the stealth ability of the Snake Charm made the Shadow Tyrant Bear defenseless. Bang! 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 With the sound of successive heavy blows, the wounds on the Shadow Tyrant Bear's body became more and more numerous. Its pitch-black scale armor shattered beyond repair, and blood stained the ground red. It can't be. It can't be. Shadow Tyrant Bear roared hysterically as the, "You're obviously only a 4th rank. Why do you have such power? Not even if you're a dragon." It wasn't like he hadn't fought the dragons before. Those dragon systems are stronger than normal monsters even if they fight well. Yet there was no existence that could beat him senseless at the 4th rank. In the face of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's questioning and roaring, all that flowed from the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils was icy disdain. Answer? This kind of molehill questioning doesn't even deserve a response from it. The blasting energy of the dragon charm coalesced in the Holy Lord's mouth. The golden dragon pupils looked down at the futilely struggling Shadow Tyrant Bear at his feet, with eyes as if they were looking at an already dead bug. The Shadow Tyrant Bear felt an unprecedented threat of death, and his remaining sanity was completely consumed by fear. No! It let out a desperate hiss, mobilizing all the remaining shadow energy in its body to coalesce into a thick, twisted shield of darkness in front of it. It was its last struggle, betting everything on its defense. However, in the face of absolute power, this struggle seemed so pale and powerless. Dragon Blast! The golden red dragon's breath suddenly shot out from the Holy Lord's mouth. The terrifying power of the combination of Dragon Flame and Dragon Blast instantly slammed into that dark shield. Ka-ching! With barely a pause, the sturdy darkness shield shattered like fragile glass in response. The remaining momentum of the blasting energy was unabated, and it fiercely blasted on top of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's huge body. Chapter 64, The Luck of the Draw. Put! The deafening explosions were interspersed with the horrifying sound of flesh and blood being torn and burned. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's huge body was lifted out like a ragbag and smashed heavily on the ground far away, stirring up smoke and dust. The smoke slowly cleared, and it was in dismal shape, only to see the Shadow Tyrant Bear lying in the middle of a huge deep pit. His originally mighty body was miserable at the moment. Large swaths of scale armor disappeared, revealing charred, rolled-up flesh and blood. There was even a terrifyingly huge hollow in his chest, gurgling with pitch-black blood, and even the broken internal organs inside could be seen. Cough, cough. Shadow Tyrant Bear struggled to get up, but realized he didn't even have the strength to stand. Its breath was weak to the core, hanging on by its last breath. Deep fear finally surfaced in its scarlet compound eyes. No way. It's the same 4th rank. Why is the difference so big? It can't understand. Obviously he is a whole big realm higher than the other party. But why? And in front of this dragon, it was like a lamb to the slaughter? The Holy Lord slowly closed his huge mouth that was slightly open, and 2 streams of white smoke with the smell of sulfur came out of his nostrils. Its eyes, still as cold and disdainful as ever. The Holy Lord slowly landed in front of it, and the dragon's claws grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up. Now, Do we know who's the prey? The Shadow Tyrant Bear's pupils contracted violently, and the fear of death made it tremble. Go to hell, Holy Lord. Wait. Just as the Holy Lord was about to crush the Shadow Tyrant Bear's throat, Sumo interrupted with a voice. Then he looked at Zhang Ming and Wang Gang and said, strike together to decapitate it. You will also be able to share enough experience to upgrade. The Holy Lord's dragon claw that was choking the Shadow Tyrant Bear's throat gave a slight lurch. To it, crushing this mole cricket, a second earlier or later, made no difference. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang glanced at each other, both seeing surprise and gratitude in each other's eyes. They understood what Sumo meant. This was the experience value of a 5th rank monster. While they don't have a main battle, the experience total is still huge. It would definitely be a huge boost for them if they could get a piece of it. Especially in this secret realm, they were even more eager to become stronger. Thanks. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously erupted their strongest attacks. Wind Blade Air Break Chop. Radiant wind energy condensed on Zhang Ming's battle sword as the blade cut through the air. A half-moon-shaped wind blade whistled out, aiming straight for the Shadow Tyrant Bear's neck. Earth-splitting chop. The earth-yellow light on Wang Gang's huge axe skyrocketed as he leapt high into the air, the axe blade slashing viciously at the Shadow Tyrant Bear's chest. The Shadow Tyrant Bear, who was already dying, failed to even utter a final wail under the combined attack of the two. Its huge body trembled violently, and its scarlet compound eyes completely lost their luster. System alert, teammate Zhang Ming has gained experience value. System alert, teammate Wang Gang has gained experience value. Two dazzling upgraded golden lights lit up on Zhang Ming and Wang Gang almost simultaneously. Upgraded. Zhang Ming stood in place, a little dazed. 5th order, I've actually reached the 5th rank. Zhang Ming he looked down at his hands and clenched his fists hard, feeling the unprecedented sense of fullness and strength in his body. In just 2 or 3 days' time, he had risen from the 8th rank of the 4th order to the 5th order, which Zhang Ming would never have dared to imagine in the past. Next to him, Wang Gang also looked surprised. 4th order 9. Old Me has finally reached the 9th level of the 4th rank, and a B-grade equipment was also obtained. The two excitedly exchanged their excitement about what they had gained from each other. They subconsciously looked at Sumo, who was standing to the side with a calm expression, as well as the Dragon Saint Lord who still emitted a terrifying pressure and had ice-cold eyes. Gratitude, awe, and a touch of unspeakable celebration. I wonder how Sumo's harvest is. It shouldn't be worse than ours. Ding, congratulations on killing the 5th rank monster Shadow Tyrant Bear, gaining a large amount of experience value. Gain 30 points of kill value. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Class prop Eye of the Tyrant. Tyrant's Eye, Grade S. Attribute, 30% increase in all attributes. Special Effect 1, True Vision, passive can see through most illusions, disguises, and concealment effects. Special Effect 2, Tyrant Deterrence, active consumes mental power to unleash a powerful mental deterrent on the designated target, with a probability of causing the target to fall into a state of fear and confusion. The strength of the effect is related to the difference in mental power between the two sides. Remarks, an eyeball that contains part of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's original power, gazing into the abyss, but also able to see into the darkness. The system tone fell. A fist-sized, blood-covered, dark red eyeball that emitted an ominous aura hovered silently in midair. Dense energy fluctuations emanated from it, proving the power of its S-Class prop. I didn't expect to burst out an S-rank prop. Sumer raised his eyebrows slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. After all, it was only a 5th order monster. He had originally thought that at most it would be A-grade materials or equipment. An unexpected pleasure. An unexpected pleasure. Moreover, the attributes of this Tyrant's Eye were very powerful. 30% increase in all attributes. That's quite a significant boost for him at this stage. Not to mention the two special effects. True Vision, which counters many of the weirdest abilities. Tyrant Deterrence is a good control tool, especially if you are mentally crushing your opponent. S-Class props are really different. Sumo pondered in his heart. Surprisingly, it exploded with S-rank equipment. Sumo, your luck is really heaven-defying. It's just that this thing looks kind of creepy. Seeing the Tyrant's Eye, Wang Gang smacked his lips and made a half circle around that eyeball with envy mixed on his face. He thought that he had already had a stroke of luck when he popped out a B-grade equipment, but compared to the one in front of me, it's really nothing. Zhang Ming scrutinized the Tyrant's Eye. The attributes are strong, especially this fear effect, which can save your life in critical moments. Sumer nodded, put the Tyrant's Eye away, opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumo, Profession, Summoner, D rank, Level, 4th order, 6th grade, Power, 24,000, Agility, 25,400, Intelligence, 26,500, Spirit, 23,550. Note, percentage increases added in full. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration, Divine, 50% Attribute Sharing, Divine, Damage Transfer, S rank, Poisonous Touch, C rank. Battle Spirit Boiling, B rank. Summon, Holy Lord, Dragon, SSS class, 4th order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 5000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor, Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps, Grade C, Boots of Shadow Attack, Grade A, Heart of Corruption Ring, Grade B. Kill value, 985. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoidance Compass, Grade A, Tyrant's Eye, Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment *1. It's the 6th level of the 4th order. It's a quick upgrade. It's only 3 levels short of the Holy Lord. However, the Sacred Lord is already at the peak of the 9th rank of the 4th order. At most, if he kills a few more monsters, he will be able to reach the 5th rank. Chapter 65, Conditions for Advancing to the 6th order. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS+, can be advanced. Condition, mutilated, missing 7 charms. Rank, 4th order, 9th level. Power, 49,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 47,000. Spirit, 48,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level. Currently can summon 10,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. With the Holy Lord's current 4-dimensional attributes, it's already fully aligned with the 9th level of the 5th rank. It's even far more powerful than the average 5th rank 9 by quite a bit. An unusual 5th order, 9th level monster or transmogrifier would have 1 or 2 attributes that touch this edge and it would be heaven. The Holy Lord, however, is flush with almost no shortcomings, together with the power of the 5 major runes, and its own super high grade. Within the 5th rank, it's already impossible to find an opponent. Sumer was almost certain, not to mention single combat. Even if a small team of well-coordinated 5th order 9th level transmutants came, the Holy Lord would still be able to deal with them. I just don't know what will happen when I meet the 6th order. 6th order, that's a whole new realm. Not only is there a huge gulf in attributes, but it is accompanied by qualitatively different abilities and domain prototypes. Can the Holy Lord cross the line with the power he has now? Suemo touched his chin. It's not really easy to say, you have to touch it to know. Suemo recalled the information about equilibrium breakthroughs. One of the most basic hard requirements for the 5th rank to reach the 6th rank was that one's 4 major attributes must all reach over 60,000 points. It seems simple enough, just a numerical threshold. It's actually very difficult. The difficulty lies in the word all. The information Sumer has been exposed to indicates that the vast majority of creatures and transmutations, there are obvious biases and shortcomings in both property development. This may not be obvious at first. The later it gets, especially after reaching the 5th order, the more obvious it becomes. Many monsters and transmutants, limited by their bloodline and profession, have a very unbalanced development of their 4-dimensional attributes. A power berserker, for example, might be able to touch the 60,000 barrier in strength and agility, but the intelligence and spiritual attributes could be a whole lot worse, unless one's profession is strong, or one has a great chance of getting powerful props, a flaw that could otherwise never be remedied. Professionals who specialize in magic tend to do the opposite. So do some monsters, those who developed in a balanced manner like the Holy Lord, and also improved so rapidly, or simply an anomaly among anomalies. He who possessed the dual enchantment of the top dragon bloodline and the power of the 12 runes, reaching 60,000 points in the 4-dimensional attributes was not a problem at all. As for the other condition for reaching the 6th rank, initial comprehension of the power of the domain, it is no longer a simple increase in strength, speed or energy intensity. Rather, it involves a shallow interference with the rules of the world, a special area around oneself that is under one's control. Even if it was just a fledgling form, it was enough to make a 5th rank existence look away. Trying to comprehend this stuff, talent, bloodline, and occupational class, you can't have one without the other. Unusual transmutators or monsters, even if they had luckily piled up their 4-dimensional attributes to the threshold, they would most likely be stopped dead in their tracks by this second barrier. Lack of enlightenment, impure bloodline, exhaustion of career potential, any point could become an insurmountable moat. This was also why the number of existences of the 6th order and beyond had plummeted off a cliff. Looking at the entire world, Out of the 10,000 existences that had painstakingly climbed to the 5th rank and 9th level, I'm afraid that there might not even be one who could finally take that step, comprehend the fledgling form of the domain, and successfully advance to the 6th rank. The probability is hopelessly low. Countless 5th order ninth grades could only end up holding their lives at the peak of the 5th order. These dilemmas, however, did not exist when placed on the Holy Lord. Rules? Restrictions? That's the common man's roadblock. For an existence whose grade had reached SS rank, the power of the domain was almost an innate talent. They don't need to be painstakingly referenced. They just need to be hardwired. That is, when all 4-dimensional attributes are met, one's own domain abilities are automatically unlocked. Water to water, simple and brutal. And the Holy Lord's current grade is SSS plus level. Sumer could even imagine that. Wait for the moment when the Holy Lord raises all the attributes to 60,000 points. I'm afraid that the power of the domain will be awakened instantly, without any lag. Not to mention, when he redeemed all 7 charms, when the power of the 12 runes was gathered in one body, the Holy Lord's grade would surely leap once again, steadily stepping into that legendary god-level realm. At that time, not to mention the 6th rank of the district, I'm afraid the higher levels are just new beginnings for him. 6th order threshold. Suemo gently spat out these words. His heart was at ease. It's not really a hurdle for the Holy Lord, as long as he killed monsters and upgraded in a step-by-step manner and gathered all the attribute points. Advancing to the 6th order was almost a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, the corners of Sumo's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is probably the unreasonable brought about by the top bloodline and grade. Since the 6th order threshold is shaped like a void, then the most important thing at hand becomes very pure. That would be to raise the Holy Lord's level as soon as possible and stack the 4-dimensional attributes to the 60,000 point mark. At the same time, it's also important to step up and get the remaining 7 charms together. The 12 runes coming together is the beginning of the Holy Lord's true metamorphosis. A trace of eagerness flashed in Sumo's eyes. He can't wait a little bit to see that day come. How powerful would a divine grade Holy Lord be when he gathered the power of the 12 runes? Suemo felt his heart pounding just imagining it. That was definitely a tier of power that far exceeded current perceptions. Phew. Suemo gently inhaled and calmed his excitement. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. It was imperative to find Lin Shi first. After all, there was still a considerable distance to go before rounding up 60,000 attribute points. Thinking of this, Suemo cast his gaze into the distance. This secret realm was vast and sprawling, with strong people like clouds, and both opportunities and dangers. Although the Holy Lord had unlimited potential, he was still only at the 5th rank at this stage after all. It must be done step by step, steadily and surely. Come on, let's keep moving. Sumo's words fell and his mind moved. The huge dragon's body rose into the air once again, flying towards the direction where Lin Shi might exist in his senses. The secret realm is vast and full of crises. Meanwhile, above a void approaching the dark forest, 2 wretched figures were flying away desperately. Chapter 66, Xiao Battle, City Lord of Karo City. Hurry up! Xiao Zhan, the City Lord of Karo City, was bathed in blood. A crimson lance in his hand swept horizontally, and the fierce fire energy forced back the 2-peak 5th-ranked dragon descendants that were chasing after him. Beside him, Tianyuan City Elder Mo Tianqing's face paled. A deep, bone-deep wound was torn open on his right arm, and blood dripped down his fingertips. He clenched his teeth and pinched his knuckles, and a green-colored wind wall suddenly unfolded, blocking the rain of shadowy arrows coming from behind. City Lord Xiao, if this continues, we won't last long. Mo Tianqing's voice was hoarse. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Damn, this group has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights, and behind them, 10 extremely strong auras locked onto them in death, like maggots on Tarsus, in hot pursuit. Those were 3 genuine 6th order existences, as well as 7 powerful monsters whose breath had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the 5th order. The terrifying pressure was like substance, enveloping the airspace. From time to time, devastating attacks cut through the air and landed behind or to the side of the 2. The ripples of energy that exploded forced them to take dangerous risks left and right. Humans, you will not escape. The leader of the 6th-ranked Dragon Descent Commander, Red Yen, had an icy cold voice with a cat-and-mouse-like teasing. Give up your pointless struggle and become our blood meal and suffer less. Red Yan's scarlet vertical pupils were filled with cruelty, and his huge dragon wings flapped, setting off scorching waves of air. A ball of flames kept spurting out. The other dragon descendant, who also exuded a terrifying pressure of the 6th rank, was covered in pitch-black scale armor, like a dark night monarch. It grinned a huge fang-covered mouth and let out a low, malicious laugh. Xiao Zhan, you and I have been fighting for several years, and I never thought that the curtain would fall in this manner. The Black King's gaze locked onto Xiao Zhan, who was fighting in a bloodbath, and was filled with the posture of a victor. Today, I will behead you with my own hands. After you die, I will personally go to Karo City and completely raze your city to the ground, so that those humble humans will be turned into dust along with you. Bah! Xiaozhen spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes fierce as wolves, not even bothering to pay attention to the Black King's shouting. He knew that at this moment, any verbal argument was meaningless, and the only way to have a chance of survival was to kill a bloody path. The crimson lance in his hand erupted into a blinding fire, and a sweeping blow forced back the pursuing Dragonborn elite. Old M.O. Prepare to break out. Xiao Zhan let out a low shout as the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly. He's going to fight to the death and force a breakout. However, just then, the third sixth order Dragonborn, who had been silent and hovering on the flanks, moved. It was a huge dragon with an icy blue body and a piercingly cold aura lingering around it. Its vertical pupil was like 10,000 years of cold ice, without the slightest emotion. It is named Frosty. The huge dragon wings unfolded. Field perpetual freeze, an icy and indifferent voice, as cold as his domain, resounded through this airspace. Buzz dash. Silent fluctuations suddenly spread out with frostbite at the center. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. Extreme coldness was born out of thin air, as if even the soul was about to freeze. The ice blue colored light curtain visible to the naked eye was like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloping a space of thousands of meters in a radius. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing happened to be trapped right in the center of this icy blue field. The terrifying cold was pervasive, eroding their protective energy and freezing their limbs. Frost colored the faces of Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. Damn it! Let's see where you're going to escape this time. The killing intent was revealed in the Black King's eyes as his huge body began to close in. Those 7-peak 5th order dragon descendants also took the opportunity to surround them, blocking off all possible paths of retreat. Meanwhile, Su Mo, Zhang Ming, and Wang Gang were traveling through the dark forest. Suddenly, an extreme icy cold filled the air without warning, as if it was going to freeze this void. What's going on? How did the temperature suddenly drop so much? Wang Gang rubbed his arms, and the white breath he exhaled condensed into frost in the air. That's a weird temperature. Plunge. Could it be that we've mistakenly entered some extremely cold place? Zhang Ming's brows tightened as he looked around warily. Something's not right. This coldness came too suddenly, like it was caused by some kind of powerful ice ability. Su Mo didn't say anything and just told the two to stop moving for the time being. With that, he took out the shadow avoidance compass to probe the surroundings. At the same time, perceive everything around you. His eyes snapped open and his pupils contracted suddenly. I feel the city lord's aura. What? Lord of the city? Wang Gang and Zhang Ming exclaimed in shock at the same time. Found it. Finally found the city lord. Wang Gang was so excited that his voice changed tone a bit. Then what are you waiting for? Go! Zhang Ming also looked at Su Mo and prepared to move. They knew what Su Mo came in for. To find Lin Shi. Now that the city lord was right in front of them, then it was very likely that Lin Shi was with the city lord. Su Mo, however, raised his hand to stop them, his face grave. Wait, it's not just the city lord sent. There are also several extremely powerful auras that are also in this area. Wang Gang subconsciously asked. There are others? Zhang Ming immediately pursued. Is it Lin Shi and the others? Su Mo shook his head, his expression growing more serious. No, it's not them. These breaths are much stronger than Lin Shi and the others. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming sucked in a breath of cool air as their hearts sank. Stronger than Lin Shi and the others? What kind of concept is that? Lin Shi was already an extremely powerful existence in the 5th rank. Could it be a 6th order existence? Zhang Ming asked with a hard voice. Sumo's gaze was cast in the direction where the coldness was the strongest, and he slowly nodded. Right, quite possibly. And there's more than one. This judgment made Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's hearts instantly sink to the bottom. 6th order, and more than one 6th order? Are they friend or foe? Wang Gang asked with the last glimmer of hope. If it was a companion, naturally there was no problem. If the enemy, a hint of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes and his tone was decisive. Enemy. These words instantly made the only trace of fluke remaining in the hearts of the two men completely extinguished. These powerful auras are full of tyranny and killing intent. They're fighting the city lord. The two men's faces instantly turned white. Even Sumo's face became incredibly ugly. An enemy of the 6th order. Even he felt very tricky. So, what do we do? Should we go over to support the city lord? Wang Gang looked at the two men and opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 67, Picking a Soft Persimmon to Pinch. Support? Zhang Ming glared at him. Wang Gang, is your brain frozen too? Support what? Using your little 4th order body to tickle people? Listen carefully. That's the 6th order. 6th order fighting. And there's more than one. With this cultivation level of ours, not to mention support, if we get a little closer, the aftermath of the battle alone can crush us into dregs. Are you tired of living A battle of this magnitude was beyond their range of response. Wang Gang's face was scalded with a burst of red and white. He opened his mouth but was unable to retort. Indeed, the fourth rank was no different from a mole cricket in front of the sixth rank. We can't. There's still Sumer. Wang Gang shrunk his neck and muttered in a small voice. Jiang Ming also looked at Sumo. They knew that Sumo would definitely go for support. Because there's news of Lin Shi there. The air around them grew colder and colder, as if even their breath carried ice ballast, inhaling it into their lungs and bringing a stinging pain. Sumer stayed silent. His senses had long since extended out, carefully distinguishing the several earth-shattering energy fluctuations in the distance. The Holy Lord's voice sounded in his mind. 3 6th Order Dragon Descendants. 7 Peak 5th Order. 2 humans are trapped with serious injuries. Dragonborn? Sumo's heart shook. This place was still some distance away from the Dragon Bone Mountain range, so how could this kind of high dragon descent appear here? And in packs. The lord of the city must be saved. And not just because he's a pillar of the city of Carlo. What's more, from his mouth we can definitely know Lin Shi's whereabouts. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming glanced at each other, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. They knew what Sumer's decision meant. That's 3 6th Order Dragonborn, and 7 Peak 5th Order. This kind of lineup makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming glanced at each other, both seeing worry in the other's eyes. But Jiang Ming was just about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by Sumo. You guys stay here. Sumo's tone was calm, but carried a commanding tone. He paused and looked at the two. Your current strength has no meaning with the past, but will instead become a burden to me. That's a direct statement, but it's true. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming's faces turned a few shades whiter, but they couldn't refute it. Sumer raised his hand and waved, and hundreds of ghost shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows. The ghost shadow core will keep you safe. At the same time, Sumer's eyes burned as he looked at the two men. I need you to cooperate with the ghost shadow core to hunt the monsters in the neighborhood. What? Wang Gang's eyes widened. This is an emergency situation. Sumer quickly explained. The Holy Lord is already at the peak of the 4th rank, and as long as he acquires enough more experience value, he will be able to break through to the 5th rank. When the time comes to face a 6th Order enemy, we'll have room to maneuver. Jiang Ming immediately understood Sumo's plan. You want us to assist the Ghost Shadow Corps in brushing the monsters and help the Holy Lord gain experience? That's right. Sumer nodded. The monsters here aren't low level, so the efficiency will be high. But, Wang Gang gulped. You go alone to support the City Lord. Don't worry. The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. I'm sure. Wang Gang tightened his fists and nodded heavily. Good. Sumo, don't worry about going. We won't drag our feet. Jiang Ming also took a deep breath and looked at Sumo with complicated eyes. You yourself must be careful. Facing several strong enemies of the 6th rank, even if it was Sumo, it was bound to be a vicious battle of 9 deaths. Sumer said no more and just nodded. With a thought of his mind, the Holy Lord's massive body appeared out of thin air. Under the rabbit talisman's enchantment, the Holy Lord led Sumo to rush in the direction of the battlefield as a residual shadow. The speed was so fast that it seemed to tear through the cold air, leaving only a faint residual shadow. Remember, Sumer's voice came from far away and, prioritize killing high-level monsters. Prioritize killing high-level monsters that, not only could it quickly help the Holy Lord break through to the 5th Order, most importantly, he was still a little bit short of the kill value to redeem another talisman. The power of one more talisman. For the Holy Lord, battle power will be a qualitative improvement. He would also have more certainty in dealing with those Dragonborn. Wang Gang and Jiang Ming looked at the direction Sumo disappeared in and remained speechless for a long time. Maybe, he can actually do it. The piercingly cold wind whistled by, swirling ice crystals on the ground. Let's get started too. Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze, a hint of wariness igniting in his eyes. Boosting strength. We can't always let Sumo carry the load alone. Wang Gang nodded vigorously and gripped the weapon in his hand. They have to get stronger. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out thousands of meters. As the distance drew closer, the chill in the air became heavier, and even breathing became difficult. Finally, Sumo saw a scene that shocked him. In the distant sky, a huge ice blue field enveloped the entire area. Ice and snow raged within the domain, as if even time was frozen. Is this the power of the domain? Even though the field is still some distance away now, Sumo could still feel an extremely strong suppression. The operation of the power in the body was all quite sluggish, and that's just at the edge of the field. Sumo's face sank. One didn't dare to imagine to what extent one's strength would be suppressed if one was in the center of the domain. No wonder it was said that the 6th Order was a huge watershed. Once the field is condensed, a qualitative change occurs. Below the 6th rank, all are mole crickets. This is really not a casual remark. He murmured, a hint of imperceptible gravity in his voice. Looks like I'll have to find another way. Originally, Suemo had planned to utilize the extreme speed of the rabbit charm and the invisibility of the snake charm. Let us see if we can find the right moment to lead Xiaozhan out of the battlefield. But from now on, the suppression of this domain alone made this plan of his lose its possibility. Trouble. Suemo frowned as his brain raced, trying to find a new breakthrough. How to get the best results with the least amount of effort. Ding detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis, triggering a special SS level mission. Mission name, Desperate Strike. Mission level, SS. Quest content, successfully defeat or kill at least one 6th order Dragonborn in a desperate situation surrounded by powerful enemies. Mission reward, a mystery prize. Penalty for mission failure, none, but the host is likely to perish on the spot. Sumer's heartbeat steeply accelerated. Kill a 6th order dragon descendant. It's a difficulty that just breaks the mold. However, the words mystery prize seem to carry some kind of magic, making his originally sunken heart rise again. 3 6th order dragon descendants. Always have to pick a soft persimmon to pinch and see, right? Spell it out. Chapter 68. What deep calculations you have in Kalo City. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were trapped within it, their bodies bathed in blood and their breath depleted. And around them, 3 6th ranked dragon descendants of various forms were eyeing them, and 7 peak 5th ranked dragon descendants blocked off all retreating paths. Old Xiao, it looks like we're going to be accountable here today. Mo Tianqing laughed bitterly. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and gripped his lance tightly. Even if I die, I'll pull a few cushions. The Black King laughed as he approached. Dying, the ball of dark energy, coalesced in his palm. Just in the nick of time. Dragon Blast. A blazing dragon flame suddenly descended from the sky, forcing him to retreat. What man? The Black King looked around furiously. Yet the battlefield was empty except for ice and snow. Stealth abilities? Frostbite's icy vertical pupils contracted slightly. Sculpting. He violently unfolded his domain, and the power of extreme cold swept across 1,000 meters in a radius. Countless ice crystals condensed in the air, outlining a vague dragon outline. Found you. Red Flame opened his mouth and spewed out fiery spit. The Holy Lord was forced to show his form, but dodged with incredible speed in the nick of time. The power of the rabbit talisman was pushed to the extreme, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. Red Flame's fiery spit fell short, leaving only a scorched trail in its place. The Holy Lord's figure appeared like a ghost tens of meters away. Red Yan's crimson vertical pupils stared at the Holy Lord in death, a hint of shock and uncertainty surfacing. His own attack was even dodged? Moreover, the one who stepped in to help the humans was a dragon race? How is that possible? For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Frostfall's ice-cold dragon face. Dragons. Why would they help humans? The Black King seemed to see through his doubts and said in a sardonic voice, "This is not a true homunculus. I can feel the power of the contract in him that belongs to human summoners." Summoner? Frostbite's voice instantly became shrill, filled with extreme anger and humiliation. The noble dragon race was summoned and driven by a mole-like human? It was a blasphemy against the entire dragon race. Unforgivable. The cold aura around Frostfall suddenly erupted, and the ice-blue field fluctuated violently. I will tear it apart with my own hands. Use its dragon blood to wash away this shame. Frostfall's roar was like a substantial ice pick, piercing into the eardrums of every living being present. The cold air within the domain was even more bitter, almost freezing the space apart. As for Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were trapped at the edge of the domain and under tremendous pressure, at the moment, they were wide-eyed, disbelief written all over their faces. What just happened? A dragon flame descended from the sky, forcing back the Black King who was ready to strike. Immediately after that, a figure that was so fast that it dodged Red Flame's spitting breath? That figure is clearly a dragon. A dragon that is making an enemy of 3 6th order Dragonborn, trying to save them. Old Mo. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Zhan swallowed his saliva with difficulty, his voice dry. Mo Tianqing was also at a loss, gasping violently as he tried to comprehend the scene in front of him that was beyond reason. A dragon is saving us? It simply shocked them more than the fact that they were about to be killed. The dragons, haven't they always regarded humans as ants? What's more, these three in front of him were genuine 6th ranked dragon descendants, kindred spirits fighting each other? Or, summoner? When they heard Frostbite's shrill whistle that was filled with humiliation and anger, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing glanced at each other violently and both saw the horror in the other's eyes. This powerful dragon that dared to take on 3 6th ranked dragon descendants was actually a human summoner's summon? Who on earth possesses such terrifying strength and audacity? They racked their brains and couldn't think of a single powerful summoner in the Federation who used a dragon as a summon, not to mention an existence that could reach such heights. But no matter what, this sudden turn of events had rekindled a faint flame of hope in their hearts that were already desperate. Maybe, really don't have to die today? Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me. Xiao Zhan arched his hand with difficulty in the direction where the Holy Lord was, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of why this dragon had come to the rescue, the gift of saving a life was always appreciated. The city lord is polite. A slightly cold, yet with a hint of familiar teenage voice, came from the dragon's back. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Xiao Zhan froze. Master of the city? Is it calling me? And the voice. Why does it feel so familiar? I think I've heard that somewhere. Xiao Zhan braced his tired body and slowly raised his head, wanting to see the true face of the mysterious dragon race. However, when his gaze, which crossed over the huge dragon's body, landed on top of the dragon's back, it instantly froze. What came into view was a slightly thin, but upright figure like a pine. The young man wore a slightly plain black power suit. His body was slender, his face was clear, and his eyebrows carried a hint of composure that did not match his age. At the moment, the teenager was looking down on him from above. That face. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, his eyes almost bulging out, and his face was filled with a look of shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Sumar? His voice trembled, and with a hint of unbelievable shock, he blurted out. Xiao Zhan could never have imagined that this summoner, who had struck out, would be Su Mo. On the side, Mo Tianqing was puzzled. Who did Xiao Zhan see that he would be so excited? When the other party called out Sumar's name, was also shocked hard. Sumar? Which Sumar? Sumar of Carlo. That Sumar who had awakened a god-ranked profession and ended up choosing a D-ranked summoner? The same Sumar who was abused all over the internet and became almost synonymous with cowardice? Mo Tianqing's eyes glazed over. He looked at the one on the dragon's back though he couldn't quite see it. However, the figure that was obviously very young, and then look at the head under his feet that was emitting a terrifying pressure. The tough dragons who hardened the Black King, held off the red flame spit, and made Frostbite furious. Then all that was left in his mind was a blank, and a few big words playing on a loop. Class D? The summoner is a dragon? What kind of international ing joke is this? He looked at Xiao Zhan and said, Old Xiao, you Carlo City can do it, hiding so damn deep, making a monkey out of all of us, god-level career awakening, deliberately choosing a D rank just to hide it, to prevent others from coveting it? Good calculation. What a good plan. The more Mo Tianqing thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. This group of olds in Carlo City must have known about Sumo's bottom line for a long time and deliberately released a smoke bomb, holding such a genius with unlimited potential firmly in his hands. No wonder the federal executives were blocked by Carlo City when they tried to contact Sumo before. So they were waiting here. Fart. Xiao Zhan didn't take a breath and almost suffocated himself. He was now even more confused than Mo Tianqing. I feel that I have been wronged, and I am more wronged than Sinus. A couple days ago, just a few days ago, this Sumer guy is still just a regular guy. If I knew he could summon this, I would have made him an ancestor. What's the point of being chased like a dog by these three scumbags? Xiao Zhan's spittle flew straight up. You say you don't know? Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes. I believe you written all over his face. He's from your city of Carlo. You conducted the awakening ceremony. What did he summon that you would not know? Old Xiao, stop pretending. It's no fun. People are standing there and you're still acting with me? Xiao Zhan was simply going to be furious. He gripped Mo Tianqing's collar, and if it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have the strength, he would have wanted to lift this old guy up and shake him awake. Act your ass off. I'm all that up in the head right now too. You ask me? Who the am I going to ask? If I lied to you, let me be slapped to death by the Black King right now. Xiao Zhan pointed to the sky and swore with a hideous and aggrieved expression. The suspicion in Mo Tianqing's eyes wavered slightly as he looked at Xiao Zhan's near-collapse appearance. Could the old boy be telling the truth? The city of Carlo itself doesn't know? This is even more outrageous. Several days, from an ordinary person, summoning such a powerful dragon race? Godly professions can't be played like this. Mo Tianqing rubbed his swollen temples, feeling that his worldview had been shocked like never before. Hiss. Mo Tianqing sucked in a mouthful of cool air, suddenly thinking of an even more frightening possibility. Old Xiao, do you think it could be that this kid is not AD level at all? Did something go wrong with the awakening ceremony in the first place? Or does he have some hidden means that we don't know about? Xiao Zhan did not answer Mo Tianqing. His mind was in a mess. Hidden means? Even if they did, they couldn't have gotten this strong in a few days, could they? And what was Sumer's purpose in hiding his profession? It's totally unnecessary. Forget about that for now. Mo Tianqing waved his hand. Regardless, we at least have a chance to catch our breath. He looked toward Xiao Zhan and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Old Xiao, the two of us, today, are considered to owe you Carlo City a huge favor. No, it's a heavenly favor owed to this Sumo kid. Xiao Zhan also had a complicated look on his face when he heard this. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figure on the dragon's back, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. All he wanted to do now was to grab Sumo by the collar and ask what was going on. However, right at this moment, Frostbite's roar resounded. All Dragonborn listened to the order. Kill the traitorous Dragonborn first. The 7-peak 5th Order Dragon descendants immediately reversed their direction and surrounded towards the Holy Lord. A bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, and dragon breath coalesced in their mouths. Not good. Xiao Zhan's face suddenly changed. They're going to deal with Sumer first. Mo Tianqing gritted his teeth. We must help. The two men held back their injuries and were about to help. Even though the dragons summoned by Sumo were very strong, but they definitely wouldn't be able to do any good against the siege of so many dragons. However, he saw the Holy Lord suddenly open his dragon wings, and a terrifying dragon might suddenly erupted. Bastard! You deserve to be called a dragon? The Holy Lord's voice was like a thunderous explosion that shook the surrounding space. What a powerful dragon's might! This pressure caused Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, who were originally prepared to make a move, to slightly slow down their movements. Aha! In terms of this dragon pressure alone, it feels even stronger than a demonic dragon. Xiao Zhan nodded his head. Unfortunately, because of this domain, it has caused my perception ability to plummet, unable to perceive the rank of this dragon race. If this dragon summoned by Sumo had a 6th rank, then their lives are safe today. At the same time, the movements of those 7 5th-ranked dragon descendants stuttered, the suppression originating from their bloodline causing them to instinctively feel fear. This is pure-blooded dragon power. The Black King's eyes widened and, how is it possible? Frostbite also revealed a look of horror. How can a district summoner have such a pure dragon bloodline? Knowing that their bloodline had been purified many times, and had already reached heights that most dragons couldn't reach, they have always been proud of it, seeing it as their strong foundation and a symbol of their noble status. But now, a dragon race that came out of nowhere and was summoned by humans. Surprisingly, they had crushed them at the bloodline level? This bloodline, how come I feel it's even purer than Demon Dragon Lord? This thought made the dragon scales of all the dragon descendants stand up. How is that possible? After the shock, a trace of uncontrollable ecstasy nevertheless surged up from the bottom of his heart. They could clearly perceive that the bloodline purity of the dragon in front of them was frighteningly high though. Its own energy level, however, didn't seem to be too high, only 4th order at best. A traitor who possessed the bloodline of the most pure dragon race, but whose strength was only at the 4th rank. That's not a formidable opponent. It's a treasure trove, an immeasurable treasure trove. If you can devour it, if you can incorporate this pure dragon blood into yourself, wouldn't they then be able to break through the shackles of their bloodline and reach unprecedented heights? It was not impossible to even surpass Demonic Dragon Lord. This thought was like a crazy growing vine that instantly entangled their sanity. The original fear due to the suppression of the bloodline was quickly replaced by the desire for power. The gaze that looked at the Holy Lord was no longer pure anger and hostility, but was filled with naked greed and bloodlust, a moving treasure of supreme power. Kill it, devour it. It was at this moment, the many dragon descendants, including Red Flame, Black King and Frostbite. In this instant, greed completely overpowered reason and fear. Kill. Red Flame was the first to let out a deafening roar, and his huge dragon wings violently revived, bringing up a violent air current as he swooped towards the Holy Lord. What burned in his eyes was a desire even hotter than Longyan's. The Black King and Frostbite followed close behind in a triangular position, blocking off all possible paths of retreat for the Sacred Lord. The 3 6th Order Dragon descendants, at this moment, had a highly consistent goal, to seize that most pure dragon bloodline. Those 7-peak 5th Order Dragon descendants also recovered from the brief stiffness of their bloodline suppression, and the flames of greed blazed in their eyes. They no longer hesitated, and their dragon breath spewed out as if they didn't need any money, interweaving into a dense web of energy that covered the Holy Lord. Frost, flame, shadow, energy of various colors surged and instantly drowned the Holy Lord's figure. Chapter 69, Sumo must live. Why are these dragons so crazy about it? The 10 great dragon descendants, 3 of the 6th rank and 7 of the peak 5th rank, have defiantly joined forces to surround. Xiao Zhan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, even just now chasing after them. It's not as crazy as this, either. This terrifying energy aggregation. Even if an unusual 6th order powerhouse were to fall into it, he would have to be seriously injured without dying. Mo Tianqing spoke in a grave tone. I'm afraid they're eyeing Sumo, the dragon's bloodline. Bloodline? Xiao Zhan was first stunned and then reacted. They should have sensed it. A bloodline of this purity is of immeasurable value to them, the dragon descendants who are eager to evolve. If they are able to devour and absorb the power of this dragon's bloodline, I'm afraid that they will give birth to an existence like the demonic dragon. They should never be allowed to get what they want. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan's faces were incredibly grave, but now it was too late for them to get there. Since Sumo dared to come, His own strength must have already reached the 6th rank. With the concentration of that dragon's bloodline, coupled with the cultivation level of the 6th rank, it might be able to stand up to these attacks. It stands to reason that no lives will be lost. At that time, if the three of us join forces and are bent on escaping, the possibility is still very high. At the center of the energy torrent, the Holy Lord's figure was completely engulfed. Dragon's breath of various colors raged wildly, and space distorted with an unbearable groan. The eyes of the three dragons, Red Flame, Black King, and Frostbite, flashed with an imperative light. In their opinion, even if this dragon's bloodline was pure, it would never survive in the face of such a dense energy bombardment. How strong of a defense could a 4th-rank summon have, even if it had a special bloodline? And it is. Although the Holy Lord's bloodline was astonishing, the gap brought about by the rank was difficult to compensate for. Facing the all-out siege of 10 dragon descendants who were at least at the peak of the 5th order, with 3 of them even at the 6th order, it was simply incapable of being able to defeat them. Sumo, who was at the center of the dragon's breath, looked grave. Hard blocks really can't be blocked. Sumer's eyes sharpened and, but who said it had to be a hard block? He had a thought. The Holy Lord's huge body abruptly disappeared in the middle of this space. Immediately thereafter, he met himself towards the dragon breathstorm. Just as he was about to be destroyed by the dragon's breath, Sumo looked calm. Damage transfer. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the edge of the battlefield and some hidden corners further out, a ghostly soldier, one after another, exploded violently. No earth-shattering sounds, only a faint mass of shadow energy silently annihilated, dissipating into the purest energy particles in the air. And that energy aftermath that was originally enough to tear even a 6th-order powerhouse into pieces. As it washed over Sumo's body, it strangely became much milder. Most of the destructive force disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. The smoke and energy glow slowly dissipated. Sumo's figure reappeared. The corners of his clothes were a bit tattered and his hair was slightly disheveled, but his breath was smooth and unharmed. In order to withstand this strike, 1,087 ghost shadow soldiers instantly vaporized. Sumer smacked his lips, feeling slightly sorry for himself. However, it's worth it to survive even if we lose tens of thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. With the current power of the Saint Lord, he was able to summon 10,000 ghost shadow soldiers in one breath. 2 Saint Lords would be 20,000, plus his skill sharing. That's 30,000. 30,000 ghost shadow soldiers. So at a glance, more than 1,000 really wasn't a big loss. Enough for him to consume in this battle. The energy aftermath completely dissipated, revealing the scene in the air. Sumo stood in place, looking up at the 10 dumbfounded dragon descendants in the air, with even a hint of derision on his face. The 10 dragon descendants all froze in place. From their huge dragon eyes, a hint of surprise could actually be seen. In the center of the smoke, the tiny human figure stood still. In addition to the corners of the clothes slightly damaged, hair slightly messy, actually cannot see the slightest traces of injury. Even the breath has not been disordered in the slightest. And the target of their ambition, that dragon race with the most pure bloodline, was nowhere to be seen. Dead silence that enveloped the battlefield. Where are the dragons? That dragon disappeared? What's going on? It was just there. Could it be that we've blown it to smithereens? Akian offered a guess, but immediately dismissed himself. No way. With that level of attack, even if you die, you should leave something behind. Bones? Scales? Even a drop of blood. Where's the blood? Where's the body? Where did it go? One after another, the sound of a dragon's roar rang out. Their huge bodies stirred slightly. They couldn't figure out how the other party could slip out from under their noses. What shocked them even more was this. That human. He's not dead. How could he not be dead? The red inferno dragon's pupil tightened and stared dead at Sumo below. The Black King's voice was low. Not only did he not die, he was even unharmed. The torrent of energy just now. He was right in the center. Frostbite's dragon breath gulped between his nostrils, his tone icy. There's something odd. That dragon's disappearance must have something to do with him. They are not little cuties. With the dragon gone and the humans safe and sound, the answer almost cries out to be understood. Yet it is incomprehensible. What makes a 4th-ranked human summoner survive an attack like that? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in the distance were also dumbfounded. Sumer is still alive, but that dragon is gone? Mo Tianqing's voice carried a hint of shock. Could it be that the dragon sacrificed itself to preserve Sumer? Xiao Zhan opened his mouth. Apart from this possibility, he simply couldn't find a reason why Sumo could be unharmed under that kind of attack. That set up, originally, with the power of the opponent's 6th-ranked dragon summoner, together with the two of us, there was still a great chance to break out of the siege. But now, Mo Tianqing was first stunned, then his face became even more ugly. Almost instantly, he figured out the connection, and his heart sank to the bottom of his throat. In their current state, not only were they going to die, it was likely that they would even take Sumo's life. Whatever it is, grab this human one first. When the time comes, there are means to be able to make him give an account obediently. Red Flame roared as the dragon's might rolled. No matter what tactics that dragon used, take this human first. The Black King's voice was cold and murderous. Catch him and all will be revealed. Frostbite chimed in, and the icy dragon's breath began to coalesce once more. As the 3 6th-ranked dragon descendants gave their orders, the energy around the remaining 7 peak 5th-order dragon descendants began to surge with killing intent. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were in the distance, saw this and their faces suddenly changed. The two looked at each other, both seeing determination in the other's eyes. Old Mo, it looks like the two of us will have to explain ourselves here today. Xiao Zhan smiled miserably. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath. His eyes became incomparably determined. Death is death, but Sumer must live. Chapter 70, Sumo's 7th Order. Xiao Zhan nodded heavily and his tone was decisive. That's right, you and I have stopped at this point in our talents, and it's a fluke that we've made it to the 6th rank. But he's different, he has more than that in his future. By no means. Today, even if I put my old life on the line, I will kill a bloody path for him. Mo Tianqing's aura around him climbed steeply, and the pressure belonging to a 6th Order powerhouse was unreservedly released. Do it! The two of them no longer hesitated and transformed into 2 streams of light, actually taking the initiative to charge towards the dragon descent group. Their goal, instead of breaking out, was to draw as much fire as possible and create opportunities for Sumer, even if, by a sliver of a chance, seek death. Red Flame roared, and the dragon claw swung, about to slap at those 2 unsuspecting streams of light. Leave it to me, I'm going to crush Xiao Zhan. The Black King's dragon breath erupted. However, just as the attention of all the dragon descendants was attracted by Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, on the ground, Su Mo, who had always been regarded by them as a bag of tricks, had the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy arc. How naive, he whispered in his mind. You guys, it's too careless. The 7 peak 5th stage dragon descendants, with raging energy and boiling killing intent, were about to strike at the same time to completely crush this human. But just the next moment, the change is steep.